turn it up. I've been burned, but I'm sugar-coated like I'm harder than you think, I'll break your bite. So bold, so cheeky, sassy, I'm here to push your little buttons, cause I kinda like you. I'm like your favorite show you watch, but touch or not, I know you wanting more, cause I'll keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. You want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. You want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. You want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. You want.
Look right here. Look right here. Come see what everyone's been looking at. Everyone's been talking about. When you the best, you call it out. People watch cause they love when they watch this. We are number one on your watch list. Everything you need grouped together like a mosh pit. We don't stop cause we know they can't stop this. It's nothing new, we gotta do what we do. We got you glued to your seat without using glue. We got it, we got it. Hey, why turn down when you can turn up? We got it, you at the right place, look no further. We got it, hey, why turn down when you can turn up? We got it, you at the right place, look no further. Look what you've been missing. I'm glad that you're here now. It's time for something different. We gon' turn it out. We the ones you shouldn't doubt. Come see for yourself what the fuss is all about. You're dealing with a name you can trust. Put us in the game, we remain only clutch. On your mark, set, go. Feel the rush. You can have them over there, or you can have us. We got it. Hey, why turn down when you can turn up? We got it. You at the right place, look no further. We got it. Hey, why turn down when you can turn up? We got it. You at the right place, look no further. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Take a look at us. Take a look at us. Look at us. Look at us. Yeah, you like that? We got it. Hey, why turn down when you can turn up? Yeah, we got it. You at the right place, look no further. We got it. Hey, why turn down when you can turn up? Come on, we got it. You at the right place, look no further.
Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce, to be honest with you. Plus I'm pale, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm looking fly like a 747 in the sky, cause it's prime time. Gonna sip wine with a fine dime. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Live it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look, and boom, you hooked. That's right. Take one look, and boom, you hooked.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever is relevant for your time zone. Just getting ready here in the background because I'm dealing with a new setup today. I know it's going to sound strange. I've never had two screens for a PC before, and I am now dealing with that. So we do have our first series of Group Nirvana and Group Ascent today, which means that we get ourselves our top teams versus our top teams, our bottom teams versus the bottom teams, and our matches for today are Invictus Game versus the FPX, starting things up from Group Ascend, TT versus BLG also in there, and Top Esports versus AL also all in Group Ascend. So we'll see what comes through from that. In terms of the actual schedule of everything, I actually don't know exactly what happens with and Group Nirvana matchups. I don't actually know where all of them lie in that, but hey, we'll figure it out. Once you go to 2 screens, you never go back. Well, it's feeling pretty nice right now. I'll let you know how it keeps going. So this is the Neferi nerfs. I guess that's base HP and base armor nerfed. Q is up. W, I guess some other stuff is down. I actually haven't checked that yet. As a screen, once you get a third one vertical dedicated to chat, that's when you any percent speedrun screens. Yeah, it can very much help having stuff like that. IG, let's go. Well, I'm sure a lot of people will be in chat just for them too. KT Arrow's dope. Is that KTA Arrow's dope? KTA? Because that explains the rookie loyalty for sure. Okay, folks. I gotta go get myself a drink, and then we'll be back with stuff. We will have a camera up and running soon. But now I have all 3 of my streams, not streams, all 3 of the streams, because obviously we're live here. Then we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, and we're also live on Onivia's YouTube channel as well. So now I have all of the chats over on one screen, which hopefully means I'll miss less chat messages, because I missed a couple before. Okay, I gotta go get some stuff sorted out, get myself a drink and stuff, and then I shall be back. And Sam shall be back. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry I haven't had my camera on before that point. I just wanted to make sure that I had cleaned up my room a little bit too before we came. Blah, blah, blah. What the heck happened there? Oh, perma caps lock. Okay, whatever it is, just the 30-second timeout. Alright, okay. Thank you, mods, for handling that. Hey, Simontes, how's it going? And, yeah, welcome to everyone else in chat as well. I need to go back and get myself my coffee at some point. Got an interview, so we'll listen to that as well. So I guess my camera's going immediately away.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是于双，我们邀请到的是 IG 的旮旯选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 的 ADC 选手旮旯。
好的，欢迎旮旯。那上周呢，你也是荣获了周最佳 AD， 你觉得上周这么好的一个状态，能为今天的比赛达到一个怎样的心态和信心的加成呢？
感觉今天，就想着今天正面发挥吧，就应该能赢下来。
那同样的，想要问到你的是，因为今天要跟 FunPlus 交手了，你对于这一场比赛自己个人有怎样的一个期待吗？
因为也有几天没打比赛了吧，就希望，能热下手吧，然后保持好手感，然后因为，今天、明天都有比赛。
那也是期待这样的好的状态可以继续延续下去，就让我们共同期待今天这一场对决吧。欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我们邀请到的是 FunPlus 的 Share 选手，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FunPlus 的圣南 Share。
那今天终于要跟帅哥对线了，想问问你的赛前心情如何呢？
感觉有点紧张，也有点激动吧，因为刚说完想一到 IG， 然后第一把就碰上了。
第一把就碰上了，很有运气，也很有缘分。那接下来你要跟帅哥进行对线，我们知道帅哥是一个进攻非常凶猛的选手，那你觉得面对他的进攻，你应该怎么样去稳住上路呢？
跟帅哥对线的话，感觉得劲头推车，然后把自己该做的做好吧。
就让我们一同期待今天这一场对决吧。
Nice to hear from Sheer. Of course, Sheer, huge reason for why they're here in the first place, really. I don't think FPX would be FPX look clearly like the best team within the last chance qualifier compared to yeah, we have to discuss, of course that's important. What's actually more important to discuss is where I fall in the Pilk hierarchy. You know, Sam is the Pilk king. Am I the Pilk prince? Am I the overlord? Yeah, there's multiple things which are, yeah. Castle will be first doing 25.7. Oh, really? Good to know, man. I didn't actually clock that. I mean, I did know that it would be. I did know that we'd be on 25.7 because I just had the notices just now, but I didn't realize that we were the first cast on there. Neferi's damage on Q is down. E damage is down. That was the mid-patch updates from 25.7, so that'll also be involved with this. I presume it'll be involved with this. Yorick had some changes, but I doubt that's going to be relevant. Although he did have a large set of changes at some point. Darius jungle Gwen was changed. LeBlanc's been updated. I really don't like her walk cycle. I've been playing a bit of her on Arena, you know, just because I play a lot of Arena, and I don't like her. Am I Unk Pill? Are you kidding me? Am I Unk status now? Jesus, feels like I'm appropriating something there. Okay, folks, I have to run some adverts on this stream right now. Not on the stream, on Twitch right now, just to make sure that we don't get pre-roll for people who are coming in. So she'll get that done for you. Okay, it's okay. We should get ourselves into. What is happening in chat? Things beyond my control. Oh, thanks for the follows and stuff, by the way. I should turn on the I'll turn on the alert back on for a bit. I just realized I had that off for a little while, which I shouldn't have. Hi Angie, good to see you. I wonder what's happened to my stream layout. Okay, well, whatever. Figure that out later. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh, I need to be careful clicking about the place. Am I doing LEC today? No, not this weekend. I'm not on this weekend. I'm on... I have a cast one day next weekend. I have one desk day the day after that. So I've got 2 days coming up, and then I'm not sure about other weeks on LEC. So I'm not... I've had like my big weekend in LEC for this split. And then we'll figure it out after. Right, so this first matchup, I know we haven't talked about it that much. I think Sheer versus TheShy has to be the big matchup, right?
英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端，转上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。
They got to throw plushes at you, time for revenge, maybe.
越野图腾、御殿峡谷，微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，抓拍氛围感。 TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。 英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
LCK seems to be handling the Neferi fine. Yes, I also think that LCK has been LCK seems to be handling the Neferi fine. Let's go to that. Yeah, I think that LCK is struggling to play around a 0 CC, 0 utility jungler. I hear a sound coming through.
Hello there. Nice second mod today.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Oh, hang on. Just budge that wheel over a little.
I mean, sure, yep.
Thank you.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
I wonder why the viewership was so low for the things. It's because LCK stuff again, isn't it? Ah, yes. Evil would grow BFX and DNF versus Intermission. Of course, IG coming out onto the stage. IG, the super team, obviously a big draw. Obviously a big draw.
欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix
FPX have their own theme tune they come out onto stage with.
打野 Shadow 中单 Care 下路 Assault 辅助俊伟 LPL 第二赛段常规赛
How's FPX music not Phoenix? They don't have the rights to Phoenix. They had to get a new song with Chrissy Constanza.
即将开始 LPL 无畏进巅峰
City's asleep under my feet. See ever
So, I don't know what happens with our... If we get 1v1s for side selects here, I presume we do. Oh no, we do have a double best of 3 round robin. So we might not get that. We might get side select for one of the best of 3s and then, you know, alternating side select. It would make it quicker. Well, I suppose we'll find out soon. Oh, thank you, sir. You're welcome. What are my hot takes for today? Well, let's have a think. Yeah, I think TT can take a game with BLG. BLG don't look great right now. They really don't look great, actually. AL also, I think top esports 2-0 AL, even though that was the finals matchup. You know what, that looks like a 1v1 champ select to me, and indeed, it is nice, cool. Nice to have that right sometimes. So, TheShy versus Care for our 1v1. You know, most of those melee top lane or top lane adjacent champions banned out. Corki's still available, which is powerful in the 1v1s from what we've seen so far. Who's more frauds, top esports or anyone's legends? Well, you'll find out later, won't you? Last bans coming through. Quite a lot of discussion, actually. Carly banned away from Care, although TheShy, of course, a big player of that back in 2018 too. And 2019. Played it in top lane basically whenever it could be played in top lane. Jace banned away from TheShy, who's a very proficient player of that. What have we got left? Stuff like Wukong Renekton have showed a lot of play in our 1v1s. Corki. Ooh, something like an Olaf would be very fun. So you hit level 6, and if there's a melee on, if the other person picks a melee, they struggle at that point a bit, don't they? Not sure about Set. Renekton seems like the obvious answer to me. Shy not even hovering anything yet. Does that mean Champion Select's fallen through? That's hovering on that for a very long time. I'm going to assume that Champion Select's gone through, and it hasn't though. Varus into something or other. That was so long on the hovers. Varus versus Volleybet. Alright, TheShy was a Varus top player from what I remember. He was definitely a Callista top player as well. Well, range versus melee. TheShy needs to be a little bit careful in this kind of matchup to not get Q flashed onto and stuff. I'm interested to see what runes he goes. Does he go for the cleanse flash? I will get hydrated, thank you, Tony. Sam actually just brought me a drink through, so that's great timing. You know what I need to do? I need to turn my volume up on here and then turn it down manually on OBS. That's the way to do it. So I can do it like, I don't know, Do it like that or something. That'll probably come across as okay for you guys. But then I can bring it back up for this, which makes a lot of sense. Don't mind me, I'm messing around with volumes. Okay, cool. Don't get your eyes for this one. Snowball cleanse for care. Hell yeah, we get a snowball in our 1v1s. We don't get them often. Nice, cool. Cool that this is actually officially a thing though. Because I don't know, I feel like this kind of stuff is not stuff you'd see normally, you know? So, Ruby Crystal double longswords versus double Dorans of different kinds, and then the Ruby Crystal. Oh, that's a... the audio is slightly decent, but we'll deal with it for now. TheShy getting wave control. Gone for the lethal tempo of the on-hit. Has gone for barrier ignite, interestingly. Dodges out on the E. Sky Splitter, of course, a big part of how Volibear can deal with you. Nice. Blade to Quiver procced there. See how much damage Blade Quiver does, man. If you get the clean combo... yeah, you dance, you dance. Do you think LPL teams can theory craft the 1v1 picks? They absolutely have to theory craft the 1v1 picks, right? You have to do some, and they are very important. We've seen 1v1s potentially determine series. We saw that with the JDG versus Anyone's Legend in the upper bracket finals. Last split was very important. Went down to a game 5 and a game 5's champions like for that. TheShy getting full wave control here. Can you actually stop any of these minions going across though? I don't know, maybe. W used by Cat. Farming well. 3 stack. Is that the W as well? I didn't even see. Okay, gets the snowball down. Ooh, wow. Gets the E. Flag goes in with a snowball, but I don't think he's got enough damage. I think he's just going to get ran down. Uses his cleanse. The ignite traded for TheShy. Cat is getting absolutely bullied out here before level 6. Needs to back before that level 6 comes through. TheShy will get himself the wave clear. Care actually cancels his recall because he's afraid of what will happen with the arrow, presumably. So TheShy's going to get clean wave clear here. Why is TheShy W maxing? It's good damage in the long run, and you really want your W2 to do the most you can. The problem is that if Varus gets his E down, the healing from the W2 is also reduced. I mean, we've seen, you know, jungle Volibears go for Q-max the points for the extra move speed and that first bit of damage. That's not really good for extended DPS. Your E's better for the shield and for the ranged poke. Technically. You got a razor formal complaint. What's that, Sam?
Because you missed the most obvious pun in history.
Yeah,
he's W maxing because he doesn't want L max, does he? He wants the W.
In case you can't hear that on the microphone, Sam is saying that Care is W maxing because he doesn't want to be L maxing, which I think is revolutionary, Sam.
Yeah, I genuinely, like, he wants the W. Come on.
It's
revolutionary. That's clearly the option.
It's revolutionary, is what it is. Okay, so Sam, we have side select for our first series of the. Why are you moving the mic like that?
Because it slid away, so it's like, oh no.
What do you mean by it slid away?
As in, I thought I caught it, so it went around more. So I was trying to reset it.
That does not make sense.
Don't worry about it.
I will try not
to. How's this 1v1 been going?
Well, TheShy's just kind of been controlling the wave, bullying out Care, and it's not been that close, really. Care's gone for the Haunting Guys, so we're getting a little bit of AP in the build. Just kind of worried he gets out damaged by everything, though. TheShy actually could have done something cheeky. Well, it doesn't matter on that one, but you can reduce the healing by dropping your E. It's called Snowball and Care going in now, drops the E.
And he's going to get the Sky Splitter down as well into the ult. That's a pretty good combo. TheShy needs to keep running. He's got Barrier and Ignite down. He's not winning with the Frenzy Ball. Just about gets that last Q through. And TheShy wins out. Of course, no win yet. You need 2 before the final circle. But right now, it's looking really nasty for TheShy as he starts to auto out that turret.
Care didn't have the cleanse, couldn't get through that Varus ultimate. He'd used that before and trade for the Ignite of TheShy, and the Ignite is, well, slightly low cooldown. Care getting schooled a bit there, now suddenly you've got 1,500 gold lead in a 1v1!
Oh, man.
Jeez. The Howling Abyss has never known wage discrepancy of its ilk. TheShy's got a full Blade of the Ring King now. Ouch. I don't know what Care does about this. I suppose there's a bit where he's got Cleanse and he has Snowball while TheShy doesn't have either summoner, but I don't think that makes a difference for Blade to no complete item.
Seeing a little bit of confusion in chat as well. Reminder on win cons. You kill the turret, that's a win. other ways to get 2 kills before the giant flaming circle of doom comes in at the end of the game. Or you get 1 kill in the flaming circle. But what it does mean is if you're playing champions need a little while to get going or whatever, you can't just bully them out of the game by a really, really early kill. That's the idea with that one. But still, an early kill goal has set this Varus up insanely well for success.
And the plate gold as well. You know, just all of this adds up. So, TheShy... Oh, why is he doing so much damage with that, man? It's just one E. I'm just not used to seeing the E do that much damage. But
did he E max? No.
Yeah, you can do, and in fact, versus Volibear, it's not a bad thing. Well, Varus's E has been hit a lot over time because when Lethality Varus is the thing, the base damage of E was so high and it actually scaled very, very well, and it was almost impossible to miss. Was a big thing. So it goes back for an elixir actually, Elixir of Iron, which gives him tenacity importantly. So if Care wants to go for some freaky combos, he gets to get out of that pretty well. Giant spell as well, going for a bit of survivability.
You on him,
freaky style. If you haven't guessed, that's a questionable impression of Nosferatu. TheShy gonna stop the recall of the cat. Might be able to stop it again. How long can he stop this for? Because now the problem is, he's gonna hold his Q for a bit. Do it now. Is he gonna try and threaten the back cancel? No, he's not. I'm surprised at that actually. TheShy gonna potentially... Well, what is he going to do now? Can he get another recall? He can. Ooh, that's interesting to me. Well, the circle's coming in now. Kaz not under threat of losing his tower. Another recall comes through, but I'm not really sure how much gold you're going to be able to spend.
It's a ruby crystal, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, could be worse. Could be worse. Kaz going to come back with a full Rift Maker, so at least he gets his full item for the play, but he's still down, 1.5k.
Trying your Unk Pilk, by the way.
Yeah, Sam, I'm just waiting for chat to, tuck her out.
Okay,
they won't. They won't. I know. I will still wait for it, Sam. Yeah, Sam even made Pilky Gaming emote, by the way.
Yeah, is it on your channel?
I haven't added it yet. No, but yeah, he basically just edited the BLG logo, but put a P in it instead. Oh god, the fire's coming in. That's probably more important as Care is 2 levels down, 1.5k down. TheShy's gonna go back, get himself the stats from the heal, and I guess he's just gonna go auto attack him a bunch and see if he falls down.
All right, TheShy gets hit by that snowball. In goes Care with the Sky Splitter and the Thundering Smash. Missed the Change of Corruption. That could be problematic. Hang on. He's just auto attacking. TheShy, why?
Oh, he's been completely bodied. Care just completely bodies him in the 1v1. Misses the ultimate. Auto attacks a minion to try and get his passive his passive active, and just gets completely destroyed. What the hell happened there, man? What just happened?
TheShy had got everything right, and then fumbles the last 1v1 incredibly
come
hard.
on, man. Come on. Surely not like this. Well, that means Sideselect will go up to FPX. Damn.
Huh. Well, here we are. That was a hell of a thing. Reminder as well. Yeah, the Pilky Gaming mode is currently only on my channel. It's not on. It's not on Nymaera's yet.
I haven't added it yet.
But yeah, it's PPG is there.
Can't believe you.
I mean, at this point, there's no escape. So you buy it or you die.
Something like that. Right. Let me just turn the volume down for a little bit. You let me know how it is in You let me know how it is on the stream, but I'm just gonna try changing this, change the volume through OBS rather than changing it through the actual tab itself. Should be getting to Champion Select pretty soon. I actually have to run ad break now, just so we don't get it in. I should have run it a little bit earlier, folks. So sorry about that. I'm gonna run ad break on Twitch now, just so we don't get anything in game, and then we'll see how it goes.
That was a remarkable sequence of events, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. That's one way to put it, so.
How do you throw that 1v1 so hard?
By missing stuff, getting hit by a snowball in the one time you can't, and then losing the game, Sam.
That sounds about right.
Well, it shows Volibear being kind of ridiculous too, I suppose. But
all in secured.
can we get prediction rank gambits? Yeah, so normally I don't have the brain space to do that myself. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can do it now it's all on the main screen. Huh, maybe I can do that. Who won the 1v1 versus 1? Care won the 1v1 versus TheShy just now. So that means that FPX have themselves the side select, which is cool for them. Thank you, Blade, I appreciate it. Can someone explain what you just watched? Because we have, because of the way side select works, it can sometimes feel bad just having arbitrary side select for one of our games. 1v1s are used to determine side select now within the LPL, at least within the regular season. For game 5 of playoff series, it'll happen the same there too. But basically, because FPX's mid laner Cap, their nominated 1v1 player for this series today, won the 1v1, it means FPX get themselves side select, which means they're on blue side here for our first draft of the day. Neferi and Gwen still banned out, despite the fact that, Sam, this is important, by the way. We're on patch 25.7, which means that Neferi has been nerfed, Gwen has been nerfed. Obviously not enough to keep them off the ban list, though. As we figure out if anything's particularly changed in the meta, I'm going to hazard a guess to say no. And we'll figure that out later. Just to do some housekeeping as well, people asking how do the groups work. We've done our placements, and what we are now in is Ascend and Nirvana. Ascend is all of our best teams, Nirvana is all of our worst teams. This is an Ascend group game, which means that all of our best teams will be playing off in a double best-of-3 round robin, seeding themselves into playoffs or into a Knights rival stage, which is playing off against the best of the worst to determine our last playoff spot. Skarner still on the ban list, Sejuani too. Nothing really changing in the ban so far.
No, not today. And of course, FPX, one of our last chance qualifiers up into the Ascension group, whereas IG were very convincingly up there. So theoretically, even though this is an Ascension map, I'm going to make sure that pretty clear FPX are on the less likely chance to win this. One would assume. But still going to get a hold of that Rumble first pick. That was one of those picks that did get through picks and bans. Often been a regular addition to that ban table. Of course, the Galio up, even if more recently we've seen things like the Gwen into it for the Shy. Well, put something like a Jace as well into it. It has been another one of those matchups that people have been happy to deal with.
And of course, the big matchup for me in this series will be Sheer versus TheShy. I think that is very, very important. So giving Sheer a counter pick, not a counter pick, a very strong power pick makes a lot of difference. I think just give Sheer the ability to play as a carry in the way that got FPX here to Group Ascend. Of course, TheShy and Jeja could go towards an Ambessa for TheShy at some point. See what he's particularly feeling like into that matchup. For now, though, Rookie going towards Tulio, one of his most comfortable picks is no small pickup.
No. We'll pick up that nice pairing as we have all kind of gotten used to over the years. Spons now possibly of the Xin Zhao. Shadow has put a fair amount of time into that. It's an early brawler, it's an early engage option. Can be used into the Vibe pretty regularly, and it's a decent frontline option with the R button too. What do they want to lock in alongside this? I suppose at this point they could do something like the Galio if they want to pair that up with the Xin Zhao and take it away as a potential counter pick into that Rumble. Kiana is a fun hover, but I doubt it gets locked in. Something more like the Ari would be more Care style. If I remember correctly, he used to be an Ari one trick, didn't he?
He was,
so there you go, we'll lock it in.
I say this every time, he locks it in. Care, for me, was a top 5 Ari in the world last year. He's very, very good. Before he went pro, he was an Ari one trick, and he keeps up a very high proficiency on the champion. It's good into the Vibe because you can dash back and pull her out of position. You're good with the Xin Zhao. Struggles sometimes into the Talia, but your early push is pretty good. We'll see what the build is. There is a Roa Ari build. I'd be curious to see what Care thinks about it. I personally think it's not been great in pro play on the whole, especially against stuff like the Vi, the Ambessa. You want as much ultimate uptime as possible because that's how you survive that kind of combo, not by having an extra 700 HP. That's actually kind of decorative against a burst combo so heavy as that. So for me, we'll track that build and we'll see how Care plays towards it. Most important thing is that you play befitting your build as Ari because it does determine so much of your playstyle. Of course, no bot lane is picked up in this draft though, which is our missing piece of the puzzle. Both teams will be contesting over the last remaining AD carries and supports.
I feel, Alex, now you've said that, he's going to go the rower build and survive on 10 HP versus the bows combo like multiple times, just to spite you.
If he does that, Sam, well, he's the RE1 trick and pro, and I'm the RE1 trick who's on the bloody microphone instead.
Okay.
So
those who can't play cast and all those kinds of things,
and those who can't cast play-by-play.
Well, that's the one.
So the legend goes.
So the legend goes.
So the legend goes.
Where did that come from originally?
I don't know, Sam. I feel like it's a SpongeBobism.
Well, that feels correct, actually, now you've said that.
Okay. Some lane dominant picks banned out in the second round. All of these very potent. Ezreal's still up and available. Corki 2 potentially could be played. Could go for a Rel on either side here. I think Rel's pretty good with the Alistair gone. Could lock that in fourth here if you want to deny that from the other side. The question is, what's more important? Support counter pick or power pick or AD carry, similar kind of thing. Look, if Gala goes towards the Kai'Sa, which is very powerful for him, does give him a lot of very powerful moments, but it does leave you to some more awkward lane answers. I don't think this is one of them. Xayah Nautilus, not necessarily the combo you always see, but very good at picking off, picking away the Kai'Sa, and the Kai'Sa can't then use the Nautilus themselves, so they'll have to go towards the Rel as kind of like a secondary Kai'Sa fallback lane.
Pretty good anti-dive now from FPX. You go diving on into equalizers and Shinzao ults and feathers and Nautilus turning around. Can be a bit of an interesting one to pull the trigger correctly. Of course, IG have once again gone to a very loud comp. Everyone will be yelling as they press their R button and going in at the same time. Exactly. And some of the issues we'd had with Invictus gaming in Split 1 often revolved around making sure the players agreed on when they wanted to do something. Having a composition like this helps mitigate that because you can all just press R simultaneously and the issue is somewhat resolved.
So, both teams have aggressive combo options. I think FPX have far better disengage with the Shinzao ultimate and the Xayah ultimate. IG will have to play around that. I think all of our lanes are competitive. This is great. Folks, if we're going to go playoff between teams that have fought their way to the top to get here, Group Ascend, I want to see how mechanically proficient these teams are. I don't want it to just be a draft diff. I want to see them out playing lane. I want to see them out playing team fights. I think both teams have ample amounts of that, which is an LPL classic. Let's get into it, folks.
Quick note as well, who won the side select was got someone asking. It was indeed FPX Care.
Oh, yeah,
managed to punish TheShy despite TheShy being in an unreasonable lead, 1500 gold lead in the 1v1, and then threw it in the final circle. Care volleyed him. And credit to him for doing that. The other plays it around. First game of our split groups now. Ascension versus Nirvana. This time, of course, it is one of those Ascension matches. Gaming team many had towards the top of their lists for best teams in the league. Didn't show up that well in Split 1. In Split 2 though, things have been looking pretty hot. FPX had to fight to get here. They'll have to fight against the very best to start off the split as well. Some lights, here's some cameras. We'll let the crowd take away the action before we once again get onto the mics. We've got competitor Jai-Ho leaders for IG. That we had two people try to lead the chant.
Ooh, interesting. Two different factions.
Yeah.
Well, very important team, very successful. Well, not a very popular team. So, not surprising that we have some contest for affectations, I suppose. Is that the word, affectations? Is that a word?
It is a word.
Cool.
I'm trying to think whether it's used in the right context. I think so.
Yeah. It's kind of affectations is being the subject of someone's affection, or like affection has happened to you, so you have experienced affectations, which is actions of affection.
That might be it. That wasn't quite how I've used it, but that might be because I tend to use it in the context of like Jane Austen. It's a very different
It is, Sam, but that's the world we live in now.
Put on airs, affectations.
Yeah. Right, so folks, if you're in chat, we are trying out. Hang on a second, is that to be a double one? I'm not going to lead to that much after that point. You always need to be a little bit wary of what happens in these 1v1s, 2v2s rather at the early level. Let us know what volumes are like in chat. All 3 of them. We have 3 chats open right now, both Twitch, YouTube, and OBS YouTube as well. 3 pieces of chat.
No one's ever going to get that reference.
No, they're not. I was so surprised that McAvoy was in that movie.
Yeah, it's a crazy cast list.
Yeah, level 2's gonna get hit by Mako and Gala first. Gala on Kai'Sa, something very special. Level 2 hit by Sim and Dwayne. Could have been nasty for the turn.
Volume is good, apparently.
Great stuff. Cool.
Does that mean I can get louder? Is that how this works?
You can be whatever the hell you want. So that's great. Are we French? No, we're not French. We are very much British.
I don't know whether I've ever been confused French before.
Nope, me neither. Don't really know where to go with that one either.
Yeah, we've got Mako looking for a little engage down towards that bot side. Grumpy, I'd roast you, but somehow you're less interesting than the game, so that is just, you're somewhat irrelevant here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Go get yourself a glass of pill, cool off, come back when you're feeling better. Great charm from Cat.
Mid that bot lane, sorry, that's the one I want to talk about. Mako found a really nice Zenith Blade, assume will cleanse away. The Ignite's still on though, as it came down a little late. Gala gets turned around on though and evens out the trade somewhat.
Yeah, and also worth noting, Assume, I don't know whether he has cookies in his runes, which means he's going to have a lot less health now that he's down to low HP. Jejez here is walking over all, but this means that FPX might have to back off under turret. I think this is Flash's blown minimum if they choose to commit.
This is going to be the 3v2s, Zenith Blade land, but a wonderful buffer from Dwayne makes it really ugly. Finally get one back. The turret shot bring him down regardless, and 2 kills for the Nautilus. Sorry. 1 for the Xayah, 1 for the Nautilus, but both set up very well by Dwayne there. And now Gala can be in a lot of danger. He's taking a lot of turret aggro. His Shadow flashes for an audacious charge, and Invictus Gaming never changed, baby.
What have they just done? IG lose 3 kills in the bot lane, giving 2 assists over to the Xayah and a kill. IG really need to be ahead on something like the Kai'Sa. If the Kai'Sa starts falling behind, the dive just doesn't work in the same way. This could be a problem for Asim. He has no flash. This is actually a dead Xayah. He's overstayed. I say that as Mako chooses to lead with E instead of the flash Q, which means that Asim lives.
Shadow's here as well, actually. Mako needs to be a bit wary holding this way.
Well, he doesn't have to be now because he has the flash. This is more a case if he gave up a kill opportunity, which kind of feels bad.
On in. There's the Eclipse, but Shadow really could use a chance to reset here. Delayed that because of the way things have rolled out with map state in general, but we'll now recall. Have a look at this replay because 3v2 assumes super low. So what happens to Mako?
Well, what happens is he walks into a load of feathers, goes into the Zenith Blade, gets hooked out of it by the Nautilus. This is the big thing about the Nautilus versus the Leona matchup, is a great kill from JJ on the E through the tower. He wouldn't have got it otherwise, actually. Well played with that. But you can hook Leona out of the Zenith Blade. And because of the little knock back, you pull them into very close melee range, they kind of bounce to just outside melee range outside of that. Because the Maker can't get onto those target of choice. Ends up getting stuck in tower range with aggro, which is kind of sucky because he doesn't get the value he wants.
Now I assume starts the game 1-0-2. A fair amount of gold. Down about a wave or so because of shenanigans that were occurring, as we've seen. Return gank. This one might be a bit easier. Flashes the Q this time around into the Zenith Blade. Assume got nowhere to go. That Xayah will surely be falling. Kill donated over to that legendary Kai'Sa for Gala.
So, first kind of trip to the well down in bot side for IG didn't work well. Second time works a lot better. It's poison the first time. Yeah, they have to clear that one up. Call I don't really know who the authority is for.
Well 911.
Well 911. Right. Yeah, it's 0800.
Well police.
Yeah, it's 0800. Well.
Oh my days.
Yeah. No, it's the wellness check. Anyway. They do manage to get called up to the Kai'Sa. So that is the problem if the Kai'Sa falls behind.
Oh no!
It's starting off on strong form today, folks. As yes, do you need to be aware of this bot lane lead?
So that'll be worth keeping our eyes on. Top side, the Rumble has shoved in the Ambessa, as Rumble tends to do. The Ambessa will eventually become a little bit more useful as first items and stuff come on through, but you tend to find you drop a couple CS here or there, and it kind of stabilizes.
Yeah.
That's my new way of saying
Does Jane Austen use that one, Sam?
No, she doesn't. As far as I remember. So she's been dead for a while, so who knows?
It does look like Kara is going for the Roa build with the Ruby Crystal first, so we will see how.
It's hard still, Alex.
Well, so funnily enough, I was playing an arena game the other day, and Vladimir gave everyone the augment Steal Your Heart, and Heartsteel was never nerfed for ranged champions in arena.
Okay.
So everyone was walking around with 1.5k stacks on Heartsteel because of the nature of that augment, and I was wondering whether it would actually be good on Ari. Haven't quite done the research there, but anyway, so for this game, the reason why this is important is you are on a slower build than the Malignants and something like Lichbane or Shadowflame is the second item. You have more HP to play around, much less AP, but you do have that survivability. The big thing that I'll need to see though is Care needs to be comboing up very effectively with his teammates, because you don't have solo damage anymore if you go for that kind of build. You're more survivable, but you also don't have as many ults as well. So weirdly, you can be less survivable because you don't have your ultimate for that safety. Care will need to adapt his playstyle to the build if he's going towards this new age, Rod of Ages, Leandries, Riftmaker style build.
At the very least, with the Rumble, with the TheShy, the Shinzo, you've got a lot of damage elsewhere as well, so you don't necessarily have to come online quite so early, perhaps, but we'll see exactly how that plays out. We've still picked up the Dark Seal L note, so got that to his name.
Now that should be a thing in any build. See how we can stack that one, get involved in the first kills of the game.
Hey, yeah, we did get a follow-up question.
Yes.
Do we want to be French?
No, c'est okay. No, it's okay.
I tell you what, it would make life living in Europe a lot easier.
True. It would,
so,
yeah.
theoretically, yes.
Yeah. Anyone? Yeah.
I feel like I may have just betrayed my British forefathers as Care. Alt flash away.
That was good respect. I think he needed to. If you end up getting caught in the minefield, I'm pretty sure JJ flash ults to follow, and then you get locked into the play. So, well played to make sure there's no question whether he's safe or not. Goes back for Catalyst, will come back to lane. Doesn't have to teleport this time, luckily. So it's ult for ult flash down in the mid lane.
There he is, JJ now hanging around this top side, but so is Shadow. One's gone for the lane gank, one for the tri-brush option. Looks like the wave will be shoved in and resets come on down. No one as it stands has picked up that many grubs yet. FPX got the first set, of course, but the second set spawning in 30 seconds will be where my eyes turn. See exactly who wants to play over that. Giving over 6 grubs can always feel a bit nasty, all things said and done.
Also, I'm getting used to our new setup, Sam. You are as well. If you want me to move screens around, you just point at it or whatever, and I'll try and fix it.
I think it's mostly fine.
That means it's not totally fine, Sam.
Mostly what it is I've got the microphone stand like edge of it. I need to probably drop the mic stand a little bit so I can see out the corner. That's better. There we go.
Okay, in that case, Sam, you need to be aware that you are very far away from the microphone.
Yeah, I know. So what I'll just do is do that. Should probably resolve the issue somewhat.
No, you do not move that because that loosens it.
Yeah,
if you do
so
it that way. Well, that means it's going to sag, Sam. Just from experience, that will sag.
Okay, so there's no point.
Sam, it'll sag. Go to fight. Let's talk about that.
We'll do a fight later. As Mako gets chunked before this one. All the while, though, grubs have indeed spawned. JJ and Rookie currently in or around the pit. Shadow looking to potentially punish here as the Fire going to try and trade that one out. Nearly gets knocked up there. Let's get out of the pit. Okay, she's charged not enough to sort that one out. Space big shove goes wide.
1v1 on the bot side too. Both those ultimates used. There's no summoners used on that one yet. Second grub secured.
Still got a smite remaining, does JJ, but that does mean that Shadow, without his, still not going to lead to all that much. Nice hook, though, into the depth charge on the Galu, now to back away. Leaves the Leono out for dust. Nice pickup for FPX.
Yeah, and Care forced the flash from Rookie just before that, too, which meant that IG couldn't really play the two-pincered approach they wanted to. Dragon now available, and IG, I don't think they're going to go towards either. This is a big fight from FPX.
All that extra time in the hyperbolic ascension chamber, namely the last chance qualifier, will have sorted them out here, because this is looking much more proactive than we've seen from them in the past. When FPX have fumbled early leads, they don't look very good. Shadow often bleeds out a lot harder when the game's not going well, because he is forever a playmaker, forever looking to get back into a game. There is that MLXGG element coming on through as Care chunks out with Rookie, but right now, FPX, good counterplay spot side, good plays around the objectives. Yes, the laning stats haven't been superb. Big leads, say, in CS for Rookie in the mid lane, that kind of thing, but at least on camera, the plays have been solid for FPX so far. They won't pick up the second dragon, though, as IG are the ones to get to it.
Gold lead's not massive right now. There basically isn't a gold lead as far as both teams are concerned. IG with the double dragons, that will be a win condition. IG can force FPX to kind of return to fight them on their terms. So FPX will need to be careful about giving over one more dragon to give that soul point. Of course, it is the Infernal Rift. Very, very powerful, of course, when you've got these burst combos, which IG will be playing around. Trying to think where the game will be determined next. I think what we're going to see, folks, is... Hang on, there's an ult coming through. Playing around the side lanes like this is a big point of this game.
Nice buff up. Gets away. By Dway. I've not made a no Dway pun yet.
I've made that many times in my career, Sam. The thing is, I've done all of the, you know, he's spider naughts, but there's no Dway home.
Very good. Excellent one, actually.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite ones. As Kaz doing the he's doing the scout. Goes into his other solo laner's lane, has the 6 grubs, and really wants to force down the turret, and then teleport to the other side of the map if he can do. But TheShy clears the wave well enough, so the cat doesn't actually get that much value out of this. Assume gets hit. Here comes Carla.
Flashes to the other side of the...
That was a fat finger flash. I think he was maybe a little panicked by that. 6 grubs now being used on the bot side, but Mako's here to defend. Chow misses.
Yep, no, I stand here a little perplexed about that flash from Assume. Well, I guess whether he was trying to read something from Gala or whether it was just a fat finger, as Alex wonders, and I kind of have to agree, it feels like something a little perplexing to say the least. He's assuming a dangerous spot here as a flash on forwards for the passive. Last order would do it. Featherpool, not enough. Gala in danger. Under the turret, he's got so deep.
Gala, what have you done? Uses both his summoners, assume fat fingered his flash, but Gala misuses both of his. Hooks in the bot side, that'll be a kill on Mako.
Surely will be. Goes down. Nice knockback though, as they will turn it around as TheShy and JJ getting a lot of damage back. But here comes Shadow looking for something more. Wind becomes lightning. Flash in for the audacious charge after. They get another 2-for-1 in the bot side for FPX, but the tower stands. Top side, IG got theirs.
Sloppy map play from FPX. Well, sloppy play in general in the last minute. FPX, the thing we were talking about before this is the next phase of the game will be about side lanes. It'll be about how they can use their 6 grubs well enough. And I don't think they use them particularly well. They spend a lot of time setting up that bot lane scenario, which means that Rookie does get 1,000 gold lead now after taking down all plates on top side. The mid lane play, luckily for both teams, I think just a little bit disconnected from that. Not sure either AD carry would like either team to be reviewing that too hard. And we'll go back towards... Oh no, well I guess we will be doing that. Gala flashes forwards, but doesn't get the single target Q. Does that change anything? No, I don't think it does. He would have needed the extra auto attack. Misjudges the movement speed too, because Gala doesn't respect the Xayah W movement speed, which sees the Xayah to safety.
Nice charm into hook combo there, but then TheShy misses out on the public execution. I think because of a knockback from JJ. Mid lane we're looking though as Assume is absolutely leveled by the combo from Invictus Gaming. Solar Flare plus a shove back leads to a very dead bird. Care though, in a 1v1 with TheShy,
he's just gonna
not having fun. He's getting run down. Flashes, finally has a blast go and gets out to safety. No public execution for 7 seconds or so Care survives.
I didn't see that TheShy's flash was just on cooldown too. I thought it was actually just up there, but I was baited a little bit by the display. So TheShy forced the flash out of Care, and this is the weakness of this build. You can run at the RE, and particularly when she doesn't have ultimate. It doesn't come up that quickly when you don't have the Malignance. Of course, early kills in the way that Care has had them does mean he does have some ultimate hunter stacks. I'm trying to think exactly how many he's got. I'm trying to think if there's any multiple kills into the same target. I don't think there is. So I think he has 3 old hunter stacks. That's good actually. It does mean that your ultimate downtime is a lot shorter. It's Herald has started up.
Ooh, righty then. So play begins. Teleport flying on through from both sides. We want to play for this Herald down and secured by Shadow. The rest of the thing comes on forwards as Jue lands that Dredge line. TheShy trading out with Shadow, but gets a pumping execution to the back line, but JJ already dead. Care and Asu 1v1ing, 2v1ing realistically TheShy as Rookie pulled back by the Dredge line. Flashing away, decent sized big shove, keeps himself alive for a second or two, but the damage already done is sheer. Sets that Talia on fire. Mako hit by the wind becoming lightning and will be grounded a little bit more permanently in a grave.
IG are taking some really bad fights. They're getting forced onto you very easily. And I don't think IG have the power at this point in the game to close down the targets that they want to. Despite the fact that the public execution lands onto Care in that fight, IG don't have any follow-up. The team fighting, which we so often praise from Invictus Gaming, has not been the main character of this game so far. JJ uses his Q, but doesn't get anything beyond that. It doesn't really get himself on a big target. After that point, just completely zoned out, actually. The Vile Tip never comes through. Means that Gala, Rookie, TheShy can't really follow suit. JJ caught out early.
Oh, and Rookie just caught out there by that Johnson. Had the flash, didn't think he was going to need it. Regrets that choice very fast indeed, as all the while Shadow manages to get in range to get onto Mako. Just runs him down. An additional wind becomes lightning. That's all that's required.
Well, all this was happening. Soul Point was achieved by IG.
Okay.
So, win condition on the table. You fight for a dragon, and you can just look for the secure. FPX, good gold lead. Well, okay, it's an okay gold lead, I'll say. And the 6 grubs is powerful. But IG, they have that late game win condition now on the table.
And I think that gold lead not as excessive as it could be purely because I think they've been farming really well. Shadow, though, continuing to be very aggressive here. 3-0 and 2. Good time on this. Trying to block Rookie off the wind wall. Crescent Guard sends him straight back and a wipeout for the Surfer Talia.
Care will get himself even more Darksteel stacks. 8 on that now. Honestly, if I'm Care, I'm slamming a Magi's right now. He's so powerful and they're snowballing well. The 6 grubs of the Herald will keep going in for extra objectives. FPX starting to get huge gold leads, and because they actually don't have any grubs, they can't cross map well.
TheShy is trying, but it's just so much slower, and they've got no wave clear. That's the inhibitor turret down. 3 turrets in the blink of an eye down in that bot lane.
At least IG will answer with a mid lane outer, and then the top lane no, they can't get that on this wave. So it's a couple of turrets down for just the one of IG. They try and cross map, but as we said before, they don't have the grubs. It means their cross maps are much less impactful when it comes to hitting towers.
Okay, Antikarn spawning in 30 seconds. It will be ruinous by the looks of the icon. They had enough blood early for that one to come on through. Bloodletter's Curse also done for sheer, by the way. Anything like the Riftmaker, which you sometimes see on Rumble Second, gone more towards that pen to deal with things like the Merc Treads that have come on through.
Yeah, you use the Riftmaker when it's in very hard 1v1s and when you need to have extra staying power. And Besser is not really a long fight champion. You want to play for more burst if you're going to do that. In fact, I'm a little surprised it is the Bloodletter's Curse in general. I suppose it technically does help out on the first target being hit. It works a little differently to Arena, where the Shred only applies on one target compared to Arena, where it applies to both, which is where most people would have played that item before it came into Pro. Does help you with a lot of extra HP. Then you've got the Tabby buffing that up too. IG do have that Ward and Atacant, which will help them a lot as the observers just hovered over there.
Didn't spot the recalls coming on through, but of course it's on the other side of a wall. That does still block vision, but it does mean on the other side of that IG do in fact have vision of Atacant, which is pretty valuable. Second item just got completed by Shadow as well. Black Cleaver done for this Xin Zhao. Looking at the Flicker Blades done as well for Asum. And on the other side, starting to get them coming through for IG, but they are far enough behind. Those second items are lagging just a little.
Ari's hit the Leandri's power spike, so you have double HP at this point. Hang on a second, we've got a fight coming through. Great hook!
And reads the flash too. Gala gets to ult away to safety. That's important. The problem is he's not here to defend the turret as a charm lands onto the Shy, then has to get pulled back in by that Dredge line.
And now
Mid-tier 1 goes.
And now they get to use that 6 grubs again. Whenever they force a play, the 6 grubs make it so much easier to capitalize after. IG not respecting the play, but honestly, Jue God hook in the mid lane to start off this phase of events.
That was really clean. And over towards the Atacant we go. Minute and a half till Infernal Dragon. FPX, a team I think many people had counted out. Looked like they were losing the 1v1, not so much anymore. Come into this game 1 after a lot of shenanigans.
Call us Soraka, but not for me. care. 9 Dark Steel stacks. IG will cross map, but again, it's a little bit slower for them. They will take this turret. There will be some gold back. It does mean that Now, what this means is IG are still within touching distance of gold for now, compared to what they could be. IG, I've no idea how they fall prey to that hook. That is one of the most ridiculous Nautilus hooks I've ever seen.
That is
Gala
silly.
gets caught. And that's with Care actually dashing into the Leonals as well. Tried to get into an angle to get a charm around the minions. Still managed to force the fight either way though. A minute until Soul, folks. This is the most important thing, is IG, they are still within touching distance of gold. They have the Seraph onto Rookie, that'll be very important. They have 2 items onto Gala. If they can get a good fight around the dragon, that can turn their fate.
Gala cancelled his recall. Doesn't matter. Okay, I thought that was going to be a lot more dangerous than it was.
Could you tell, chat? Could you tell that he thought that was good? Well, I thought it was too. I thought,
He literally face palmed off camera.
Yeah. Why is Gala cancelled his back? IG, they're not setting up for the dragon. They do choose to go for an inner turret instead. What the hell happened there? So we're going to go see the replay. Does he have vision? He does. He does get vision of it. Was his camera elsewhere?
No, he basically didn't see that the recall got cancelled.
Sam, he saw that the Kai'Sa was there.
Yeah, saw the Kai'Sa was there, but then I guess he assumed that the recall came on through.
Dragon's going to get started up. Now, do IG actually contest this? They don't have to, strictly. They can let 1 or 2 go. They did get themselves the cross map already. They shouldn't be dying for this. That's the big thing. They give over the dragon. They already took the outer turret on top side. They're 4 turrets to force. They're okay with that. 50 fat flowers down, though, worth noting. Jeez, that is a lot. Care now has his Rod of Ages fully cashed in. Again, I really want to see him go for a Magi's. Now is the time to do it. You get 1 good fight, and then suddenly, I don't think IG can actually deal with you anymore. You have enough HP to defend your stacks as well. Mako, splitting the map, putting down vision where he can. He doesn't want to get spotted by this. He wants to put down wards outside of where FPX know they are.
Not going to be caught on that recall. They walk away. Jijit trading up with some grubs here. He's got Gala beside him, so Care won't overstep there and have the Kai'Sa come flying on him with the ultimate. Does have leave FPX to shove up through mid lane. It's only Mako and the TheShy.
Oh, hang on. Big wraparound. Here comes JJ. Here comes Gala.
Big fight, assuming danger, gets hit by the solar flare, and that means TheShy is dead to rights. Mako still alive. In comes Care, looking for an angle, but just doesn't have that much damage. Charm to the backside. Mako still alive. Finally falls to Care. TheShy is here, looking for the equalizer for TheShy, then flashing on board a Drake hand step across Care, who's got no more charges, and so goes down. FPX play that mid lane shove horribly.
Assume doesn't even ult. What the heck happened with TheShy? Needed to cleanse, needed to ult, got 0 damage down. Assume might have just thrown a great game state for FPX and leaving his team to scramble. IG might even be able to go onto the Baron as it spawns if this goes badly enough for FPX. We'll see what happens in the next few seconds. Gala's just recalled, got himself a 3rd item. I think they start up the Baron after this. So going back into the replay, Assume does get caught here. The hook misses as well. That's whatever, that. But you need to cleanse and ult. Why are you waiting so long for this? Goes down without being able to use anything.
And there was a lot of that was cleansable. Later on, yes, you can't cleanse the knockback on the Vi.
So that's why I'm saying, why didn't he cleanse and ult? That's the big thing. It's all well and good pressing your summoner out of panic there. Of course, there too, the part of the REQ doesn't end up landing, and Gala doesn't die to either burn from either side laner. By the way, the Andrews do stack now, so both burns would have been stacking at the same time. Gala makes it out alive, and FPX lose everything.
Don't lose Baron. That's worth noting. That's still up and available. So it could always gone worse, but now IG actually with a 2,000 gold lead out of kind of nowhere. FPX will be kicking themselves about that play. It was pretty ugly, to say the least. Assume at 3 items, but of course so is the Kai'Sa, who's also got an Amtone in inventory alongside the Nashes and Rage Blade. So at this point, a lot of poke available for this Kai'Sa relative to the W cooldowns. Anyway,
2 minutes until another dragon comes up, and this time IG are in the gold lead. That's the big thing, really. IG, they don't have to force for the Baron there, because they know 2 minutes later, have a dragon attempt, they get themselves that Infernal Soul. I think the game ends around that, realistically. I don't think FPX can fight their way back from Infernal Soul with these team comps. There's so much extra damage, particularly with the Kai'Sa getting W poke as well, can be very powerful. Don't think it's going to lead to anything that much there in terms of the shove, but that's why IG, they don't feel pressured to go towards the Baron, even though they potentially had an opening. They want to go towards that dragon instead and force what will actually be a proper win condition.
fun fact. Do you know what the highest and lowest win percentages in solo queue are for the Dragon Souls if you claim them?
Nope.
So you have a 97% chance to win if you've got Cloud Soul, is the number 1. The lowest is Infernal Soul.
That's because it's fought over more is the thing.
Yep, so maybe that's what it is. But it's an 89% chance to win.
I'm not going to lie, that kind of statistic for me is that is highly changed by perception of it. Hang on a second, that's a spotted recall from Assume. Does that change anything? No. I'm wondering whether they'd see the recall and then immediately pounce somewhere on the map. But yeah, so the logic is, you see a Cloud Soul, you don't fight for it. So it means that when you get the Cloud Soul, it's more like a consolation, it's more like a silver lining when you're already winning the game. So it's like, okay, I'm ahead of the game, we can stop off the dragons. Or, of course, it's not even taken at all, which means that the Cloud Soul, the games where Cloud Soul are actually not taken are higher than the other ones, for instance. Whereas for an Infernal Soul, you can lose elsewhere on the map trying to force the Infernal Soul and then trying to play from behind the game. So there's a lot of different kind of perception and psychology of the way you actually play around the dragons. You're not taking the dragons in the same way every game. FPX, back on the map. Take a scuttle quickly. That'll clear up some vision on top side. Does mean they're delayed on bot side setup though. And they need to be so careful around this dragon.
Well, they do. 15 seconds on it. Victus Gaming with the gold lead now, as we kind of noted. Got soul point as well from the earlier plays. Didn't manage to claim it on the last dragon as things have gotten a bit tricky. Victus Gaming, they found some good pounces. But their actual straight up 5v5 team fights around these objectives has been a little lackluster, all things said and done. It needs to be better here.
IG are looking for the flanks. Here comes everyone. This is the Avengers assembling.
Sum goes up into the air. Public execution doesn't land on them. In the guard to the backside. Sum is gone. They will lose to TheShy. Finally does that side fall. Gala though goes golden, but he's surrounded by 4 members. Dies as well. Cost a lot to bring down the TheShy this time. Flash on it, but the Crescent Guard knocked back onto JJ, who tries to ult back out to safety. The seismic shove buys some time. But the rest of Invictus Gaming have to run. They will not be able to fight for this dragon, sure.
While JJ's up, but he has Smite. That could be the danger. Q Smite in could change everything. Rookie caught.
Goes golden himself, but to what avail? He's caught around 4 members. The hook again from Dway. Even after the flash, he's been reading them so well this game. And FPX pick up another fight and another dragon.
Dway has been absolutely foundational for FPX here in this game. They will not be able to succeed without good Nautilus engage combos. They managed to get another play there, which turns the game around from where it should have been. IG were in a great position leading up to that dragon. I thought the initial engage was good too, but they can't kill the Xayah quick enough. You know, while we're looking at this, you know, the Avengers assembling going into the backline. Assume does get the ult down this time, blocks off one place with feathers, and yes, the dive comes into Assume, but it feels like it's a bit disjointed. A charm and the equalizer go onto Gala, which means he's effectively one-shot. That's an insane amount of damage from the solo laners of FPX, and that's really what changes things. AD carry is traded for AD carry rather than a clean kill onto just the Xayah.
TheShy also being an additional consolation prize to shoot in the picture-in-picture though. Crescent Guard was just popped by Shadow. In fact, I think he's in danger here. Gets a decent amount of healing back, courtesy of the Sundered Sky. They've lost Assume again, though. This is looking a lot better for Invictus Gaming. Solar Flare to the backside. Flash ball for TheShy as he continues to Drake count step. The lacerating slash gets a lot of damage. Good charm will buy some damage. It's already a triple kill to Gala. As the rest of the fight goes wrong, 4 dead for FPX. Invictus Gaming back in control.
Now, I'm not going to call this game clean, folks. There's anything from it, but I think IG might have just broken the game here. They'll get themselves the Baron after this point, and FPX somehow, while we're going through that replay, find themselves losing members left, right, and center. Shadow picked off very easily in what I assume to be a Baron setup. IG will get themselves that. They'll be able to recall, get themselves big items, and go back out onto the map and crush the map pressure across the place. Yeah, it's jungle support walking forward. Gala caught out, and well, Shadow thinks maybe he's caught Gala, but Gala's managed to gun down so much health onto him, trades the ult onto him, which is not good for him. Now he has no way to frontline when the extra members start to come in. The response time from IG is so quick. FPX don't have any way to really protect their frontline when they make that mistake.
They don't, and without the summoners, without the ultimate available, Assume was a lot easier pickings this time around, and Care does manage to escape. He's back a long, long way away. Back away. Managed to conflate two abilities.
Which one was it?
Sundering Slam and Lacerate are the two abilities.
Yeah, that's very cool. I'm very happy for you, Sam.
It's Q part 2 and E on Ambessa.
Quick shout outs as we have one break in the game. Kaiser Nort, thank you so much for the prime earlier, and also Rich Tomato, I hope that big Keck W is made you happy as happy as maybe. And if you're in the other chats as well, we are paying attention to you. So keep on chatting and discussing with us what the hell is happening in this game. I think this Baron is so big, it stopped the 6 grubs being nearly as useful. I suppose Care is still on the top side of the map looking to use that. Maybe FPX can be the ones to get some cross-map pressure now.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Assume gets on the other side, but it will leave this inhibitor turret out to dry. No real way to defend this. And Care doesn't even get to auto that tier 2. Gets the wave shoved in, but that is it. Feels he's going to have to recall now, or the game is going to be in a really tricky position. TheShy jumps forward onto Sheer, and Breakout steps over. He's actually gone very deep to do that. I think he's just dead.
Whoa, that's a huge change now, because it means that FPX can outlast the Baron.
Good Crescent Guard. Shadow stays alive. Does manage to get out now, but the other side, the Equalizer lands on the Rookie. The Death Charge after will force the Zhonyas. Gala still waiting for an angle to go on in. There's the Locket Shield. Damage back. They lose 2. Assume still alive. Back into the air. Gala trying to find an angle. Gets a kill. The Acathian Rain comes on down. Care misreads the charm, but Shadow going on forwards. Gala trying to play it out. Goes Golden himself. Shadow surely needs to back away or get a Acathian Rain. Last auto comes on through, and they bring down the Kaiser.
I'm just going to reuse a line we used earlier. It is not clean, folks. It is so not clean, but it is popcorn League of Legends. IG, after losing the fight in the base, will, in true Invictus Gaming fashion, claim themselves their 15,000th kill in the LPL as an organization. Congratulations, but maybe not in the fashion they would have liked.
It really could have been no other way. Let's have a look again, because TheShy goes straight onto Sheer.
I love this so much. The team which captured the hearts and minds of the LPL, they just keep doing it the way they do. In any iteration of IG, they just find these psychotic team fights. These are, folks, this is not normal League of Legends. I really want to stress this. This is not normal League of Legends, but it is just a regular day at the office for Invictus Gaming. The way that these fights are happening, it's very hard to analyze them because it's very case by case. It feels like the charms in each fight are so crucial. I feel like every fight that FPX have won, it's been a charm onto someone important who's had the Zhonyas out of some damage. Ke's been very good at kind of picking people off out of control. And, you know, now we're at the point, 3-4 items with this Ahri build is quite good at kind of brawling on ult cooldown and getting some big damage. I mean, the Dragon's going down. This is Infernal Soul, remember?
Gets into the pick. Crescent Guard knocks Mako onto the other side. Eats down left. Shadow in danger. Soul secured. As Invictus Gaming now continue to fight. TheShy to the backside onto Assume, who's doing a lot of damage. Flash from Dwayne, trying to find an angle. Death Charge comes on through. JJ Flash, Q ult, brings down Desire. But the rest of the fight is still really messy. TheShy trying to repudiation and heal his way on through. Omnivamp is absolutely unreal, but it's still not enough. FPX lose the soul, but wipe Invictus Gaming.
I think with the death time is in 6 grubs, they want to end the game. They have a minion wave. FPX, once again, through this Nautilus and the Ahri, have absolutely shut down the carries. Rookie and Gala could not play the game. I think FPX can end it.
They come back on in with the home guard buff. They're going to try. 25 seconds on Gala, 20 on Rookie. Your wave clear will not be here. I think you're right. I think they could do it. Who needs an AD carry? You've got 6 grubs.
Oh, they're really trying. 9,000 kills and 15,000 kills respectively for organizations, both hit within the game. FPX, they're looking to just end the whole game.
It's gonna end
the whole game.
You said it earlier. You can throw around Soul. Everyone fights so hard. And FPX will equalize Rookie. Trying to stop the Nexus going down. Hang on, hang on, hang on. It finally falls. They can't defend, and Invictus Gaming lose to FPX.
I can't believe it. Absolute cinema, just like the 1v1 to set up side select in this game. IG look absolutely in control, and then at the final hurdle, something goes wrong. Invictus Gaming will lose their first game of the split. In truly, I cannot stress, folks, in truly Invictus Gaming fashion. Hi, folks. How's it going? I hope you enjoyed that complete circus of LPL. Anything to add, Sam?
No, not really. Actually,
bigger roller coaster than KT. Well, and it's not even. It's not even Weibo. It's Invictus Gaming. But this team is so back. The fact that they lost this game is so funny to me, but it is just so quintessentially Invictus Gaming. So FPX take the lead. I mean, I thought IG were looking like our best team in the league, and then they pull out a game like that. It might just be game one. The thing is, it might just be game one vibes. Is my one worry about this for FPX. They might have just thrown another game into the fray now, where IG can run it back at them, bring it to 3 games, and wake up truly. I don't think even FPX played that particularly cleanly. I think Assume had a pretty horrible game on the Xayah there at points, where he was shut down in key fights with all summoners and tools available. IG will take it. Well, they won't take it. FPX will take it, though, won't they?
I mean, the other side of it, Jway was absolutely on another level that game for so many. And there were so many flash reads. Gala had his ankles broken by having his flashes intercepted multiple times that game.
Those are some of the most ridiculous Nautilus hooks I've ever seen.
Fun plus Pilk for the win.
Fun Pilk Phoenix, yeah.
That makes sense. But hi guys, by the way. I'm Initialise. I'm going to step forward so that hopefully the camera focuses on me a bit. There you go. That's Nymaera. You're on his channel here on twitch.tv/Nymaera_ or possibly the YouTube by the very similar name, or possibly on Anivia's YouTube channel as well, as we are collaborating that, and that is pretty damn cool. It means we're live in 3 places at once. If you can, guys, please consider throwing a like, a comment, a follow if you can over on Twitch as well. Consider a subscription. We do this as our full-time jobs, and so any way to help support us here on the channel makes a huge difference to us and our ability to keep doing this. Thank you very much for all the support we've been given over the last few months. It really does mean a huge deal. I'm also in the title under Initialise Casts, so if you have got it in your hearts to consider following or subscribing to me on various channels, does make a huge difference. Thank you very kindly. There's our damage graphs, Alex.
When it's on this, I like to do that. Just show the full gold graph as well. Just see where the canyon lays.
Gala did 12,000 more damage than Assume, and in the end it just didn't matter, which is kind of hilarious.
This was a great game for FPX's top side, I think. I think Sheer and Care walked away with. I think Sheer, Care, Jway were all fantastic. It was a good Aura game, actually. I really enjoyed his charm accuracy. That's a ridiculous set of Naught hooks, man. Okay, I've got to get myself another drink, Sam, so I'm going to go do that. We need to run adverts, but we can do that at another point. I don't have... For some reason, my Twitch layout is not actually showing me the top bar anymore. Why is this also not showing that too? For some reason my stream layout is not showing me the like stuff like pre-roll and stuff like that anymore, which is really annoying. Okay, right, I gotta get myself a drink. And we'll be back. An in greater number.
Oh boy. Well, we're all here. Hello, folks. Do I need to run some ads? I probably do, don't I? Let's wait until we see who the was. Hey, Dwayne, my goat. He was really good on that Nautilus, to be fair. Hello, Trinity. Good to see you. Stinky. Run them ads, brother man. Let's do it. Hell yeah. Vanto, we got the Twitch Turbo, so it won't be affected by them too much. Oh, I love IG, says Mango Meow, and yes. Yes, I do too. Well-deserved MVP. Completely agree. Was really, really, really good. Dway is so long. I mean, his hooks. Oh. Pause. This is the Sam effect. Shall I get an hour of sleep tonight? Hooray! Congratulations. What an enjoyable highway robbery. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. That's one way of putting it. What degenerates are we getting into tonight, gang? That's a good question as well. I don't actually know. Oh. Hello. I might trade you out because I could probably use some more coffee myself. I've run some ads. They will end in 50 seconds.
I need to figure out what the hell's happening because normally you have like your stream information at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's not there. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's.
Is it a layout thing?
Nope.
Is it the layouty bit at the top?
Yes, I already messed around with that, Sam. But yeah, I don't. Anyway, give me some space to figure
That's fine. I shall get out of the way.
Careful with this. Yeah, the big red button there.
Yeah, I know.
Will turn off everything. So we're very close.
There is a certain call to avoid with it. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie, Sam. Whenever you're like shifting your feet around it and shuffling stuff around, I'm like, if you turn the, God so help me, if you turn off my goddamn PC in the middle of a stream, I'll be very unhappy, Sam. Actually, I think I did move things around, so that won't turn off the PC. It will turn off the microphone, I think. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, so how the heck do I sort this thing out? Administration panels. Okay. Why is everything up here? What is this? Oh, why are these? Okay, weird. That's fine. Okay, this is fine now. I just needed to add them back on. That's so strange. Okay, cool. We'll do that. It's okay. Okay, that'll work. Cool. Okay, folks. Sorry, I was fixing some stuff for my stream in the background. Hopefully, this is okay now. That's because LPL starts early as... Yeah, it does, it does. Okay, that should be fine now, though. So good. Okay, a few seconds left, and then we'll come back in. Ammo props in later. I probably do need to get some more mods for Twitch just to share the workload a little bit. That would be much more fair, really, wouldn't it? You need a mod in your time zone? Well, Zara, if you're interested, let me know. Okay, right, well, we're going to game 2 eventually. Yeah, I mean, now IG gets to, hopefully shake off the first game jitters. Jue had an incredible game, man. Jue as a support that's come up in the last few years, he's one of the most exciting LPL support prospects we've had in a long time. Because LPL support champion pool, not champion pool, support player pool is probably its weakest role overall, I think. I think LPL supports have been quite weak since, Ming took a break. So Ming's not playing. Mako's been up and down, particularly in some of the big moments he struggled to deliver. Crisp has been inconsistent. He's been better this split, but he's been inconsistent. Who else? Yeah, well, a lot of stuff like that, right? You're in -6? What's -6? Is that Central US? I can't remember how it works. Do they have 3 time zones in the US? Is it like Eastern, Central, Pacific? Is that it? On the Fraud Watch, yeah, On as a support as well is very inconsistent. I don't think we've had, that's my biggest worry when going up against LCK teams internationally, is what the hell happens with our support matchups. I love IG. I think I heard Sam replying to that earlier, but I'm glad you like IG. US has more than 3. Oh, it probably has some Pacific times as well, thinking about it for Hawaiian and kind of some of the Pacific territories. You're on +12? Oh, yeah. +12 makes it a lot easier for you down under thereabouts the region. Alright, so, I mean, a lot of big picks off the table. Kaz best champions off the table. One of the best top laners is off the table. So JJ loses Vi, which has been big for him, but he's been playing everything well. But the thing is, all I think this does is, personally, it feels a bit bad to say, I think this just elongates the demise of FPX. I don't see them getting all of those comfort champions again compared to IG. First game of the day, it's not been great for them typically. Is there a website to keep up the stats? LPL stats are a little bit awkward to get. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Oh, yours.
Managed to fix things. I had to add the information back in, which is weird, because the layout should be consistent between my laptop and everything else. Either way, it's fine now.
Was it on okay, because it also says layout 2 at the
yes,
top.
Which is the one which I use.
Ah.
So I know my own setup.
Another thing I should do is probably if I left the screen up, it'll probably help a little bit. That's true. I don't know why I decided to go hey yeah.
Yeah, I basically I moved this down to be level with this, but I think in this sense it should be
slightly higher. That's fair.
Should be okay, really. Yeah. So if you're looking for stats on LPL, typically, yeah, gol.gg, Leaguepedia has some. I don't know whether dpm.lol has any. It's quite hard to get the in-depth stats because the API doesn't cleanly transfer elsewhere. So you can get end-of-game stats, but you can't get stuff during the game, which is why it gets
slightly hard.
Kind of harder to do. Now this has moved up. Do you want to sink your chair down a bit, actually? Just that would that help? Because I notice your knees are off the, your feet are off the ground and stuff too.
The spear probably is a little.
Probably is easier. Do you want to move the mic up, or is it okay?
That should be alright, I think.
Okay, cool.
It's basically before I had this little block at the centre.
Yeah, no, I get that.
A solid
I have
20
an issue when I was playing League. I just like not get to see bits of my minimap, and
which
I
is
like,
not great.
It's
Yeah,
not great when you flick your vision around. Right. So yeah, obviously Dway, fantastic game for him. Is just talking about the overall LPL support talent pool has been questionable for a while.
I agree.
It's fair to say. So having a player like Dway step up, for me, actually very important overall for the LPL, because there needs to be a new LPL support pool coming through, because that's the area I don't think we compete with LCK right now. I don't think there's an LPL support that consistently beats Delight, Carrier, Beryl, and a couple of others out there too. I think Lahen's, you know, there and about the place. I think that On can on his best games. I think that Mako can on his best games. They're not frequent enough for us to feel completely good about everything, and we typically win through other roles is the big thing there.
I agree, and of course people like Dway having a good time. Was he the one who also got the other Nautilus MVP with like the incredible buffers through every bit of CC ever in the last chance qualifier? Was that Dway?
Probably.
It was another wonderful Nautilus game.
I actually can't remember. I can't remember.
Neither can
Sam,
I.
there have been so many games. Normally I do remember the random granular details like that, but not this one apparently.
What an enjoyable highway robbery, says
Yes.
Salo as well. I don't know whether you called that one out, but I just want to agree very heartily with that one. But the lights are up. We'll see whether criminal activities once again are about to occur on the Rift. IG back on blue side this time around, whereas FPX over on the red. Nefiri banned, Yone banned, of course the Jace taken away as well. Gwen, I suspect, will also be a ban.
Skarner available. What else are really top tier picks right now? Of course, we're on the new patch, which has changed some stuff. Not everything, though. Skarner, I think, is still worth a ban, unless you want to first pick that. We didn't see Kalista in the first game at all, in fact.
No.
Which is a little different to how I thought things would go. Stuff like the Kalista Nico, to me, still seems almost unbeatable in a laning phase here in the LPL. And it's banned here on blue side by IG.
Don't want to first pick it, is what that tells me. On the other side, what will be our last ban?
I think that the question is, it's not necessarily. It's not. I think the Skarner should be this last ban here, but I think the question for me is normally not about, you know, are you willing to first pick it? It's more like a, how many OP champions do you want to be available, and which ones do you want to cut out? Because, you know, if you didn't ban that Kalista, maybe you get the Varus through into it, and actually you're happy to first pick the Varus or the Kalista, but actually you don't want both of them on the table.
Yeah.
It's really hard to understand the true in-depth workings of the psychology of it, especially when it comes to Fearless. You know, I'm going to love watching the development of Fearless, because I think it's untread territory. Sheer, if he goes towards a nod, that has actually been a win condition for him before. It's a strange blind pick to pick up, I suppose, in the context of the current meta, but for Sheer, nameplates on, this has arguably been his best champion.
Of course, it is on to TheShy nameplate on, who, of all players, will likely have something cooked up.
Great comment in chat. Could pick Varus now for FPX. It beats Varus. It could beat Volibear for now, because it beats the Varus. For those of you that didn't watch the 1v1 earlier, TheShy lost a 1v1 to Volibear to lose game 1 size select.
Just excellent.
Oh, God.
There's the Nico as well for FPX there, trying to set up for a powerful bot lane. Also takes it away from the Varus.
That's the big thing. That's the big... Oh, that message is sent me. It's just the little things which get you through the day. So yeah, Nico taken away. You could lock in something like MF Nico, Ash Nico, which is a famous musical artist, you know, both the on and off the Rift. Don't really have any follow-up after that.
Well, if Annie comes and starts playing but has like no gold at the start of the game, is that baby no money? Because
maybe.
She's a child and has no money.
Wouldn't that be better for Smolder?
Quite
like
possibly.
Most of his charity.
Yeah, that's super for baby no stacks.
Baby no stacks is great.
Yeah.
Oh god. IG locking JJ's Nidalee, looking for pressure there. Varus Nidalee already with 2 picks locked in, very, very powerful, because the Varus gives you a platform to play around, which, and also later into the game, gives you double poke options, with the ultimate being able to lock someone down so the poke becomes basically point and click. Ral Varus, strong laning phase, FPX will need to lock into something that can contest, otherwise you start having issues.
They will. There goes that misfortune with the Nico. You root someone, you press R, people cry.
Weirdly, so, difference between Game 1 and Game 2 in Fearless. Game 1, there are so many OP topside champions that even with bans, you can't get rid of all of them. So typically you see jungle, mid, and top lane all locked in, and you leave AD carry and support until later. Game 2, a lot of them are taken off the table, so you can feel a bit more free to lock in power picks towards bot side instead. Fearless really impacting which roles are prioritized in different numbered games of the series, depending on what champions are available. And now our solo lanes are more likely to get locked in here. Rise band away from Cat. Of course, Cat, very good Ahri player. Very good Ahri player, but that's gone from that first game. You won't have that now. This is the big thing about Fearless. You don't get to see players on their best champions all the time. We won't have multiple games of Cat going towards Ahri and maybe being, actually, I think at that point, a top tier top laner within the LPL on his specific picks. Fearless does hit him, I think, disproportionately compared to a player like Rookie, who I trust on the field a little bit more than others of a well, not of a similar count. You know what I mean. Basically, Rookie is better on more champions than Cat.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm trying to be poetic.
Champion pool is a little deeper, I think it is fair to say.
It's a great drawing of Danny. That's great.
He's got very distinctive hair.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a world where he became a villain in a K-pop drama.
Yeah, I could see him as a Bond villain. Actually.
Yeah.
I could see that. You know, someone recognized me on when I was playing Arena the other day.
Oh,
Are you
yeah?
the long-haired person at LEC? I'm like,
That is me, yeah.
Hello, that's me. Hair is a powerful factor, Sam.
You've got quite distinctive hair at this point.
Yeah, I think I should get a bald cap to be, you know, for one of my
Bald
many.
Mara.
I should be bald Mara for like a certain skill. At some
I
point.
remember seeing an edit of that at some point. It was quite
You know,
scary.
I do not want to see that ever again. Pantheon locked in for Shadow, potentially setting up for many different picks for Kara in the mid lane. Could go towards a bunch of different lockdown picks though.
Theoretically, we've got flexes here. Could be Pantheon jungle, could be Pantheon mid, could be Pantheon support. The Nico goes mid, I suppose, even if Nico mid lane has been a little bit absent for a while now. The response from IG looks to be the Aurora.
I think that's a takeaway. I think the Aurora Pantheon is so nasty. They're kind of roaming about the place. I think that's more of a takeaway than anything else. I don't think it's great for IG's comp because it doesn't give you that great setup. Lee Sin locked. Hang on a second. Whoa! Hang on.
Yeah.
That's it. Is it? Hang on. Is that Lee Sin mid, Aurora top? Is that Nidalee top lane, Lee Sin jungle? You were talking about flexes. I didn't quite take you seriously enough. IG throwing. I presume it's going to be Aurora into the minion. I presume that one's going to be there. And that means that the Lee Sin goes mid lane. That's what I'm thinking right now. FPX lock in that Akali and it will be the Pantheon jungle. Let's just see where these swaps go to. IG playing a little bit around with those flexes.
Nidalee mid. Does someone need to give Ambition a call? Where are we? That might be Nidalee mid lane.
It'll be the Lee Sin mid lane because you're E onto the Akali. I think particularly with the Akali locked in, you definitely want the Lee Sin into the Akali. It's a good matchup in a lot of ways because you can use your E while she's in the shadow. Yeah. You're both energy champions, so you both have similar kind of play patterns in terms of not needing that to reset for mana. I say that. Hang on. No, whoa. Okay, right. So it's not that at all. I'm completely lying to you. Nidalee top for the Shy. Aurora into the mid lane. I mean, thank you for throwing things for a loop. IG bringing out entertainment if nothing else. What?
All right. Well, we could be in for a very fast day if this goes wrong.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've seen Nidalee top lane. You know the last player to seriously play this? Mirwin over in the LEC.
Yeah.
Who's loving this pick. Very, very good lane bully. It'll probably be towards a bit more of... it'll be AD into that top lane most likely. As far as I remember, some of her AD ratios were increased on her Cougar form particularly, which means that if she lands a spear onto you, it's less about the spear damage itself, it's more opening up that mark to chase down for that melee range. If Mininar gets hit by a bushwhack or by a spear, then Nidalee can really start to punish.
Can start to chase people very hard there. TheShy with a Nidalee top lane. I remember the likes of Cabo Shard of RF Legendary spamming that one back in the day. A long way from that. Been a jungler now for years and years and years. And yet somehow, some way, TheShy finds a way. This game's going to get pretty wild, especially with a Pantheon Lee Sin as well. A lot of early action, but to the Rift we go. I will take a pause as we listen to the crowds and deal with all of the weirdness. Was a 5-man stack top side. TheShy not going to get caught. Starts with the bushwhack at level 1 to try and just make sure that he can scout out a little bit here as well.
Yeah, you use it for the W mainly. It allows you to put some stuff into the brushes, and of course gives you the marks. You get the increased movement speed when you move towards a marked target. W, of course, is AoE. TheShy has the grasp, which means you can play that, you know, much like the Gnar, form changing, but you get, you know, the bonuses of either the melee or the ranged grasp, depending on whether you want it easy to proc or powerful to proc.
It's definitely fair, and as you shouted, it will be that grasp proc coming on in. Inspiration secondary. Has started with a Doran's blade as well, because of course Nidalee auto attacks are pretty obnoxious, so no Doran's ring or anything like that. We'll see exactly what the build will be, as understandably we've not seen a huge amount of Nidalee top, so we'll see exactly what TheShy is going to do with the champion. Whether it's going to be a kind of bruisery build, whether it's going to be an AP build, hell, whether it's going to be an AD build. There was once upon a time we used to do Triforce on Nidalee.
Yeah, and what that is probably what we will see. The Triforce has been typically very impactful. That's what TheShy is doing. So they're getting into combat, hopping forwards, changing into ranged, and then using that to get a guaranteed grasp power proc on target. See that TheShy is doing pretty well and making sure he can kind of roam around the place. Great movement speed while you're in bushes Nidalee too. There's another thing which people forget. You get move speed while you're in brushes. Using that to kite around. And of course you'll have sustain that Nymaera won't once he's got your full complement of basic abilities.
Dway here, pretending to be Misfortune. There's so much Misfortune, it's there twice, which is quite a lot of Misfortune, really. Sounds like a bad thing, really, when you say it without context. Got double Misfortune.
Yeah. Someone's asking in chat, what was the matchups which Mirwin would play the Nidalee top into? Largely Cassante, but also would do that into Nidalee as well. Stuff which is not necessarily known for the best early lanes.
JJ's looking for a game. Order once we deal with that, as Jed has for an angle, flash mount up from Mako, puts a super wonderful double shattering strike and assume dies for first blood. Much better early 3v3 from IG.
And Shadows is completely off the map, was going for a full clear. Lee Sin went for full bot quadrant into bot lane gank. Because TheShy is so strong on top side as well, I don't think Shadow can go for an invade onto the enemy top side camps, which you'd love to do to, you know, get some value back. There was a kill on the bot side. Right, I want to get some camps back. Can't even do that because TheShy is so dominant in the early lane. You're saying there's a point of order about something.
Yeah, you said into the Nidalee specifically, into
Cassante and Gnar.
Because initially you said into Nidalee, and I was like, Nidalee into
Nidalee? Cassante into Gnar. Shadows going topside, has that flash, wanted to shut down the strong lane.
Try and keep hopping away into the second bush. Lee Sin is coming, trying to buy some time, goes back into the human form, can look to heal up with the primal surge, lands his own javelin toss. Now JJ is here, has got flash, this can get really ugly really fast. Does just a ward hop forward with the safeguard, forces an additional flash. TheShy walks away and just earns a lot of cooldown.
And if you're going to play around early aggressive lanes, this is how you want to do it. JJ on another early game champion to really make the most of this 2Q, barely missing onto Shadow. That hits, Shadow could go down. Great topside control by TheShy. Isn't actually ahead in terms of CS, it's worth noting, but the control on topside in the 1v2 is utterly important here for IG.
Congrats to Share for keeping up in the farm at least, but I think with his HP bar being the way it is, it's tricky, and immediately we get the lane swap. The early timers are down to assume, and Joya going, yeah, we want to get this Gnar out of this matchup ASAP.
Yeah, it's not for the bot lane, it's worth noting. Sam's phrased that right. It's not for the bot lane, it's for your Gnar. You do not want that Nidalee to be playing a clean 1v1. She is there for the strong 1v1. So TheShy will go across the map.
But will big.
What?
It's the subtitles from the Mr. Speaker, we are for the big. It's from the episode 3.
Oh, right. I actually didn't know that
back
one.
into English.
You're
the one who used to say it all the time.
No, I know. No, I didn't say that one. No, Sam, I said one which is probably not safe for air. Because turns out when you take the Star Wars prequels, translate them into Chinese and back into English about 40 times, the language is not okay anymore. Right. Not sure where to go after that one. We do get the 1v1 in the bot lane again, but at least Gnar gets there a wave earlier.
They will. And Gnar surviving a little bit better as much bigger. Ruby Crystal and some boots. The brown bags are on. Promise TheShy still hitting so many of these javelin tosses. TheShy's always had these kind of lane dominant, weird counter picks. I remember his lethality, Sanguine Blade, Callista, and Quinn top back in the day.
He was always a ranged top laner. He always was.
A bit of a chunk coming on down. We wonder whether we just see lane swaps where we send the AD carry top to get those range versus melee matchups, and Instead, TheShy just goes, no, just give me Nidalee, and I'll bully a Gnar who's strictly ranged, but not as ranged as me, baby.
Yeah, and I know that there's some people talking about it in the chat, but well, the Gnar might be able to deal with this better than the K'Sante. To a certain extent, yes. However, it's also more vulnerable at more points of the game, because you can't control when you go into Mega Gnar and you can shrug off the damage. JJ going to take one of these grubs, wants to save the smite if at all possible, and does. So now we'll be able to smite one of the others away, and hopefully get 2 for 1 on the scoreboard for IG.
Joy and the Sum, though, have got the early shove because Nico and Misfortune really can just do that. They get grub number 2. Does
Smite was used by Shadow, so there should be a smite skill for JJ if we can get him range.
Body block. They don't want to overplay it. Will hop away, tries to burn some cooldowns, and into the backline goes that side of Care, who does finally fall. 1 for 1 as it stands. Carly gets 1, Aurora gets the other.
FPX do get the 2 grubs as well, as we were saying just before that. So FPX get a lot of good value out of this. Shit, Splash has 6. I actually wonder whether there's a kill combo on the Nidalee here with less mana, which is why TheShy heads away from that tower. So, IG doing quite well through lane pressure so far. Kill onto the Aurora definitely helps. I think against this kind of composition, the Aurora can always reach the Misfortune. It's one of the bigger reasons to pick something like the Aurora is that you always reach the backline because your ultimate is you can't stop it. It's not a projectile. You can't block it with wind walls or braum shields or even long range positioning because it just always reaches you. So Rookie getting kills there will be an important team fighting tool for IG to play around.
When are we getting a Gojo Aurora skin, which just yells domain expansion?
That and Mordekaiser, I think could do it.
Hey, genuinely, I think there is genuinely a solid skin line with people like Aurora and Mordekaiser just yelling domain expansion.
Does anyone else have anything close to that? They're the two which really have it, really, aren't they?
I mean, maybe Gwen when she presses Dobby.
No, Shin's ultimate. Yeah, Gwendolyn. Yeah, just anyone who's summoned to circle around themselves, basically.
That's exactly what. That's basically what I'm thinking. Maybe Neela when she goes in.
I'm gonna throw this out there though, folks. About the first half of the first season of Jujutsu Kaisen is very meh. The Rookie just missed a cannon.
There's quite a lot of that wave.
I saw the cannon. I didn't see the rest of it. Hang on, Cab. I'm not gonna be able to find that much out of there. But oh yeah, Jarvan Cataclysm.
Great shout.
Domain expansion. Cataclysm. Boom. I could appreciate that.
I could just see Fled yelling it when he presses R. It'd be wrong, but it'd be very entertaining.
Sure from Care. Has the Hex Tech Triangle. Does help.
Hex Tech Triangle.
Yeah. Never seen that before. Name. Made famous. You know that actual component is actually an arcane. It's the device which Jace is using to at the very start of the show in episode 1 to kind of like hang on. Care's going in. He lands the E.
Be Rookie immediately going between worlds and saying, nope, I want out of this reality and I substitute my own.
The Adam Savage special. As well there, Care gets something out of it. Because the Aurora and the Akali are both fed, both their ultimates are quite valuable. Don't actually know who that favors at this point. It's quite a big cooldown to be used on the Akali.
He's quite, but here comes Joy. And where is Shadow, who does have level 6? There's a Grand Starfall available, and Shadow has been farming up pretty well here. Tunneler and a couple long swords allow this one to come on through. Rookie's in danger, gets jumped on behind, tries to go across Velling, stays safe. That Shuriken just wide. Flash down away, and Invictus Gaming escape the attempted collapse.
Both mid-jungle supports, rather, on the roam, and they see the play happening well in advance. This one was predetermined by both teams. What this does mean, again, is that TheShy is left in a 1v1 versus Sheer. Real credit to Sheer, though. Worth noting again, Sheer's best champion, I think, has been the Gnar. Hasn't fallen behind in CS. Is half a wave, if that, on that one. What happened to me? Like, okay, Alpha Clans could have called, seen that through the cooldowns coming through, but
other domain expansion candidates.
Yeah.
Fresh with the box.
Yep.
And Rel with the R.
Huh.
I can see both being good.
Yeah, it's
alright. Wow. You know, I thought you were going to come in and join me on this. No.
Sam, I'm just not as big a Jujutsu Kaisen enjoyer as someone who might appreciate the reference. It's more, you know.
Okay.
Right. As well. Has the root still available? Chooses not to use it.
I wonder whether those Tangle Barbs might come on through. Doesn't. Sonic Wave just wide. Clearly not interested in that particular track. It's not TikTok viral enough. Getting a bit of a crash down coming on through. Never mind that as Nico goes up. That'll count as a domain expansion as the bullet time comes on through. Damage on Tomeko is assassinated by Care. They blow JJ as well, and FPX suddenly with 3 kills on the board.
IG was so dominant in their group stage in the placements, but they're really falling short here to FPX in terms of the team fight setup and the team fight execution, bluntly. It was a back-and-forth game one. I think they felt that they should have walked away with that one, but this time, falling behind in the early game is not great with this team composition. They need to be so careful not to give over. These kind of fights already 5-1 in the grubs. Care going in with the ult again, just trading ult for ult on Rookie on cooldown.
Also means Rookie now has to back away. In fairness, Care is still down a bit of CS here. Rookie's been farming relatively well considering the pressure that's come onto his head. I've seen Pantheon ults and the like coming on forward. Still, gives Care free time to start shoving up here. Let's have a look at how this play starts. JJ and Maker wanting to come in contest.
Yeah.
Go forwards in. I assume the all-in just doesn't work as Dway gets the ult off before it happens.
Dway wants to kick the Nico out before the damage can come through, but doesn't manage to get that timing off either. So they after ends up going down for free, basically, and IG picked off again. Mako used that flash in the last play. Doesn't have it to escape here.
How was he there? I guess he was looking for wards and got punished for it. JJ does at least get the dragon while all that's happening, though.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing was that you had JJ and TheShy both down on bot side, so he thought he was on the strong side of the map. Technically, he was. He gets down good wards, but he dies for it.
The response time on things like Pantheon can always be scary. Didn't even have the Grand Starfall for that. Does finally have it back up and available now. 2-0-1 on this Pantheon. 2-1. Care on this Akali too. Pretty scary himself.
Gotta say it. Care's had a better game and a half so far than Rookie. Care's Ahri was really, really good. Rookie on the Talia struggled to have that much value. We're seeing the picture. He was caught out while he was warding, even though he was on the strong side of the map. JJ and TheShy weren't within range to force a fight. Here comes the ult from Shadow. Once again, Care and Rookie had changed things. They can't cancel this ult, this teleport though.
Just about out in time. They did get the sweeper, but no wards, no way to stop it. So nice escape there from Rookie. He's had to do that once or twice again. At least the farm's been okay both games, but unfortunately outside of that, it's been on a defensive pattern for a lot of this.
TheShy on bot side again, because of course he is. There is Scholar and Mako walking down. There's a chance we get ourselves a bit of a dive here, which is why Sheer ends up backing off. 5 grubs for FPX will mean they kill towers quicker. They should take this first, especially with the teleport from Narb going up towards that top side as well. Wants to be there for the tower gold.
And leaves the potential danger in bot side away. Gonna try and trade out, but it should still be with the 5 grubs first. Turret to FPX, that's the feats of strength 2 as a result. Just gaming behind the curve here this game.
They are, and they don't have a second dragon to their name yet, which will of course threaten something like that soul later on. Of course, in game 1, they had the soul eventually, and they ended up claiming it. Didn't end up winning the game because they died on the actual soul fight. FPX, good gold in pocket. And I think that Care being able to trade ult for ult for Rookie has been very important. In fact, to the point where Rookie's gone for not the Ludens build, he's going for the Malignance, which only really Creep was going for. He was the only real player in the LPL playing that build of the Aurora. Having the Malignance for extra ult cooldown does mean it's much more palatable for you to trade ult for ult.
Worth noting as well here that we kind of mentioned earlier is unfortunate there, Gala. About the build in Italy did go towards that Trinity Force. We kind of said it might well be that, but just wanted to come back in and say that was indeed the build. And we have got first items in general being completed. The Bloodthirst is in for the Misfortune. The Rocket Belt has been long done for Care. And honestly, Shadow's had that Sundered Sky for a while as well. I think next Dragon, next Herald might be where we look to see some of those items part 2 getting completed.
Potential playing the bot side. JJ finds Care. They don't see JJ. He might get kicked under turret, and indeed he is.
Oh, nice turnaround, but he's still got a perfect execution part 2. Flash for the pounce and the takedown. Finally secures the kill onto Care, who did have flash but didn't burn it there. Dway's turned up, but he's now in danger himself. Will Pop Blossom onto the Lee Sin will go down. Sorry, onto the Nidalee, I apologize, who will go down. So it ends up being the 1-for-1, all things said and done.
Yeah, no, Care just didn't spot out JJ in that brush. JJ, good play there to make sure that Care didn't have any mobility remaining. Already ended up going in with the ult and the E. Didn't have enough escape with just the perfect executions finale to get out of that play. So FPX stumble a little bit, but they do pick up an even play. Shit, with 5 grubs on a side lane, will still get more value onto this tower there. And IG once again not finding a clean win in a place they need to.
Question in chat, and I think there is probably some truth in now we get towards this mid game. We'll have a look at this replay first and then come back to it.
This is the thing, right? Because, you know, we're talking about, well, okay, Care has the ultimate. Does that matter? Or use the E or use the R? You only have that, and there's, of course, TheShy with a massive amount of range to follow up. The mark is already applied to, the extra movement speed. Triforce giving you movement speed as well, of course. Manages to chase down. TheShy in these individual split, bitty fights, has a lot of ability to chase down for extra kills. Of course, you have to... There was the flashes committed from FPX to shut him down this time, but that's the worry later into the game. This nearly can assassinate.
the plan is Joy has turned into a Pantheon. So there's so many Pantheons running around right now. It's just like, it's Pantheon to Pantheon. As forward to Mako, just have to crash down away. BLG gets out to safety, but for how long will manage to ward hop away? Ward into safeguard combo, always very potent on the Lee Sin. And this is planning what I want to get back to. You said obviously the Shy ability to assassinate later could be really valuable, but having not really got the lane push, not really gotten a lot of the early skirmishes with this Lee Sin combo as well. What is the win con as we come towards the mid-stage of the game for IG?
You pick out people out of position. It's much easier to do that. The Lee Sin and Italy very mobile, can get into unexpected parts of Fog of War. You have the Aurora, which can do the same, hopping over walls. That's what you're hoping for. Maybe hard force with the Rel, who can help you shut down that kill. And hope that FPX don't respond to that quickly. I think if it's a straight 5v5, FPX win a lot of those. Italy's not a traditional team fighter, especially in this kind of build, especially compared to something like that Mega Narp. So IG need to play around split plays, hopefully catch someone out of position.
Problem with that is the operative word is hope. When you've got double TP and a Grand Starfall, a lot of ability to respond in short order from FPX, so you'll have to pick their moment well.
Dragon up and available. IG would like to get a second one down, of course. See what Soul's on the table. Spear land on the blind one.
Ooh, Hextech.
Hextech Soul. Okay, that's an important win condition for IG. If they can get themselves another dragon, another one on top of that. So it works. We're going to get 4 of them. FPX playing around their side lanes, of course, can maybe look to force. Well, Kaz going in with the Pantheon ult now behind him.
Ooh, and there's the Rocket Belt into the Shuriken flip and perfect execution combo. Care picks that one up and the Shy just can't run far enough.
JJ's going to come here. Has the ultimate, has the flash. How much can he do?
Teleport behind as well. They've gone very deep. Let's remember, still a kick away. Shadow in danger. Gets hit by another Sonic Wave. Trying to trade this one out. TP comes on in. Rookie would love to be donated this kill, and likely will do so. The Aegis Assault and the Sundered Sky healing is decent.
Most important thing here, though, FPX trade 1 for 1, but they have the 5 grubs and they have the Gnar in a side lane. So you have 2 choices here. Gala's going to walk over, I suppose, to try and wave clear. Okay, now this is okay. I was wondering whether Sheer would get alone time on the turret because of the mid wave not to be so easy for FPX, because Gala still has ult 2, would stop Sheer from walking up and hitting that tower. FPX would have loved to hit tower with the 5 grubs. IG find a place with their waves in mid and top lane to stop the cross map being easy.
I think as well, because they managed to get that kill on the Shadow, the Shy still got an assist for that play as well, which is a little annoying. Have a look at the replay here, because it was initially a really good combo from FPX.
Oh, so how did this end up being such an easy roam for the Rel? I really think the mistake here comes from Assume and Joy actually not being able to track Gala and Mako. I think you can trade a cleanse on Assume for a safe play bot side. I think that's actually a mistake there from FPX's bot lane to make sure that they tracked the moving members of IG.
That is a reasonable call out, and I guess would be one of those ones which would be a bit of broad reviewing and some discussions amongst players about how that exactly happened. Still, Rookie now 2-0, in a much stronger position than he was earlier in the game. Of course, the other side of that, Care still 500 gold ahead. 3-2 on this Akali is pretty damn scary himself. The gold lead, only 1,000 or so. The issue is the style of these comps.
Care's getting collapsed on this top side. Does have flash, does have ultimate. Ult coming through from Rookie very quickly though.
Well, Rocket Belt comes on through. Will Shuriken flip into that Twilight Shroud. Will pick up a couple blood tackles as well. And it leaves FPX with the Herald in time in mid lane.
And that's important. Remember, 5 grubs. The Herald will start to charge in. Use the Nico clone to tank up an extra tower shot. Why not? Turret goes down. Nothing lost from FPX.
No, you burn a Rocket Belt cooldown. That's about it. Ooh, what a cooldown to burn, I know.
So, kept safe in that side lane. Almost got that Rocket Belt cooldown back up. I know, it's such a long time since he ended up blowing that one on the side lane.
Bot side though, the Shy getting a big chunk onto Sheer, who's not enjoying this 1v1 start.
Shadow's ult, he's going to come in.
Looks for that play. Anyway, gets the kill before Shadow turns up. You'll take a 1-for-1. Their flash is just before the auto comes flying through anyway. Shadow gets the kill and the Shy can't quite escape.
Yeah, nasty damage from the Shy. Has the Sundered Sky, I believe, on this recall now. She might have been having that one just beforehand, but Shadow not quite there in time to link up with Sheer, so the Mega Gnar rather, even gets killed by the Nidalee. Even the tankier form can't change that. So now, assessing the map, so much side lane play, folks. So much side lane. It has been trading of Akali and Aurora ultimates, the Pantheon coming in, trying to even up less even matchups like the Mini Gnar into the Nidalee, which is obviously nasty. Hops over. Doesn't get the stun. Misses the wallop. That's important. If you hit that, maybe predicting the Shy to jump back. If could hit that, though. Maybe buys enough time for the Pantheon. Misses the second.
Oh,
doesn't miss the second one. That's okay. Of course, TheShy ends up blowing the flash, so it's an extra added bonus, but Sheer feels a little bit awkward to not get out free there.
TheShy probably shouldn't have flashed there. There's a few good flashes in chat. I tend to agree. That was a little overzealous, is perhaps the term we will use in the words of the Prophet of Truth. There we go. See you all there cowering in chat, wondering what I wonder. Will you escape the coming games?
Yeah, let's talk about the Halo 3 monologue from the main villain of the original trilogy.
It's such a good speech.
Atacama being taken, Dragon not spawned on the other side. FPX, what could they transfer this into? Hang on, Gallagher going forwards the Ghostblade. Sheer needs to be a little careful.
Giving this up.
They are. Well, they were trying to force a big play onto the Nard. JJ could have jumped and gone for a flash kick into the Varus ultimate. Not to be, though. They can't force that play, and the Sheer gets out fine. Free GA Atacama picked up for FPX.
Very least though, TheShy gets a big wave shoved out bot, claims that tier 2. They do get a big shove in mid as well. Don't get that much for it, but I think IG saying, look, we didn't want to play for that. And instead, look at this Dragon in a few seconds. Could theoretically afford to give this up in trade for some of those structures. That might be the call here.
Monkey. Care on top side does have that GA now, spots them with the sweep, but a lot's going on to him.
Have the execution into the Shuriken Flipper wave, still trying to get out, will likely go down, withdrawal popped. Teleport's coming flying on through, Assume gets a slow onto TheShy with the make it rain. Shadow flashes for the shield bot, still alive though, is TheShy. Into the between worlds we go, the bullet time is pretty solid, but Mako survives. In goes GG, back out goes GG with the safeguard after the Sonic Wave resonating strike combo. And IG get out, not losing a member.
So that's every ultimate used from IG and a couple of summoners. Shadow loses his flash too important, of course, for the Pantheon. They defuse the play, but you would have thought with the Atacama they'd like to force a play to actually gain something. That's just a defusal. FPX lose one of their withdrawals. They don't really get that much on the ensuing fight.
They don't. They've not taken Dragon either. The resets come on through. It looks like that will now be the next port of call for FPX, but it's not exactly the highest value voracious Atacama. It's always one of those buffs, especially with it being so temporary, that does require you to push to get value out of it, get involved with the game to get value out of it. And if IG just don't want to play, get a bit trickier. They're going to try for the steal with the Q, but not quite in time. Gala was around. There will be no Varus angles this time, no Gumayusi style Varus steals. Instead we see TheShy continue to shove on out. Mako now in danger, needs to think about crashing down out to safety. Could do so over the wall, and does so as JJ is also around there taking Krugs.
JJ has got that Black Cleaver now. Good amount of HP, good amount of survivability. Shadow does have that GA still. This is a long play for him, though.
Gets kicked under turret now as well. The Aegis sort of comes all down in Shadow. Buddy, pal, friend. 10 seconds left on the Atacama, but they won't wait for that withdrawal to put timeout. Will then fall away as the tier 1 falls bot side. TheShy, though, I believe, got a bit of a trade up that top side as well. Then.
I think she got a bit of a trade there looking at the HP bars, actually. I think that Nas doing okay up there. As FPX don't get much use out of the Atacama. So before... Hang on a second. Rookie...
Ooh, you can hear the crowd there in the background as well, a little bit nervous.
So funnily enough, I actually can't, so I'm not wearing the headphones right now, but...
I'm doing it, that's the reason.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Just giving you the play-by-play on the crowd.
Yeah, appreciate that.
They're quite quiet at the minute, actually, now.
Yeah, that might be the microphones, might be.
Maybe.
When IG are in the venue, it's a loud day, folks. Yeah. It's a loud day. Dwayne's going to come back out onto the map. Baron spawning soon. And earlier we said, wow, hey, IG, they're giving the Atacama for free. Nothing happened with the Atacama, so I think we revised that previous statement and say, well, okay, IG didn't actually lose anything for it. Who the heck cares, really? No long-term benefit gained by FPX.
Okay. But in fairness, they do turn it into a dragon. Stop soul point, kind of. That's about it. In the game, it's been a bit of an odd spot. We are 300 gold apart, if that. And IG now set her up around this top side as Baron's just spawned.
Mako needs to be careful. The FPX have been really gunning for this Rel. Easier to pick off roaming support than some of these other members. The level 14 Nidalee compared to level 19 Rel is very different. Here come all of the tools though. Care goes in with the ults.
Shy in potential danger, hops away, kick. Let's put a Care into perfect execution range. Can't get the shutdown on TheShy though. Nice Megadar though. Puts JJ into the wall and they lose a jungler. Magna Storm after. Will turn a lot of damage on as the Between Worlds comes on through for Rookie. Get Bell into the pop. Blossom, rookie in danger, trading out with Care, who has to flash out, can't get the empowered auto. It's messy stuff again. Mako in danger, gets a shattering strike, but Shadow will throw a Comet Spear into the back of the rail and bring them down. It's a 2-for-1, just about for FPX.
The Misfortune commands that fight. IG play respectfully around the Hexgate and, of course, the ultimate coming in from Shadow, but they can't take the fight knowing that the Misfortune can shred through them. That bullet time and then continued damage after that really does end up telling the tale of the top side. Fracas, you see, of course, the Pantheon comes in with the ultimate. Hexgate was taken by Care as well. And JJ, yes, ends up putting TheShy into the ult range of Care. I actually don't think that's the problem. I think following the Q here is the problem, because then you are stuck into the fight. You had successfully disengaged. You did not have to follow that Q. That was a very much classic mind telling him no, but his body told him yes. Hit the ground soon after. That bullet time really doing some good work.
Yeah, had to flash away from the Q there. That 2-fold Hex could have been really deadly. Then assume with a wonderful Make It Rain. And an auto Q doubles up to bring down Mako. TheShy looking for something there. Shadow's behind. Actually, hang on. They're supposed to pounce on the Cougar. Hopping away. Decently tanky at this point. Chains of Corruption come on down. And TheShy is slippery enough to escape.
IG don't really get what they're doing in a lot of these skirmishes. I wonder whether they feel the pressure of playing a Nidalee top lane past 25 minutes. I wonder if that's the issue. You know, you don't have an Ambassador, easy team fights. You don't have Gwen, nah. Easier play patterns. 2,000 gold lead individually. Yeah, that's great. Is it actually going to win you the game? I don't think it is at this point. So, IG have some issues to overcome with their composition. Dragon spawning in a minute, not on soul point. They might have to cross map, but even if they do, the chance that Pantheon peels off, the Dragon ults you instead.
I think the thing as well, I don't think the Nidalee's been the problem this game. A lot of this has been done individually. TheShy's played out well, but I'm looking at this Lee Sin has really struggled.
So I actually disagree, because I don't think the play on the Nidalee has been the problem.
Okay.
I think locking in the Nidalee has been the problem.
I see.
Because you don't
Angle.
have a Rumble, a Gnar, an Ambessa, or some. Of course, no, multiple of those are now unavailable from the first game. It is Fearless. When you lock in a Nidalee, you do, much like a Pyke, understand you're going to have that dopamine hit of the early game, but you've reached a point now, it's very hard to figure it out. I think TheShy mechanically has been playing well, but can he make the champion have value around this next coming fight? It's going to be so hard. The champion is not built for 5v5 team fights in this way.
Points coming on down, and again, it was Lee Sin, which again, pretty mercurial in those 5v5s, and JJ's not had the best time on that champion, despite being known for it.
Yeah, definitely point taken too. The Lee Sin also has issues here. Both of them very hard, high floors they need to reach to have value in these team fights. So this top jungle, TheShy JJ, needs to have a good showing here. Did you have a vision blackout right now? The Nico clones helping gain some vision. Gnar's going to teleport just into that mid lane. FPX will have to reclaim the territory.
Care had to back away, actually. Ended up taking a bit of damage from TheShy, so that's not bad. TP now behind, looking for an angle on him, but Mako will take the opportunity to step forward. They've blown up Pantheon. The turnaround, though, with the bullet time, and the Mega Knight is pretty foul. They lost the jungle. Care now looking for the angle onto Rookie. Goes golden for a second. Burn onto Sheer, but the Comet, rather, not enough to bring him down. Pounces forward, gets another, but all the while, look at Care onto Gala, trying to trade this one out, does get that one around. It's a very close, scrappy affair again. Fumbled a word or two, but it's still, in the end, a very close state of the game.
The health bars are so low for FPX, they can't stick around the Dragon. Gala's is going to recall there and say, I'll kill you with a single arrow. Gala's Varus doing so much work. And credit to him, TheShy, the mechanical player on the Nidalee, does get value there. Manages to get into the fray, land a spear onto a CC target. Watch how he chooses his angle here. FPX trying to retake the pit in kind of tactical shooter terms. Gets a spear onto one target, avoids a lot of the CC, and TheShy is now full HP with all of the tools down. Jway doesn't have any HP left, and he needs to be so careful after that point. TheShy has enough brawl to kind of buy a little bit of space, not even as a prime frontliner, but just enough to make things work.
He gets to hop onto Assume here, pounces forward, takedown, brings down the Misfortune, even with that flash. All the while, though, Gala and Care trading out the 1v1.
Well, Care misses a Q, doesn't have his ultimate. He actually misused his E and a couple of Qs onto the Zhonya's Rookie as well in an important moment. Dragon is still up and available, worth noting. Wasn't taken. That's a great burst combo.
There we go. Aurora picks up Dwayne. Nice kick from JJ with the insect. And that's an important pick-off. That'll get them to sell point. IG, get what they need.
Big moment. Well, we asked questions about JJ and TheShy. JJ comes away with a great kick after TheShy had a good team fight before that. FPX not able to play around that objectives particularly effectively. Couldn't retake the pit. Didn't have the positioning to do so. Dre uses that clone, spotted out. What the heck happens here? Walks up for a ward. You can't walk up that close, man. You just can't walk up that close. Big mistake from Dre after an MVP performance on the Nautilus. And overall, very good game here too. Only his first death on the Nico. Just a shame it had to be such a big important one.
Hextech Dragon now goes to Invictus Gaming at some point. The thing is, they're going to have to do it all over again. 4.5 minutes. It'll be a 35-minute fight with an Initialise in. Not exactly the easiest to navigate.
5 grubs on FPX, can they actually use that? They were using the Pantheon ult very liberally in side lanes before that. Not exactly sure they can do that now. I think the problem is, you go for that fight earlier, I think it works out fine in terms of pulling your Pantheon ult in a side lane. I think you do it now, everyone just turns up to the play and it kind of goes to crap really, really quickly. Shadow, of course, having a strong game on the Pantheon, has the Guardian Angel third item, which makes it much easier for him to jump forward. I think largely Shadow's had a much more impactful game than JJ. Shy, even in levels to the ship, does have more gold, of course. Level 16 not hit by the Pantheon for the increased ult distance, well, the increased passive shred, and then also the distance as well.
Also note that Assume has not gone for an Infinity Edge Force, has gone towards that GA as well, just to try and deny some of that initial burst. Sheer actually not enjoying this 1v1 at all. Mega now coming through, they might turn this around. Mega into the wall, the Shy's dead! No, he's not! Flashes away, and the flash in turn finally secures it.
A 2,500 gold lead, cannot win the 1v1 for TheShy. Isn't that much like how he started the day? Lost with the Varus against the Volibear, even with 1.5k gold advantage. And FPX find themselves their side lane opening. Sheer can recall, teleport back to the play, and the Baron is on the table. 3 minutes until the Dragon. FPX, if they get this, set up the map so well for that all-important objective coming up soon.
Sheer, reset, TP's in, now in a great spot. Over the wall goes JJ, but it will surely be spotted. Got a blast cone to work with, misses his Q. Now into the red buff, but it means he's not in there to try and start fighting. Lands another Q, it's onto Shadow, who's very low. GA bomb! Baron stolen, while the jungler is reviving!
JJ saves the game for Invictus Gaming, and FPX let the Lee Sin kill their jungler, and while he's in the GA, cannot smite. Fantastic steal from JJ.
That is some insane pathfinding. Hexgate over, blast code into the pit, ward buff back over into the red buff, and then finds a Q to kill off Shadow and smite the Dragon. Oh, unreal.
You better bet we're going to get a replay of that one. That is top-notch popcorn League of Legends. All right, I mean, guys, I don't care what's happening now. Show me the goddamn replay, observers. Show me the goddamn replay.
Here we go.
So, this is the 1v1 that opens up the play, because Sheer ends up winning the 1v1. Now, I think a lot of this damage came through unexpectedly, because you said, oh, well, the spears where the damage comes through. Not with this build. It's about the auto attack. Jumps in, but ends up charging up the Mega Gnar bar. Sheer gets him into the wall, gets the crunch, gets hit by the house anyway, and here comes the Baron steal after. This is what we really want to watch. Gets himself to level 16 by taking the blue buff, heads over, blast cones over into red buff, just to make sure he's not out of the position. Gets the Q into the pit, kills off the jungler, and then allows him to get the smite, because you can't smite while you're reviving. Fantastic play by JJ.
Dwayne tried to read the resonating strike across, didn't get it. Gave JJ an angle in.
And honestly, FX needed to do a much better job of shutting down the steal attempt. You're in a 5v4 with the big gold lead not there on the table. You must do better than that. That's a huge one from FPX. They could have been sitting in a position to 2-0 IG quite confidently there, because they would have been able to ride that Baron into the Dragon spawning in a minute. Now IG gets to do the same to them.
Needs to be wary, gets shield vaulted, tries to get out between worlds and does so.
Dwayne misses the flash ult in the middle of that too, and now gets caught by the Gala ult.
Could be a lot of damage back. They flash back on forward. Shadow continue to look for an angle, and JJ's got really deep. Bullet time came on through, had to flash back out, but now they got danger onto Sheer, gets a Mega Gnar, but it's only on the Mega, not the biggest option. Grand Starfall into the back, miles away. Assume though, still very scary, and Invictus Gaming low. How much damage can they do here as Shadow clears out the way, but he's split apart from the team. I think they're leaving him out to die. He will break the Baron shove somewhat though, because he cleared the way.
Shy's gonna come through and get invested in the kill too. FPX fumble the play on top side. Dwayne misses the flash ult to try and close down Rookie. Probably the most important part of that fight. You don't have that afterwards. 2 dead for FPX. Baron buff continuing, Dragon up in 10 seconds, and that'll be a Soul, Hextech Soul for IG. That should win the game for them realistically.
Shadow dead, there is no real way they can play for the contest straight up. They just need to find a 5v4. Unfortunately, Sheer is still dead for 10 more seconds, and already the Dragon is started. They just have to give it up and deal with Hextech Soul on the likes of a Nidalee, on the likes of a Varus.
That is pretty devastating for FPX. From such a commanding position after that solo kill from Sheer onto TheShy to now, big change. IG, they've somewhat clutched this out. They've definitely clutched this out, actually. The Baron steal was absolutely phenomenal from JJ. Even though he's 1 and 5 on the Lee Sin, hey, you only need 1 or 2 montage moments, and then you feel pretty good about life after that point. Makes you wonder about who the MVP is going to be for the game, actually. Look, I don't think look, I'm going to throw this out there. I don't think the MVP is TheShy. I think he's had a lot of fun with the matchup. I don't think he's necessarily made the game-winning plays. I don't necessarily think it's JJ either is the thing, because he's had a lot... Okay, he might get it for the Baron steal. That's the hilarious thing. Rookie goes forwards, great damage.
Get a lot of damage. In fact, TheShy also did like their one pressure point, played for the towers, done a lot in the 1v1, had that one fumble there in particular, which was a bit rough, but outside of that, it's drawn a lot of attention, gone 1-for-1 a lot. He's the only person with the significant gold lead for a majority of the game. Now, Rookie's in a good spot, in fairness, as well, but you are right that they've been the most important players, but also by far the worst players simultaneously, right? It's the duality.
They are the best, worst players on their team, Sam. Yeah. We like duality here.
I push my fingers into my keyboard.
Yeah.
That's how I press. That's the only way I can press my keys.
Do you think we should make a Slipknot parody chat? Do you think we should do that? You know, LEC has got their own songs. We can make them some here for our bootleg stream.
I did do a song called Before I Get Tilted.
Yeah.
Which was quite good.
I did, yeah. I've done it. I really want to do a Mulan parody. I don't know whether it's on the nose because it's Mulan for a Chinese player, but I really want to do a Mulan parody for Cream because he was always the melee assassin player, but he's become the Hui, Karma, Orianna player. I want to parody Make a Mage Out of You.
That's brilliant.
Did they bring me Yone? It would be great. It would be wonderful.
What was my Before I Get Tilted? Like a minion is worth more than me. Yeah. Before I get tilted.
We have, and the thing. Oh look, that if we get on this track, we will be talking about this the entire. Well, maybe that's something we can do. Look, however, it is also 38 minutes. Hextech Soul for IG.
Yes.
There's no Baron buff left for them. That's off now. They get to shove in. They don't have the 5 grubs which FPX have, but FPX can't actually side lane anymore. Realistically, here comes the Pantheon. It's not side lane. It's a full-on team fight.
Get a bit of CC back to make a lands a Shadow Strike, but now Care on an angle, looking to come across here. Lands a decent angle, and they're going to get people caught in the crook pit! Invictus Gaming get whacked in there. They'll turn it around as TheShy goes down, gets walloped and crunched. JJ now in a 1v3. The back end of this play's got nowhere to go. And FPX 5-4.
Insane collapse from Fun plus Phoenix. IG are not respectful of the Pantheon ults and the hard engage coming through from FPX. It is a 4-for-2 overall, and that'll break the spine of the pressure which IG have. Remember, 5 growths from FPX take a lot of towers very quickly, but more importantly here, they'll get themselves the Baron. And that means that IG, now they're the ones who have to deal with the map pressure against them. Oh my god, it can't happen again like this. Another great mid to late game for IG, potentially thrown out the window by one big important fight.
How did that happen? They got stuck in the crook pit and didn't want to flash out. They knew the Akali was on the other side, but like, you both got popped in a second.
This is ridiculous. I cannot believe we're seeing 2 games of this from IG. Gala has flash, has ult. What happens to his spell shot? It's blown by the AoE of the Pantheon ult. The spell shot gets blown by that, which means he's no longer safe. Care, great angle, fantastic flank forward. IG didn't do their due diligence in popping the vision there. And yes, JJ gets into the play and gets a lot of damage down onto Care. And honestly, JJ almost saves this fight. But it's not enough. You've lost your AD carry early. Assume has a GA, has Bloodthirster. You're not killing this guy for free. They have the DPS advantage once the Varus is off the floor.
And Gala had crash down. Sorry, Maker had crash down. Gala had flash. You could have gotten out of that croak pit. Yes, I know the Akali's waiting on the other side, but you have to get out of there, surely.
I don't know. I wonder if you flash over, whether Care just kills you anyway. Maybe JJ can save you. I don't know whether they saw Care. Of course,
they got hit by the shuriken pit, so they knew it was there.
I think once that shuriken hits, though, you're like, well, if I flash, he's following me. That's the problem. I think you're damned. I think you're already in the grave at that point. It's so hard to play out. Maybe if you slow it down, maybe you think a little bit differently. Deciding it in the heat of the moment, very different thing altogether. For someone who had such a fantastic placement stage, the player of the placement stage, by the way, was Gala for AD carry anyway. Not great from him to lose out an important fight like that. Does, however, have his summoners for now, though.
He does. So, what are we doing at this point?
Well, we have a minute until Elder. We have side lanes able to be played through for FPX. Shadow, of course, level 18 on the Pantheon. Very, very powerful in this jungle now. Of course, gets an extra 30% armor pen from the passive of his ultimate. 10% per rank. No real side lane pressure really opened up for FPX, so they push in the waves, and they go to recall, spend their ill-gotten gains, and they'll head towards that dragon. The Elder spawning. Infinity Edge built up for Assume. Has the Swift March as well. And also, one-shots a shield bow. Assume could just end this series.
Good. And they don't get that much power from the bound, but they do get some wave shove. They will have priority around the Elder, as you kind of noted. Things are now looking at the other side. Gala with Hextech Ult and a full build poke. Varus will hurt a lot of very squishy members from FPX. Not really a tank to deal with the poke.
Yeah, I was wondering whether actually FPX would go towards any of the upgraded boots for the short-term power spike for this dragon, because they do have the feats of strength. Arrow's starting to rain down. Dwayne does need to be a little bit careful. You've got to be careful not to eat too much poke here. That's one big thing. You need to make sure that you're coming in with as much HP as possible.
Assume and Shadow step on forwards, clear out a lot of these wards. Dwayne also there now in the river.
Kez pushing out
shoving,
yeah, Kez pushing out that bot side. IG forced to be respectful here. Clone of Nico, really, really helpful to get some extra vision down. Reminder, FPX, oh, hang on, there's great damage from Rookie onto Care. Might have to teleport back in. Reminder, FPX, that it's much easier for them to kill and tank Dragon because they only have the one Dragon beforehand. Dragon is harder to kill the more dragons that you have taken previously in the game. FPX, if they're on it, they have slight advantage.
They've got the Hextech Gate, so respawns and resets are a lot more available. Sheer. The wave shove bot. TP back in, doesn't want to spend time Hex Gate.
TheShy. Serve on the flank. Remember, there's nearly not the best team fighter here. Comes Shadow. Where's he going with this? He's going straight into the play. Here comes Shadow.
Gets onto Gala, who does cleanse away. Shadow in danger, trying to get on out. They're going for the Pop Blossom. Lands onto multiple members. GA goes on down. Into the backside goes Care, looking for an angle. Can't quite do it. TheShy looking for Rookie, who manages to win. He has to say Mako in danger. Dway on the other side. GA now popped on Asu, who's going to come back alive. Elder's still going. Needs to be taken. Secured by Shadow. Assume falls, but is too dead on both sides. Look at TheShy though. Can look for a javelin toss. Blind. Can't quite land it onto Shadow.
But it's not a clean fight. It's not a clean win. 2 for 2 means that though FPX get themselves the dragon, they don't win the game off of this. IG, I thought they were so screwed as soon as they had to deal with all of those GAs going into the middle of the team. FPX boldly going into the team fight. And I do think it was the correct decision to say, look, we have GAs on the Misfortune, on the Pantheon. This should be enough to win the fight, but they can't quite cleanly shut it down. What happens here? TheShy goes over one wall. Assume not in the best position for his ultimate for a lot of this. Shadow goes right onto Gala to force that cleanse. Not quickly getting to play. Joy just misses out on Gala. Just misses out. The Nico, between a game of highs and lows, some of the best, some of the worst. It's worth noting the Meganard doesn't hit onto Rookie. Some mistimed skills from FPX onto that Zhonya's definitely doesn't work out. And TheShy, massive damage. Honestly, this Nidalee does a lot, and Assume flashes from auto range one side towards auto range the other. Bad team fight in that moment from Assume.
Late flash will get hit by the Varus Q just as he flashed, and then the Hextech Soul comes on through. Oh my day, that's a pixel of hitting Pantheon's bum.
Yeah, we were saying, hey, Assume might be able to win the game in that next fight. Had the GA, had such a big gold advantage, was full build, had the feats of strength boots as well. Doesn't deliver on that promise to his team. Shadow going forwards. They do still have that Elder for a minute and start to push in. They have the 5 grubs, so they should be able to take hopefully an inhibitor for FPX fans. I don't think IG will want to give a true fight to them.
No, they do still have that Elder. That is a big, big deal. It's not a clean win of the Elder, but they did still get it. And of course, that was off killing off JJ. That was what Assume and Shadow really traded their lives for.
Because the Baron's gone. FPX don't even... This sucks for FPX. They get themselves the Elder. They don't actually get to break the base, though. No. They had the Baron and the Elder at the same time. The wave clear from Varus becomes a lot less impactful.
15 seconds on Baron's spawn. You still have 20 seconds just about of Elder. I don't think it'll matter that much. The overlap not significant.
Well, they might look for a fight right now. If they could find someone in the warding patterns, they need to get the resets through, though. Shadow has his ultimate again. He's been using it very boldly so far. That's a word I've been using, you know. Bravely, another word.
Brazen.
Yeah, that's another word for it too. FPX losing vision across the map. Teleport onto the top wave, I presume from... Oh, it's from Rookie. Yeah, I didn't see who was off the map at that point. Ship pushing a bot side. FPX trying to play...
Dr. Livingston.
I presume. Dr. Livingston, I presume. The Sheer pushing in bot side. Not coming up to this fight round. Are they giving this up? Are they really afraid? I mean, they have the Hextech Soul to be afraid of. Charging up the Mega on the bot side. Where can he teleport into? You can teleport into the jungle behind them, and that might be exactly what he does.
Look for the fight after. Shadow steps on forward onto the side. Not that much damage, but that means Elder's just not... Sorry, Elder Baron is now secured. To what end, though?
Meganar's coming in.
They're going to try and play this one out. Meganar nearly there. Care lands a shuriken step. In comes Shia! Looking for that, goes kicked away from the potential slam into the wall. Gets one back, but it's only on the JJ. Dre goes in. Pop blossoms him up. Trying to get the JJ, who hopped over the wall into the between worlds. It's a 1-4 as Assume brings down the jungler. They lose Mako too. Rocket Bell onto Gala. Gets slowed down. Looking for the big Hummer strikes. TheShy gets the Sterak shield. Shadow in danger. Each of the soul comes on down. And they blow up the Pantheon. 2 for 2 again in these fights.
FPX really not cleanly executing on these flanks. Care misses his E and can't get the clean kills. There is potential cleanup coming through. But I think TheShy is low enough HP that, folks, we are well and truly into the late game. We are almost cresting 90,000 gold per team. IG get themselves the Baron. But you have to wonder whether FPX could have played that out better. Sheer doesn't get a great Mega Knot because the rest of the engage doesn't come through on a great timing. And honestly, the biggest eyebrow raise for me here as we watch this replay is what Care ends up doing in this kill combo. Sheer comes through. That's not a bad angle. This is fine. You want to make sure you can get yourself onto Gala. Sadly, he has a spell shield, so you can't immediately Mega Knot him. Gets kicked out. That's whatever. But look at how Care plays out this fight. Goes on towards, I believe, Rookie at the start of this. No, sorry, onto JJ. Misses a Q, misses an E, has no mobility left and can't get a kill combo. Missing your E and your Q like that is really not acceptable. Yes, ends up killing Mako, but should have been able to kill one of the carries as well.
And TheShy just about surviving here. Still have the Sterak, of course, with the Tyrant's Blood Mail as well. It's very tanky in these extended fights now.
Last auto attack from TheShy. Just managed to come through as the Aegis Assault wears off. GA now available for Shadow again. Jway caught out by Rookie. Damage comes through. That's a dead Nico.
There's the amount of advantage they needed. Soon, they'll try and stand here and wave clear in the way they can. Invictus Gaming might be claiming our first inhibitor of the game. How far do they want to push?
Well, with the arrows like that, it becomes a lot easier. Good accuracy from Gala. We criticized him earlier for his one death of the game. It was very, very important. However, the rest of it has been sterling from Gala. Uses the spell shield. That comes through.
There's the wave. Deny that one, but it means you don't have that. It has to cleanse the Hextech slow.
No, he cleansed the Varus ult spread because it landed onto the Narp and you weren't too close to it. Had to go out of that one. So cleanser free. I think Shea was trying to body block for him. Doesn't actually end up achieving the result he wanted.
Second inhibitor turret now under siege. 15 seconds on Jway. No big ult really. FPX want to burn again unless they're going for the full fight. Losing that bullet time already kind of sucks. To give up 2 inhibitors.
All right, roll up. Might be one last act in this. Assume has good damage, but how much can you get through? He doesn't have that bullet time. It's really bad having that down. Here we go.
Care goes in, looks for an angle. The Magnus Storm back. That means Care just dies. As Gala, still alive. Chains of Corruption comes back off cooldown and he stays in one piece. Out of the GAs we go. Assume trading with TheShy and losing to the solo lanes of the World Championship team in 2018. Rookie and TheShy bring low misfortune. We're going to Game 3.
50 minutes almost crested for Game 2. Folks, we have 3 series today, and this is just the first of them. We are in for the long haul.
Wow. Well, that game, it felt so difficult in the later stage. Somehow, TheShy in a late game Nidalee became such a menace. Rookie fighting massive ults as well. Gala surviving 2 big team fights around the Elder, around that last play. Huge stuff from Invictus Game.
So we're 1-1. Well,
hi.
I don't really know how to pass that one so easily. Both of these games have been messy. I don't think we've cleanly executed on on good conditions. Karuro says in Twitch chat, I just smashed my 4K TV in front of 30 guests at my party because of this game. My wife just took our crying kids and said they're spending the weekend at a hotel. This team has ruined my life and my party. I can't handle this anymore. Goodbye, FPX. I'm no longer a fan. Take back your TheShy comment. He's the MVP. Honestly, he had a good late game. I was saying, look, the Nidalee is not easy to execute there, but he had a really good set of plays. He didn't jump in too easily. I think he had a good value to game on the Nidalee, even into the late game, which I didn't expect.
Also, calls I want to see their heart rates after the game, says Hans in chat over player.
I think that message came through in one of the Baron fights.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you know what? Good point, folks. Right.
Hydrated and posture checks, correct calls.
I can do that. Sam, would you like to take your break?
Yes, I would.
Do that.
Oh, do you want to stick the kettle on or anything?
I'll figure that out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, thanks to the followers and for the channel points spent, folks. I am aware that Cadril is streaming, so most people go watch him instead. But hey, it's nice to have some people who enjoy our streams, things, sort of things too. It's always quite hard when you talk about kind of trying to build your own brand within the co-streaming space when there's so many big streamers around. Typically, what people do is they have a tier list of people that they watch, and I think most people will have, you know, Cadril, and then I Will Dominate, and then, you know, maybe people like Yamato Cannon, maybe Kitty's on that list too. A lot of people who've kind of like found their own like nice little like cozy communities and whatever, and the communities they like to be part of. And obviously we're not as big as them yet, so what that means, well, yeah, we're not as big as them. We'll see if we get that right. But it also means that whenever they start streaming our games, particularly when LCK is not on or its worst games, we end up losing viewers because obviously they come online at that point. So despite the fact that we're the consistent streamers of the LPL, the viewership does fluctuate an awful lot. I mean, I suppose naturally, depending on who else is streaming the games. Oh, can IG stop giving me heart palpitations, please? No. No, that is what the team was built for. That's what the team's built for. I gotta go put on some ads, folks, for Twitch, just so we don't get pre-roll again. Imagine being both an IG and a top esports fan. Well, yeah, for sure. You and your brother offer something unique those other co-streamers can't. That's really nice to hear. Yeah, I mean, that's how you're meant to coexist, right? Because, you know, I don't, you know, obviously I respect those co-streamers an awful lot, and I watch them an awful lot too. It's also like, how do you coexist, you know? One of my first times on the stream, I like the banter. Thank you. Very kind words. Hey, you know, and there's absolutely, it's more of a, just like a, how you do that thing where you, you know, coexist, really. How do you find a niche? Thank you so much for the gifted subs, Arif, by the way. Very kind of you. Kind of you. Night Pilker and Sussy sick. Oh, Jesus. This is how the, yeah, this is how the stream memes evolve, right? Kedril has XDD, we have Pilk. I asked Kedril to watch your streams, but I think he doesn't want to steal your viewers. He streams the Chinese cast instead, not sure though. It's a bit of a grey area, right? Because, it is a bit of a grey area because it's like, we're not an official broadcast, so co-stream feels a bit strange, but also Kedril also has 20,000 viewers, so we don't have the situation where main broadcasts have, where, you know, sponsors see our stuff, and then we get value from that. We get value from viewers, right? I mean, I'd have to think that through. I mean, if Kedril asked, look, if Kedril asked, I'd probably say yes, right? You know, if Kedril asked, I'm sure we could come to an agreement of some kind. Because, like, the shout-outs obviously mean an awful lot. Is worth noting that, you know, that a bunch of the games that we do are solo casts, so I don't know whether that's always something which those viewers would enjoy the same way. But, you know, if Kedril asked them, yeah, if Kedril asked them, we'd have a conversation at least, right? It is a mixed bag, right? Because, you know, obviously I would prefer to have those viewers myself, because that's how we gain value out of things. But also, I suppose yeah, I suppose. And the thing is that we also don't have, like, proper desk and stuff, too. So basically, it would end up being a co-stream of a co-stream eventually. So when we're doing stuff like this, when we've got the camera on, it's a little different, right? Because we'll basically be doing what he's doing in the breaks. But I suppose for the games themselves, it's whatever. Anyway, This is a cool and unique blend of the cozy co-stream and a more professional cast. Thank you, Pelican. Appreciate it. Between LPL and med school, my hair is falling out. Oh god, well, yeah, med school is one of the most stressful things I can imagine. Both my parents went to med school, so we've heard the horror stories of that. Oh wait, hang on, that doesn't work the way it was. Okay, cool. Right, so we'll figure things out after this, I suppose. Are you in med school for the cheaper blood pressure medicines? Yeah, you know, I used to work at reception for an NHS clinic, and I think probably the most prescribed drug there was blood pressure meds. It was an older community. It was like quite a middle class district of outer district of Nottingham. Pilk versus XD. Yeah, that's the great battle of our time. You know, who will win, rats or Pepsi milk? Yeah. Hard to tell the difference sometimes. I turned the volume down, right? So, folks, in terms of break music, I can't tell what volume you're listening to now, because this isn't... The volume going through my headphones is not the same one as going through the stream. Is this volume okay? What's better at Pepsi? I mean, Pilk is obviously better, obviously. Pilk is obviously better. Volume's good? Cool. Nice. Rat's drinking Pilk? That's how we get, like, a Marvel comic. That's how we get Ratman. This one's good? Cool. Alright, so I need to remember it's -8 decibels on OBS, and I just put it up to even when it comes through to that. You'll have to, like... Now, was volume in-game okay? I didn't... Well, I guess I can go back on the stream and I can check. Oh my god, the Pilky game. Are you kidding me? TheShy got MVP. Are you kidding me? Of course he did. I mean, I don't even think... Okay, whatever. He actually does deserve it. He actually does. He actually does. Yeah. I don't know, man. He actually does deserve the MVP. What can I say? JJ was MVP. I mean, he kind of sucked for most of the game, but the thing is, though, like, JJ had the one Baron steal. Nidalee actually had a number of 1v2s and have really good team fights. I actually think it is TheShy. I think it is. 26% damage on AD Nidalee is kind of well, but he was side laning against a bruiser the entire game, just chunking down their HP. So I think that actually does make sense to me. Every Aurora ult literally cut FPX in half. Yeah, I mean, maybe it should just be the Aurora thinking. I was thinking that too, because Rookie had consistent value across the entire game, and it was very impressive, actually. It was very impressive. Permaban, everyone who... Yeah, we need to cull our community. Anyone who thinks that XTD is better than Pilk, you know. And there's one of you. I can't even see who's... Can I see who's voted it? No, I can't. Hang on, let me show this. 4 for top lane, 2 for mid, 2 for jungle. It was a split vote. You know, that's fair enough. I'm sure someone gave some like, they wouldn't win this game without the Baron steal. They probably don't win without the lane pressure from Nidalee and then some of the teamfight assassin. I mean, all of them are fine. Gala also had a pretty okay game, but you know, he had that awkward moment at the end of it. FPX choose blue side. That is the price of losing your 1v1 earlier, isn't it? And of course, by the way, folks, if you're watching on Onivia as well, feel free to chat as well. I do have every single chat open right now. I preferred the consistent damage of Gala or Rookie, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I thought that they were the workhorses, right? They're the people that really did like a lot of the legwork in the team fights. So I don't think that's wrong to vote for. Now we wait for our next thing. I already ran out of this, didn't I? Thought Gala was kind of quiet that game. He said skill shot accuracy was pretty good. Danny has a history of overcooking drafts. Yes, he does. You are completely right in saying that. Not really a standout throughout. They all just kind of needed to step up when not through the series. There's something to be said about that, Bradley. There is something to be said about that. Yeah. Oh, did everyone see? Hang on, do I show this to you? Maybe I could show this to you. You aren't on LEC broadcast today? No, I'm not on LEC today, folks. I'm not on LEC today. I'm not on this weekend. The next time I'm on LEC is next weekend. Am I on day 1? I think I'm on day 1 of week 3 and day 1 of yeah, I'm on day 1 of week 3 and day 1 of week 4. And those are so I'm not on as much in the next few weeks. Pilk is better than XDD. Incredible poll. Incredible poll. But it's okay. I mean, it means I had my big weekend, right? Mecha Fanboy, once again, oiling the stream with 100 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much, Mecha. That alert is going to be going on for a while now, folks, so I'm going to leave that off for a bit. I need to fix my alert box at some point, because this will just keep... I need to add some variety to it as well. But Mecha, of course, thank you so much for support. Obviously, it means an awful lot to us. That one is not surprising to us, I don't think. So yeah, folks, if you'd like to support us, obviously, just tune in and watch means an awful lot. However, special shout out to Mecha, who's been doing an awful lot to keep us afloat, really, in terms of the stream. By the way, folks, I made a tweet about this the other day. Because of this stream and the support we've had of it, I've been able to cast a lot more LPL. What that has meant is that I have now cast my 1000th LPL game. I have cast 1,000 LPL games in the last few years. I started casting in 2023. It was about 7 AM. I was staying over at a friend's house in London, and I got a message from Hysterics saying, hey, what are your plans for casting this year? Dag just had to drop out of LPL, basically, because he was on LEC. And I was like, well, I don't got any plans. Sign me the hell up. And that has absolutely changed my life. So honestly, I got a lot to thank, a lot of people to thank, obviously Hysterics who signed me up for the LPL back then. I've got a lot of love for him and the time that we spent together in the LPL and now the LEC as well. Get to keep on working with him. Thank you. And yeah, you know, I think I'm a lot of people in the LPL get through a lot of games. Many LPL casters have now cast thousands of games. Thank you, Blade, for sticking around. It means an awful lot. But yeah, being able to cast this many games and keep up with the teams, it means that, you know, I can roll into any game of LPL and I can deliver to you the knowledge which I've gained over, frankly, too many hours of League of Legends. And I feel like I can claim a bit of history for myself here in LPL. You know, I can talk about, you know, the recent highs and lows of FPX as they've fallen and rebuilt. No, that's probably something which I talk about more in this series, actually. You know, FPX last year felt like they were on a rebuild because Milky Way came in and it felt like they could be a top team. They beat JDG a handful of times. Of course, they lost Milky Way and this first split felt pretty crap. But you know, now it feels like FPX look pretty okay. Look pretty okay now, honestly. Taking IG to 3 games in the closest of series? No. Can IG win this series? Absolutely they can. Right, Sam, Mecha dropped another frickin' 100 gifts.
Oh my god,
so,
Mecha!
Because, you know, Mecha just does
oiler.
that. The oiler and shit. Yeah, Mecha's like, if you've ever seen that bit, I don't know whether it's in Yakuza Kiwami 1 or 2, whatever's the one where you run the host club, and you just get the oil barons coming in. Yeah. That's Mecha. Like the hostess clubs and stuff. I feel like Mecha is just the person that does do like the Dom Perry, the Dom Perry fountain.
Yeah, that's it.
That's how I've chosen to just, yeah.
Sarah,
thank you for that.
Oh my days.
Okay, I'm going to get myself another drink or just at least go to the toilet or something. And then we'll get into our next game. Yeah, I think someone was saying that they went into Caedrel's chat and said, you know, asked him to stream our stream. I know there's a bit of an awkward thing. It's a bit of a nuanced conversation. As far as I'm aware, Caedrel doesn't stream all LPL stuff, so it's not going to be all the time. And also, we don't have enough... Look, I'm sure some viewers will definitely go and watch over in Caedrel's chat and stuff. If Caedrel wants to... Look, by the way, if anyone is in Caedrel's chat and you kind of share between it, if Caedrel wants to stream our games, I'm actually okay with it.
Same here.
Because let's be honest, we're kind of small fish right now.
And Mark's great. I love Mark. So if he wants to do that, that's super fine.
Look, and you know, maybe get a TriCast at some point. Maybe God, can you imagine doing a TriCast for LPL finals?
We could get him up. See if he's down.
Like, I mean, look, I think I'd be happy for it. You know, we love Casual's community and we love Casual himself. I did get to TriCast with him before.
Yeah, one of some of the few times I cast LEC, I got to cast with Cadril. It was a really good time. He is a very, very talented caster. My days.
Cool. Right, we should be getting into draft soon. Let me just drop this thing. By the way, Sam, the volume, I'm doing volume OBS now.
That's fine.
So so it's just straight 0 for when we're in game, -8 or so for when we're in break.
Copy that.
So that's what I've benchmarked it at. And that's
Hell yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, so maybe we can. By the way, love your co-stream. Made me watch LPL regularly. That's very kind of you to say. Very cool. Very cool to say. But yeah, if anyone, maybe I can do it in. I don't know if Cadrill's going to be streaming the rest of the games because this is the Shy games and stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Okay, I'm going to go to the toilet real quickly. Whatever. I've got enough coffee.
You go,
now.
mate. I'll hold on draft. Sorry, I needed a toilet break myself. But there we go. That's fine. I'll hold on to the fort for now. And again, thank you, Mecca, for that incredible gift sub. Thank you, Grumpy, as well. And again, appreciate all those who can do that. And again, PPG's been added. Exactly. It's there. Is that my version of it? It is. If you're sub to my channel, you get the PPG emote. It's there. Fabulous. And again, thank you for that one. Agrees, cozy, high quality. Thank you, Effie. Appreciate it. And again, hopefully we're giving you a nice mix of actually paying attention to chat and also giving you some value. People from my channel now throwing the PPG emote out. Shout out to Ocean. I believe it was Ocean Salts who made that graphic as well, correct? Hot Dog and Fury and Pilkman and TheShy, exactly. Best TriCast? Hell yeah. Hell yes. So I want to make sure I shout that one out. I stole it for the community. It's a free emote because I didn't want to take that one for free, but it felt amusing not to have in there. Ocean Salts did the leg. There we go. But over we go into draft. I'll throw my thanks out a little later. Give those rewards out where they are. So, Ezreal banned, Gwen banned, FPX back on blue side. They earned themselves that right by winning the side select. Winning game 1 on top of that, put them in a pretty decent position on that front. Blue side has generally been the favoured side for a while. You get the reserve, you get the PPG emote if you're on my channel. I've got it on there as a free emote. So make sure if you're following me, you get the PPG emote. There you go. I'm in the title. I'll stop shilling myself a little bit there. But over we go. Towards this final game of the day. Oh man, it's been a fun one, hasn't it? It's not been clean, but sure as hell has it been entertaining. Gwen, Jace from IG ban. We've lost the Kalista, we've lost the Skarner. Don't want to have to deal with that in general. Might be another top lane ban at this point, but it feels like TheShy's got so much more to his pool. In general, so scary. Pulled away. I'm assuming he got MVP on that. Nidalee.
He did. Yeah, he did. It was a little bit of a question, right? Because I think it felt like multiple people had multiple highs and lows in the same game. I assume you've already gone through all of our bans, so I stepped out for a Red Bull.
As you should.
Neferi found a way.
Shout out to Qatari as well. Thank you for that sub.
Thank you.
We're all getting subs today.
Sejuani, first pick. Now that opens up Yone, opens up Silas. Cares a big Silas player. Opens up a bunch of extra picks to play very aggressively on the top side of the map. So IG, how do they feel like responding to that? Do you take away the Yone? Do you play towards something a bit more long range? Go towards, I don't know, something like a Nazir instead? I mean, Rookie's not necessarily been the biggest player of that, but what's the play? Longer range, shorter range? TheShy and Renekton. That's a takeaway from the Sejuani. Maybe it opens up Sheer to go towards something like a Jax, though.
Lost the Nidalee, of course, but there's always a world. It's a bit like an Elise. It feels like the way IG are playing today. You never know. A dive pairing to go with that Renekton always feels pretty good. So take away from Sheer. Still got the Yone up, worth noting as well. Care does play that. It's a really good pairing with that Sejuani. So if Rookie doesn't pick that up here, surely that's an insta-lock here as we come on through towards that second pick for FPX. And there it is, locked in. Solo lanes for IG, Renekton and Yone. IG 2-1, some belief in the crowds. Nice pink colour on the letters there. I can get behind that. Kennen locked in for Sheer, a way to bully out the Renekton. Could be a pretty miserable time. In fact, when we saw Sheer last play the Kennen, he got 5,000 gold ahead individually in the game that decided who was going up into the Ascension group. He really does just have it in him to do some pretty despicable things. A couple fun hovers here. The Lucian was hover, but instead it'll be the Tristana locked in to try and manage the Yone. Can be a pretty good shove. What are you locking in now for IG? Jungler, I think, would make the most sense to me right now. Save your bot lane open. Or keep your bot lane open for 4-5. I could see maybe locking in an engaged support or something here as well. But JJ's Lilia has always been potent.
Now, this is fun because typically you look at the Sejuani like, okay, let's go for melees. So, IG say, right, let's pick good picks into melees. Renekton, Yone, good into low-range compositions so they get to snap them up with a bunch of low-range damage and CC. FPX turn that on its head and say, no, Kennen, Tristana, long range, and use the Sejuani more in an LCK style, actually, and say, look, the Sejuani is going to be a ranged initiator, not playing for the melee synergy. So IG have to place things around a little bit different as well. Now, Lilia, risky in this comp. You can get blown up pretty easily. However, one good Swell Seed can change the fate of pretty much any team fight. You know, if you tag the Kennen, tag the Tristana, it means they have to jump out and they have to disengage in a way that they don't have to. Once again, much more like the game 1 of the series, bot lane picks left on the table for a very long time.
We've got potentially quite aggressive lanes here to play around, and no melee synergy right now for the Sejuani. So you've gone for shoving lanes and then the team fight power of the Sejuani, rather than necessarily the potential early skirmish you can get with that Winter's Flail and the Permafrost. The thing is that you've then got to be a bit wary of things like Xie getting ahead on this Lily. You can just sometimes farm your way to victory against Sejuani's Lily. You do pretty despicable things to the jungle versus that champion if you're given the free reign.
Ooh, XDDs from Gala.
Yes, Nymaera, go on.
I mean, Jhin looks pretty good here for me, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Jin's very good at kind of punishing ranged versus ranged matchup, because his W is uniquely threatening with that long-range CC. I don't know, if you get just a random tag from a Yone, you have to try and sidestep that, and a Jhin W changes the way that you position an awful lot. Also very strong in laning phase.
Yes.
So, what's left up on the table now? No Varus from earlier in the series. No
Ashe Braum.
No Ezreal, no Kalista. Ashe Braum feels like it's pretty okay here. Well, it's kind of good. It's pretty okay versus Renekton and Yone. Not awesome versus the Lilia. You can block her ultimate with the E. That's worth noting. The actual particle which triggers the sleep can be blocked by the shield.
And then the last time we saw this matchup,
yeah,
I didn't know that was a particle that could be blocked.
It's really annoying, I'll tell you that much. As makeup, last pick. Yeah, Rakan feels pretty good here, potentially.
Some fun hovers. We'll wait and see what it decides on. I think the Rakan makes most sense. The mobility to go with your mobility feels pretty valuable. You've got a lot of people to jump onto, especially when your CC is somewhat conditional, right? You've got to find a good Yone ult, you've got to find a good Jhin W, Lilting Lullaby. The Rakan's ability to follow up on whatever lands is pretty good because of how quickly you can react to a play. I'm chatting to some of the Mobstar Koi boys, they were sort of saying that sometimes the way they view Rakan is not necessarily as engaged, but his mobility sometimes. He's an ability champion, not necessarily a frontline champion. And that mobility gives you a lot of options that other champions just don't have.
So, FPX kind of flipped things on a dime a little bit by not going for melee synergy with the Sejuani on the top side of the map. The Braum will help with that. I did send a message over to Ketrel, by the way, just in case he did want to stop in and use the stream. Absolutely fine by us. And I suppose if you're anyone else watching on the bot or anything, drop an XDD in chat for him and for us. We'll get into our third game of our first series. We have so long to go, folks, because this is just our first series of the day.
Are we hitting 9 today, Alex?
Sam, you might be enjoying your first 9-game day of the split.
Oh boy.
It's a classic here in the LPL. Let me know when you hit the 18-game, 2 9-game day back-to-back that Mazel and I championed in the last year or two. That was rough, Sam. It was rough.
You and Lennon had to do some very hard shifts back in the day.
Yeah.
So, we now find ourselves moving on to Rift. Mid-game team fight, I think, are going to be pretty spectacular looking at these comps. There go the lights, here comes the cameras. Get ready for some action. Speaking of Alex, did we dial up the wrong one? Fabulous. Last look at our players on stage before we look at the more animated scenes of the Rift. No Skinergy today. Then that'll be some gyros coming in. Well then, we now find ourselves waiting for our first bit of action. Shy on a ward. Chicken throw a shuriken at him, game over.
This is why it's important. You can see that's Ash's ward that was put down there. Well, it was one of the other. I actually didn't see which teammate it was. I was checking Instagram instead. Probably not the best thing ever. But what you do when you have ranged top laners is you group up as a team to put down a ward in these side lane brushes, because as you can see, the Shy wants to sit in those brushes and kind of equalize the range advantage, because Cannon can't auto-attack you in a brush if there's no vision in that brush. So FPX helping Sheer get a lane advantage, and Sheer is a very good laning player. He is one of those players I do think actually can, on peak, stand up to the Shy on laning form. He even solo killed him last game. Yes, fell behind a huge amount of gold, but still, not without contest, and that's the important thing. Doing okay at that level 1. Do expect the Rakan and the Jhin to be able to stand up to them, though, especially with Rakan Qs if they hit, giving you that sustain.
Despite lands, Scarlet backs away though. Ash Braum, for now at least, the advantage in the level 1. There's the permafrost coming on. I'm sorry, the blows. Sejuani's in the game as well. Be careful with that one.
Yeah, got Glacial Fissure, Glacial Prison, and then of course Sejuani has Frozen Tomb. And of course you have Ash, who has, and then you have the Enchanted Coastline Arrow with the Frost Shots. Well, no, Frost Shot's the passive. Anyway, we have full Freljord synergy here for FPX.
We do. I'm trying to think, what we've got. There's no other Frost named in Ash aside from her being the Frost Archer.
Nope. No. Well, Frost Shots are passive. That's what I was saying. But, yeah, I think it's a great time to be. Maybe see if we can test out this buff. Maybe not the best time. JJ walking up. Very fast at clearing on that. Doesn't have bot lane prio. Needs to be careful here. Wants to smite, but needs to be careful not to get caught.
Gets out of range of the Arctic Assault as Shadow went looking, but does get that steal away with the pressure earned by bot lane. We're back towards his own blue side jungle on the other side of the map. Nice angle in from Shadow.
So, FPX, it has been a well, both of these teams actually. No, we can widen up to both of these teams. Both FPX and IG, it has been a hard time being a fan of these organizations for a little while. It has been a journey. FPX, we felt like they were rebuilding last year. IG, less so. I think when you looked at, you know, the Arn Vampire bot lane, I mean, Arn, I think, really pulled his weight there, don't get me wrong. That team was fun, but never really getting anywhere. FPX had Milky Way, it's very close to their mid lane. You know, FPX, when they had Milky Way in the jungle, we thought something special could happen. Jeff looking into mid lane, could flash Q. How much damage can you do here?
Flash Q with the red buff, I think would do him in. That's a lot of damage and just burns out. Good call, Alex.
That cat doesn't manage to see the danger coming soon enough. Goes down for first blood. And despite him having a fantastic first game of the series, struggling here now. Joy, assume, looking for a 2v2.
Looking for that. Permafrost will get it. Again, it's the concussive players. I'll get it right one of these days. Might look for the second set as the heal and the cleanse and the flash have already been blown. Can't quite get that second set down.
Love the flash beyond the grand entrance by Assume there to keep getting damage down. The Ash Braum flexing the muscles a little bit. Even though the Braum can struggle against the Rakan if you play the lane a little too slow and a Q comes in for the sustain. Like that. Look how much health it gives both of them. Does even out a lot of those harder traits.
LPP comes on him. Been drinking a lot of water. Yeah, we back away.
Yeah, HP actually stands for Health Pilk.
Health Pilk, oh no.
Many things. Oh no. Many things we have learned here on the LPL co-stream.
Go use the Pilky gaming emote, guys. It's in there.
Oh, it's so cursed. It is so cursed.
Shadow.
Stopping the recall. The Shy does have... this is the problem. The Shy does have Rage for now. It's going to start wearing off. He can't play if he doesn't have that empowered ability. He needs an empowered Q, really. So as he walks away from the tower. Has the empowered W now. Don't think he can walk up to the tower, though. He'll start to lose some minutes.
There we go. Get the lightning rush through those minions, and we'll press W again. What's the name of W again?
I don't know. Something storm related, Sam. Mark of the Storm? No, that's his passive. It's annoying.
Yeah, no. So Q is the Shuriken.
Yeah, but what's it called? It's like Thundering Shuriken. No, it's not. Oh, God. Look, Sam, you keep talking, I'll look it up. I'm not the person that's meant to learn
E is Lightning Rush. R is Slicing Maelstrom.
Yep.
W is just W.
I've had to teach a lot of casters over the years that it's Slicing Maelstrom, not Slicing Maelstrom. Because Maelstrom is a specific kind of storm. It's a sea storm.
Yeah.
Flashing forward. Jeddah, no flash from him. Mid lane kill.
Back into the river we go. There's no Slicing Maelstrom around here as I'll look for that. Permafrost on down onto the Lillian. Not quite in range, and she's got enough speed from the Blooming Glows to get out to safety. TheShy, though, slicing and dicing, just about safe. In comes the stun. He'll be all right for now. Is they just about survive the dynamic down.
He does just about not survive the tower. Shadow goes down after what felt like a massive overplay from JJ without the flash. FPX, they've had good early games in these series so far. That is a blush they will want to be spared of. That is a bad start to the game.
Wow, that is rough. They're still in an okay position gold-wise, right? Even, but all of that lane advantage that the Sheer would be getting into the Renekton is kind of just halved because TheShy gets a free kill.
JJ just gets level 6
Oh,
boy. And Sheer doesn't see him either. I don't think he expects him to be on this side of the map. JJ, if he lands a swell seed, could kill hit.
Gets a speed up off the minions and flashes away from the swirl seeds. And Sheer stays alive, but burns a lot of time doing it. Give Shadow free range to start off the grubs at least.
Electrical surge is the W, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Mark of the Storm's passive Thunder Shuriken, which lands there. He does end up getting that full Mark of the Storm proc for the Thunder.
Oh my days.
It's so close. It is so close. Shadow just doesn't have the cooldowns. The stun comes through, and Shadow can't follow up. Reminder, Sejuani's early cooldowns very, very long. Your first rank of your Q is 20 seconds first rank. Goes to try and get that last bit of damage. Sheer, obviously not on the same page. Doesn't go in for that last bit of damage either. Not even sure he could have been able to force a kill there either. And JJ, on a Lilia he has done so much work on, is now ahead of the game. That is very scary.
There's Slicing Maelstrom traded out with the Dominus. TheShy looking to get a heal with the culling of the Meek, and does so.
Has flash coming up now, and JJ just took Dragon. Sheer is, I mean, we were praising Sheer for his lane dominance in his first year of play coming into this one as well, but TheShy playing very well around JJ. The top jungle synergy been much better from IG in this game.
Exactly. Losing that initial kill halved the lead, and then TheShy gets this whole wave in a turret, and the cannon just has to drop. It was up 20 CS, not anymore. At this point, the Renekton buys full Merc Trade. It's going to be a lot harder for this cannon to keep bullying.
So,
oh my days, how many minions?
Too many, Sam. Too many. We've got a lane
waves?
We've got a well, we have a lane swap coming through because Sheer's not going back towards that lane. He wouldn't be able to collect. Hang on, Arrow's going on towards mid lane. The Tristana would be able to hop onto it. Do they hit him? Yes.
Ooh.
No.
Nearly hop forward anyway. Rookie will still have the ult available. Mako now going to find himself in danger, actually, is Care, as they get the grand entrance into the Fate Seal. But Hoya being around and Care with the bus shot will buy some time. But now Hoya in danger after flash over the wall. Swellseed just wide.
Dangerous for Rookie to go back in there. Shadow goes forwards. Mako tanks it.
Then Mako does do a good job of tanking that. Rookie is hit by the Winter's Bite. Still got enough HP to queue through those minions and to kill most.
Yeah, sick body block from Mako. Had the heal as well if it got a little bit more hairy. Then that's gold lead. Not that much. Dragon for grubs trade once again. I will say, grand majority of the time when... Oh, we missed a cannon. Thanks, Observer. Got to know these things.
Boo. Care.
Grand majority of the time, this split, it has felt... Grubs do not beat Dragon. I think that with lane swaps being gone, the opening tower trades don't open up the map enough to get value out of Grubs going into mid game. That's been a big change, I think, coming away from first stand. So IG going towards the Dragon side of this trade typically has favored them, and it has favored them in the last 2 games as well. They've gotten Soul in both of those games.
Gala. Very okay position this game. Yeah, actually ends up sucking up a bit of that CS loss. You said we lost 2 waves to tower, and with the lane swaps coming on 3, Cannon at least managed to claim that one top side, but it was rough stuff in terms of managing to keep those numbers up. And Gala quietly farming away. The was a collector first time. It felt like a bit of a Jhin special at the minute, and again, a relatively squishy comp here from FPX on the whole.
Yeah, that's the start franchise. clearing out that wave. It has felt like Jhin has gone from being utility AD character to being genuine main carry in this split this year. I mean, we saw one of our playoffs games against IG, actually. No, I'm wrong. It was NIP versus Top Esports, I think a completely different series, where we saw Leave do 9,000 damage team fights on Jhin.
Yeah.
It was absolutely disgusting. Now,
Him and Jackie Love had some pretty insane games.
Yeah, they did. I feel like, and as did El. I feel like a lot of our LPL AD carries have made a lot of use of Jhin to be a genuine main carry, as before has been, you know, rapid fire with a collector, trying to play a little bit for poke, but it's not really that high damage. I think that's changed somehow in this season. I don't know exactly what's happened to him, but it's felt so threatening compared to previous seasons of the champion. You get that collector, you get towards an Infinity Edge, Lord Doms, you crap out damage. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do. Bit of a chat. Hey, welcome to the channel, Ray Rayban. And it's absolutely no problem you don't know the game yet. The answer is this game is very close. Is the honest answer. We don't know.
The thing
is very tight.
And based off of what we've seen in the shows going forward, he has a lot of teammates coming here too.
Soon just about okay. Down to half HP though. The swell seed landed, but it's only really onto the brawl. The turnaround as the arrow comes on through onto Mako. Does manage to battle down to safety. The glacial fish around for the main makes it very tricky. Down goes Rakan, but the lilting lullaby makes it a 1-for-1. And no, Rakan doesn't fall. He got out. Trying to get the last auto down, and TheShy falls instead.
I really wonder whether Care could have flashed for that last auto. Chooses not to. And they end up taking a 1-for-1, all things said and done, but it's not with the Rakan, it's with the Renekton. FPX, I really felt like they should have got more from that play. IG, they'll be pretty happy with that eventuality, knowing that I think FPX misplayed.
All the while, Gala gets a wave shoved in mid, gets a play. Bot side, Yone and Kennen just trading out. It's not bad going. IG, of course, still end up losing a member, but it could have gone so much worse here from the start.
Absolutely could have done. You know, TheShy jumps forwards, gets the cleanse out of Assume before he gets half his HP. That's not bad from TheShy. Drops out of vision, stops any follow-up coming through from the Brawn passive. Mako, I think, happy to go towards this part of the trade. Uses the heal to keep himself alive. 3 ults are chucked into him, basically. After this point, though, I feel like you just have to flash auto as Cat. You know that the Lilting Lullaby is down from JJ, and then you can get the reset on your jump. Does get the Buster Shot as Cat. You get a Buster Shot force Renekton back into his team as well. So Cat, not the best execution. His Grubs are starting to go down.
4 over FPX. Now when they lose 1 back, it's overcome Rookie when bind is solved. There's the fair. The W lands onto Jway, but a sheer! Finds a slice of from the backside. They lose Mako. Finally, turnaround comes up through those. Gala begins to open up Shadow desperately low. Care and the backline of FPX knocked up by Rookie. Deadly Flush flashed away from Care, but they've opened the curtains. Triple kill for Gala.
A team fight of 3 acts. A slow opening. Sheer speeding it up, and Gala slamming it home to leave it in an IG victory. Sheer good entrance into that fight, but not enough to fully finish off the enemy team. IG are not running an exhaust. I thought that would be the difference maker, so IG wouldn't be able to get as much damage away from that cannon as we sometimes see. So what the hell happens here? Ked doesn't have his ultimate, does have his flash. Swellseed gets huge value. That's a big opening too, isn't it? Means that everyone has to get away from that DOT. But, you know, despite the damage coming through from Sheer, Rookie and Gala escape the back end of that Slicing Maelstrom. They get to reset the fight. Gala, massive damage. And this is what we were saying about the Gala bit, the Jhin being so big as the bomb bounces multiple times. Don't see it in the animation. Kills him there, though. Dancing Grenade goes wild.
Danny's pleased. Understandably, it's not been an easy series for his boys. They've been a little bit sloppy, I think it is fair to say.
I think it is more than fair to say that. Gala goes back, buys himself a collector, gets himself more crit chance as well from the crit cloak. Looks like he will be going towards a rapid fire second. I think we were ahead of the curve. Makes a lot of sense. It means you get that damage down so much more availably. IG, I don't know whether they should have... Hang on, arrows coming through. We'll shut up about that. Is it going to land? No.
Oh, it does! Good read. Now he's in danger. Into the Winter's Bite, looking for that last order and gets the kill. Nice combo from FPX.
I'm going way too early on calling these arrows, man. I thought, oh, it's definitely not going to hit. Reads the ping back because Care's got a great trade. Rookie goes down, and the 5 grubs mean that Care can take this first turret in the top side.
Dragon spawns in about 5 minutes. Did look like the second one went the way of IG. TheShy will be able to trade out on this bot side turret as well, but the marker for feats of strength will still be FPX's now. FPX's now. We're trading for objectives. Of course, IG only need 1 more, as FPX would need 2, but worth noting that neither team claim those feats of strength.
this has been cinema League of Legends, and we talked about this in the early game, but being a fan of either of these teams has been a journey for the last few years. IG, far from their lofty heights of 2018 and 2019, and FPX far from their highs of 2019 and, you know, years after that too. Of course, they kind of really fell off in 2021 when they had a historic collapse at the World Championship there with the Nogari roster. But I look at these teams now, and I feel like this is an important moment for both of them. FPX, I think a lot of people thought that this would be a failed product. Milky Way is gone. Surely they can't achieve much with this roster coming through. But Shadow's come through, and they fought their way up to the Ascension group. I think they're doing better than people would have thought. I think they were clearly the best team in the placements, the last chance to get towards Ascension. IG, of course, they built a super team. It's obvious that they're trying to build something more than their last few years where they struggle on an individual level. This is quite an important game for both teams. The fact that it's gone to 3 games, I think IG, given how good they looked in placements, will not be happy with. Arrow goes through, plans force from Gala.
Shadow won't throw down his own ultimate as yet, as Mako looking to body block. Rookie gets that turret in the top side, so both side lane turrets now fallen. Care will look to try and trade out on the other side, of course, with the 5 jumps into Tristana. This should be relatively doable. Standing nearer to the wall to be able to hop away to safety, but Mako being around makes this a bit of an interesting one. Glacial Prison is well wide by Shadow.
Ah yes, the rarely seen Xmithy. Long may he reign. Shit, has double lost on top side. 2 levels down on the other solo lanes. Really struggling in that matchup ever since that top jungle synergy went against them.
Individually played that ball in the early stages, but here come the teleports flying, hop away from Care, but they're going to turn this around with the dominance in the ground.
The tower.
Buster shot away on 2. Turret does finally fall, but now Sheer being around will force a flash off TheShy.
Rookie has ult. He could go for something bigger here. Gala 1v1 with Assume.
Can't find that Fate Seal. They're trying to back away as the permafrost is building up on top of him. To check every time because it's a different icon because of the skins.
Well, all of this is happening. Herald's going to be summoned in mid lane, because slammed into that mid lane turret. They don't have the growth, but they do have a big old mother to help them take down that tower. IG take that one. And FPX, I guess, don't get everything they want from that bot side. They would have liked to kill on top of the tower itself. IG, with the feats of strength, with that Herald take, be happy with how that worked out for them.
Absolutely, and they claim the turret for turret on that one. They're still actually ahead of the turret game just about. Jin is Giga strong at this point into 1.5 items. Rookie and TheShy not miles behind either. And yes, of course, you've just got the Flicker Blades completed for Care, and that's great news. But you are still in a bit of a weird position, especially now you're losing some of the safety of these structures. The ability for IG to start running you down and having moments like this, where Fate Seal will be paired up with the Curtain Call, and the dancing feet are swiftly stopped.
No more tap dancing anymore, Dwight. Had a fantastic opening to this series in his own Nautilus game and got the MVP. But it has felt like IG have locked in more on this support and the value that which he can have. I'm very interested in the career of Dwight, don't get me wrong, but IG got some real masters on their team to shut down any of these upstarts. This feels like the kind of lead which IG can snowball for a little better. I think this composition can force fights a lot better too. You've got multiple points of engage, lots more points of pick. That arrow is going to be a bit scary. Not getting the ping back this time though.
They're still going to go Arctic assaulting over the wall, and Mako just says, yeah, no you don't. And presses grand entrance himself and says, surprise! And Shadow goes, well, that was upsetting, and backs away.
Minute Soul Dragon, IG would like to get themselves Soul Point there. You mean Cloud Soul in this kind of comp? Yeah, you'll take it.
In this economy?
Cloud Soul in this economy? Hey, Renekton will take it. What do you think Runeterra does for lower income housing? What do you think it does to
I think
address wage inequality?
I think it depends which region. I think you look at somewhere like Piltover, probably okay. Zorn, less so good. And then there's a discussion then about the split of that city in general.
The thing, it
I think you look at Bandle
City. Yeah, Bandle City. I think that's right. I think Bandle City is like that's where the rich and powerful have their mansions.
Oh, you think the rich? I
think everyone who's in Bandle City is there through inheritance.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Sam, yordles don't die.
That's
you can't
true,
tell me
literally.
that you can't tell me that every yordle
so
does not own
how are
huge
new
land
yordles made? Do old yordles make space? We just slowly got like a. Is there like a? Do we hit critical yordle max where the world is just absurd, like covered in yordles that can no longer die and are taking up too much living space?
I think that's a real problem. You know, I think these are the issues that we should be talking about here in League of Legends.
How long does it take to hit critical yordle?
Well, only Zillion knows at the end of the day. He's looked into the feed. Maybe that's what he's looking into. Dragon's going to go down. Look, the highlight's going to look so strange because we're talking about freaking yordle overpopulation. Tower going down potentially. to half HP. The top side cat jumps out.
Do you think?
Hang on, he's caught out now. This is a problem.
What is going on?
Well, this is how we deal with the overpopulation.
We can't kill them. He can't die. He buster shots away. Deadly flourish lands though, and Tristana is brought low by the Jhin.
Will be respawning back in Bandle City. Shadow caught up by Rookie. Does have an ult if he wants to lock him up again, and will do. Where's the follow-up?
Swellsea just wide, but the Deadly Flourish comes on through. Flash with a 3-man Blooming Blow, lilting Lullaby comes on in. Shadow just about alive, but no, he's not, as a Flash comes on forward for Gala. He now unleashes the curtains. Take up our FPX. Jhin is here to give you your plaudits. A double kill over the AD carry from Invictus Gaming.
Assume lucky to get out alive. This has been the best snowball from IG so far. You can tell with this composition, they're forcing fights much more confidently. Everyone has a go button. I think TheShy doing very well individually to stop Sheer, stopping him from having a good counterpunch as well. IG, this is the kind of composition I want to see them on more. We've seen a lot out of them with the Renekton Yone solo lanes, being able to force fights continually. The early game and laning power from this team cannot be understated. Well, overstated, cannot be overstated. That's the way that phrase works. Well, we talked about, we saw what happens to Tristana in live. This is what happened to Shadow, and yeah, he's a tank.
Did not enjoy that.
Didn't enjoy that. I love how Rookie has just been setting up for the Jhin, saying, look, I don't need big ultimates. All I need to do is get one onto one person to delay the fight. JJ goes in, and yeah, there's plans coming through from the Zoom. Braun can't block the sleep decks. He's not between Lilia and their target with the shield. And it's just pandemonium now to that point. How do you disengage from this team which continually forces fights?
Nearly got Assume here as well, but the flash away at the last second keeps him out of the Deadly Flourish. And fortunately for Assume, he had a prior engagement with a life that time around. 2.5 minutes or so until Sol for Invictus Gaming. Atakan is up. It is once again ruinous Atakan. Mako has a present put on top of his head. Courtesy of Tristan. It's a very unfun present. It's not like a great present. It's like a mean present. It's not the little elf Tristana, which really does drop very mean presents. This one's like a evil Tristana, but we're going back over towards the Atakan and away from conversations on the morality of various skin lines. Shadow potentially to steal.
God, that's so fed, man. How do you deal with a 7-kill Jhin at this point of the game? There's a teleport coming through. This might be a last hurrah. Here comes Rookie.
Down to 10% HP. They get a decent chunk on the other side. Hang on, they killed off Mako. Get one back. That's at least a decent pickup. Down to 2,000 HP.
Smite fight.
He stole it! What about the rest of the fight after the Shadow Navigation? The TPs come flying on through. Reminder, Mako is already dead. TheShy has been rooted in place. Gala trying to find an angle. They're looking for Sheer in the backside. Gets onto Gala. That's how you deal with a 7-kill Jhin. Fakes out to the backside. Rookie at least gets one, but look at care of this side. Buster shot out to safety. What is going on in this game?
Rookie's going to get the Q. Might look to continue the fight. Care is the last remaining big damage source. JJ, one last swell so you can turn it for him. TheShy comes through.
Predator, look at the back end of JJ. Lands the watch out, even the Q.
IG clean the fight, even though they lose the objective. IG, at least they'll get some of the flowers. FPX, sadly for them, won't get a GA off of it. It's the ruinous kind, and that doesn't mean they can win the fight after.
So, that just happened. Shadow steals the header card. And somehow, some way, they win the fight after despite Sheer finding a wicked engage onto Sheer partway through. We're going to start with Rookie jumping onto Care to begin with, because he's down to 10% HP.
Yeah, and you know, it's a good pickup onto Mako to make sure that, like, the big disruptive engage is kind of off the table. I think that's not bad. The Smite steal is nice. It's good dopamine, but I do look at this and just say, well, you know, you need to deal with a lot of different threats from IG. They do a good job of taking down the Jhin, first and foremost. Not a great ult placement from Gala. Just didn't spot out the Sheer, and meaning that a lot of the DPS does go over.
They get a big old trade at the end of it all, and this is where it's very, very messy. Of course, JJ is still just about alive as he gets to come back from the jungle. And look at this, and all while there's still a load of petals in the river, by the way. So I'm assuming like you just pick those up at the end of it all.
I gotta hope so. We'll see what happens. I think they picked up. Yeah, I think they did. Given that they're on 20-something before, now they're on 30-something. They did pick up a bunch of them. Worth noting though, that FPX do still get the big grub bonus now. They basically have six-ish, 6 and a bit grubs. You know, a quarter of 5 is 1 and a bit, so it's about 6 and a bit now overall. Because you get the 25% bonus.
A grub.
You get a, yeah, you get a good. It's a grub good. Dragon started up. This would be Soul for IG, and that wing they would be very happy for. TheShy on the flank. Do they have flashes? Well, they got one on JJ. That could be very helpful.
One on Shadow as well. He's already stolen the objective. Out comes the arrow. Lands onto Mako. Can they turn it into something a bit more? Yeah, that regard is gone. Slicing Maelstrom into the backside. It's only really onto JJ though, but that's potentially really valuable if you kill off the jungler. Look at the other side though. TheShy is winning 1v3. Finally falls. Dragon secured though. That's Soul. It's a 2v2 right now. And in goes JJ. Looking for the lilting lullaby. Finds it, but can't hold it up too much. With the deadly flourish. Gala goes in. Gets 2. It's a quadra for him. He can't make it. The Penta as Care cuts him down in his prime.
Care carries the end of the fight, going towards Rookie again, but the W saves him. It's a little bit difficult for IG to close down both AD carries. The double AD carries from FPX doing a lot of work. Gala very nearly gets himself the full clean sweep of that team fight. At least IG will walk away with the Dragon on top of that team fight. It's not a clean victory, much like the Atakan fight as well. And it doesn't help that Mako is caught out at the start of both, and FPX have just drawn a bead onto that. Rakan said, no, you're not getting onto the backline. And you can see how difficult it is for TheShy to get multiple carries down. Maybe a mistake from Care to bust a shot him in that direction, but he has to bust shot. Well, he's going to get onto one of those AD carries. If Assume positions differently, maybe he can not get the Renekton thrown up on top of him. Gala lands the W in the brush, used the blue trinket to get value for that last auto attack. So close to carrying that.
Care at least gets it. Triple for one, a quadra for the other. Suppose the Jhin Penta on Jhin makes some sense, really. And that's Jhin now 11-2. Oh my god.
One of my favorite pentacasting moments was the last LPL finals we did as the LPL broadcast, actually, which was when we had the pentakill from was that from Elk? I think it was from Elk. Yeah, it's like Elk's got it. Jin's got his favorite number, but he wants to add one more. Oh, Munchables, you wordsmith, you missed that bloke. I do. FPX back out onto the map, have to play against that Cloud Soul, of course, which is not nice when they will get to close down gaps even more. Dangerous now to really buy into fights you can't run away from.
Gold lead, Soul. Pretty good spot for IG. Of course, they've given up a few things here and there. A pretty ugly fight. The Atakan was stolen. All these things. So FPX got a tool or two to their name. Again, this cannon. 2.5 items can still threaten the backs. Of course, the early lane advantages have all but dwindled to nothing at this point as TheShy up 1,500 gold as the game's gone on. Got a Randuin's Omen into the double AD carries. Makes some sense.
Okay, well, Soul means Elder next. Are we gonna? Yeah, I think we will get an Elder fight, folks. I don't think we're gonna see the game thrown to the point of where it's lost completely.
Why would you put that in the air?
Because
what?
Sam, you see, sometimes I need to speak my truth. I need to speak my truth and just see what happens.
What's the time, Sam? 28 minutes. Just say.
Yeah, look, look. So the thesis is, I don't think the game will be thrown away from a big objective. I think it will happen at an objective. It's going to happen. It might be the Baron, it might be the Elder. We shall see if it lasts the Elder. Mako has Flash, has a teleport coming from behind, and Mako might actually get a clean team fight for the first time this game.
Looking for an angle, is now spotted, the double control wards behind. Dwayne gonna try and find some space to around and sheer into the backside onto Gala! They've killed off Jhin! No, they haven't, because the heal from Mako keeps him alive. He's not in the fight though critically. Look at Rookie, he's stacking up the Q to try and find a way over the wall. They've blown up Sheer. Now the curtains are called. FPX did everything in their power to try and kill Gala, but if you're going for the Penta King, you best not miss.
The throw happens around the big objective. FPX cannot contain the flanks this time, and IG will seal their first victory here in Group Ascend on day one of this phase of the competition.
It has been anything but clean. It has been heart-wrenching, heart-pounding, cardio disaster of a series for both teams. It has been wonderful to watch. It isn't over quite yet. They'll get the inhibitor and they'll back off towards the Baron. They feel with the Zoom coming up in a couple seconds, it would be a little too much to overforce.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't go for the end of the game. So, IG will get the Baron. That means likely
my God.
We might see another fight. Cannon coming in, doesn't have the ultimate just yet, has Protobelt. Don't really think he can do much outside of that. He's only level 14. TheShy goes forwards, gets the stun in, and IG pounds.
No, there goes Sheer. He's surely dead. As Rookie rebinds his soul, a TP comes on in, but it's going to be on Vision. Can they get anyone on the retreat here? I just don't think so. So instead, they'll just try and play for the tier 1 mid.
What a top diff this game. What a top diff. TheShy so far ahead of Kennen. The early plays between jungle and top lane worked out so well for Invictus Gaming. Go back to the replay of this. Shit does get a good team fight, but he can't completely finish the kill. Mako comes in, and he is actually alive for the team fight this time, meaning that he can peel out a little more. You know, Mako does end up just about living. I wonder whether Care could have jumped away from TheShy and looked for a kill onto Gala and Mako. I do think there was an angle there for the bunny hops to come through and rule the fight. I think he got a little bit screen locked and just said, I got to kill off the people in front of me. Potentially could have carried that. It's very easy to say that in slow-mo from another spectator's view. Not hard to do that on the Rift as IG walk up with their Baron buff. Elder spawning in a minute, and FPX just have to kind of grin and bear it.
At this point, you surely think there is no way IG can throw this game, and yet been here this series, and so I have to hold that statement in doubt. Mako jumped on a little by Shadow. Is TheShy is playing that inhibitor in mid lane, or rather, has got that wave shot in mid lane. He's been jumped on, takes a lot of damage, has a redemption coming, gets a heal, gets to dice away, and despite everything thrown at him, it means so very little. Invictus Gaming will take the second inhibitor in bot lane.
Yeah, and at any time they can now peel back and go towards Elder. They don't even have to if they don't want to. Going up for more damage. Curtain calls coming through, just looking to get as much damage as possible.
Into Act 3 of this series, and Jin, rather, would love to end this one here. Was to assume murders Mako. He's had a few unfortunate deaths this game. Can't end now, actually, I don't think, as a result of losing a member.
No, the 4v5, you can't go to what you can't start the Elder now, certainly. God's very, very strong, has the Infinity Edge. Swift March as well for the extra movement speed. They know that he's not the Dre, you gotta be careful, man.
Oh my days. Gets away with it, Rookie over the wall, has his damage proc though. Just about gets a kill, but goes 1-for-1. That's your mid laner for a brawl?
Messy stuff from IG, both Mako and Rookie taking it in turns to kind of die quite unceremoniously. Means that once again they're outnumbered for the upcoming Elder setup situation. I don't think FPX can push outside of their base and take this. But IG put themselves at risk. This should have been a clean closeout. They managed to get that Baron in such an important fight for them. But now the problem is, you know, you're in an uneven fight, and then you also have this incredibly fed Tristana wandering about the Rift. In an uneven fight, I don't think you can say that Care is completely without carry options. He can very much clean through this team if you give him the opening.
Certainly going to try. QSS picked up for Gala, I'll note here, which could be very significant in terms of trying to deal with the pick CC, of the Ashe, of the Sejuani, hell of this Kennen if they get on top of a bit of magic resist there. No mean thing in a game like this. Victor's Gaming, if you can keep Gala alive, it's very playable. Hell, you've got enough strength in your solo lanes to feel pretty okay, even if Jin does fall, as long as FPX burn a lot to do it. For FPX, that needs to be a big slicing maelstrom. She needs to find a good arrow. Once again, lands on Mako, just disappears!
That's been the play. Destroy the engager. Gala is now left without as much peel as before. TheShy's on a flank, doesn't have flash. FPX, I think they've got an opening here.
They're going to try and force it. Shadow could still be a threat, and a lot of the damage still available, but that big engage option down. They know where TheShy is.
Yeah, they don't know where Rookie is, and there's also a chance of a double teleport for the back door. This could be very, very dangerous.
They get on top of the Dragon. Slicing Maelstrom doesn't really lead to all that much. She is in danger! Dragon stolen by TheShy! Game is done! Invictus Gaming in the 4v5 will still find the Elder, still find the win. Care runs, but to no avail. Rookie with a triple. It's over.
Jeje's Lilia strikes again. The Dragons secure a 5,000 damage team fight and only one death in the game. IG will finish out our first series of Group Ascend 2-1 over Fun plus Phoenix.
I apologize for the heart attacks. I apologize for the palpitations. But in the end of the day, the entertainment bears out a victory for Invictus Gaming. It is surely something. It is surely something I suspect most teams will need to VOD review. The rest of you, I hope you've had enough popcorn. I certainly have.
IG will give us some entertainment. Reminder, folks, we have a grand total of 3 series today. This is our first of them. Went to 3 games, and of course the second game went to 50 minutes. It was a long one, which means that we are in for a long day. It's only day 1 of our, I suppose, split 2 proper, as we've had our seeding finish here with our best of 1 group stage. IG, I mean, maybe just in game 1 jitters. Wasn't necessarily the cleanest game either across game 3. Perhaps level of competition, not unimportant there. FPX, I didn't rate them that highly coming into this split. They've looked pretty decent though, all things said and done, considering this was a seed 1 from a group versus a seed 3. Not the worst thing ever.
So, camera, there it is.
Don't punch my microphone, Sam.
Try not to.
But you failed, Sam. You did punch my microphone. Anyway, folks, hello and welcome back to our coverage of the LPL. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are brothers. We are a co-stream, but we are also professional casters, so we like to cast the LPL like professional casters because there is no official broadcast anymore. There are a couple of streams doing what we're doing, and if you're supporting any of them, I think you're doing a great thing for our region. If you're watching either here on Twitch or on YouTube or on Onivia's YouTube highlight channel as well, or wherever else you might be watching it, it makes a lot of difference to us. Of course, we're not getting paid to do this. If you are watching this, if you are turning up and you're enjoying yourselves, that makes a lot of difference to us and helps us continue what we are doing. It's the first of 3 series today, and yeah, we'll see how much we can keep doing here. We're probably going for a long day. I guess we'll have to raid over to LEC when we're done with this.
The game keeps going. And again, if you can, consider following, consider doing those subs. I'm also in the titles. If you can follow me, always means a huge deal as well. I'm an Initialise caster title. Please click on my name and follow me too, because
absolutely.
I have also got cool content.
Yep. Of course, couldn't do this without Sam as well. In terms of workload and in terms of quality and enjoyment as well. Makes an awful lot of distance. Right, I will get hydrated energy. Thank you very much. Right, we're gonna have a bit of a break between series. I'm gonna run pre-roll ads now, just so if people help in, they don't get hit by anything. And yeah, nice casting for that game 3. Very intense. Thank you very much, Bradley. Appreciate it. It was really quite hard to figure out where the team fights were going, because it felt like one extra random skill shot could do enough damage to a carry that effectively the team fight would flip off of that. You know, if Care doesn't get hit by a Swirl Seed or a Q from Lilia, it changes everything. Same kind of thing with a Thundering Shuriken onto Gala, or something like that can change a lot of things. You know, just like, you know, missing cannon Qs can change things. Missing no, I was gonna go for a roast onto Xerath and I couldn't word it right. Xerath did redeem a roast.
Another one.
Yeah, I feel like you're doing this for the attention. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about how concerning it is that your worldview relies on the attention through channel points of fake currency of people you've never met? Does that concern you, Zara? Does that concern you at all? Well, this was a clean snowball. Very clean snowball. I mean, Care actually played pretty well. I think he had a pretty good... I actually think Care had a good day today. He has always been up and down, but this was a good one.
Do you want to go do the breaky thing first?
Yeah, can do. Sure, go on.
What is our next game, by the way, series?
TT versus BLG.
Alright.
I'll put them all in the title there so you can see all of them.
Should I delete one and move us over to
No, I want to put them there because it means that people might come in watching for IG even if they're gone.
That's fine, yeah, we'll leave that there then. That was not Mako's best game, it has to be said. There was a lot of being hit in the head by CC. And the mobility only matters on Rakan if you stay alive to do it. And they sort of hit this point in the game where that stopped being the case. Time to give up. To live up to the Pilky Gaming name. That's going to be a bad time.
Oh, very insane again. I don't know if FPX exceeded expectations or IG was trolling a bit, or both. I think both is the honest answer. I think FPX actually have gotten a lot better and look a lot more like they have ways they can play the game.
It's just not exactly easy, is it?
Who's the MVP? Oh, he was relatively consistent, to be fair. 7-1 and 19 is pretty damn good going. Massive goal difference in the jungle. Holy moly. 5k advantage individually. Yeah, that'll do it. I wonder whether it might be Gala, but I think he ended up having some rougher endgame fights. So, yes. Whew. Hey, that for JJ, wow. He had a really good time. He did do a really good job there. I might run some ads as well, don't I? Hang on. Adverts! Adverts! Oh, we're already on. The map? Well, it's done now. I
来到我
forgot.
们的赛
Sorry,
后
I've
采
done
访，
them
我
again.
是主持人于少，我们邀请到的是 IG 的极阶选手来到我们的赛后采访，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 IG 打野吉吉。
欢迎吉吉，也要恭喜你们获得了首场比赛的胜利，来到你们首场登峰组的比赛。我想知道在休赛期的这几天的时间当中，有做怎样的一个调整和准备，来应对今天的这场比赛。
到这个赛段之前有一个小小的假期吧，然后放完之后我们就回来很紧张的备战了，就每天会训练到很晚。
每天训练到很晚。那今天这一个系列赛打得非常的焦灼，第2局更是打了将近50分钟的时间。很想知道此刻拿下这个系列赛的感受是怎样的？
我觉得赢的很不容易吧。
而且你们的第2局其实也是掏出了上单豹女这样的一个英雄，上一次使用的时候 LPL 登场的也是由帅哥使用。那你觉得现在这个版本上单豹女的强度如何？作为打野又怎么样跟这样的一个上单英雄配合呢？
上单豹女可能是惹晒的一个风格英雄吧，就可能只有她自己知道这个英雄的上限在哪里，就我会去配合她去把这个英雄的上限发挥出来吧。就这英雄的强还是挺强势的。
那你会不会跟他一起来讨论一下这个豹女的玩法呢？
感觉豹女这个英雄我得向她取经吧。
是吗？向帅哥取经上单豹女，包括豹女的一个打法。那同样的，今天在第2局你也是通过抢大龙能够帮你们逆转局势，能不能说说那一波帅气的抢大龙你是怎么样去考虑的？
当时是电龙龙魂，所以有个传送门可以让我到大龙的后面嘛，然后走到那里之后，发现对面打野没有血，就先把他击杀了之后再把大龙拿下。
通过那一波帅气的抢龙之后呢，也是帮助你们成功在第2局的鏖战当中拿下了胜利。来到第3局，其实看得出来你们的前期节奏在你的掌控下变得非常的好，无论是推塔也好，还有包括资源的控制，能不能说说你前期的这个规划是怎么样子的呢？
前面因为莉莉娅打猪妹的话，我前面拿到了蛮多的优势，所以装备出的比较快的时候就比较能主宰游戏了吧。
Nidalee in game 2, how was it, JJ? TheShy style of champion, maybe he only knows how to use it in top lane well. Maybe only he knows how to use it in top lane well. So how do you share Nidalee? I think I have to learn from TheShy on how to play Nidalee.
你们即将和强敌 BLG 交手了，所以你觉得今天这一场比赛结束之后，队伍还需要着重提高和改进哪一些点呢？
Has a player from NA or EU ever played an LPL? Yes, Shadow was an Italian national, I think. I think he's like Italian of Chinese heritage. So Shadow played in the LEC. He was on Madlands. Reckless was never in the LCK, by the way, only in challenges. He never made it to full LCK proper. How many teams go to MSI? 2 teams go to MSI. Now TT versus Bilibili? Yes. This game coming up will be TT versus Bilibili. Wasn't Paravival in NIP for 24 hours? He never played in LPL. Reckless's name is on the Summoner Scope. Yeah, it is. Yeah. But he never played in LCK. He was never on the main roster. He played with them in the Rebel event? Yes, he did, but he never played an LCK properly.
潘森没获奖了，潘森没获奖了，潘森没获奖。OK， 好事啊，这是好事啊。没毛病啊。我没 Q， 没 Q。看到的。你空了。你10个什么2个10个？能打个10。赢了，会赢。敢走。我在看。看哪也行啊，看哪也行。要去了。要去了。看我。我在看，不碍手。小炮没，没掉，慢点。看他。小炮没谁。慢点。回头。小炮没闪，搞这小心，小炮没闪。没闪。
大了，
能一波吗？中了一波30秒，30秒能一波吗？
一波了
30秒，
有一波线，试一下。
Okay, short time until we get CT vs BLG now.
Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce. To be honest with you, plus I'm pale, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm looking fly like a 747 in the sky, 'cause it's prime time. Gotta sip wine with a fine dime. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Leave it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look, and boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Take one look, and boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right. I know that's right. Yeah, I'm costly. You wanna hang? Then we better go shopping. I could change my mind in a heartbeat. Over and out, understand? Do you copy? Copy, don't copy. No.
Alrighty, and we're back again. I'm down. I am super low down here. But that's okay. I can be chill. Wait, if I click over here. Oh, so if I click around, I can actually accidentally. It's worth noting. I can accidentally kind of like flick off the stream and put it onto the background. Oopsies, need to be wary of that. Oh, I didn't use my drawing tool at all during this. Nice. I actually missed the whole IG series. It was a good series, Kai. It was a good series. Go back and watch it. It was fun. Popcorn League of Legends, right? It was yeah. Make sure you buy blood pressure medication first. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. God, we're only through our first series. Right, so for this series, BLG, let me think. I mean, there's an opening in the jungle. I think that, you know, obviously TT beat BLG in a best of 5 last split. I think that, Beitran versus Wei. Wei's not looked fantastic recently. There is a chance that, Beitran locks in a Sedrani or a, Lilia and goes wild versus him. Like, I actually wonder whether they give Wei well, Wei's Skarn is still pretty good. I'm gonna look things Hoya, not been playing great though. They intentionally made all the fun matches on the weekends. Yeah, that does make sense, Frag. Yeah, it'll be for viewership stuff. Yeah. They make like the Nirvana groups midweek games. And of course we get BLG. Now, I don't know. I mean, this really does depend on how Whale can honor coming in. Really, I think that, you know, I think that Knight is still in great form, but wasn't enough to completely save them in the group stage. They lost to Weibo, of course. They lost a game to them. Was Knight ever not in great form over these last years? Maybe ADC mid-meta? The thing is, in playoffs, he was fantastic on that meta too. He was bad in the regular season for the ADC mid-meta. Knight's been incredibly consistent. Bin will be back now. Best of one's not his style. To an extent, but we'll see, right? I think Bin's been on worse form than he was last year by quite a long way.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是于双。我们邀请到的是 TT 的教练阿飞，先有请我们的阿飞教练跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 TT 的教练阿飞。
那在这一个赛段和 BLG 再一次交手，你觉得你们赛前需要给队员们怎么样做心理的建设，能够让他们放下包袱，全力一搏呢？
主要之前我们交手过，有赢过，有输过嘛。那相对就是把我们输的比赛总结一下，然后把输的比赛调整过来就行了。
那您觉得在今天和 BLG 的交手当中，哪一些关键的点，比如说地图的资源做得更好一些，能够增加应对 BLG 的胜算呢？
主要因为我们对资源的掌控要求比较高嘛，那相对的就是我们的边线可能比较薄弱，那我们要去加强在边线包含换线的处理，然后才能比较好应对 BLG。
最后有什么想要对队员们说的加油的话吗？
就孩子们放平常心吧，我们可以战胜的。
那就一同期待今天这一场对决了。我们邀请到的是 BLG 的茂凯教练，先有请他和大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 BLG 的教练茂凯。
首先第一个问题，因为今天要和 TT 再交手，你觉得在之前和他们交手的经验上来看，队伍有做哪一些优化的调整，能够让今天有个更好的表现呢？
首先是就是根据以往我们跟他们交手的经验嘛，我们知道他们是一支非常喜欢抱团的队伍，所以今天的话就特别强调跟选手说，让他们报好自己对位的信息，然后及时提醒队友注意对面就是提前抱团的一个节奏。
那最近看了 TT 的比赛之后，觉得
game
他们的发挥比较高光和亮眼的地方在哪里 ？BLG 需要警惕哪一些呢？
我觉得
Appreciate the
TT 的
follow,
话
but we haven't
就
played the
是前
game yet.
期以打野为核心的一个玩法，然后其次的话，他们在中后期的运营上会以 AD 为核心，所以说我觉得就是我们不管是去应对前期他们打野的一个节奏，还有就是中后期想要去突破他们 AD 的时候，都要就是时刻想着他们的队友都是在附近的，然后我们要好好的去计算人数这样子。
那最后教练有什么想对队员们说的加油的话？
就希望我们登峰组的第一场比赛今天能够有一个好的表现，然后有一个好的开始。
好，就让我们一同期待今天这一场对决。
I should book a front plate slot for the stream. We haven't played the game yet, Jaguar. And given that you're not replying to me, I'd imagine you're not. Okay, maybe you are listening. I didn't know if you were just text only.
Oh boy. Maybe not the stream. I'll tell you later.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
No, we had to turn off the mic for that one, folks. That probably one that isn't for stream.
It was quite funny though.
It is funny. All right. Well, whatever. I've got no chance for this. I should probably get this. Okay, so we get them onto stage. TT vs BLG. This has become oiled recently. If you want to go use them. I'll give that. Nymaera, I'm curious, what do you think will happen to the LPL if they don't achieve good results in internationals this year? Are they already looking to downsize the amount of teams, as well as that they have a declining player base with no real successful players like Nightbin and 369? I'm scared for the health of the region. Maybe I'm overreacting, but it's concerning IMO. Yeah, I think with competitor games coming out, you know, every now and then, and with laws for under 18s and the amount of gaming that they do, I think the player base is shrinking. I think there is a worry about that. I think regardless of results, we are likely to see 2 teams leave at the end of the year anyway, and that will maybe that will condense talents. Maybe we'll see. I get a little bit worried for certain roles. I mean, we've got players like Joy and whatever for support. I don't really think we've got a great support pool right now. Morning, Banana Slapper. That's a great game. What did you miss so far? A very scrappy series between IG and FPX. It was Popcorn League of Legends. Go back and watch it. It's very entertaining. And hopefully we get some more Popcorn League Legends here. I mean, both these teams are really down for a scrap. TT are very happy just picking 5 go-in champions and just piling onto the same target.
I don't know whether you answered that one. There was a question about what teams were TheShy and Rookie on previously. And both of them have been on bits of journeys, honestly. I think TheShy most recently was on Weibo Gaming.
where he had...
Sorry, 1 second. Voices being overshadowed by the background music. Hey, chat told me that the volume was fine earlier, so I don't know, chat, you tell me whether it's fine or not.
We'll get that sorted, but yeah, originally TheShy was, or rather after Invictus Gaming, he went around a few places, but Weibo Gaming was perhaps where he was most famously doing stuff. Got to World Finals and crashed out in a spectacular fashion, then went on a break. Rookie kind of went to a few different places, went to NIP, didn't find that much success. We saw him go to Top Esports, replacing the likes of Knight. Didn't find that much success and has finally returned to Invictus Gaming here. Reunited with TheShy, and we might finally get to see Rookie at Internationals again. He's been close, but his teams have often capitulated at the final moment. We'll see how it goes from there. Alrighty then. Hey Sam, TheShy was inted by his team in 23. I don't know, I saw that finals.
So when the games start, we change the volume, by the way, Vanzaby. So when it's in break, so I can turn it down more, right? I can turn it down to like, turn it down to -10 or something. Maybe that helps, but that's like a lot lower now.
Okay.
But we manually change the sound from out of game to in game, because when it's in breaks, it is much too loud, yes, but we want the game sound to be a bit louder, because game sound is nice to have. And we don't want it to just be our voices. Okay, maybe we go to -10 instead of -8 then on the
Copy
stuff.
that.
Okay, so BLG TT, I think the matchups which I'm most excited for are, I think it's jungle mainly. I think jungle Baytron versus Wave, because I think there is actually a genuine opening there. Been less impressed by 1xN recently, gotta say. We'll have our 1v1 for side select now, though.
Who's going to be in it? We need to
Hoya and Knight.
We need to have a look at the fraud wall at some point as well, don't we?
Yeah, we said we were going to do a podcast again at some point this week, but I'm not sure when we'll do that now.
What? Yeah, but there we go. We're going to see what the bands will be and who it is. This is Hoya versus Knight, as you said.
Stuff like Varus, still available, Volibear. Oh no, what are you going to give us? Hovering over the Garen. We have seen it once or twice in the 1v1s.
Have. Well, there goes Hoya and Knight. Bessa versus... Well, not Bessa.
It's not locked in yet.
Has Knight locked that Garen? He has.
That's locked in. Because you see, it's not glowing around the edges. So we have the Garen. We haven't locked in Hoya's pick just yet.
Varus. Okay, well, TheShy tried that earlier to mixed success. But Knight, with the Garen insta-lock, is a hell of a choice.
Alright, so interested to see what summoners he takes. Is he going to take Mark? Is he going to have to take Cleanse to get away from the Varus ultimate? Do you go Mark Cleanse like we saw from the Volibear earlier? And is it going to be playing for the Ring of Fire, you know?
That'll be super wild. And Hoya, of course, is the top laner. So if anyone was going to know how Garen theoretically played into matchups, it would be Hoya.
I mean, I've seen plenty of top laners that don't know how Garen works.
Well,
so.
Yeah. And there is a certain point where a Flash Silence R could well just be the demise of a Varus. And once the Ring of Fire comes in, you can't really run away as easily anymore.
Oh my god, Knight on the actual Knight. That's a great point. Yeah, I guess the Knight buff. Well, I guess we'll see whether it's a Knight buff. Alrighty, let's head into it and see what these players got in stock for us, I suppose. Reloading into that shortly. Reminder, folks, this is a 1v1 for Game 1 side select. The winner of this 1v1 gets side select for their team in Game 1, and then the losers choose after that point.
Indeed. Demacia versus Nox's matchup? Yes, it is. How exciting is that? Well, does Varus count as
Oh my god, wait, it's the April Fool's skin!
Oh, it's the April Fool's skin!
Hang on, what? You get Pengu Garen on this one?
Oh my god!
Wait, isn't the hitbox different? Wait a second.
This is excellent!
Knight is gone for Pengu Garen?
Oh, wonderful. A little dab, oh my god!
He's dabbing on them!
Nah!
It's one thing to come into a 1v1 and pick Garen. It's another to come in as Pengu Garen and dab on the haters.
I think he wins regardless now. Whether or not this 1v1 goes one way or the other.
This is probably the only ever pro play Pengu you will ever see.
What? Well, go ahead. Cue a minion. Decisive strike. Move away from this one. That's incredible. Also, of course, goes spinning with the woo noises. Oh my god, they've redone the voices as well. This is excellent.
That's ridiculous. I can't believe that. That's so funny. That's so funny, actually. That's fantastic. I've never seen anything like this.
I'm never going to see it again.
He's gone for the Flash Ignite. Hoya's got the Barrier and the Ignite, not going for the Cleanse or Exhaust or something like that. I mean, you assume that you're going to lose wave control. This is so funny. As far as I'm aware, this skin was not meant to be released in Ranked because it does change some things about the champion, like hitbox and
Yeah.
blah, blah,
So
blah.
for 1v1s, it's fine, clearly.
For 1v1s, apparently it's fine. It might be disabled in ranked modes. This isn't a ranked mode. Which raises questions. Is it available in Tournament Realm?
Oh my.
I wonder whether it's just the admin tells you can't pick it.
That might well be a thing. Oh, Knight, my gate.
He just missed a cannon.
That's
my go. My go.
It's me. -1 in chat.
He just lost a ton of HP. Press the attack was active. I don't know. I think Knight probably still loses this 1v1. Not gonna lie. I mean, Darren has a ton of regen. Trying to clear out the waves as best he can. I mean, does he just pick this for the meme? Do they genuinely not care? This is so funny. Not getting a recall in. You expect to lose a lot of minions early to Varus as a melee champion. We saw that with the Volibear earlier, and eventually what you end up doing is you end up I can't believe this, man. I can't believe this. You end up basically looking for the kill of the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, you do. I mean, look, they're just going for the cinematography, cinema thingy.
I don't know, cinematography?
No, so when it's like really looks like cinema.
Cinematics?
Cinematic is the correct term. I made that way more complicated than it needed to be. The cinematic angle. Gonna reset again. And he can judgment the wave.
Judgment. You know, funnily enough, niche reference to the anime which inspired the name of Billy Billy.
That's why do you think I did it? Just
yeah, but the chat won't know that, Sam.
Yeah, but they might not. But the knowers would. Are you a knower, Alex?
Of course I am, Sam. It's one of my favorite anime of all time.
It's true.
I'm a big fan of the Index series. It's very good. We have a certain Penguin Knight.
This is so wild. He's got level 6. Can he go for an all-in?
No. If you're gonna go for an all-in, you would do it as the ring comes in. I think what you're doing is to like bleed out as little as possible, and then just all in the Varus at like level whatever you can. If you can get level 11 for that play for the second tier roll, insanely valuable. Of course, you go for the Axiom Arcanist as well for the increased ult damage, single target. Worth noting, Garen does get some free tenacity in his kit. So we can shred off a little bit of the Varus ult. You can go for the attack speed boots as well. But you can't always go on Summoner's Rift. Sometimes you need to go. Hang on a second. Is he going to ult him? He is. That's a lot of damage. Huh, actually not going to do nearly as much as I thought. Gets the cannon this time. Yay, 240 gold. Nice.
Got to press W for courage. And therefore Varus' arrows don't hurt him because he's a brave boy. Gets to back away. What an adorable penguin.
You wouldn't kill a penguin. You wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't kill a penguin.
Polar bears out there saying, yeah, I wouldn't. I'd do it again.
Yeah, what? You want to see me kill a penguin?
Where's the volley bear? That's what we should have seen. We could have had volley bear versus penguins. I'm just saying.
That would have been fantastic. Oh, I miss it. God, this is fantastic. I don't know. I'm just enjoying this, Sam. I don't get to hear the voice lines because you got the headphones on, which is fine.
Do you want to hear the penguin voice lines? I can give you the headphones. You do, don't you?
I do.
Here you go, Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
You're welcome. He's down like 30 CS here. It's not been a great time.
I just want to hear what it sounds like.
Basically, whenever he presses E, you get some weird whirling noises. It's wonderful.
Oh my god, that's fantastic. Oh yeah, I'm glad I did that.
Yeah,
okay,
you're
Varus gets a
welcome.
reset. That's fantastic. Well, we're getting closer to the Ring of Death, which should be not crazy.
Do you want to sing
away.
Johnny Cash as the Ring of Fire comes in? I don't know if I know the lyrics on it.
The Ring of Fire.
Down, down, down. Yeah, that's basically all I know about that song.
Huh, actually
Ring
gets
of
it.
Fire.
I mean, Knight needs to get a recall now. He did get a pretty nice plate there. Can you get a recall for free? Hoya's probably going to reset this back here, right?
For free in this economy?
For free. Okay, it's a free recall. Gets himself the plate goal. Goes for a Hydra. Oh, going for the Stride Breaker.
Ah.
I mean, it means that, particularly without the flash, you kind of struggle. So what Knight wants to do now is trade his HP in for one last reset before the Ring of Fire comes in. You get the true 1v1.
50 seconds.
It's going to be a blade completed by Varus. You will just get towards that point. Level 11 hit by Hoya. Knight just wants to safely collect one more wave with his E if he can, and get himself towards level 11. You are going to get the reset coming from point. I mean, I guess maybe what he thinks is... Oh, can you stop the recall? Oh, he can. Oh, I don't know if that leads to that much after this point. Hoya does not want to pull out his ult that easily. Goes for it now.
Hang on, if you can get him dead before the ignite...
Look, gets him! However, it's not the end of the game because it's not the ring of fire. It's 20 seconds too early. Now, what might happen is a tower kill instead. Knight chose not to flash. Can he kill the whole tower? I think he can. I think Hoya... No, he's giving up. And that means, and what this means is that actually Hoya has made a big mistake. He has wasted his ignite and his ult. He won't have either of them for this play. Knight, he will look to get the level 11 off the last wave. He won't get Stride Breaker, importantly so, but Hoya doesn't have ignite, doesn't have ult. He might have just misplayed.
Elixir of Iron and a Bramble Vest is what he's got in there alongside the Steel Caps. That might be enough. Reminder as well, if he'd waited 5 seconds, Knight would have died as the Ring of Fire came in and would have been burned out as he came alive.
Maybe,
again.
as he respawned.
That could have been the play. Not going to happen. Now Knight's in the bush and he doesn't know. Garen in the bush. Seen it before.
Many, many times we have.
Prepare yourselves for combat. We'll have decisive strikes.
I don't know if Hoya knows which bush he's in. This is a problem.
Here we go. Stepping forwards goes to silence him. Judgment. He just doesn't do any damage though. He gets a big Q back. Damage comes back on through Knight. I think just loses this one in the grand scheme, and he just doesn't have enough damage. Strike Breaker turns around another decisive strike. Tries to get some damage back, and the spatula ain't enough. Pengu hoisted by his own flaming spatula petard.
Knight loses the 1v1, but you know what? He wins the aura battle. Like, you locked in Pengu Garen. I'm sorry, TT, you've lost the battle, man.
That's exceptional. The Hoya's like, what did I just have to deal with? What was this?
Oh, man. Well, we'll get ourselves into side select now for our 1v1, as and or when we can. Drop the volume down for our break music a little bit more. And, yeah. Grilled Pengu, yeah, ignite a little bit, yeah. What's black and white and red all over? Pengu's been ignited.
Al,
yeah.
Do you mind just checking with that volume if you put it down lower? Because I'm not sure it affects change the volume in here very much.
Why would it? It's on OBS, not PC audio, Sam. I explained this 2 times earlier.
Oh my god, I'm so gone.
This is how OBS works, Sam.
It's true.
Now, what you can do to change your volume is
a wheel on the side.
Yeah, it is. If you'd like to, Sam.
No, that's fine.
Sam might need another. Sam might need some.
Oh.
For a second, I thought his headrest were his headphones there because they blended in. I thought he had a gigantic headset. Wow, that would have been monster headset.
Alex, I'm an audio tech. I get paid to do that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Never let it be said that intelligent people get work. Well, here we are.
I can't believe we saw it. I'm so glad we got to see Pengu Garen for
wonderful.
The one time possible.
Wow.
Well, we'll get ourselves into Champions Select as soon as we can. And see... Look, BLG, like IG, are one of those teams which suffer on their first game of the day. This might be one of those times where TT slap them in game 1, and then we'll see what happens in the rest of the series. Felt quite like what we saw before. Getting into our Champions Select now, as we shall see. If BLG can get over what has actually been a bit of a bogey team for them recently. Yes, beat them in playoffs, did drop a game to them, and lost a best of 5 to them in the group stage in Split 1.
Yeah, they did, and it was a pretty spectacular one as well. Threw BLG down to the lower bracket and ThunderTalk into the upper bracket. ThunderTalk did make it into the Ascension group just about. It wasn't a clean start to Split 2 though, and we wonder how much of the Split 1 hype might just end up bleeding away here a little bit, but that kind of juicy rematch nonetheless will be an exciting one to try. Beijuan in particular, a player I have my eyes on, has been really stepping up over the last few months.
Yeah, particularly when Beijuan gets Sejuani or Lilia, that's been the big things for him, where he can actually lead the charge very, very effectively.
You know why I bring it up? Because on the other side, I've also got my eyes on BLG's jungle, because Wei has been a bit of a lost condition on occasions there for the side of Billy Gaming. Skarner banned, Yone banned, Kalista banned, big bans in general. Rumble still currently up. That might be a fairly important one, as is Neferi. Beijuan, I would trust, I think, to play that Neferi. Yes, it's nerfed Neferi, but still feels pretty strong right now. A dangerous one to give up.
Oh, absolutely so.
And it is.
It's up. Beitron typically needs to... The thing is, I actually wonder whether Beitron goes towards the Sejuani instead. Because this team needs him on a champion that can initiate. Neferi is not an initiator. It requires someone else to do that. And I think they're thinking about it. They have to think about it. Rumble up and available as well, which is... I mean, Hoya had a pretty awful game on it before thinking about it. They lock in the Varus instead. BLG, you can go towards... yeah, you can go towards Rumble. Rumble now if you want. You can go towards Rumble Neferi. You can go towards bot lane champion. Elk maybe wanting to go towards something a bit more lane dominant there. Are we really passing over Rumble and Neferi? That's wild. Vi Ambessa, I suppose. But if you go for the Vi Ambessa, it's a chance that Beitron goes towards the Neferi on the other side.
There goes Bin locking in that Rumble. Do you lock in the Vi to go with it? It's often been a pairing. Vi turns into the rotisserie and ensures that people are held over the flames. Do you now, Neferi? Often a great answer into the Vi. Did see, not quite the same level, but Ruddy Sack feel like they can manage that matchup well enough by playing it a little slower. Spinning a Shinzao here. Can be that go button. A little bit of early aggression as well can match the Vi in that regard, so can threaten with some of those early invades. So it will instead be that Shinzao and potentially a Galio locked in here as well. Flex topside into the Rumble.
That would make a lot of sense. Hoya has been better on stuff like the tankier secondary initiators. Beitron, big Shinzao player. Can allow him to play more aggressively with the Galio. Good front to back options right now. MF, good laning option into that Varus. One of the few which can actually kind of stand up with that laning phase. I think Nico comes at a premium now because both these bot laners would like to go towards that. I think if that's taken off the table, we look again back towards more like our Rel, Alistair, Leonas.
Agreed. And you can see now, especially what BLG are looking to ban away. They ban away Renata away, considering on plays as well. That's kind of crazy. But I think if you go for another range support and then lock in a Nico or something, you can feel pretty good here in terms of the takeaway and the two bans will limit the options there for that Varus and keep them down in lane, especially with lanes what's not really available anymore in the early stages. You can get a lot of value out of those levels 1, 2, 3, where lanes are often won and lost, particularly at this level of play. Nautilus banned, Nico banned. Just get rid of the Rel here as well and look to trade something else out. That'll be that. You called it out already. Rel, I think, would make some sense if they want to deny some of those big engaged pairings with the Misfortune. I suppose the problem is you end up with something like the Alistair locked, and then what do you have in the other side? I suppose Leona would be okay-ish.
Okay, what's the last ban here for TT? Do they want to go for a Braum angle? I think they do. I think with the Rakan, they want a Braum angle. I think they want on to lock Rel or Alistair. They lock in a Braum. And then they kind of play around kind of the melee support punish. Yeah. I think you have two options. You see the Rel, and then you either lock Alistair or you lock the Braum. Now, I think BLG realized actually support counterpick is more important than than mid counterpick here. Knight will be fine. Knight is an incredibly good Talir. He is one of the best Talirs in the world. It might even be, dare I say it, Knight's best champion right now.
That's very impressive.
He's so insanely good at this pick. TT not going towards the
there we go. Wonder whether it would be the Ahri locked in, but no, they go towards the Alistair instead. Decide against the Braum. They might lock in that Ahri for setup. Of course, we had started seeing things like Zed from Saber and stuff.
Yeah, true.
Not so long ago into the Talir, but there we go. Rel now looks like a much more favourable option considering it was left to that last pick.
I think Talir able to play a bit more defensively and stuff like the Shinzao. Importantly too, you can play a little bit more range. You can pick the Ahri into Varus, into Shinzao, into Galio. Sometimes you can struggle to get value there too. Of course, Knight, one of the best Ahri players in the world too. I mean, you have, I would actually say, the best Ahri player. So he had a choice of multiple picks, which are very, very good for him. BLG, classic wombo combo, split between skirmish and team fighting kind of comp. TT, playing more towards disengage for their Varus, playing more towards their kind of temporary tank ultimates. Galio, Shinzao, Alistair, all very good at shrugging off that initial engage. However, this becomes one of the LPL specialties, one of BLG's specialties as you go into this game. LPL is the region of cooldown economy. If you lose an ultimate in a bad skirmish, if you are forced to flash or to ultimate before a big dragon fight, before the Baron fight, the other team can team fight a lot easier after that point. So watch for BLG through individual plays, through skirmishes, to force those big cooldowns and see if their combo gets easier to pull off after that point.
So, with that in mind, prepare ourselves. Our first game of our second series. It's running late here today, folks. We had some very, very long games in our first series. There were, I think all of them were plus 40 minutes, it felt like, by the time we were done. A mighty series in length. We've still got a lot more games to go. Potentially another 6, which is kind of wild. So strap in, folks. We're in it for the marathon. Big mid-game spikes. Both teams watch those first set of ultimates coming on through for Billy. Lock themselves in. That fine combo. They want to get value out of it. If they don't, suddenly you start to see some of the pick option from TT with that Ari becoming more problematic again. So if we go, crowd has it from here. Well, they would if they had the crowd mics on. I waited and nothing happened.
I wonder if everyone in the house today is an IG fan. I wonder.
Always a possibility.
Look, when IG are in the venue, they want to buy out those tickets.
They were very loud.
It was a case in placements as well. When IG were playing, basically no one else got a JO because IG buy out the tickets. No one else is there. They're a very active fan base. So many powerful kind of brands on that team. And despite the fact that BLG are World and MSI finalists, they are, filled with very successful players, haven't necessarily built up that legendary fan base to support some of their incredible results over the last few years.
Just turning into a Wei hater at this point, says Offround. And the thing is, that's a big statement, but it does feel like Wei has had a lot of eyes on him this year because he hasn't been particularly consistent, I think, to say the least.
Ooh, good knock. Crash down there. Gets the Ignite. Cleanse forced out as one take if it comes through. Just denies the damage. On tanks up the return auto attacks with the shield as well. Nice 2v2 from Elkanon. Of course, just saying there are a lot of eyes on Wei. For me, I've always had eyes on Elkanon as well. They are very, very streaky. I think one of the problems I have with this team of BLG is, yes, they have a world-class generational player in the mid lane and Knight, and the same in top lane for Bin. Wei, Elkanon, and Shumani's on the roster have been much more streaky, much more mercurial. They have sometimes had, they've sometimes just denied these players in mid and top lane from having perhaps the results internationally, which they deserve at this point. I do think they are some of the greatest players of all time. Bin taking a great trade up here against Hoya. That being said, probably gets another passive back and things go a little better for him. The question for BLG is, can they consistently show their best side? Well, Wei, Elkanon do have good upsides, but they need to show them consistently. That has been a huge issue for them.
Not easy at all. Hoya getting shoved out a little bit that top side, but again, Galio into Rumble is a matchup we have seen a fair amount at this point. Felt like for a long time the only thing that matched Rumble in lane was the Galio. These days, it feels like Gwen can kind of do it as well, force the Rumble into things like Phase Rush and Ignite, or Phase Rush and Exhaust to try and manage that lane. In this case, though, back to this old school matchup. Old school, I say, but within the last year or so.
Started at MSI last year was Broken Blade that showed it on the pro stage for the first time versus Breathe. A great level 3 kill on him. Set up a Knight trading the last of HP to get themselves a good recall. They'll do just that on double stun. Nice, gets to make it rain and after that too. Not wanting to go in too far and invite an Ignite trade from Feather. Of course, they don't have that damaging summon available to them. Way level 4, so Vi is online and ready to gank.
Handle that much. Bejuan will trade back up. Still crab on the other side of the map. Now looking potentially at a mid lane option with Knight shoved up. Setups around. Can they find a charm angle? They can't. The wind becomes lightning to help shove out the wave a little bit, I assume. They'll back away. And there's Wei now looking for a potential angle
this is the
here.
thing. Setup wanted to delay his back to get potentially a... Oh, short of the Q. That's not the best thing ever. Setup will teleport back in now. The reason they can go for this BLG is because Setup delayed his back to potentially get a better reset. Of course, that means that Wei has half a wave timing to try and do something in enemy jungle. Sadly, can't get much there, and that will fizzle out.
Nice little look in there, but well defended. The Q shorted means there's not as much the BLG get to do.
So Beitwan does get the second spawn of his Raptors without too much fuss.
There's a fun conversation happening in chat in terms of, well, you know, in terms of BLG's jungle role, who's the best fit for it, you know, what would happen if Milky Way came into the team or something like that. Well, for one, I think Milky Way's been struggling in individual level. I'm not sure I completely think he would be in the best form of this right now. They're saying, well, you know, does BLG work with a carry jungler? Well, Shun played carry. The thing is, I actually think BLG was their best when Shun was not on carry. He was best when they were best when he was on Sejuani, or he was on something that could gank bot lane at level 3, like, you know, his Lee Sin wasn't bad at that point. Stuff like the Shinzao was much better for him. I actually think when Shun was playing carries like the Kindred and stuff, Kindred was more successful. But I do think that he, on a mechanical level, yes, very good on stuff like Kindred or onto the Nidalee. But I also think just strategically he struggled to read the map in the right way. I think that he had to get bailed out by incredible players, by Bin and Knight, or more often than not, honestly, when I remember back to it. At the top level of play, it's hard to tell, right? Because you're held to such a high standard when you're competing for international titles. It's not good enough to be like, oh, you know, 90% good on. You need to be the full 100%, really. It can be challenging. And, you know, that's why he was subbed out partway through summer last split. His carries of Brand and Zyra weren't actually greater when it came through to the AP jungle meta. He really struggled to play the higher risk style of the AP jungle.
I could see that, like, if you were going to take a gamble on Milky Way, it would be a good team for Milky Way, in the sense that he's now got a lot of players around him who can help him grow. Because, again, he is a creative, mechanically talented jungler, right? Who certainly has got a lot of highs. We've seen what this guy can do. He's played on teams that haven't been necessarily that dominant, but have still managed to find good success. I think this year, as we said, not been so easy for him. But I think if he was to get a chance on somewhere like BLG, I could see that kind of possibility of finding a lot of growth, especially with those players around him. But that's
this
not
guy doesn't take damage already.
Oh,
Galio just doesn't take damage. Just gets walked out by a full overheated Rumble. Whether he's hitting anyway, for all of the magic of this trend, just doesn't matter.
The guy just goes do. Like the little elevator theme in the background. The ding comes on through as the overheat comes and goes, oh, my floor. Walks out.
It's quite funny when you look at I saw this kind of meme. Oh, hang on, there's level 6 on way. I'm still by the Raptors. Doesn't. Hang on. This could be a bit of an issue.
Oh, they're going to see him around here.
Remember, he's fighting on the side of the map with the Galio ult now because they've switched lanes. That can be a problem. So what ends up being is Dragon for Herald. Ooh, double stop here. Any bigger play? No, level 6 from Misfortune, so no kills, but Chunk and a recall stop.
Nice little crash down after, but I think the problem is
you don't want to do that into the Ignite and the headbutt, because likely the stun will stop off, and then either a headbutt or a pull will make it into a nasty piece of work.
Overplay that possibly. You can solo QC. Ooh, stuns. I can go forward on that. That gets problematic, but that kind of thing starts what happen. As Feather now gets to back away. Turnaround damage onto On is also pretty huge. Can Elk fight a double up? Doesn't need it. Just flashes for a straight auto. Now 1xN in slight danger, but overcomes setup. If he can find the ult and the flash, I think this will be a dead Elk. Does have the cleanse. Needs to work this one around. Just gets the autos down.
Cleanse doesn't stop damage, sadly.
Yeah.
And BLG, good 2v2, but one of our critical issues with this lane. Great in the 2v2, sometimes plays with the mini-map off. Happens there again, wins in the individual point, but Satab walks away with 2 Dark Steel stacks and makes it a 1-for-1.
Knight isn't able to match the roam at the time, so does end up turning into a 1v1. Or 1-for-1, rather. Not the worst thing ever for the bot lane. We'll see this play again as On finds a decent old chunk on the Feather to start.
I think at this point, it's just there's enough HP coming through, and of course you have the mount up instead of the crash downs, which can't be cancelled by the pull. Elk auto attacks 1xN, doesn't need the double up because he has the free mark from the love tap at that point. The extra damage on target, gets the damage calculation correctly, but then of course doesn't have the flash to get out of this play. And Satab getting donated gold, problematic. I do think that Ari getting towards an earlier Rod of Mages, which will be the build here, and getting more online with Dark Steel stacks, adds another threat onto the board, which BLG would like to shut down. If you can make this just about the Varus and killing the Varus, that's one thing. If you have to deal with 2 carries, game becomes more complicated.
By the looks of it as well, Knight chose not to match the roam with the Weaver's Wall. Stone Lane cost a plate, I think. No, he didn't get a cost plate, but did cost a wave over to the Ari roughly. So there is that. But again, I think the kill largely mitigates that and gets 2 stacks on that Dark Seal. So I think the Ari pretty happy to trade that out with Knight's decision not to match.
Yeah, and I think particularly in... Yeah, I do think in this kind of game where you're pulling stuff like the Vital or the Rumble ult, that's where the Rod of Ages build actually comes online, because you do need to survive an awful lot of burst. Even if you dash away from the initial combo, Rumble Equalizer is still going to hit you. Sethab getting towards that Rod of Ages earlier and getting a bit more tanky, getting a bit ahead of the game. Does make use of the newer HP stacking, burn stacking, a lot of Aegis build.
And get 2 for 2 on that today. By the looks of it, is solely subscribed with Pilk for all.
Ah, yes.
Again, for those who've not been in the chat to understand where the sudden obsession with Pilk comes from, that I can't really give you all the context.
No.
Suffice it to say, the Pilk is Pepsi crossed with milk as a kind of weird, dirty soda mix, and horrors happen as bot lane. Might also be experiencing horrors.
Yeah, he has ult. Is there anyone? There's 4 people set up. You can't be positioning here. I don't know about this. Do they have the teleport from Galio? You need to pull in the teleport now if you're going to come at all.
Flashes, but it's into a bullet time. There's nowhere to go. Dies. No real response.
You would have to teleport early from Hoya. Doesn't want to and leave Seta out to dry. And if that's the case, why are you flashing? Big mistake from Seta. Maybe thinks he can flash ult away from the play, but chooses not to. Equalizer on the other side. BLG clean play under that bot side. But TT, I feel like there were way better options and responses to that. One, don't push up in the bot lane in the first place. I feel that's very risky on the weak side of the map. And two, if you're going to not respond, don't use the flash.
Sen at least gets 2 plates mid, and all the while, of course, TT say, cool, well, we're going to set up around the grubs. It'll be 6 grubs potentially for Thunder Talk if they can secure these. But the resets have come on through for BLG. And they're able to play this. On a ward recalling right now is the Alistair. So there's know what's happening. On is here as well. Does Wei want to come fight this? I don't think so. With the Galio ult available and no real response. We'll have a second smite. So looks like Thunder Talk getting all 6 of the grubs this game.
Alrighty, so 6 grubs for TT. I mean, they don't have the best side laning comp of all time. There are 3 wave clear carries from BLG. This is actually quite common for BLG, where they have 3 champions which can control side lanes very, very easily. Talia with the Qs and full combo. Misfortune can put down the E, and then of course use the ultimate as well if you really need it. And of course, Rumble is Rumble. So if TT, they don't have that many ways to force a play onto a tower, because let's be honest, the wave gets removed quite quickly.
Will. So we'll keep our eyes on that. It means possibly you're looking to punish some of those lane attacks. It feels like what Thunder Talk have tried to do this game. We've just been questioning whether the value's been there. It feels like 2 plays we've seen now, where one side or the other has said, look, we're just not going to respond. We'll just play for the lane shove elsewhere, where that player who's left isn't. Got a couple plates for the side of Elk, for example. Elk for 1XM, for example, but it's kind of been it now. A big CS lead in this mid lane, 30 up. Is Knight, about 1 wave from the Roam, and then of course the Ahri dying end of the Terra 1. Dragon started, BLG in position.
They are, and they're quite strong at this point. Set up on the flank though. Does he want to go for something? Misses the charm.
Going to be looking to get something with the ult, but to what end? Over the wall goes Bayfront, but gets stunned up by On. Seismic shove goes wide though, flashing for the Crescent Guard.
Very aggressive.
Can look on the other side, Wei finds an angle, in comes the Galio up, but the bullet time after! Not going to be enough, they kill off Wei. Elk now in potential threat. Taunt comes on through to Hoya, Seismic shove on the backside onto Feather, who doesn't die. Pops the ult to deny the damage, it's a 1 kill, but that's about it. All the while, Bin is topside getting a wave shot.
Bin could have teleported there. If you're playing a fight like that, BLG, why are you not calling the teleport? And if you want to disengage, why is Wei playing the way he does? He has that flash, has that ultimate. You can either force harder or get out easier. I feel like BLG weren't really on the same page across the map.
Again, still get some incremental advantages. They are getting CS numbers ahead in both solo lanes, which is nice enough for them. We're seeing some choices being made. We're not quite sure in terms of the macro move of where players turn.
So Setup uses his ult. I actually wonder if he face planted that first ult. His first charm wasn't, well, it's already been used at this point. You don't have any cooldown reduction at this point in your build, and so it's not going to come through to it. Maybe charm hits him there. Still wonder whether he could have flashed out or used an ult to just immediately burst down that R. He chose not to use either of those tools, maybe caught a little bit out. BLG still walk away with the Dragon. It's an Ocean Rift, going towards an Ocean Soul. Never a bad thing, especially when you have a range advantage. Makes it much harder to kill you with something like a Shinzao running at you. He doesn't normally one-shot you, so the Ocean Soul gets a lot of value. And as we already said, TT, 6 grub harder for them to use, so BLG happy to just wave clear against it. BLG, I don't think they're unhappy with the game state.
1,000 gold, got 2 dragons. Ocean Soul this game with the kind of range poke can be pretty annoying. Can be pretty nice into some of these extended lanes as well. So relatively happy here, I think, as you said, with the game state.
Someone, well, Zeraf saying in chat, we'll see if there's a, are we gonna get a fight through here? Maybe. No. Oh well, no, there we go.
Yeah, the answer is yes. On gets hit by the chains of corruption, crashes down, will likely die, and On just about surviving, trying to turn it around his way with the turn, with the flash Q and the ult. Finds some time, flashed away from Knight, and they do get that kill. Headbutt back onto Way though puts him in danger. Ult back as Way gets so much bloody healing. Sundered Sky is a hell of an item. Setup now caught on the wrong side of the equalizer. Elk flashes on forward, begins to auto double up, comes across, gets that big bullet time angle at the end of it all. Setup gets the charm, but to what end is Hoya caught between four? In the end, it's a gorgeous fight for BLG.
Don't really know what On was doing at the start of it, but he knew a fight had to happen, I guess. BLG come through, and they do join into the play. Knight teleports down into bot side to sort out that wave. This is beautiful, because BLG don't just win the fight. Immediately after, they start hitting mid lane, look down on the mini-map, they start hitting top lane, and they teleport down towards bot side as well. Not just a fight win, but 3-wave push. BLG get their ducks in a row.
I genuinely thought that On was about to die a horrible death here, and the turnaround from Way and the rest of the squad is fantastic.
I don't really know what On is doing here. That was quite an obvious engage. Elk, I love what he does here, though, and Knight as well, where they get good damage down and start to force a really good fight. Setup, limited value. What Elk does, though, he has bullet time this whole time, by the way, and he chooses not to use it. Knows that he can save it for a cleanup after. His auto attacks will do enough for now, and he can wait till the point where there is no cancel available. There is no way to get out of that fight. Setup will end up getting burned down on his side of the fight. Hoya can't do anything there. 5 for 1 overall. That is an insane fight for the timestamp.
You know, for all that Elk went 1-for-1 topside, I really appreciate how aggressively he's been playing the Misfortune. He certainly, when he wants to go forward and get those autos down, been really nice.
Yeah, and the thing is, BLG, I don't criticize them often on an individual level. It's on a decision-making level.
That's
right
fair.
there, Elk did a really good job of both. Great catch up on the setup. He'll use the flash, use the ult, and safe for now.
Indeed. I'm also shouting that last play. Way got Conqueror plus Sundered Sky plus Blast Shield at the same time for an obscene amount of healing. He went up about 20% plus another 20% of HP because of the shield.
Yeah, that's why. One of the reasons why I think Conqueror still is the most game-changing rune out there. That just stops you from taking extended fights in the same way. Wait, we'll see the Herald be pulled out here. Knight's roaming up to the plate, has level 2 ult, so it is a little bit longer. Level 2 ult for Bin available too if he wants to pull out that equalizer.
4,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. I don't know how easy this will be for TT to punish Feather. Has the ult popped very early on. Tries to find an angle. On the other side, Hoya with a flank angle. But the bullet time comes across. Knight does finally fall. It's a 1-for-1 right now, and the Herald was also taken. BLG on the retreat for Beituan, trying to find his way out to safety himself, as I take that as a lie. BLG were looking for blood. Now 1xN caught under turret as Bin catches out Hoya, who's trying to escape. Will have a blast cone, I think, to get out vaguely to safety. Justice punches away, but look at Way. Picks up the Eye of the Herald. Will likely find a bit of a fight here versus the statue from Demacia. He is going to be shattered. Iconoclasm in the top side. Goodbye, piece of art.
No, BLG, I don't even think that was a perfect team fight for them. I think what's really helping is the fact that the front line of TT is not really holding up its end of the bargain. Look at how Feather, and I have a lot of love for Feather. This is not a good fight from him. He's pulling his ult when there's no real turnaround available. The E is fantastic from Knight, and TT have to full play into the throat of a bullet time and that Unraveled Earth as well. It's not the best bullet time ever, actually. Doesn't catch the carries, but it doesn't matter. The front line are not disrupting the carries enough. So even though it's not the biggest bullet time ever, it's not the biggest equalizer ever, they're big enough because the front line can't really hold their own after.
And look at the other things there. They go for this big combo with the Galio, with Ari going forwards, and the bullet time go through, and they both have to go nope.
Yep.
And just leave. That's the thing. You can't keep that play going anymore.
No cancels left, no ability to stick in it. You've also got, of course, the poke Varus, not the on hit, which makes it a little harder to get consistent damage down. I mean, in this kind of game, 3 long-range carries, yeah, kind of need the poke anyway. There's no hyper tank, for sure, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be that explosive turnaround that we know that on-hit Varus can have. BLG open up the map again. Yes, 6 grubs on the side of TT. They are still yet to kill a tower. What we talked about, that wave clear is so important. Bin will make it out of this alive. He was wanting to see if he could wave clear a wave, which he did with his ultimate. That's why that's on cooldown. BLG doing a really good job of saying, look, we have 3 wave clear champions. You're not using those 6 grubs in the way that you want.
7k ahead now as well by the looks of it. That is a brutal lead at 18 minutes into the game. It's in some fantastic spots as well, and the map looks dark. They've got Dragon, Soul available to them in 4 minutes. They just picked up that 3rd Drake during a lot of those replays, so they are in a phenomenal position as the PPG and the BLG emotes come out in equal measure.
Yeah, I mean, hang on, is that the thing is, you have Billy Gaming, but they're obviously a very on and off team. What's the evil version of BLG? Is that BLG or is that PLG as we go in with Knight?
Oh boy, here comes the guy on 21 extended life, who does manage to flash Tez over. Here comes on the other side. H1 pretty deep as TT try to turn it on the way and get him. That's not great from the side of BLG, but now Talk Beach One is in danger. Finally goes down. Knight in danger though. Gets the Seraph shield. Where does Feather go? I think he might be one of those birds of them that might be dying together, but just about managed to flash out to safety. Flying south of the winter, Charm onto On, and BLG have overplayed this. Honestly, they are lucky not to be losing more. Hoya, though, now in danger. The equalizer finally pulled as Ari hit with the Electro Harpoon and is dragged down. Turns out foxes can be harpoon fish too.
Featherfell combo over the wall partway through that fight.
No.
Pulverized the ground, thought he was in range for the headbutt, just wasn't quite in range, and BLG, they've team fought better. Bluntly, this has been a game of team fights. BLG, yes, they played well around the side lanes, but TT have been shredded in every single major confrontation in this game. BLG, they will slice through the final remaining outer turret. They have themselves sold point with only 2 or 3 minutes waiting on the last one's come through. It's another great engage coming through from the Talia ultimate. Knight, I think one of his best journeys of all time has been this Talia. We called that out in Champions League. A couple of big things happen. Way gets shut down in the back line. The best engage, can't get through the Galio ultimate. The charm does land. You think, hey, this is fine, but it's really hard to get Varus in range for the follow-up.
Yeah.
Feather still has flash. This is okay at this point. I think he's trying to bide his time, maybe look for another combo. This is where things go poorly, and I'm sure the observers will highlight this because you get the charm, get this, and Hoya gets no backup from the Alistair. Sadly, I don't think it would have made much of a difference because Talia had the E coming up. That Unraveled Earth would have been the death of them anyway. BLG take that mistake and re-engage, run away with the fight.
A little bit dicey there in the middle of it, but the extended play, the fact that Ben still had equalizer at the very end of that was kind of wild.
TT have run into the same issue in a number of fights. I don't think they want to be flanking, but I also don't think they want to not be flanking. Because if you're not flanking the Talia, the E screws your team fight. Shins out E through the minefield, bam. Same with the Galio, same with the Alistair. The anti-dash has been so crucial for Knight because it means that you can't cancel the bullet time and other things like that. However, if you are flanking yourself, isn't it so much easier for BLG to pull the trigger? So much easier for them to just say, all right, well, we'll just violate the person on the flank. Looking at the way these team fights have come out, I didn't quite see this in Champions League. I actually don't know how TT want their shape of the team fight to look, and that's been a big problem. Yeah, hit the flower, Knight. God damn it.
I guess the question is, a lot of it comes down to vision, right? Because you need to have angles where BLG aren't expecting you to come from, and in the minute, it's been very obvious.
My issue is, even if you have no vision, BLG don't care where you come from, they beat you, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
I think TT needed to win 3 side lanes, but even then, BLG have 3 wave cleared laners, so that's hard to do. You could have won through the early skirmishes. I mean, they did okay at some points, right? But it just feels like BLG have got all of their win conditions set up so easily.
The Lord Dominance Regards got done before that Atacant fell. You got second item in for Bin as well in that Bloodletter's Curse. It's looking pretty dicey here, all things said and done. And the front line for Thundertalk is not much of a front line. It's a sort of front, afterthought, really. There is not really much of a line. It's a squiggle.
It is a front squiggle.
A front squiggle.
On has flash. You do have the GAs from the Voracious Atacant. I think On can look for a fight, don't you? Dragon up in 10 seconds. BLG might just go towards the dragon itself. Close the shield there. Bin on the flank.
Will be spotted out now, but what can do too much about it? Way over the other side onto 1xN. Equalizer comes on down the grand entrance. The hero's entrance buys some time. 1xN kept alive, and now Way will likely be dying. Junglers traded, but they've got GAs to work with because, of course, they have the Attic cards. And here comes Alkan Knight's bullet time, and the Weaver's Wall combined as BLG pull the trigger, knowing they can just withdraw to safety if it all goes wrong. And this is anything but wrong. Great play from the side of Billy Gaming. The base is broken, and Thundertalk with it.
Behold, a knight on a pale stag as Elk and Knight fly into the back end of the fight. They'll take the inhibitor. It won't be the game, but I think it's broken the spine of it. This will be Ocean Soul. This will be even more gold. 12,000 gold in the advantage.
Oh my.
BLG can play the team fight however the hell they want. Now, the gold lead is definitely helping that, but I think even if this game was even, BLG feels so much better. It feels so much better about this. TT's front line just can't do what they need to do. They're pushing up too far. This one is actually a case of vision, where they can't push up this far and expect to live through it. But as soon as the Varus is down, what do you do? Yeah, they kill off the Vi, but he's happy trading 1-for-1 with the withdrawals in this case. And nope, Elkin Knight come flying to the back end of this team fight, and TT have nothing left to say about it.
Hoya finally gets dropped there as the burn from Knight brings him down, set up, then left out to the Wolves, and that's that.
Knight gets himself a
Magi.
he gets himself some light reading. Get it light because he's the guy that had the death note.
Gonna take this book and read it.
BLG, Ocean Soul, huge gold lead. Still got 20 seconds of the Atacon, so TT couldn't really punish them in the transition towards this push up and towards top lane as well. This is the victory lap.
So nothing you can do at this point. Ocean Soul, gold lead. The compositions from this perspective, very, very difficult to play. Poor Beidwan is still at one item. What do you do as this Shinzo? You are so squishy. You're down 2 levels here as well. 3 relative to the solo lane. You are not a frontline, as we said. It is a squiggle. There is nothing remotely tough with that one as Knight throws down the Weaver's Warp in. Potentially caught out a little bit here. They try to jump the Rumble. Who gets an equalizer down? There comes the Crescent Guard, and they will likely kill off the Rumble. That's something. Hoya also gets a bounty.
Yeah, still, you're losing so much in your base. Hoya's going a little bit further forward. There's still a bullet time. If you use a lot to kill off that Rumble, you need to be careful of cancels feather. Basically 0 HP.
Here comes the ult from Galio. Way's gone really deep for this one. Just about survived for now to set up. But to what end? There's a bullet time, as we said. Seismic shove onto the Shinzo. Now Hoya's going to fall as well. Way pulls the trigger and dies for it, but it's just ensuring that TT engage into the play.
TT might have thunder in their name, but BLG, with the Ocean Soul, have the God of Storms on their back. Poseidon helping them out, just turn the tides of the fight. They can force so hard. Second inhibitor will go down. They'll be on to the next turret, and I think TT have been washed away.
Really, really have. BLG, there were some questions at the end of Split 1. There were some questions, honestly. At the beginning of this split, it wasn't always the cleanest stuff from them. Today, they look locked in, and Thunder talk. A lot more talk than walk, at least in Game 1. It has been a rough showing. The mid-game fell apart. The team fights were challenging. We asked about the shapes of those fights, and right now it looks like it's in the shape of an L.
BLG, clean Game 1, actually, and we haven't always said that about them in Game 1s. Best of ones, we were worried about them when we came into our placement stage, but hey, credit to them, walking away with a very confident win there against TT, who were a bogey team for them last split. They lost a best of 5 to them. BLG very, very rarely do that. Hello, welcome back.
Hi.
That's Initialise. I'm Nymaera. Got anything to say about us, Sam?
We are brothers. I'm his older brother. We've cast League of Legends since 2020. It's our 5th year casting professionally, which is kind of wild. Well, actually, professionally, we started in 2020, but it was amateur, but we did it very seriously.
We started being professional in 22.
We started being, so 3rd year of being professional casters. And here we are, doing things like the LPL from our bedrooms, much like we once used to do the LJL. Professionally, pseudo, from our bedrooms, but slightly more unofficially. This is an official co-stream, and that means you can help support us by doing such things as following, liking, commenting, sharing clips you liked on social media, saying, hey, we're doing this thing. Really helps just get eyes on the product and us, which is really cool, especially because the LPL community is very fractured right now, and so it's up to us as a group, really, to try and keep it alive where, when, and how we can. And if you do actually have that ability to do things like throw a sub, and again, thank you, Solly, for subbing mid-game there as well, does make a massive difference on Twitch, because that helps fund doing what we're doing, and really, really, really appreciating all the support we've seen over the last month and a half or so from you guys. It really does make a huge, huge difference.
So, was LGL absorbed into APAC? Yes, it was. It was in PCS last year. But yes, thanks everyone for tuning in to watching. I hope you're enjoying the show and these games. A lot of League of Legends on today, because we had, obviously LCK started before us, and then we've got LPL now. LEC will be afterwards, and LTA starts tonight as well. So we have all four major regions are sorry, no, that's not true, because are PCS playing today?
LCK I think is April 5th.
So I don't mean to just, because they are obviously PCS. LCP rather.
5th, so potentially, yeah.
So LCP are also live today then. Cool. So we have all of our major regions being played today then.
There we go.
Which is very, very cool. It's so much League of Legends. Of course, that means that we get less viewers, because it's not just, you don't have just the choice of just LPL to come watch. So yeah.
You've got to be good choosers.
Yeah.
And choose this one.
Right. Do you need your break nerve or anything, or are you? What you feeling?
Kind of.
You go do that.
Stick the kettle on at the
Yeah,
very
do that,
least.
and I'll go.
I'll do that.
them.
That's fine.
Right,
Back in a moment.
I gotta go put some adverts on because our pre-roll has fallen off because we messed up the timing a little bit, and we'll see our highlights at the end of the game. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. God, that's so low damage from TT. They just got blasted. There's actually no... it's so hard for them to play that build. I wonder whether Ari should have gone for the more acceleration thing and tried to go for a... one-shot build into the backline. More League than you can shake a stick at, but why are you shaking a stick at League? Well, maybe it needs to be scared off like a wild boar. These things and more. What do I think MF into a dive comp? I mean, it's okay if you force them to dive through things into the bullet time. Because if they can't... Look, for instance, Shinzao doesn't dive that deep, right? So if Shinzao struggles to get to the bullet time, has to blow his ult a lot easier than he'd like to. You can't... There's no one who's really reaching the backline there. Can be a bit of an issue. BLG has got to win Worlds this year. They're the best team in the league, pretty much. I mean, I'd love them to win Worlds. BLG are a very special team to me. Considering that their era of dominance is the one which I've been around to cast. They're a very special one to me. You know, I have seen the rise of BLG from its start. In fact, I was the one was I casting that series they beat Weibo? Maybe not. Maybe I was casting the OMG Top Esports series actually. I can't remember. No, I think I was casting the BLG Weibo series that they rose to prominence in. I didn't cast that spring finals because that was Kitty Munch and Hysterics, I think it was. Hey, Cotrix, good to see you. And I then cast... I did cast both their finals last year. I cast both their finals last year. In fact, I get to be very proud of this. I cast the last the last 3 official LPL broadcast finals in a row, which is, I don't know, man. Given how many casters only got a chance to get like 1 or 2, that feels surreal still, actually. I doubt BLG do anything at MSI the way they're playing now. I mean, this game was good. But yeah, I don't think anyone is... It's not like... I mean, this game was good. This game was good. But I'm worried about... I don't think you can play this way as Elkanon and then expect to win internationals. The FPX IG match must have been a bloodbath. Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah, it was. Game 2 went 50 minutes. And it was a 3-game series. I'm still not convinced by Wei. Yeah, I know that some people are saying, you know, blah, blah, blah. I apologize to Wei. I still don't think Wei's on fantastic form. Like, this is okay. This is fine. Trading with the Atakan's alright, but yeah. Hey, Yoda, good to see you, by the way. Oh, wait, does LCP have any English co-streams? It has an official English broadcast. It's just... Yeah, it does have an official English broadcast. It's had some tech issues in the last split, so I don't know how that's going now, but they had like a lot of tech issues in split 1. In terms of co-streams, Kitty sometimes co-streams it. There are English co-streams, I think. I just don't know who they are. BLG tends to be strong and suddenly fall off in some games badly, so random. Well, the thing about when they fall off is it's typically based on how well Elkanon are laning. If Elkanon can 2v3, I think BLG are the best team in the world. What are my thoughts on Roa Ari? I think that it's a bait in pro play, honestly. I think it slows down what is meant to be a very fast-paced champion. And it stops you having as much individual agency. I much prefer it when it's someone like Knight playing it, going for... Or Faker. I think Faker's a really good example of this, where he'll go for, you know, Malignance into either Shadow Flame or Lichbane, get a Magi's in there, 2nd or 3rd. And then you actually get to one-shot AD carries, or at least force them to flash out of a fight, and that can be enough to win a fight. You don't have to kill everyone. You don't have to always 100-0 them, but you need to be able to, you know, force them out of the fight. I think that Roa Ari takes a while to get online. I think your ult gets forced very easily, which can actually be a lost condition. We saw that in G2 versus Movistar Koi and LEC, where Movistar Koi just forced the Ari ult over and over, and they didn't have the cooldown reduction to continue the ult, which was a big problem, and it meant that they were lacking impact. Elgas MVP, great game from him. Yeah, he'd be my MVP too. He played very well. Did I get to keep the hot dog costume? No, it belongs to the LEC. No, that's at the LEC still. Yes, same. Caps went Roar and it felt like it was holding him back. Yeah, that was my feeling too. Oh, sorry, LCP not starting until 19th of April. Sam said it was the 5th. so I was just listening to him. But okay, all right, so they'll be starting a little later. Cool, all right. I was not keeping. God damn, Wade did get a load from Triumph there, didn't he? Jesus. Yeah, I feel like it isn't that great either. Damage area is the way to go for sure. I mean, once you hit 3-4 items, because it's worth noting that Riftmaker gives you AP from HP, and between Liandry's and Riftmaker, you get the 10% damage increase from Riftmaker when you're in combat and stacked up fully, and 6% from Liandry's. They do add a little bit onto each other, so it's like you get an extra 0.6 from the Liandry's because the Riftmaker, and you get an extra, you know, probably 0.6 again. Oh yes, 0.6 from both things. You get an extra 1.2% damage on top of that, which means totally get an extra 17% damage up, which also applies to your Q nowadays, by the way, because percent damage increase applies to your Q. I think maybe some people have been baited in by that because it's like, oh, Liandry's and Riftmaker give you increased damage. That'll increase my Q damage on the return of it, which has never been a thing before. I don't think that makes that much of a difference. Riftmaker does give you the, I think it gives you an extra, like, I don't know, call it 30-40 AP when you build up to max Rod of Ages and Liandry's and Riftmaker, but it's not game breaking, right? So Liandry's gives you, is this 65 AP? Whereas Shadow Flame is 100. Row gives you a decent amount, but it's not, again, game breaking. Hey, Solly, good to see you. And thanks for the sub earlier. I know Sam called it out, but I'll thank you as well. Unless LOL fandom has the dates wrong, I don't know. I don't know, Katari. Not sure. 6 out of 8 for Elk. I didn't even check the other ones. Not bad. TTG's blue side, no surprise. So they lost their side choice. Well, they chose side select in game 1, but they lost anyway. Not the best thing ever. Broken Covenant, the skin. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Is there a game 2 for BLG series? Yes, there is. These are best of 3s now, folks. Best of 3 fearless. LEC in 5 minutes now. God, we have like another series to go. Jesus, it's gonna be so long until we we'll raid over to LEC, and I mean there'll be a you know, there'll be a thingy, well, what am I call it? You know, there'll be stuff, but you know. We'll raid over to LEC when we're done. We'll raid over to it. But there'll be pre-shows. There's, yeah, LEC will be starting soonish, but let's have to see what happens. Did I eat the hot dog they gave you on desk? No, I didn't. However, one of the production crew did. I said, look, I've already eaten, I don't want it. But then one of the production team had it instead. Alright, a couple of minutes till we get to the next one. Did I run ads? Yeah, I did. Cool. Wait, that person had a We Bare Bears logo. I like We Bare Bears. Ice Bear will kill again. Wait, maybe it wasn't We Bare Bears. No, it's wrong. I just misread it. That's actually not We Bare Bears. However, great show. Watch it. It's good. It's very chill watching. I remember binging a load of it on a plane flight because they had it. And someone I used to know was very, very fond of it, so I watched some with them. I will get hydrated energy. I should probably get myself another drink, actually. Music is very chill. I actually don't have my headphones on. I can't tell right now. Today is so packed. LTK, LPL, AC, and LTA later as well. So they have, they got everything here today. Right, I should get myself another coffee. I'm gonna go do that now, and I'll see where Sam's at. I'll see whether Sam wants to cast the series or not. Well, the last of the games or whatever. coffee on, so caffeine shall be acquired. And hydration shall ensue. I can do that. Okay, so, well, we saw it up in game 1, didn't we? Don't need to go over that too much. I think lots of audience on you now as LEC is about to start. There's still a series for you to go. Yeah. Often what will happen is, because, you know, if I'm on LEC for a weekend, I have to leave Sam to kind of solo cast the last games of the day. So what might end up happening, because Sam and I are chatting a little bit, we'll try and keep up as much coverage of the LPL as we can, obviously, but we have a lot of games to do. We also have to do a lot of German lessons for visa reasons now, so we're doing that. I mean, that starts at is it 3 PM normally? I mean, if it's a long game, if it's a long day like this, I mean, it doesn't happen on the weekends, but okay, we'll see what happens when it comes to that. If it's a long series, could be a bit of an issue. Yeah, look, we'll try and cover as much as we can, folks. We'll cover as much as we can. Yeah, but also, you know, one of the big things about streaming like this is you have to keep up momentum. You have to be consistent with it. You know, I know that numbers drop significantly when you're not consistently doing stuff. And while, you know, I'm very, very thankful for everyone being so supportive, I also, like, I do want to make sure that we're doing the best content possible as well. Yeah. I don't want to leave you guys in the lurch, though. Yeah, I don't want to leave you guys in the lurch and not cover everything. Can you do a double split screen if tomorrow first match goes to 3? So, the games are played one after another. So, luckily, we will never have to do the ADHD stream like I did a year or 2 ago. Luckily, we'll never have 2 games simultaneously happening, which is a good thing. It's a rolling schedule. Which does mean technically the day will sometimes end later, but it means that we don't have to miss any gameplay. That's true, Amber. That's true. Might have to partner with another co-streamer. Maybe. We'll see. Well, folks, we're into our draft either way. It's a phrase of mine recently, the last while. Either way. Are you guys compensated for the coverage you do? Are you just doing it for the fun of it? We are only compensated in what you give us in subscription and views and ad revenue. We are not paid by anyone to do this. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, which is why it's kind of important to find a new place to have like an actual sustainable broadcast. You know, we do it for the fun of it, we do it for the love of it, we do it because it's really important to keep up with teams like BLG, with players on TT that might become great sometime, you know? BLG, I love these teams, I love these players. But yeah, there is no official broadcast anymore, so it makes it a little bit harder to do that. We're into game though. Less meta stuff aside. Gwen, Neferi, Poppy, Kalista, Skarnet, Aurora. Now that does leave open something like Sejuani. Yone locked in for setup, was a big pick for both him and for Knight. Does Way want to pick up the Sejuani now? Would that be helpful? Could look towards Sejuani Silence. Jace, nasty lane dominant pick, locked in for Bin. Could go for the Ambessa into it. Or maybe even Renekton Sejuani topside. Way locking in the Lily, one of his better champions actually. He's looked a lot more confident on that pick. Spanish co-streamer Teshrek has the ADHD stream? Nice, cool. I mean, if you're doing LEC and you're doing LPL, I can understand that. I can actually understand that. Sejuani, but what do you pair up with this? Do you go for something that can contest the Jace? Surely you do, right? Hoya, you know, he plays stuff like the Renekton. Could go for Gnar as well, I suppose. Have to lock in your top laner here, right? Otherwise you can lose some stuff which can combo up well with the Sejuani. Giving Bin a good matchup in top lane is not an option here, I don't think. What are they thinking, though? Hoya's got to be calling for something. Okay, goes to the Ambassador. Alright, has been a matchup where you lose it, but you have playmaking opportunity. Right, so Sam, we have first Jace of the day. Okay. Bin's locking in towards that. And BLG choosing to not take the Sejuani. Beitron gets that. I guess maybe they thought, look, he's going to get Lily or Sejuani. Beitron's 2 best champions. We'll take the one which fits us best. We'll just have to deal with the other one.
Lily is not a bad matchup into Sejuani either. We saw JJ get the MVP in that matchup earlier against FPX.
Sam, you really have ruined our chat's vocabulary. Everything is Pilk derivative now.
I knew it. It's not my fault.
I think it is, Sam.
Okay, fine.
I think it is.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take it.
You know, my favorite band is Pilkin Park or Linkin Pilk.
Linkin Pilk.
Linkin Pilk.
Pilkin Pilk.
Pilkin Pilk.
Pilking Benjamin just sounds awful.
Yeah. Oh god, that sounds like it.
Really inappropriate.
That sounds X-rated actually.
Yeah, you take that one.
Oh god.
Not a fan. Okay, well look, I'm seeing Lilia Jace pseudo poke with the Leona set.
Yeah. BLG also potentially this is good. They can actually use the Jace to go into Yone, which wins the mid lane matchup, and then lock something into the top lane as well. They have flexibility here. I should call that out earlier actually. I don't know why I didn't see that coming.
Knight is a Jace player, so it does
He's a
make
very
sense.
good Jace player. Very good Jace player. If you flex between the two solo lanes, Ben not going to get the Renekton now. I mean, they can go for other stuff too, of course. I mean, Knight can still go for something like the Silas, probably not bad here. Pretty good with the Sejuani and the Yone ultimates. Good into the matchup.
It's just another middly top angle. I've got We're in and Nivea's chat guy. I still can't believe that worked. And you know what? I'm kind of there with you. It was surprisingly good. The gameplay was, in general, pretty scrappy, but on an individual level, not bad from TheShy. I don't think we're necessarily going to see that ban here. The Ziggs, though, does make some sense as a big follow-up with that Leona / Lilting Lullaby combo.
Yes, we could have had Elkenheimer, one of my favorite cinematic experience. I've been saying that for like a year, Sam.
I just don't know whether I heard that. I just don't know whether
Yes, and I've said that on caster with you multiple. You know, it's fine. You know, it's like wow, you've lost your memory. I'm so sorry. What do you mean? That means I can play Halo Combat Evolved for the first time again. Quick, go load up the Kingdom Hearts 2 intro.
Oh.
Tristana locks in. Of course, that can be for Elk. That can be for Knight. Good flex pick here. You have lots of flexibility still left in the draft.
Very much do. Now, what did TT want to do? The Ashe Braum. Fortuna Braum's banned, but Ashe not necessarily awful here with an engage option. The Nautilus is up and available, and Ashe Nautilus might not be a bad angle here. Renata as well, I suppose, if you want to go towards something with a bit more lane presence. There's a few options. The Seraphine, similarly. All that Nico.
Depends what you're... Okay, so I think Seraphine and Renata both make a lot of sense here. I don't want Karma, because you need just a little bit more engage again, I think. Something that can follow up after the Sejuani, after the Yone. I think you just want to overload it as much as possible. Make sure there's no possible way for Tristana, Lilia, Yone, Jace rather, to wheedle themselves out of that kind of situation. They go towards the Renata, strong laning duo. I think that means the Tristana can't go into bot lane. I think that locks that into mid lane. Jace into top lane. It means the Ezreal goes towards Elk.
Very low front line for BLG, but a lot of damage and a lot of flexibility with the Jace, the Tristana, the Ezreal, all being quite mobile, really, as far as champions go. Do a lot of work here if they're given time. Of course, the thing is, Thunder Talk Gaming, they pull the trigger, they will be pulling it hard. Sejuani, Yone, and Bessa all diving on top of someone who gets hit by an enchanted crystalline arrow. That first bit of CC lands, and the person who's hit by it unlikely to survive the follow-up. The problem is, of course, Thunder Talk will run into is that if you just kill one of the 4 carries, there's still 3 more you have to deal with across an extended play. Also, Sophie, good to see you. I see you back in chat. Hello, Washed. Good to see you. Just deal with the tummy issues like the rest of us. Oh, wow. Where are we at? Best we can do is 75-25 Pepsi milk. Oh, my days. Some predictions in chat for those who want to get involved in the channel point gambit. Get ready to up the volume here as well as we begin to head on to the Rift. Music up. There you go. Scroll all the way over. There we go. TT. Ready to rock and roll into BLG for game 2. Can we get a shorter series today? That'd be nice. We had an extremely long first series. 5 hours deep into this broadcast. Might have a few more to go. Welcome back. Thank you. Do you have a coffee?
I have a coffee, Sam.
Is it exciting?
Not as exciting as it could be, Sam. I don't have lactose-free Pilk in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sounds really bad.
Crowd up too much, Sam?
What?
Are the crowd up too much?
They are now. Solid BLG gyros this time around. TT got some as well.
Brad's it's doing the Skyrim experience. Ah, you're finally awake, huh? Thought you're trying to cross the border.
Top lane belongs to the North.
Rally order belongs to the North.
I'm not sure whether... I mean, Nord tried to go for the Sejuani the other day and failed it.
Oh yeah, Nord in the NLC for those
went
of you
0 and 2.
Not paying attention.
Viewed us down and all those memes.
Yeah. I really enjoy. Look, so folks, Sam and I made our professional start in the NLC at the same time I was on the LEC as well back in 2022. Fond memories of that league. Sam, of course, still on that as well. Knight on the Tristana, a champion which he had a mixed record in regular season for last summer, but very good going into playoffs beyond that point. See whether he can pull it out. Care had a great game on that earlier today as well versus IG. Didn't win the game, but him on individual level looked very good versus Rookie. On that sweeper. Not able to get that ward down, though, I don't think. Does he start with the Q?
Wondered about it.
No, doesn't get it. On doesn't auto attack it. So that's actually just on trading half his HP bar for a ward they don't kill. That's
yeah,
not awesome on actually.
Doesn't kill it. That's fairly significant. I understand what he was looking for, but the range discrepancy in bot lane coming back to haunt them a little there for BLG, and they go, look, we tried, it didn't work, we'll have to pull back.
Yeah. So pushing lanes in top and mid lane. Bot lane losing the race level 2. We'll have to back off there. Astronauts, or if they ever get a lead ahead in the lane. Stay ahead. Bit of a problem there. Yeah. Setup's been a decent Yone player. Of course, he's been one of the players which I think has been under the most scrutiny for TT.
Yes.
Jump 49 managed to dodge the tower shot well, being able to trade back well there for the bomb.
Level 3 comes on through, and Setup will threaten with the Mortal Steel Part 3. Feels like a pentakill song at some point, doesn't it?
Funnily enough, we were, well, you know, talking about secrets. We actually, I'd never seen it before, but Sam and I and a couple of others watched the second Predator movie in Discord the other day. It was cool. Okay, I say it was cool.
It was a time. It was entertaining, but it wasn't exactly highbrow.
It was quite bad.
Yes.
The first one was actually very good. I was very surprised at how well that held up, actually. The amount of, like, good storytelling and actually managed to do without any dialogue was kind of nice as they walked through the jungle.
The thing is, having seen some of the movies now, hang on, there's a bit of potential invade
Ooh,
happening. Wow.
Q of the wall, maybe?
What about it? Is Lydia being so slow on the clear? I think she's been a bit defensive with the options.
Yeah, I wanted to go towards that quote, that last. Knight does get hit by double pound.
Smite secures by one, and there is a bit of a fight happening. On the other side, 1xN in danger! Needs to get out of there, surely. Going forward, flashing forward from on, gets the stun with the shield of Daybreak, but the passive back means that they're locked in place. No one quite dead, but the health bar's desperately low.
I was wondering whether Elk would even go for an E-flash or something like that forwards. BLG, good early skirmish. You were asking, why was the Lilia being slow? I think it's because she knew that you can't be contesting a bot side on the wave breakpoints that she wanted to against 1xN and Feather, getting that early lane advantage. So slowed it down, waited until Iconon could actually respond with Knight coming over as well. And this should now be a double scuttle over towards Wei, who's going to start pulling ahead in that matchup. That is a problem. If the Lilia gets ahead of the Sejuani can just kind of free fall throughout the game.
Because she got to walk up the river, she can go back to the spawn of her Raptors, then get Krugs, then go for another full clear.
It's going to be a very clean fate to dash back. Very clean.
I mean, by the time you tell me that reset, you can reset for grubs at that point as well. You will be on a massive power point as Bin has to flash. Feather does as well.
Yeah, you could see the threatening the flash handshake. Feather actually was going for the flash slow, actually, hoping that he could land that and then get the handshake after the flash had gone through from Bin. But BLG, not a bad early game read. This is something which has sometimes come a little bit slow to them on patches. They've not always had the best early game read, and they've had to learn how to do that. Starting at this point against TT, okay, that being said, TT not the most clinical in the way that they're approaching these plays now, which is a worry.
That Fade Dashes and a Ruby Crystal in for the Lilia, who can now go towards the bot side of the map, pick up some wolves and a Grom. Think about heading on over then towards the Grubs or the Dragon, depending on what they feel like. 1xN and Feather already top side though. Resetting a long time before that is on. Just spotted out by that Hawk shot. Might look to Hex Flash over the wall regardless. Mid lane, big trades happening between both laners.
Yeah, lethal tempo happening, helping the extended trade coming out from Knight, who has had control over this matchup. That has really helped. Bin and Knight having so much push has allowed Wei to have a very good platform in this game. Goes back out onto the map and just kind of hoover through everything that's available. As we did say, it's going to be the base dashes clean back, and it was, as well as a Ruby Crystal too. Grub spawning now. Elk is recalling. Hang on, Hoya's... Is he going to be able to spot this out? Dragon has just been started up by Wei. Phase dash, of course, again, makes it much quicker to clear through these. Giving up the grubs, but as we said, typically, grubs have been beaten to the punch by dragons in the overall objective trade.
Sure, big fun. It's on over, starts up the grubs. At least will be a trade on that front. Especially with 1xN and Feather having switched out of that lane early on. You can see what Thunder Talk's aim was this game. And again, you've got a Yone and an Ambessa alongside the Ashe, of course. You've got three pretty good turret takers there. The Yone in particular, notorious for just unbinding his soul and running at a tower.
Yeah.
Which can be pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, but again, BLG do have good wave clear. It's not quite the Rumble and the DMF in terms of just instant wave deletion, but they do have good wave clear to deny grub value. Typically, BLG have been good at kind of maintaining all of their lanes. Right now, though, 4 versus 2 on the side lane. Tristana just jumps forwards in mid lane and doesn't have teleport. Been teleported towards bot side. There's no help coming here.
No, there is not. This is looking like the big old dive. In comes the public execution, and down goes Elf. Nothing to be done on In Danger. Finds a Senate blade back, but to what end? In goes Wei, looking for a 4-man lilting lullaby, but it's immediately buffed and will get one back at the very least.
Something. Knight onto Satav. Satav used his ult already.
We'll get to hop over the wall. Stays alive, though, and we'll have to reset.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe Knight was roaming up. I didn't keep my eyes close enough on the minimap, actually, but used that ultimate. We might get a replay of that. Bin left alone in the side lane. Once again, as we were saying, one of the strengths of BLG is them having an idea of what they want from all lanes at the same time. Criticized some of the games earlier, actually, between FPX and IG, saying, well, okay, if you're cross-mapping, you need to have something in place a little earlier when the play comes through. BLG do that well here. So look on the map here. So we do see the dive coming through. It's a good 4v2. Yeah, not much really you can do about that. Maybe you can flash out that Ambassador ult, but probably dead to ult anyway. While all that is happening, of course, you can see that there's Tristan trying to move up, but Yone cancels them out. Of course, it's a bit of a hard grade in there. Can't stop the Lily who's already there, though.
I wonder whether that bailout should have gone on to Beitran there rather than on to Feather themselves. And that might have been enough to help get that fight afterwards, but Wei still gets out alive. Gets that kill, and yeah, the cost of flash, but not the worst thing ever. BLG just in a slight gold lead here. It's only 100 or so, if that. That's all that really separates the teams right now.
Setab's a bit of the garage sale build. Has the workings of the boots, but not the boots themselves, they're fully completed. Those Berserker is very important towards Yone, because of course your yeah.
The Croydon special.
We can say that because we actually live.
I lived in London, yeah, I know.
Oh, right, still lower crime rates than, you know, various other nations. Let's set about that one better. Hoya doesn't have ult, does have flash to potentially threaten. Might take him trades again. Using the Buster Shot, actually was afraid maybe of having to blow the flash for flash, so chooses to use the ult instead.
Indeed. While though, it means he's not in bot lane, so Bin's going to deny another wave, and that's getting a little concerning. 30 CS down in this matchup. Not fun for Hoya.
No, it's not. And Hoya, I think, had a very good split one. Typically, he has become a black hole of pressure who drops waves to make a play, but he's also not been landing those plays. So what's happening now is Bin is just muscling him out of lane. Hoya's dropping away to make a play, which doesn't work out, and then just falls back again. But he doesn't break that cycle. It's really hard to claw back that kind of lead against a player like Bin. He's very, very good at utilizing individual advantages. This is one of the things that we thought would happen all the way back in Split 1. Of course, it didn't happen. Hoya ended up solo killing Bin in Game 5 in Camille versus Aatrox, which we weren't expecting at all. The BLG getting much more value out of the lanes across the map.
At least bot lane doing similar things here. Up a fair amount for 1xN. That's great news. Mid lane, even affair. It's really a split of pressure across the map. Slight lead for the Lilia, significant lead for the Jace. If he gets this turret as well, I think that might start breaking the game a little.
I don't know what Hoya's going to do now. So rough down.
Oh, Jace.
This is so rough. What do you do here as Hoya? You know, he does get the last bit of the level there. It's like one full level in terms of experience, but even that level is nasty as hell. Worth noting that, of course, Jace doesn't have to level up his ultimate, so he just gets more points to put into his regular abilities. Is the only champion in the game which has extra points in his other abilities. Instead, on a Knight, walking towards top side. Do they really go for a play here? Maybe force out the ult at best?
Okay, do get the ult back. Short of Daybreak, flash in turn. Does manage to unbind the soul and somewhat buffer through the Solar Flare. Knight won't step forward for that last auto. The Spirit Cleave was coming anyway, so I think the HP would have been fine.
Oh, Hoya's in trouble.
Reset as Hoya is indeed in trouble. Lacerate and Repudiation enough to escape.
If there's going to be any walk around the map, Bin could recall now and teleport towards top side. Setup, no ult, no flash, but of course using the cooldowns and on also doesn't help.
On now in danger, gets hand shook back. Nice timing on that one, and the hostile takeover goes and drags Lilia right back into a glacial prison. Do not pass go, do not pick up 3 grubs. The Lilting Lullaby comes on down, but unfortunately, the anesthetic is too late to keep the
I actually think that Bin could teleport in here with Elk being very high HP as well, but they choose not to contest. Maybe not. Well, no, they do know what health Beitran's on, but they choose to give these over, thinking maybe the grubs aren't the biggest thing ever. Mistake there from On and Way to stick around that play in topside, though, after they'd lost a lot of their important cooldowns, failing to kill Setup and the top lane turret.
Yeah, and also I think with Hoya having the public execution, Hoya might have said, look, I'll trade 1 for 1 here and stop you TPing in. Either way, gets to stay alive, has the TP, can come back and try and save this turret. Have a look at this replay, because it starts with a nice arrow.
It does, and goes into the Eclipse onto the... doesn't have flash to get out of this. Ezreal's not there for the play. Jace isn't teleporting in. You are in an uneven numbered fight. I don't really know why you're committing to this. That feels like it's basic League of Legends mathematics not been accounted.
Just turret, just about alive. That's on 8 HP, by the way.
One more grub would have done it. One more grub would have done it. Either way,
probably grub.
They'll get it anyway. Let's be honest. Bin is going to be crushing this lane for forever at this point. On roaming towards the bot side of the map. Knight has the Yuntel Wild Arrows already built up, by the way. The Yuntel thing, by the way, I realized what they're from. They're, believe they're Ishtal.
That would make some sense.
Because Milio talks about them in some of his voice lines, the Ishtal Rangers, or whatever they are.
Nice.
It's kind of cool.
Look for this last order. Setup really has any real safety on this turret. Did they bomb blow it up by association?
That shouldn't work. Is that how Trist Bomb works? Does that actually damage towers if you damage someone beside? I've never seen that happen before, if that is. It was on 8 HP. It could have been just a random minion auto. Does that work like that? Jeez,
or was it an auto AoE from the...
No, but the auto AoE, it doesn't work like that. What? Damn.
Okay, Setup now in slight danger. Fate's call away. He's actually in danger of binding.
Oh!
Knight just finds the solo.
Well, I think some people heard. I think he heard some people talking crap about him for last summer's AD mid meta, forgetting the fact that his playoffs in summer were absolutely insane on champions like the Tristana. Gets himself that first kill, gets himself well on the board now, and TT, much like that first game, are not playing well around the side lanes.
Fortnite saying that is how the bomb works, so apparently so.
Never learned that one before. Damn. I guess most of the time, I don't see someone with a bomb in their head stand next to a turret.
That's true.
Huh. Damn. Time for everything, I guess. He has the Hex Flash, gets over into the brush, won't be able to do it again. Hoya just used all of his cooldowns, that's the problem.
Sensei comes on down there to the skies, but here comes the rest of TT to try and defend. Would feel like the 3v3, the arrow just wide on, just out to safety as well. Hoya chunked, but not down. What looked like a nice little play from BLG, well defended by Thundertalk.
Alright, so, play fizzles out from TT. What happened down here? Level down, some HP down, and yeah, he just gets jumped on, doesn't he? Really good buster shot as well. Knight gets like the full everything, jumps forward to get that last auto, no extra outplay opportunity. There's nothing to be questioned there. Falls ahead.
A pretty even match for the mid lane. Certainly isn't. Gets the Blade of the Rune King completion now, but of course it's stopped off for Boots. So that first time completion stinging a little bit there in that 1v1, and BLG have slid ahead in the gold just slightly to 200 gold. Again, part of the thing is you're looking at this Ashe at 202 with her own wild arrows.
Hoya could be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh no, there's the bomb. And it's not that.
Okay, alright, didn't choose to go towards it. Worth noting, of course, for those of you that don't understand what the cooldown of the Yuntel Wild Arrows is, one of the best items in the game for AD carries right now, because it actually gives... Hang on a second.
Ooh, good flash, just about in time. Still not going to be that Fate Sealed used yet, so he can still go down here. The skies goes Bin. Sliding back across, Feather now here. Can he look for a handshake to drag someone back? Misses the loyalty program. Starts to get some autos down. He's going to bail out on. How aggressively does Feather want to play this? Handshake, and here comes Beitran looking for another angle on in. Knocked away from the Winter's Flame.
No way!
No way!
Get
this!
Bin gets a kill on the weak side of the map, technically in a 1v3. Don't give this man Jace.
That was an insane thundering blow to knock the Sejuani out of her flail.
That's ridiculous.
Massive work.
That is ridiculous. Got the melee range grasp heal, I think, to make that interesting. the Renata red buff was kind of scary. Bin walks away with a kill. That's insane.
Well. They still get the turret. They still go 1-for-1. So in the end, it ends up being an even trade. It just shouldn't have been, is the honest answer. They should have been the kill on top of the tower. Let's have a look at this again. It starts with a nice chunk onto Bin. They just don't kill it.
And this is why Jace has gone towards more HP in his build. Even though the quote-unquote tank build is gone now, he still builds towards HP items first. Stuff like the Shojin, stuff like Black Cleaver, what have you. And right here, it just allows him to survive so long. The grass build, watch this, gets the melee grass proc, which gives him that extra heal just about. Gets the last auto back in. Insane damage coming through.
Acceleration of the form change, enough speed. Is that Bin in a 1v1 with setup? Who gets a spherically flashed into the Fate Seal? Not enough!
He just beat you in a 1v3. What makes you think you can win in the 1v1? Hoya left in a 1v3 and cannot make magic happen there. Bin has turned up to slam the door shut on TT.
That is 2 plays back-to-back that are going to be ankle-breaking. Head on over towards this Herald. This will be the feats of strength as well if they can secure it. Thundertalk, though, want to come on over and try and play this. They're down 2 laners, but they have a TP on setup in about 8 seconds if they want to play for this.
I mean, Bin's just going to come in and make the mess of things, isn't he? He can recall whenever, and TT just have to watch it wait and happen. BLG
there.
I mean, we've now had Bin have 2 solo kills in side lanes. Knights had another kill as well. It's only really Elk that's been left out of the carries in terms of fun moments to happen so far. This is the worry about playing as BLG. Now, I do have issues with way Elk and honor points. However, every single player of this game can make a game-breaking advantage happen. You know, Southap just walks around and says, okay, I can get extended play. Does get the knock up there, but uses his E quite late, so he doesn't have that much extended damage. Uses ult late too. Bin walks away with a huge amount of damage when the Shojin stacked.
Flashes as the Shock Blast hits. He tries to flash the Shock Blast, misses and does it. And then Hoya's in a pretty rough 1v3 scenario. Backwards Dragon we go. This will be sole point for BLG. It is going to be secured just about 13 HP. It went down to as Santa looking for an angle, can't quite do it. Feather with a wonderful hostile takeover. I mean, Bin eats all of Tristana's autos.
Really bad shape from BLG that you can't engage into Renata without a flank, and that's exactly what happens there. BLG, they tried to rally around their support, which was hit by an Ash Arrow, but it just doesn't work the way that they want to. Atacon hasn't spawned just yet, so can't go towards that. Knights goes towards the side lane. BLG do get themselves Hextech Soul Point, though, so let's be honest, they're not that upset about things, all things said and done.
Fate Seal, buffered out from with Rocket Jump, and Buster shot away, keeps people safe. And I saw everyone rowing up the river and I went, oh my days, what are they heading towards?
Actually, don't even think that was a buffer out. It didn't take the damage, so I think it just missed.
Yeah.
You managed to get out of it. So technically not a buffer, which is where you were hit by something, and then you managed to jump out afterwards, even though you're CC. It's kind of a fun thing like that. So what happened here? The Ash Arrow came through, onto On, gets the Eclipse on. Ash Arrow, you know, helps in terms of getting some engage out of it. But this is the problem now. You can't stand in this direction. You must be attacking from somewhere like here or from here. You cannot stand in this direction, or the Renata ult will win you a fight.
Both AD carries were just autoing their own Jace, which is really rough. Now On's in danger, is about to fall here. There's the Lilting Lullaby have option onto Beidwan. I'm not sure whether they're going to pop it quite yet, but that's the jungler dead. 1-for-1, as all things stand.
Well, he does have flash too, so there was a chance of a flash Lilting Lullaby. In fact, there still is a chance of that too. Watch out for those Swell Seeds. Herald. Watch out for those wrist rockets. BLG Steege in the mid lane, and the capture of command post.
Just like the simulations, it's looking like the scrims right here. TT will have to Roger their way to a better game state. Not looking easy right now on the plains of Summoner's Rift. Definitely not Geonosis here.
This is not the team fight you're looking for. BLG walk in and no, they threaten, but they don't have to push too far beyond their safe bounds. Their Knight going to get spotted out by the map hacks of 1XM. The Hawk Shot definitely helping. 2 items largely completed across the board from BLG. Well, just about completed rather. Don't quite have that amount of confirmation from Bin. This is what happened in that last play. We're on, yeah, he's getting caught out a little bit. It's very hard to run away from an Ashe, obviously. Wade could have maybe gone a little harder here, you know. I actually wonder whether it could have been a flash Q onto 1XN to get the playthrough. 1XN, of course, 502. We haven't had that much time to talk about TT this game. No. We have typically been massive 1XN sims. He is currently 502. Credit to TT. I thought that he had a very quiet playoff, sadly for him, but he's doing a lot of legwork here, and often that has been the case for Thunderfall. To do them justice here, I know it's been very BLG-centric on the whole. It's an even game. 1XN is the person who is making the difference for TT currently.
Of course, we did just see that kind of statistical modeler saying, look, they really prefer where BLG are in this game. They've got the feat of strength. They are at soul point. The scaling's still good. So, you know, for all the golders even, they have got to carry with the lead. Still looking like BLG in a very scary spot, especially with where this Jace is, especially with where this Lilia is. The Ambessa, and to an extent the Sejuani, not going to have the easiest time as this game goes on as well.
Really do need to temper expectations here a little bit. Feels like BLG are in really strong points because they have such a powerful Jace. The Ezreal is at 2 items, which does dent the blow of... It dampens the blow of the 1.5k advantage for the Ashe, who's doing ridiculous work. However, BLG not that far ahead in gold, but do have a Hextech Soul point on the horizon. They get the Hextech Soul, gold, quite decorative. You have a Jason and Ezreal and a Tristana, all who proc that so easily and leverage its effect so easily because they managed to pin you into the second skill shot or the second round of auto attacks which kill you. TT cannot allow that dragon to go over. Of course they can't. It really has felt like this split, this meta, this patch has been all about souls.
Then you've got to keep an eye on people like Feather as well. They've had absolutely extraordinary hostile takeovers. We get another fight where like Jace, Tristana, and Ezreal are all hit by a hostile takeover and auto each other to death. That will be a rough place to be in. 50 seconds on Hexol. There are Hex gates available, so resets can come through a little later than they would in a normal dragon setup.
Definitely helps them get into position a little easier. So, 2 items now. Well, I mean, the Seekers is everything you need from the second item from way here as well. This Lilia could be so
that's a good pick. That's onto a huge target as well. Tristana dead before they can play for Soul.
That's insane. That is insane. How do you find that unassisted Knight? Did he have the flash on cooldown? Couldn't quite see there, actually, based on that one. That's a huge pick, all things said and done.
No vision and gets jumped by the Ambessa. Hoya's had a rough game, but that was a good moment.
That was insane. That is absolutely insane. Now, the thing is, BLG don't have to fight this dragon if they don't want to. Now, if TT delay it a little, then there could be a teleport coming in from Knight, pushing up into that mid lane. Teleport now coming in from Yone. BLG, what's the plan here? Try and stall it for 10 seconds, teleport back in with Knight. There's no Ambessa ult now, no Sejuani ult either.
Try and play this one across. They've got the man advantage. Arrow lands onto Elk, who immediately has to cleanse.
Oh, big shot blast. That could change the fight. That could change everything.
Could potentially. He's into the backside of the setup, but he only really gets one. The hostile takeover not fantastic, but it's enough to buy time. Can they get out of the pits? The lilting lullaby with the setup leaves him out to dry. He dies. Knight over the wall, who has finally come on in. Flash on forward from way on the Lilia, and TT cannot extract from the pit cleanly.
Knight gets a really good cleanup at the end of that. Great damage from BLG towards the back end of the fight. Stop in the back from Hoya, actually. And now what happens? You have a couple of death timers. Can you go towards the Atakan all the way across the map? Maybe not. You could go towards this bot lane turret. Use the Tristana explosive charge to get some value onto that. BLG don't get a big objective, and they don't get the soul, so it's not everything they wanted, but they do stem the bleeding of what could have been a poor fight.
Taken very deep under the turret. He's the only real front line, but a flash away from Hoya is still blown, and they do get that tier 2.
Finn is even going to go towards the mid lane too, so they get 2 tier 2s. Okay, giving up a dragon and a kill. It was a shutdown too. Not the best thing ever, don't get me wrong, but getting 2 inner turrets gives them great map advantage. The gold lead, which was basically nothing before, is now opened up to 4,000. Elk ends up Eing then cleansing. Remember, you don't have the Ambassador ult here either. That shot blast changes this fight. Because suddenly 1x and Feather don't have the ability to stand and fight. They can't really turn and burn onto the enemy team using the rest of their HP and then the bailout. Both of them too low to really do much. And of course it sets up the resets after as well as they retreat in a disorganized fashion.
Flash is blown by the dozen there on the side of BLG. Now basically got no flashes at all to work with, but they do get the team fight win at the end of it all, and those turrets, which has earned them that gold lead you were talking about. They are still at Soul Point. They are still in a good position this game. If they can leverage this map state, it could be a pretty difficult place for TT, even if this has been a much better game than game 1.
Just a reminder, folks, we will have another series after this one too, which will be a rematch of our finals from last split, Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. BLG looking to close things out quickly so we can get onto that on time, hopefully. Well, a little bit behind it, I suppose, because of the long series earlier today. These weekend series can go a little bit long, because we have 3 of them on the Saturday at least.
Over towards Atakan we look. Knight is around and about. Do Satab and the rest of them want to start this up? What have you spotted? That's a big noise of interest.
Yeah, because I said that the Seekers is everything that Wei wanted from his inventory, so he's chosen not to finish the full Zhonya's. going towards double needlessly large rod instead to just get close towards a death cap towards him. Can't start it up now. Wade doesn't have himself the life, does have that Seekers. Doesn't need the double needlessly large rod. Those swirls hurt.
Oh my days, 1xN down to half HP, can heal back up a little bit with that Vamp Scepter, but look at the angle back, the look at the Solar Flare, not fantastic on the base, but they have to pull off the Atacon regardless.
Have they
TT
just
burn.
leashed it? They might have actually just leashed it. This is the Ruinous, makes it easier to tank in melee, but as we saw from 1xN, really not good if you're fighting it from range. Split team now from TT, BLG, they call in the teleport from Bin, and that'll be the end of it. Surprised that didn't lead to more, actually.
2 minutes on Dragon spawning as well, so you've got to be a bit wary in terms of how all this time's out. We spend too long fighting around the Atacon.
That's a very good point. Very good point. Spend too much time on top side, you delay your setup on bot side, which TT must be very wary of. Kind of surprised they let that Atacon get to so low HP, because if it goes down to a flip, I mean, what's the bonus for you? You get, you know, some bonus towards your grubs, obviously. Don't really have any dragons to buff up that much. I don't think it's... If it was the GA Atacon, I'd agree with it. Because at that point, you get the GAs to fight the Soul Point, and get it to find a Baron, or even just kind of try and take the fight, reset a little quicker towards the Baron if you end up dying. Very risky then. Now, Dragon up in a minute and a half. What are our big items? We don't have that much in from Ashe right now. That gold lead, which was 1.5k, really stripped. 3 items for Knight, including the Lord Doms. That's huge. That's huge, huge, huge. And even getting the Serpent's Fang for Bin can really help against a bunch of the shields coming out from various small skills from TT as well. BLG have great item breakpoints now. We already talked about Way on the Lilia, foregoing the full item completion of the Zhonya's to go towards what looks to be a death cap. He completes that. That is a scary deer with a hat.
She's still got the Seekers to work with as well, so this could be a very big fight for BLG. They're threatening Baron though, because they're saying, look, we're at Soul Point. This will only be second Dragon for you. We can give that up just fine.
Ezreal used in mid lane to force priority. Of course, the big thing about going towards mid lane priority is that you don't have to wander through dangerous points like the bot side jungle and choke points around there. What you can do instead is push up here and then you go through the river in there. Misses out on that ult, as we're talking about how easy it is to fight around mid laners and force you into river that way rather than through some of the choke points. Big cooldown miss from Hoya.
Looking for Knight would have been a great pick, but actually turning around the way who's pretty huge as well. Finally gets to go golden, but that is the Seekers pot. Hostile takeover comes across, flash away from Way now as well.
Oh, that does a lot of damage to Bin there. 1xN doing good damage. Remember that Ashe is so powerful.
Fang on found an angle over the wall, looks to Zenith Blade on him. Base one just about alive. The Fate Seal gets across a couple, but they don't finish the kills cleanly. On dies, but so does Setup. Hoya nowhere to go, true shot rush just wide. TT have to reset.
And that's as the Dragon's alive now. That is a problem. Baytron needs to leave. He needs to go back now, and he's not around for a smite. You have so much damage onto the objectives themselves, and Way can heal up on that so much. This should be Hextech Soul. TT, they might have just flubbed this outcome.
He's finally coming back. He doesn't have flash. He's not going to be here in time. It's too late. The damage is too fast. That's Hex Soul. Thought they found a moment. Hoya's now going to die as well, and Thunder Talk die with a whimper. There is no bang to be found.
Teleports over with the Hexgate. Baytron's around. They might look for a fight anyway.
Oh boy, is it going to get messy? Look at Elk over the wall as well. He finally starts Arcane shifting in. The bailout through 1xN cannot find a revive. BLG get the fight and the soul.
Every TT member dead on the floor. BLG will reset and they will get their health back, use the Hexgate and go towards the Baron. TT bravely fought, but sadly, brave men can advance no further when they've hit the ground and are dead. TT, they were the bogey team for BLG in Split 1. They beat them at a best of 5, but then they were knocked out by that same team in playoffs. And they were knocked out, well, they're knocked down here, it looks like, to a 0-2 for their first series of that Ascension group. This isn't badly played in terms of the introduction from TT. Trying to play around that, you know, play through mid lane first with the Vesta ult and then kind of do that bait and switch and say, actually, we're in the bush here, we can still fall up there. But they don't have hard enough lockdown and enough backline access to lock down these very long-range carries. They do get decent damage onto the likes of On or the Leona, but they can't close down the carries well enough.
Setup for On is really not good enough, and all the while, look how much HP Way's back to. He just gets to heal so much.
Of course, after this point, it's just so difficult now to play around that once your front line loses so much HP. Yes, you take down that Leona, but the range differential is absolutely crucial here. Bin even almost gives himself up for free here, because they don't quite guess the bush which they're hiding in. Not enough. Hextech Soul and the mobility wins out.
Bailout nearly enough for 1xN, but he hadn't quite got that Bloodthirster done for that fight, I don't think. I can't quite remember. But either way, it wasn't enough to burn Elk out, who hopped into the backline to get that initial bailout proc, and then flashed away again to save himself alive. All the while in the replay we see BLG did pick up that Adakan and all those petals.
They got everything, man. They got everything. Leaving the support to do the dirty work. Leona's not got that much attack speed. Has an auto attack reset, of course, but
can you auto attack reset on a plant? I'm assuming you can.
Yeah, of course you can. Go auto Q on to the next target, and then your next auto attack after the Q comes that quicker too. Wei has now built up a full Zonya. There's on the death cap first. Completed the full hourglass. Now GA for Bin. He can't even close down opportunistic picks now nearly as easily as he did before.
USS on the Tristana.
Yeah, that's your luxury items, and that's where the gold leaders led to. 7,000 gold has led to a lot of that. Hoya on the side, maybe looking for an ult over the wall.
Find some more value. Oh, USS out of that. Elk buffers well through the arrow again. He's done that very well.
He's on vision. He's on vision. Look, there's that ward sitting there. Here comes the Sejuani up, but they do see Hoya.
There you go. On to Elk. That's not bad. They can surely kill him. Hostile takeover after is fantastic. On those still alive. You've killed off Elk. What goes the spin into the backside. Comes along with a shock blaster to the skies that will see them going heavenward. A triple kill tonight. See whether they can donate one over to Wei as well. Hoya trying to get towards things like the waves, you would imagine, but BLG can look to get into the base. They've already got an inhibitor turret down in mid lane. This looks like a night scout for the side of Thunderchalk.
TT find a pick, but that is all they get for the demise of their whole team and the Nexus. Well, I suppose there are 2 solo laners left, but they'll be there just to parade in BLG as they conquer their side of the map.
Baron. Second inhibitor short of 4 after this. So much damage onto the turret.
I think it's the Nexus, not the inhibitor.
Nothing. Lilting lullabies. Come on down. You're right. It is the Nexus. And BLG make it a 2-0. Bogey team down for the count.
Second series of the day. Much quicker than our first TT. Left alone on their Nexus, and a redemption will sadly not be what it is labeled on the tin there. A couple of people die on the fountain, but it will not stop BLG coming away with a clean 2-0. One of the cleanest best-ofs we've seen from them in a while.
Felt very convincing. And credit to Thunderchalk, they made that second game a lot more competitive. But we started to have issues. Look, the whole point. Look how scary this Jace is. How on earth has Jace managed to get 2 kills in 1vx scenarios in the space of 2 minutes? How is this happening? And then the range discrepancy kept coming on forwards, and it became increasingly challenging for Thunderchalk to play out the game.
BLG, well, there you have it. They're looking pretty strong. Yes, TT were a team that felled them in the first split. We've been asking about the recent form of BLG. Are they a team which can return to regional dominance? They didn't make it to first stand. It felt like their first split was lackluster. So on both an individual and a strategic level. This one was much better today. A couple of slip-ups here and there. But on the whole, much better strategically and on individual levels.
Hello folks, I'm Initialise. This one is Nymaera. You may know him from such things as the LEC. You may also know me from such things as the LEC less regularly. I'm also on the NLC. We also do this LPL co-stream. I am his older brother. That feels like most of the things you need to know about us. You can find us on twitch.tv/Nymaera_. You could also do it on the YouTube by a very similar name. There is also Anivia's YouTube, and hello to Anivia's chat. I see you all out there, hopes. Keep a shout on all those crew as well. Man H over in the YouTube, I see you there as well. Having a good time in Twitch as usual. You can also find me at Initialise Casts on Twitch and YouTube. Please come follow me as well. Helps me keep doing things. And basically, because this is our jobs, if you can do things like comment or follow or subscribe, particularly on Twitch, if you got that extra £5 or whatever to throw at us, it can make a huge difference in terms of our ability to keep doing this on a regular basis. So to those of you out there who want to help support the LPL community, that can be a really good way to do it. But at the very least, doing things like just dropping a comment on YouTube makes a huge difference. For friend subscription, turning up on a regular basis can really help keep this community alive, as we are all fractured to the winds in various co-streams with no official broadcaster rally around.
Right, well obviously that's our second series, then we have a third one. I'm going to put on adverts on Twitch now, so you're on YouTube, it won't affect you. I'm going to do that now just so pre-rolls are off. I know that LEC has started. Hopefully the games get completed quickly here today, so we can go raid you guys over to them, so you can go enjoy that one. What am I going to do? Am I going to go for a breakdown? Fun fact for Zeref, let me think. Fun fact. I'll have to think about that, Zeref. I need to think about it. I play the better champion compared to Sam. Well, you know, that's just to be expected, you know. Let me think. AL versus Top Esports next. Who do I think is better? I think Top Esports are better than Anyone's Legend currently. I think that Anyone's Legend are not as good in standard lanes. I think they're worse standard laners, and I think that they have looked very sloppy in some of their games, whereas Top Esports have actually been very tight, which is, you know, you expect that from them regionally. I'm sure a lot of people are preying on their downfall, and I get it, but they are very good regionally. So you have to prove that you can beat them there. I'm as frustrated as you are by their international results, but such is the way of things. Oh, fun fact is there. Let me think. You know how in a lot of fantasy and sci-fi worlds and stuff like that, they have, you know, miracle metals and magical metals? Legitimately, steel is already our magical miracle metal. You know that steel, probably thousands of people across history for thousands of years tried to figure out how to make steel. It is an incredibly tough, versatile, usable metal. And to make it in the way, like, you know, like in terms of the Crucible and in terms of, you know, a bunch of stuff like that. Steel was revolutionized, obviously, really within, you know, I guess the 1700s and the 1800s. But whenever you hear like a miracle metal, steel already is that. It's incredible material, honestly.
Very much so. There's the handshake pick. This looked like a really good play from Feather and Beige One, and then then Jace.
Also, for a while, Iron obviously wasn't easy to forge either, to the point where to get Iron, you would actually have to find it in meteorites, which is why a lot of the most famous swords across history were from Star Metal. It was from meteorites. You know Terry Pratchett? So Terry Pratchett, spelled with a PT, Terry. He had a meteorite sword.
That's kind of cool.
He owned one. But yeah, meteorite iron was the place to get the purest iron and forging swords for a long time.
So places like Japan, where that was obviously a big mystical thing, is like Japanese iron is often really crap, like all stuff they find naturally.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
within the ground.
The carbon content is really messy, which means that they had to do the whole 1,000 folds thing to like make up for that. And what they'd end up having is like what you end up having is a very hard, like outer shell and like a more malleable back and kind of core to it to allow it to bend like along the curve of the blade. But yeah, funny story. Iron doesn't exist naturally on the planet. Well, it does in the core.
Very deep.
It does in the core. And we do have, there's a lot of iron oxide and stuff. A lot of iron oxide.
Yeah. What do you think makes up a Fell Beast cry? What do they use for the base?
Oh, from Lord of the Rings, Fell Beasts. You know what? I did actually know this, and now I can't remember.
It's a donkey.
It's a donkey, is it? Huh.
So it's not the hee-haws, it's the bellows they have.
Ah, that's cool as hell.
There you go.
Yeah. And I said this one before, but the T-Rex in Jurassic Park is a baby elephant, largely. Like, the iconic part of that sound is from a baby elephant.
It's quite a lot bigger than a baby elephant, the T-Rex, Alex.
That's very cool, Pandora. The idea of a wizard with a staff shooting fireballs probably originated from European knights meeting Asian warriors with gunpowder and bombs on their heads. Damn, that's crazy.
Ah.
Okay, I'm gonna go take a break.
Go for it.
And I guess I'll be watching LEC in the background.
Oh yeah?
So I don't have LEC code streaming rights.
Yeah. Not yet. MVP. Oh, it'll be Knight on the Tristana. He did have a very good Tristana game, in fact. I wondered whether it might be Ben. Ooh. 30 minutes until the next series? Yeah, maybe. Might be a bad idea, actually. I want to see what the votes are here. 6 out of 8, a couple for top. That makes sense. I would have debated voting for Ben, not gonna lie. L versus TES, who do I think is better? I think it'd probably be TES. Anyone's actually still look a little bit tricky. Eyes of Pandora, but do we know where the gold comes from outside of your sun system? Or since our sun is too small to create it? I don't actually know any of the... I'd have to chat to Alex about that one. But I mean, the other thing is you do have a fair amount of like asteroids and stuff coming in from outside the galaxy.
Oh, it's about
gold.
Yeah, it's a heavier element than iron.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, anything which is larger than iron 56, which is the most stable atom, so it's what everything fuses into. So everything that a star will normally make in its regular life cycle, its burning life cycle, will do that as long as it's large enough to do so. Anything larger than iron 56 has to come from supernova. How long have we got until the next series, and is it worth thinking about getting some food? Probably about 10 or 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, so like there is, I put the curry and stuff in a bowl if you want that. I can go out and get something for myself if you want to do it that way, or do you want to go out and get something?
I'm not gonna go out, I'll be good. So,
so you're gonna be eating there. Well, there's curry in a bowl. With some of the
Sam makes a super lol caster team. Who would be your choice? So basically, you choose casters to make into a team. I mean, it depends if you're picking like the X Pros and stuff, right? Because you'd have to pick like Finn, Cage. Well, Cage is not a caster right now. But you'd have to pick like most of the X Pros, right?
Probably. I think I'm looking at the LCK challenge, the LCK squad.
Hooney. Well, he's not on the broadcast.
Cloud Templar.
Hooney's in military service. He's not a caster.
Oh, it's got to be current cast as well.
Oh, I think so. I think to make it fair. Yeah. I think you choose like. I mean, you probably use Jack Spectre as ADC, right?
Yeah.
And then you do Finn as top lane or Odoamne as top lane. I mean, either of them's fine. You need someone to go in jungle. Who's actually a jungle player?
What was Cloud Templar?
He was a jungle. Yeah, you could use that.
Yeah, I could debate Cloud Templar.
Oh, I think we're referring to non-experts. Alright. Odo isn't really a caster. Well, he is. He is actually on the LEC broadcast. It's one of his main things he's doing. He's actually on the LEC broadcast. I mean,
can't do better. Because he's
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think I'd probably choose, I mean, Vedi's a master tier mid laner, so probably can be mid, right?
Yeah. Probably argue for Medic, probably a pretty good shout out actually.
Unless you count Woodid over on LCK, but then an expert player as well.
Yeah.
Medic and GB. Yeah, GB's
pretty solid.
Yeah, GB plays some top lane Shyvana, he also plays a lot of support. I don't know what I'd make a cohesive team out of. Azael's pretty high.
Azael would be a really good shout.
Kirby and Azael, both of them are good.
Kirby's ex-pro.
Yeah, but this is like from season 1 and stuff.
It's got to count.
I mean, that knocks out like so many random people.
Rafa is actually a really high elo jungler.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. He's quite high. You think he's Diamond Master Class?
That's not that high rank, Sam. When you say really high elo, you mean that's like Grandmaster Challenger. Really high.
Actually, I'm not sure what rank he is right now. He did pretty well the last time I saw him.
Yeah, but like, do you know if he's Grandmaster Challenger?
I don't actually remember. Him and Azael used to do it a lot.
If you want to get food now, it's
Flowers is a good shout as well. To be fair, he was always pretty high elo, wasn't he?
I thought he was like,
Masters.
Maybe. American roster caster? Yeah, that was the question. I mean, I haven't been high elo in fucking forever. I probably wouldn't put myself in. Like, I'd be alright, but I don't think I wouldn't put myself in for it. You do comment this all the time, by the way, Noyan. Falun Dafa or Falun Gong is good. I'm sure it is. I actually don't know what it is, but I'll take your word for it. Mid Casual 100%. Well, he's not a caster right now. He's a co-streamer, so you can't pick him, right? He's not a caster. But if you're doing that, then you unlock like all of the old casters as well, because then you choose like Preppo and stuff too, right? Or then Hooney for top lane, because he was a caster too. That changes the whole list. If you're choosing like people who are currently casting who are not ex-pros, it's very different. Mid Casual with Malzahar? Jesus, man. What we gotta do about that, huh? The Rogue Vitality series is kind of popping off right now. It's looking kind of fun. Wait, Rogue are actually gonna beat Vital. That would be kind of funny, man. Niski getting bodied. Oof. Larson actually having a carry game? Jesus.
我去追他，干死了，干死了。没事。没有啦，不帮我推。记住 MVP 了。推什么？下波线啊，就是可以让他卡。我感觉你们可以直接换。我们去推吧，我们去一波了吧。
LPL, LCK, LEC, NA casters. Yeah. We should have a caster team at the Red Bull event. I think we'd just get trashed, wouldn't we? Compared to like any pro team. Because we don't have like any systems in place and none of us have played pro for it. Well, I've never really, I played some amateur shit, but I never actually like played proper pro. Like I was playing against some challenger teams, don't get me wrong, but like who would actually be shot calling? Can anyone actually lane against challenger players? You could handicap the pro team. Yeah, Nemesis draft. Let's go. Give them like something completely useless. Yeah, give them like 5 enchanters and see if we can win. Who would be in the Pilk team? Well, the Pilk team, you know, that's a very lofty, lofty team. You have to clone Faker 5 times to really start scratching the surface of the Pilk team. This is actually a pretty quick turnaround. A minute until someone's come on. We will have the 1v1 though first. Does Fearless extend to the 1v1s for side select? Well, you do it before the first game, and then you can play anything again in the regular Summoners Rift, so no, not really. I don't know whether you can nominate the same player for 1v1s multiple times. Oh, you have to be able to, I suppose. In playoffs last split, if you had multiple 1v1s for game 5, you couldn't have the same person playing multiple 1v1s as well then. So if you went to game 5 multiple times, you had to nominate different people. Alright, and now we wait to see if Rogue can finish off against Vitality. So Vitality, hang on, Rogue have got a huge gold lead. They have a Baron buff against Vitality too. And obviously this is our finals rematch from last split. For top esports anyone's legend. I mean, I think top esports are coming in with much more confidence for me, honestly. I think that Kanavi looks like he's absolutely mastered the Neferi. That will still be hugely priority over here, even if it's not within LEC and LCK. Yeah. Rogue got helped back into the game by some dumb Vitality decisions. Yeah, that sounds right. Wow, Adam was freaking roasting. Adam's had a good game. He had a great pick onto Linsis earlier, and that was a great flame spitter there. You know, it doesn't look like he's doing that much in terms of the gold lead, but he's had a pretty good... Ooh, that's very close from Knock. Oh, he actually gets him. Ooh, damn. Nice. I mean, I don't think he lives through this now, does he? Already the second Baron. Jesus, man. So 1 for 1. No Rumble, no Akali. Well, at least that series is going long, so now that means that you're unlikely to miss more LEC. Pilky gaming roster top. The Pilky jungle. Pilky way. Pilky way is fantastic. Mid. Doin Pilk. ADC. Pelk. Support. Pilk. God. No. No. Some support. Mo Pilky. I swear to God, man. That's just not okay. Anyone's Legend versus top esports for the 12th time this year? Yeah. I mean, we saw it at Demacia Cup. We saw it in Demacia Cup. We saw it in the group stage. We saw it in playoffs once. Not twice? No, saw that once. So this is the 4th. Wait, were they in the same group as well? They're split? No, they weren't. So that's 4 times. It's not against perfect. That's what I mean. It's not okay. It's actually beyond okay. So it's not okay. It's beyond that. It's okay. It's great, fantastic. It's perfect. I swear to God, if I... And this is going to become just like one of those ridiculous memes, which is so hard to explain to anyone coming in. It is, yeah. You're truly a part of the community when you understand Pilk. How can I cancel subscription? I don't see any benefits, but thank you for gifting away. It's not something that you can continue. It's not something that you continue. If you have a subscription, it means that, one, you're supporting the channel, which is a big thing for us. You get some emotes. You also get no ads as well. So if there are ads, you won't see any of them, so you don't get to miss any content. We don't have that many subscriber benefits as it currently happens. By the way, if you are a subscriber, and this, I suppose this also applies to Anivia as well. But if you'd like to think of any benefits for that you'd enjoy, which are actually reasonable for stuff, let us know. Let us know. Yeah, so because I'm not exactly sure what really to give in terms of subscriber benefits. God, this game is going for forever, isn't it? What's Chayak gone for? Ah, so Chayak has gone for a Black Fire build. That isn't... It's more CDR than the Roa build. Yeah, Blackfire's not that bad, actually. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Yeah, if it's a gifted sub, there is absolutely no negative to you. There's absolutely no negative for you. Don't you worry about that. Yeah. What it just means is that you're supporting us a little bit, which is kind of cool. Interviews with these guys. I might go reheat my food now. No, I'm not gonna bet my hair on anything. No, I'm sorry. It means I almost a huge fucking fantasy. Hang on, let me go put this stuff in the microwave.
好的，欢迎九哥。那今天呢，你们又要跟 AL 交手了。面对他们的上单圣枪哥，也是交手过很多次了吧？你觉得他目前的整个状态和他对线团战的这种打法，你应该注意些什么呢？
我觉得圣枪哥现在状态蛮好的吧，然后上单也是 MVP 非常多。我觉得和他对线的话，我觉得要更谨慎一点吧。
而且今天跟他们再一次的交手，你觉得队伍在前期的节奏方面要注意些什么，才能够稳稳的拿下今天这一场对决的胜利呢？
我觉得要注意 AL 的换线吧，然后包括他们打野前期的思路，我觉得都是蛮重要的。
那就让我们一同期待今天这场对决吧。我们邀请到的是 AL 的圣枪哥，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AL 的上单圣枪哥。
那也要祝贺你获得了上周的周最佳上单。你觉得目前自己的整体的状态是不是已经比较不错了呢？
我觉得目前整体的状态应该算是发挥比较好吧，毕竟也拿周最佳嘛，所以我觉得就继续保持，然后还是希望不光是我自己保持吧，还是希望我们整体那些配合也做得更好。
毕竟是团队的游戏。那你觉得今天在面对强敌滔博，队伍在哪一些方面需要比较着重的注意，才能够跟滔博去抗衡，一起拿到胜利？
我觉得今天面对强敌滔博的话，主要还是要针对徐金鹤吧，就是他那位可能算是他们节奏的发动机吧，所以各方面都要注意他，包括他前期可能想入侵野区，或者说想做什么事啊，都要提前准备好。
就让我们一同期待今天的这场对决吧。
Jackala versus Hope is such a cool matchup, man. The two oldest AD carries in the LPL, really kind of bucking like a lot of the LPL LCK trend that you must be a young player to be AD carry, which is just not true. I don't think that's true. Wouldn't complain about Night Pilker permasub. There was already people complaining about getting gifted without them wanting to be anyway. Forgot the exact drama. There's a reason you can't. There's a reason you can turn off gifted subs if you want to. Really? Huh. Oh, is it when people were gifted to like a controversial streamer or something like that? Sometimes I feel like Slandra is younger than she. I don't know about that one.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
Yeah, I reckon people would have gotten angry at being gifted subscribers to like particularly. Wait, the game's not over? What? What do you mean the game's not over? What do you mean the game's not over between Rogue and Vitality? Are you kidding me? Where did Sam go? Sam went to go get food. Which means I might end up doing the 1v1 by myself. That's fine, that's okay. It's a long day. Top Esports, your champions from Split 1. Their first title in 5 years. Been a long time. Changed the cut a couple of times. Haven't changed the international performances. Oops. Come back and dominated their group stage. Anyone's legend. Did lose a game to RNG in their group stage, which was less than good for them. Did they lose another game?
，Anyone's legend。上单 Flamethrower， 打野
0.1 millisecond for 10 years. That's basically nothing, isn't it? I think the main thing about the age is more about motivation more than anything. I mean, the road just ended that surely game now. Self-letting this. Tracks burn build doing okay. That's not bad from Nisky actually. Charm's actually very good there. Oh, then that's a very good Yoniel. Hang on, wait, no, Rogue I think are losing this actually with the burn. Nox got a great play out through here. Wait, did Vitality actually win this? Maybe not. I mean, Adam's nasty as heck. Oh, the Ezreal is huge. Okay, yeah, they win. Damn, 42-minute game from Rogue. That's insane. So making bloody work for them, didn't they? Frauds. The thing is, regionally, they're not. Regionally, they're fantastic. How much more Rogue can you get? That's a great question. Well, no one used a Corki package into the mountain, so, you know. Turn down the volume just a bit. Well, we'll get ourselves a 1v1 at some point. In fact, that's my food done, so I'm going to go get that. And we'll get into our 1v1 soon. Well, that's our 1v1, 369 versus Flandre, two of our oldest top laners in the league. In fact, are these our two oldest top laners in the league? No, maybe not. TheShy might be a little older than 369. Either way, veteran, multiple LPL champions from both of these teams. Damn, really, 369 banning out all the weird crap from Flandre. Warwick hiding it and Timo. Knows he's been up to something in the back rooms. The other side, much more traditional bans from the side of Flandre is Mordekaiser, a 369 special insta-lock for the top esports top laner. Well, I do have my food now, at least I can go eat that. Flandre, what are you feeling? Goes for the Gwen, which was left open to double AP top laners for both. And Flandre, of course, in his round 1 of the double round robin in group stage, had a 40 KDA on Gwen. I think he was something like 12-0-10 and 12-1 and 13 or something like that. When am I back on LEC? Next week I'll have a cast, and then the week after that I'll have a desk. I've got 1 day each of them. And then we'll see after that. Team as the little goblin. It's pretty successful one in 1v1s, I'll have you know. Well, we'll start to pump up the volume. And we shall get ourselves onto the Howling Abyss. Reddit post said you did a TikTok explanation of Neferi for the Zoomer audience. I mean, it's just a funny title. I don't care about it too much. It was funny though, and I basically did just rage in front of a screen. Right, okay, onto the Rift. Anything interesting? Of course, we've got these summoners up here, which is kind of important. Is the audio desynced? It was okay earlier in the day. Hopefully that's okay. No, audio seems okay to me. Yeah, slightly disconnected, but hey, can't do too much about that. Flandre. Dodges out on that E first off. Wants to be stacking that Q on the wave. Looking for the Q4 trades versus the Mordekaiser. What's this 1v1 for? The 1v1 is for side select for the first game of the series. The winner of the 1v1 wins side select for their team, and then after that, the loser gets to choose the side. It's been very important, particularly when we got into playoffs last split. Game 5 was chosen by that, and our best of 3s in regular season, I suppose. Game 1's been chosen by this. It's a good way to kind of, you know, legitimize 1v1s. It does take a bit of time to see these get through them. My one issue with them is that they take a lot of time. However, I do like seeing the 1v1s. It's a very unique mode, which is been fun to see. We've started to see a couple of stuff under there. Hang on. Fun fact from Curly Cows. I will get around to that. Make sure you're still in chat. Did you know that... Hang on a second. Let's see. Ignite drop down. Is that going to be much more than this? Barrier popped as well, but Flandre still has his. He can pop it a little bit later, and that's exactly what it is. Single target Q is so close! But does not get the kill. Flandre gets the first one there. Reminder, before the Ring of Fire, it is first to 2 kills. Flandre has the 1 kill lead there. We'll be able to clear out the next wave and get some value. Flandre, great. Great value. You mean Alex did a TikTok dance video? I mean, I do TikToks, and I do some funny shit there, but it's not quite the same as that. Flandre gets a plate as well. Reminder that they have more like the Earth style or next split style plates, which give the smaller amount for the first ones taken, and then of course it gets more hard to take those plates. The demarcations are changed throughout that. Good gold lead for Flandre now. Okay, Curly Chaos, one of the fun facts. Did you know that all of Mordekaiser's old ability names were after classic rock references in heavy metal? It had the Mace of Spades, which is Ace of Spades by Motorhead. Rest in peace, Lemmy. And then we also had Children of the Grave, which is an Iron Maiden song as well, which is Children of the Damned, I'm pretty sure, as well. And I can't remember all of them. But all of his skills were old heavy metal references and classic rock references from the 80s, which is very cool. Someone obviously listened to a lot of... Well, I guess it wouldn't have been crying back then, came many years later. I never got the chance to see Motorhead. Would have loved to see that band. Something about that Ace of Spades riff is just so addictive. Very cool. All played on a bass, because Lemmy was that dude. Apparently, Lemmy, in all of his guitar cases, and we got a 1v1 coming through here. We'll talk about metal after, because there might be metal being shredded. Flandre runs straight at 369. He's in the Realm of Death, but I don't think it'll matter. Flandre wins the 1v1 at 2-0. Solo kills 369 twice. Another fun fact about... I'll give you this one for free. There's another fun fact about Lemmy. Lemmy, in each of his guitar cases, used to have a cutout for a bottle of Jack Daniels. So he'd have a bottle of Jack Daniels in every guitar case he owned, because he drank so much of it. Oh, God. By the way, first 100 CS is not the wing edition. I say this every 1v1. I know some people drop in there, don't always watch all of these, but I need to run ads now so we don't get them in the next game, by the way. So if you're on Twitch, stand by for that, and if you're a sub, doesn't matter. Sam, you'd be happy to know that the 1v1 was very quick, just happened.
Oh yeah, who won?
Flandre solo killed 369 twice as Gwen, versus Mordekaiser.
Okay.
It was very fun.
Gwen is strong.
Yeah.
369's pocket pick did not work. What we're learning
Am I not live on YouTube? Yes, I am. I am live on YouTube. I just don't have I don't have a command for it. But yes, I am live on YouTube. Also live on Onivia's highlight channel, so you can enjoy it in one of 3 places there. But yes, I'm live there. Sorry if there was any confusion. All good, Amber. It's all good. Iron Man was his passive. Of course, that's from Black Sabbath, Iron Man. Harvester of Sorrow. Oh, Mace of Spades, maybe that was the Siphon of Destruction, which is Symphony of Destruction by Megadeth. And Children of the Grave, which is the Iron Maiden one, I'm pretty sure. Harvester of Sorrow, I can't remember that one. However, less fun fact is that, yeah, Dave Mustaine of Megadeth is quite homophobic, so I'm not as big a fan as Megadeth as I was, as in I'm not now. That's good stuff. Whatever. Well, we'll get ourselves in towards our proper draft soon. Oh, thank you. I have the rest of my curry as well. I'll have that now. But hell yeah, salted caramel. Okay. Well, yarp. Yarp? Well, into the draft we go. Side select 1 by Anyone's Legends Flandre. And we'll get ourselves into the thick of things. This is our rematch of finals. Anyone's Legend no longer have lane swaps to hide their, what I assume to be weaker laning phase, but that doesn't mean they can't come out swinging here today against top esports who frankly embarrassed themselves in first stand. They have a lot of reputation to recover for themselves.
I think unfortunately until they turn up an international and do play well, that reputation is forever going to be a question mark, because it was such an unfortunate showing at first hand. It wasn't close in a lot of ways. They made playoffs by the skin of their teeth.
So, Misfortune, first round ban versus Jackie Love. That is a target ban if I ever did see one. So, Skarner, Callista, Ambessa, Jace. All of it Neferi. You really want to leave up Neferi for these 2 junglers? Varus banned away instead. Really? Really, really, really?
How heavy was the Neferi ban, or the Neferi nerf?
Significant, but I think Kanavi doesn't care. I think Kanavi won't care. So Anyone's Legend, tread carefully. What do? Neferi first pick, even after the nerf. Top esports, what do? Do you go Jace? Very strong for 369 on the individual laner. Jace, Callista, maybe,
Yep.
especially with both the Varus and the Misfortune gone. That's a very powerful duo to lock in. That's the Callista. That's one of them. What about the Jace?
Nico might be a consideration as well to get that bot lane.
You know what? No, I don't mind that. Especially with the Varus and the Misfortune gone. What can lane against this now? What can lane against this? Ashe is fine, but you don't want to go Ashe Braum. Ashe Renata struggles against Nico too. Maybe Ezreal Karma is the only lane which actually can test in terms of the 2v2. But then you're playing no CC jungle, no CC support. That's a problem. I think top esports have got a great opening draft here. Corki Rel, it's okay, but I think you still lose draft. I think you lose the lane.
You do, unless you very, very heavily all in. Even then, it's risky.
You need to thread the needle on the all in, and that is dangerous to say the least. Corki locked in. Could of course be a flex pick, of course, but I think Corki Rel maybe needs to be locked in now. It's a rough situation. It's a rough situation.
The other option I suppose could have been like an Ashe Braum. And then Nico can be a bit of a bully into that Braum. Pick of this first round. This would confirm the Corki is mid. I say that we've actually seen a Corki top here in the LPL, so it wouldn't necessarily, but that is now the assumption. It's Corki bot, rise mid.
Okay, so top esports. Early game bot lane. If we go for the Ahri into the mid lane, fairly early game mid lane too. Snowballs well. Doesn't have to just be early game. Can snowball very well into the mid and late game if you get good enough gold. Skarner though, too powerful to give up. Way too powerful to give up. Not the easiest matchup into Neferi, I will say. Neferi has good tank shredding. And also dodge out on the Impale or the wall stand by pressing W. Lots of high profile trade-offs. The fact that you ban out the Yone and you ban out the Misfortune in the first round, and the Varus as well, leaves open so many powerful picks, like the Callista, the Skarn, and the Neferi. All of them are worthy first picks. All of them locked in the same draft.
Wild that Skarn got all the way through there. Kind of forgot it hadn't been banned, honestly. Ends up being that trade of high-power junglers. The top esports are happy enough with it. Knavi, it's a decent Skarner, but it's not necessarily the style we always ask of him.
No, not. I mean, I think he's fantastic at it. I think he's fantastic at the pick. I think last summer he was the one Skarner player picking it up in LPL regionally before the world kind of cottoned onto it. And it was absolutely disgusting how much work he did there after a transition from a top laner into being a jungler. He was the one guy that played it there. Of course, the jungle matchup, all important between these two teams. The masterminds on the Rift. Zir Ari banned away from Cream. Could go towards something like a Hoya, which has been another comfort pick for Cream. Or Orianna. I mean, the picks which you've got locked in for anyone's legend, quite low range. Orianna not great versus the Neferi. We'll see, because again, W on the Shockwave. Quite easy to dodge that one out of.
It's a good pairing with the Skarner ult, though, and you do want something to pair with. That, of course, Pop Loss and Skarner ult together. Pretty good combo, as in the Fate's Call.
I like Talia more. No, I like Talia more if he wants to go towards that. Slightly outranges the Rise, stops the Neferi jumping in quite well.
Goes against it.
No, funnily enough, goes towards the Aurora instead. It's funny enough, I was about to say I played a Neferi game in Arenaverse the other day.
Pretty miserable.
Yeah, you kind of jump in with your ult, you get stunned and you die. Not the easiest thing, but the Aurora, yeah, you're right in saying that. Bit earlier game burst. Has better early trading versus the Rise, because your level 1, 2, 3 damage is really, really nasty. Anyone's legend. They don't have that much CC right now. The Sign can help that. Remember, Flandre had a 3,000 gold lead and ran at a Nexus for 50 seconds. back
in a 1v4.
If you didn't watch that clip of Flandre just fruitlessly trying to backdoor with no AD and a million HP, go back and watch it. It's fantastic. So we get ourselves what I assume to be a Pantheon support for Kyle.
Okay.
Okay, that's very, very different.
Unless it's silent support, I doubt it.
I don't think you can do that versus Nico. I think what this is saying is like, look, we are going to slam you at the early levels. Pantheon's going to empower W, or they have a great level 1 plan. Scion Pantheon, level 1, very, very strong. I think 369 feels very good about going towards something which can go anti-tank here. The Mordekaiser would be absolutely disgusting for Flandre to deal with. You can't gank him on his own. I think this Mordekaiser looks pretty good to me. He locks it in, loses within the 1v1. I think he'll feel pretty good about it on the Rift, though.
Got to keep our eyes on it as well, because of course there's going to be that point where potentially you go diving in as Tarzan, misuse your W, and 369 goes, no, I'm having you now. You get stuck in a 1v1 with a Mordekaiser. That's a lot less fun when you can't dash over walls and stuff to choose when you're picking your moments. Leave us with two very different drafts here.
Now, question in chat: who wins draft? I think top esports do. I think the Skarner feels very happy against this composition for the early and mid game. Late game, I think it turns around a little bit. Callista Nico, best lane on the patch. I think Mordekaiser deals with the Sign. I think Aurora deals with the Rise very well in side lane. There has to be an early level 1 plan from anyone's legend. You have a Pantheon, you have a Callista, you have a Sard, very good level 1 champions. That is how you play this game. Much harder to play this composition from anyone's legend. Top esports for me, you know, yes, embarrass themselves internationally, but have such power regionally. You have to prove that you can overcome them. Our teams, well, they'll be lining up to do just that. Easier said than done, though.
That will be the plan. We prepare ourselves for game number 6 of the day.
Number 1, yeah.
Won't get the full 9. Nice even trade in the Gyos there. Fans now having a bit of a later brawl afterwards. Vocally, obviously, there wasn't actual fights in the crowd, but you know what I
think. I think a lot of people will be cheering against top esports now. Jackula, one of the most popular players, the second most popular behind TheShy. However, team that's bottled it a couple of international events now with this iteration of the roster. Tarzan's gone for the glizzy skin! Oh my god, where is the hot dog outfit? Where is my hot dog outfit?
You just need to get it. Can we just have that replacing your camera?
I don't have the picture downloaded, otherwise I'd show it on screen. That's fantastic. I need to get an emote as me as a hot dog probably now. Ooh, this is important, Sam. I need to pay attention to this one. Because, okay, different. Cal goes for the empowered Q, not the empowered W. Have to stack that back up, get to level 2, and go for the empowered W the next protocol. It's level 1, level 2, very, very important. First one, Jackula, staying away from the brushes, trying to stay away from the Pantheon. Jackula walks up to melee right? That's a bit of a problem. Plans for Ignite traded down now. The spears stacked up a little bit. 369 trading well. On the top side, these early lanes, so important. Anyone's legend, hard comp to play, but if they play well through their level 1s in early games, maybe there's a way to snowball this team into success. This composition doesn't play itself. You have to play into it.
That is definitely part of the issue. So, curl around, level 2. You said that starts to get a very threatening point for the Pantheon. You can start to use an empowered ability into something else and be really scary. Tarzan around. On the glizzy, Neferi has skipped his whole top side to be here for this. Chris needs to be very afraid. Immediately flashes. Maybe he wants to look to invade on the Skarner.
I mean, you can try. I mean, this has been the blueprint of how you beat top esports. Kanavi does not go bot side early. He will always full clear. He'll always go into the enemy jungle if there's an option. And he will not babysit bot lane. Jackula and Chris often don't respect when they're alone on bot side, and particularly when they're a 2v3. Tarzan will be keeping Kanavi in check. He wants to interrupt this bot lane as best as possible. He does have the Pantheon to aid him. Quite hard to stack up Pantheon in the way that you want to, though. Goes into just a straight W.
That's just a flash of Jackie. Both flashes now blown in the bot side. The turnaround there will get hopes at least. Making that at least a little more even.
Yeah, while this is happening, Tarzan would love to be bot side, but now Kanavi is trying to clear his camps on bot side. He needs to protect his camps and bot lane. He's happy to do that. But yeah, the early plan, the level 1, the level 3, doesn't really work out. And now I think that's a problem, because this is where you really needed the advantage for anyone's legend for this composition.
You've earned 2 flashes. Trade for hopes. It's not fantastic. And of course, Tarzan now has to leave to go finish the clear on the other side of the map. He's just left a quadrant up for this entire time. So probably will need to clear his blue buff and then reverse clear down, or his camps are going to be on such weird timers. Pick up that Scuttle Crab, top side. These Flandres being able to pick up majority of the CS up there. Reset from Jackie and Crisp to try and match the lane swap themselves on the other side.
Yeah, a little early for the grub trip. We do see this sometimes. I think when lanes get really weird, you do see this basically the swap at the earliest opportunity. They say, look, I don't want to play against this Callista. And while it might be a little early to set up for the grubs, it gets you out of that lane, which can be a pain. Or Sign can always pick up farm. You never really deny him much there. 369 was doing okay in the individual trading, pushing that in. Nothing was really much was gained of it. Top esports, I suppose not getting the most out of their Callista. Now Tarzan's fortunate out and put down.
Oh, Tarzan's here, calls the pack, looking to get onto Jackie, who will not be allowed to find a kill there. Now Crisp's in danger, will split himself apart, but to what end? There'll still be another Eviscerate. I imagine another W and a stun coming on through. Kyle Shield vaults in and helps secure another great play from anyone's Legends bot lane.
How do you beat top esports? You make their bot lane play 2v3 because they do not respect it. Jackula and Crisp do not have the close combat support of Kanavi nearby. And in the 2v3, they fall down. We said, hey, they need to get a value in this early game. They do just that, but it feels like Jackula and Crisp handed it to them.
I'd love to see the replay there as to how that all started, because Jackula ended up very deep as that all started.
Ended up getting caught by Pantheon just Wing at him. There's no response on the other side. I mean, they had a ward in River, but it wasn't nearly enough to make the difference. Now suddenly you have 1-0-1 on both the bot laners and an assist or 2 onto Neferi as well, which will definitely help them out. This has been the issue with top esports. Sometimes their bot lane just plays with the minimap off.
hope it's not come for a bit of a lane gank, I guess, or maybe a bit of a reset of priority. It's still off vision here.
There's no level 6
as well.
It's 369 hits the level 6. You can't do anything here now, but you're just avoiding that bot lane again. Flandre can ult towards top side and get a quick reset, whereas 369 would have to teleport to match the lanes. Anyone's Legend saying we don't care about the grub, so we're taking the dragon instead. And that's a really good route there. It means that King takes that heavy in trade. Tries to get himself something back. Doesn't get that much. I think Anyone's Legend playing the early lane assignments very, very well.
Flandre will ult back towards that top lane, decimating smash the wave. We'll surely finish that one in short order. TES do, however, pick up the grubs. And the dragon on the other side, likely going to be traded at a very similar timer.
Here's Corki once again escaping that lead. And, you know, I said, hey, Anyone's Legend likely coming in at underdogs. They don't have lane swaps to use in the early game anymore. Top equals look very clean. I still think Anyone's Legend have some compositional weaknesses. However, the early 1,000 gold definitely lines the pockets well to smooth over some of those compositional weaknesses.
The other side of that is the Ballista Nico, which is supposed to be a big bully lane, has been bullied in turn. Blue early summoners, given over early kills, onto pretty scary members as well in that Pantheon and Corki. Pantheon, especially early on as a support, doesn't mind picking up a few kills. It gets him rolling to be a real menace on the map. How's the curry?
Good job. You can tell. Sometimes when we stop talking for a bit, we've got food to eat. It's been a long day, folks, and we're sadly it's just the two of us, so
there are no breaks.
There are no breaks. We we'll look after ourselves here. Quite a fun time to eat before the 1v1 started, so there you go. It's the best I've got.
I thought you were cinnamon roll. If it's not a cinnamon roll, it's just like a salted caramel.
Honestly, looks great.
It's very tasty.
I'm going to be well fed. I'm going to be more fed than a Kanavi, than a Neferi within the LPL. She's not fed elsewhere because it turns out it's actually just not very good in LCL. It's great here though.
She's out of her natural environment.
Yeah. Well, Neferi's the one which is actually not pulling ahead in terms of individual gold advantage here so far between these two teams. About even. Skarner's trading up well, farming up well. Of course, as soon as you hit the heart steal on Skarner, you are so ready to go. You're so ready to go. And I will say, Navi was the guy last summer that picked this up better than everyone else when he was on JDG. He was so important to that JDG roster, of course. He was there with Flandre and Shim, the old teammates, of course, from that roster of that year. Did feel like you really needed Kanavi on that roster to do anything on that team. Like he needed to be the one firing on all cylinders. And when he wasn't, the team kind of fell apart. Top esports, not going to say it's completely the same as that, and they have a lot of people to rely on, but he's been so cool all the same. Regional Kanavi has been something else compared to the field. Of course, when it was on JDG in 2023, that even stretched internationally too.
It really did, didn't it?
Besides that one battle last game versus T1. Weren't forgiven for that one, but the rest of it, really good.
Nice run with that bar portal.
Yeah. Pretty bad. Chris getting jumped on, has flash, might need to use it.
Good tangle bob just before Tarzan got to press W, and there's a Fate's Call will keep him alive.
But once again, important tools removed from top east of spot lane. A thing which I've been very passionate about speaking about is how the LPL is a region of cooldown management. Ganking for tools like that, very, very important. Now it means that they won't have the cleanse or the cholesterol for grubs coming up in a minute. Potentially not for a fight before the dragon in 2 minutes as well. The long cooldowns won't be quite that much. Actually, no, first fight cholesterol is really long.
Yeah,
so maybe they won't even have it for the start of that. And given that this composition from top east was meant to be around a strong Kalista supported by a heavy front line later into the game to make sure the Kalista can leverage her gold advantage, making sure she doesn't get ahead in the first place, obviously a very big goal.
Very much so. Of course, stayed alive. That's what the third gank we've seen towards this bot lane, whereas Kanavi's not really done all that much on this Skarner as yet. Again, only hit levels, he's now level 7, so hasn't really pulled an ultimate yet, and not really had the opportunity to find big plays. But I think the top esports just sit here and let the Neferi continue to bully out bot lane in particular, stop them from playing the game. It's not going to be easy for top esports to get good work done, I think.
No, not necessarily. I will say, I mean, Skarner getting towards an early heart steal just by power farming is not.
It's not bad.
It's not a bad thing, and Skarner is still Skarner, which is much easier to play around than the Neferi.
Scar.
I've been, dude, I did that thing where I went down the YouTube rabbit hole and I found something to just kind of like stop my brain working for a few hours. I was watching a Pokemon Nuzlocke drop, which was like properly in depth with dramatic cinematic breaks. 3.5 hours of Pokemon Nuzlocke.
How was it?
It's really good. I finished it yet. It's really, really good. It's one of the harder Nuzlockes out there. And yeah, the amount of thought in it is absolutely ridiculous. So you bait the AI into doing different bits.
Grubs, can we think about those? Do they count as Pokemon?
I don't know. I think there'd be a
Nuzlocke run grubs.
I think there'd be a poison type thing.
Oh,
there'd be a poison
type.
So you gotta be careful if you're saying
Like
any of your fairy types
it's like a lowland trubbish.
I think lowland muck.
Rune Terran trubbish.
Well, Grubs started up. Dragon spawning in the next 10 seconds. For a reminder, no Callista ult just yet for this fight.
Relatively soon, but you'll see the timer once it starts to get within 10 seconds. First grub, secured by anyone's legend, though, and Kanavi and the rest of our people say, look, I just don't know about this one. And they'll pull away from it, trying to get a little bit of a chunk out as they go. It's kind of reset there, though. I think these balls come back into the river just briefly. 1 second, there's Fate's call, can look to play again.
Yeah. Someone in chat, yes, it was run and bun as well. It's a really good video. Anyway, strategy there definitely catches my attention. Strategy is typically one of anyone's Legends better things. Not able to get that next grub there. 4-1 right now. Smite down on Kanavi though.
You stop Tarzan getting on in here. Sounds like an ult from Sion to come join. Callista helps secure the next one. Fight after. Now gets a bit dicey. TP's coming flying on in from 369, looking for an angle. Oh, Blossom comes onto the backline. Fate called out to safety. They lose Kyle on the other side. To anyone's like this 369. Now the Queen of Roman down. Jackie Love will surely fall. That's a reset, and the Hounds will begin to pursue. Cream, no mana, has to flash over, but Tarzan with the Eviscerate gets onto the other side. 369 drags the Rise into the Death Realm, but a Realm Warp to the other side of the wall, even in the Death Realm, means he survives, and 369 walks out into the rest of anyone's Legend and falls down.
Top Esports don't have a strong Callista to have a platform around. They were shut down in the laning phase to the point where Top Esports can't rely on Jackie carrying all of these early fights. To add insult to injury, Chris missed the Callista knockup onto Shanks midway through that play. I think Shanks had a fantastic fight himself alongside the rest of anyone's Legend. They go back out onto the map. No, they don't get a good amount of grubs, but they do get map control off of this. Shanks starts this by getting a really good trade onto 369, dodging out everything with both his passive move speed and the phase rush, and just make sure the Mordekaiser cannot walk up and claim space. That's one person down that you need to kind of be aware of. While all this is happening, you know, Kanavi's kind of out of position. Chris doesn't have the HP to be another front line. Top Esports, they don't really get themselves any ability to defend Jackulov. He was just kind of shredded with no front line in front of him. Here comes Pantheon.
Comes on in with the Grand Starfall. Crisp will be burnt to his namesake. Taken out. That's another kill for Neferi. And double pink water control ward onto the blast cone to prevent them using it as well is very nasty. Shanks pulled back towards 369. Away from this. Anyone's Legend getting so much value. Kanavi in that last round, remember, missed his impale too as Tarzan just flashed away from it.
Yeah, you know, the biggest talking point of this game has been anyone's Legend do not have an easy composition to play. They need to play this out very well because it's not going to play itself. I think they've done that now. They have a great lead across the board. Neferi's online. Corki shut down the Callista, who hasn't got their first item yet. And anyone's Legend also have the Dragons. So they have the late game win condition whilst also having the early gold. I think anyone's Legend are in perfect spot right now. You've got one of those feats of strength down already, the kill, to get another objective or the tower. That'll give them the upgraded boots. Top Esports will have to fight back from now what I consider to be a significant deficit.
I completely agree. 1,000 gold lead alone in that bot lane is significant. You've got a 204 Neferi, and you hit this point where it's like, yeah, you don't necessarily need that much CC when you can just use the hardest CC of all, Death. And keeping this Neferi off key targets is going to be very tricky, especially when there's Realm Warps and Pantheon ults and all these other tools to try and get onto a relatively low range composition, all things said and done for Top Esports.
Let's get over. Chris needs to be a little bit careful. The Callista ult coming up now means you can play a lot more aggressively. Remember, this Callista Nico was first and second pick for Top Esports. We called that a good thing. We called that a powerful set of picks. I think this is the strongest bot lane you can pick as a 2v2. Problem is, it hasn't been a 2v2. And now they're 0-5-1. They are about combined 1.5k down at 15 minutes. That is 500 gold. Well, that's 1,000 gold a minute. No, not gold, they're not minute. What is it called? 100 gold a minute down. All in all. And you don't even have the other lane, which was meant to be a counter, the Mordekaiser into the Sion, being ahead either. Top Esports. Strong lanes, which were meant to be ahead early and shut down anyone's Legend before they even got off the ground. It's just not worked out like that.
TES, we said there were some problems with them internationally. We said we've just not seen them punished as yet regionally.
And some of that game plan, you called it out. Can you mess with bot lane 3v2 early? Because it will really screw with top esports plans and how Kanavi wants to play as well. It affects 3 players in terms of how they get to run the map. And that came to fruition. Tarzan just didn't touch one of his own quadrants for a solid 3 minutes of the game, it felt like.
I will say, look, Jack 11 Crisp have been incredibly good in 2v2. I think that this is actually an overall LPL problem if you consider Elkanon to have a similar issue with this too, where very, very, very good in 2v2s, but I actually think they're so good at 2v2ing, it baits them into thinking they could take on all-comers, and it just doesn't work when too many people run to the play. You have Kanavi and Crisp on the top side of the map helping out. Cream does have that. Luna's not gone for the Ludens. He's always the guy that goes for the Ludens. I'm surprised he's gone for the Ludens instead. Better basic combo burst, better wave clear as well, which can help you take shorter trades versus the Rise. As Herald spawns, a lot of people have been active on the top side of the map to drop wards. There's a lot behind enemy lines for Annual's Legend right now. They have information if they want to take a fight.
They do. Herald up. Tarzan and Shanks though clearing a lot of these visions, or a lot of these wards. These wards.
They actually just have like these prophetic dreams.
They have the opticians. They get rid of opticians.
Just
they don't need them.
So many Swain W's. Vision of Empire just everywhere. You got to clear them out.
That's it. It's the season of Noxus. We've not really seen a Swain yet this split. So what's going on?
There was one from Broken Blade into top lane Cassandre, which
that's
was
true.
Really,
I mean, like this split.
This split? No, not this one separately. They had a couple of weeks to it. So hang on, Shanks squad. Could be a bit of a problem.
Gets driven into a wall. There'll be an impale after. Flash out with the Merc Treads value proving too much. Phase Rush trying to get out to safety. They're still trying to run onto him. He's got a realm walk away. No, he's not. Finally gets CC'd in place. As Kyle went looking at the backside, Cream goes between worlds, finds Tarzan on the other side, will hop back on the other side of the Eviscerate. Played away from, nicely played from Top Esports. The problem is, there's still a Hound's Pursuit. Tarzan trying to finally get that reset. Does so. Can now look to use that ult again. Cream low. If he can get in range, could look for that. Was looking for that vision.
Here he goes.
Before that, there he goes on the backside, but doesn't quite have enough damage. The Eclipse shielding is huge though. Will W to try and find some value is finally shut down. But takes one with him. Cream in danger as Hope looks to fire out a few rockets. The Corgi versus the Bunny, and the dog wins that one out, I feel, in the long run.
So Tarzan misplays a little at the end of it. Doesn't quite get himself the Q2 for the healing. Gets burst out and can't use his W to re-engage, really. The top Esports still come out on the losing end of that trade. What happens with it? I mean, Herald is still alive. No one takes that. Dragon's now up in a minute, so I wonder whether anyone's Legend will forego the Herald in place of that. Shanks has gone towards topside, uses that teleport to set up that top lane well. At least top Esports show how powerful they can be in these team fights if anyone's Legend don't have that Rise in perfect position. That Rise was caught out pretty easily. Does end up taking a lot more to put him down than I think that top Esports were willing to commit at first. Had a flash out of the Impale. Very nearly gets out with the Realm Warp. Top Esports have overcommitted at this point, but they do still have the member advantage. So despite the fact that it's not the best terrain for them, at least the Rise not being there means it's a playable fight, much more than it could have been.
Very much so, and Tarzan finally just about gets that reset. Was looking for Cream. You can see what that fast start alteration was for. Just out of range of the recall. And now we're coming back to life as the Dragon has spawned. Flandre is here as well as the rest of top Esports as Mordecai begins to roam up the river. There is a teleport on Cream. Another Hexol means there are Hex Gates again. We've had Hexols quite a lot today. It's our third Hexol of the day on the table.
Yeah. Warps the way that you play out the entire game, but Flandre is so tanky at this point, which is a bit of an issue. Cream is very strong. So it might be a battle of Cream nuking someone in the back line. Tarzan, I hope it's quite hard to do against Tarzan because of the W. And Flandre just
doesn't care.
Flandre just annoying you so much on the front line. Flandre's side was so good the last time he played it too. He was incredibly far ahead. Top Esports need to rack their brains a little bit, figure out a way to take down the damage of Annual's Legend before that tank becomes so obnoxious.
Vision control right now, not fantastic for top Esports. Navi, Excel's impact is sort of forced away into the river there. Clears out that banana brush board. Looking for another shotgun, and Cream can't find him. Clears a couple dogs out, there's a W available.
In terms of summoning them back. Slow setup. No explosive plays right now. What that has meant is that you've bought time for the Callisto ult to come back. Jaculum, everyone's ultimate's available. Grand majority of summoners available too. A couple of flashes down, but Crisp, Navi, and Cream not having that means that's playing a lot worse. Spear starting to get stacked up, and 369 can stop Flandre from coming into the play with his Realm of Death.
Not there, though, right now. Of course, he's down that bot side. Dragon secured. We'll have to fight after Kyle hops on forward with the shield bolt. Turns around with the X-Styles impact between worlds is pulled. But not really all the metallic. Flounder jumps into the wall, but they blow up the Skarner. Pop Blossom back on the other side. The Grand Starfall comes flying on in. And the Fates call that Nico out to safety. Flounder has a lot of speed, but he's not really all under all that much threat. Into the Death Realm goes Kyle. Will likely die at 369. They get one back, but he's now in the middle of 4. As anyone's legend come away with everyone but Jackie Love. And that might not even be true for very long. Will W to buy some time, and the call of the pack was not quite enough to get in range. So it'll still be Jackie Love surviving, but all of his summoners down, and it's still the 4-for-1.
Top esports do get the dragons, so there's no soul point for anyone's legend. We've talked so much about that win condition here in the LPL today, and recently across other broadcasts too. Anyone's legend, really good gold lead, and just showcasing that top esports don't really have the ability to shrug off the engage of anyone's legend. You can just run at them. Tarzan's been going in very, very bravely. I'm going to use one of those kind of nebulous words again. It's like you can just kind of go in and see what happens. I was a bit worried here for the top esports at the start of it because, well, no, I was a bit worried for anyone's legend. Well, you know, the Mordekai's going to stop with Sign coming through. That just wasn't the case, though. I mean, he gets to ult into the play. Anyone's legend managed to just open up so easily, and immediately the Skarner goes down before anyone can really do any damage back.
Crisp somehow misses the CC on the jump over the wall to try and buy space for the team as well. And 369 gets the kill, but at the moment he comes back out, the rest of his team has lost the fight without him, so he emerges into 4 people.
You know you're having a bad game when you hear they delete the Skarner. Yep, I definitely hear that one. This time, though, he might be returning the favor. Shanks is getting good damage down. That rises in the machine gun spot.
Hope just about survives on the other side, but Kanavi will die. Tarzan now with a reset. The Hound's Pursuit available onto Jacula. Has a Blasco. Drag Tarzan over the wall, but can eviscerate away. Still hit by the Tangle Barb, though. Reach between walls can come on through the Pop Blossom's there. They flash on him for Shanks, who does kill off Jacula on that Callista. Chris trying to run away. All the while, Cream is in a 1v3. Gets one, can't quite get out alive, though.
The machine gun rise is doing an ungodly amount of legwork here for anyone's legend. Top esports can't deal with everyone. 369 wasn't even at that plate. Chose not to teleport. And it feels like top esports are disconnected. They don't know what a winning team fight looks like. I think they're assuming that the Skarner is tankier than they are. It's just not the case. Tarzan and Shanks shred through the Skarner despite him being so tanky early into the game. In the majority of scenarios, you'll see this champion in pro play. Anyone's legend getting themselves the Ruinous Atacani will give them bonuses to their dragons, and of course the flowers, which they'll get the whole grove of, is so important. See Kanavi going on to Kyle. For Pantheon, is it really that important? You don't have that CC now for the Corki or for the Rise. Great damage from Primo, I think, is kind of the one bulwark here for top esports, making this a bit more of an even game. But what can he do against Kanavi, not Kanavi, the Neferi and the Rise on the other side, doing so much damage you can't match?
Shanks that flash and just about catches Jacula with that overload, and then yes, Cream nearly gets away, but there is enough damage in the long run there to get that kill down. Still, 4-2-11 now is this Neferi. Got a Hex Drink as well to deal with the fact that Cream is strong, but he's the only member of his team who's genuinely strong. The rest of the team a long way behind. Jacula has at least got 2 items. Now the problem is Corki's at 3 with a Muramana transformation. With Sion, 2 items himself. You're looking at 2.5 items on this Rise, who stopped off for the arm guard, but has also gone for a Negatron cloak because of course he needs more resists. This guy is so obnoxious at this point. Gets the route onto Cream. He's got nowhere ready to go. In comes the Grand Starfall, and Cream is eaten up like the dessert he is named for. Dies out. Kyle picks that one up, and top esports are falling apart in game 1 at this point if they weren't already in pieces.
The only thing that's a shame is that the support isn't there too. So they've been having themselves some donut gaming in the Krispy Kreme. They have feasted on everything on the Rift in this game. Difficult composition to play, but worked out so well with the snow.
Jackie, that's so sad. Doesn't end up going down there. I was really worried when Pantheon jumped on him about how far anyone's legend might go. But still, with the bleed coming on, he loses half of his HP bar, regardless of what was that, 2 skills?
Yep. Turns out with the Sundered Sky, W from Pantheon, giving you basically instant stack Conqueror. Yeah, it's a lot of damage, isn't it? Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Recently is still. Hang on, he's trying to steal red buff. He getting smited away anyway, doesn't it?
He's in a 1v3. Can of course Death Realm. Trying to trade out on Tarzan. Does a fair amount of work. What about the rest of top esports? They're buying a lot of time for people to come on over. Tarzan will immediately go into a W, takes a lot of damage back, and now this jungler's in a lot of danger. Tries to eviscerate away, and a flash over the wall for that massive Soul Furnace. Gets one back though. Does Crispin dies doing it? What about the Rumble coming on in? Here is Shanks into the pit to pick up the Aurora. Kanavi can't RB, and he dies as well.
Top esports might have just lost the game. over a red buff take. It's not really this one play which loses the game. It's been a slow slide into the abyss. Anyone's Legend get themselves the Neferi, get themselves the Rise, which is so treasured here within the LPL, and it hasn't looked that close, actually.
No, it hasn't. The early lane dominance bot side was crushed before it could ever really begin. The Skarner has found very little impact with the ults. And on the other side of it, Kyle on the Pantheon, everywhere. Tarzan on this Neferi, everything.
Now, this is why, you know, in LEC and in LCK, when I see the Neferi losing, I am aghast. This champion has ruled the LPL so far. It's very different playstyles, and I'm not saying it's, you know, it's necessarily a good or bad champion, but I really think that in the LPL, you cannot allow Neferi to go through. I think that LPL plays well around lower CC junglers because they're allowed to play their junglers to be carries a little bit more instead of doing more of the traditional utility and CC. Right here, you're against the Mordekaiser and Tarzan. Gastic just gets so much work down with the Hex Drink, of course, helping him out too. The healing, Cream's died as we come back to life. That bunny's been put down like they've got myxomatosis. As anyone's Legend, this is just another one on the hunt.
Chris needs to back away a little bit here as Kyle just runs at him, Conqueror stack. There's a TP into the pit as Flondre's now here as well. Kanavi now in danger, gets knocked up by the unstoppable onslaught. 369 gets the darkness rising around it, but Kyle can immune so much of it with the Aegis as Dalton Tarzan gets his reset, looking for another angle on in. 369 into the death realm with hope, trying to win that one of a flash out of the obliterate, keeps the Corki alive. Kyle will step on forward and trade his life, but Tarzan avenges him with a triple kill to boot. This game is over.
This game's been over for a while. This is just the confirmation of it, heading towards that bot side. That'll be the base broken. Will it be the end of the game here? No, I think with the reset coming in from Cream, that won't be the case, but anyone's Legend, very, very confident game here. Have to revisit the point that we made earlier on. This is not an easy composition to play from anyone's Legend. I was worried for them heading in against Top Esports on paper before the drafts came in, because anyone's Legend, they don't have as strong regular standard lanes in my eye as Top Esports. With lane swaps being removed, I was worried about them. So that was one of the biggest things that they succeeded at last split, but they've come in with a lot of momentum here. Even after what was a bit of a rocky group stage, the placement stage, they lost a game or two there. They lost to RNG, one of our Nirvana teams and one of our worst teams in the league. Gave us some question, but here against Top Esports, they've put a lot of those worries to rest, at least for this game.
Looking at the other side of this now, Tarzan. We always know him for having a playbook for the early game. At his best, he's someone with a great opportunity to mess up those early pathing, and Kanavi has been the recipient of him. He's just not a tank anymore. Shanks deletes him. On the other side, Cream and Chris going to try and find an angle, and it does look okay, but just not enough damage. Kyle stays alive, and Chris burns his life to find nothing. I get that Top Esports are in desperation stations. It's flip the dice and pray, but it is all so weighted against them. They've gone gambling, and unfortunately, the house always wins. Anyone's Legend. Looking like everyone's Legend today. Shanks goes golden. Jackie Love not able to pull the rend out. He's now going to get Hounds pursued. It flashes to what end? You don't get to run away from the Hounds of Hell. This time dressed up as hot dogs. Eat your dinner, mate. You're going to food coma for at least another 35 seconds. It's over.
Anyone's Legend will claim the first victory here in a finals rematch from last split. And to be honest, folks, this wasn't really close. We thought Top Esports came in with a better draft. We thought Top Esports came in with better run of form. It did not matter here. Anyone's Legend claimed the first game in our best of three. Fearless, of course. Top Esports will get themselves side selected for the next one. But honestly, they have a lot to work on from that first game.
We've known this team can tilt. Will that be enough to tilt them off the face of the planet? Happened before, not so long ago at First Stand for that matter.
Okay. Well, folks, hi, welcome back. My name's Nymaera. This is Initialise, who's just off camera there as well. Please come say hello.
Hi.
We're brothers. We cover the LPL because there is no official broadcast anymore. We're not paid to do this. We are professional League of Legends casters. It's something it's what we do for our day job, and we love doing this for you as well. Now, if you're enjoying watching this, we're glad. That's what we're here for. We like to carry on these stories of these teams. I've cast 1,000 games of LPL now, so I think I've got a lot of backing to at least be a bit of an educator about this as well.
Is that the 10,000 hours required for mastery?
Yeah, that's the one. That's like the 20 years of experience you need for the internship, which is apparently now what we've got here. This is internship League of Legends casting, folks.
It's paid internship at least. Assuming you drop a sub if you've got that Prime subscription, the Bezos bucks, drop them here in twitch.tv/Nymaera_, or surprise bonus option. I've just been shouted out in chat as well at Initialise casts. You could drop it to me as well. There's 2 Hapgoods to support simultaneously.
We are brothers.
It's true.
It does help both of us. But yeah, I mean, the best thing about this is being able to bring stories and gameplay to you like this. And of course,
hey, thank you, Mac Yoda, for doing exactly that.
Yeah, and of course we are restreaming onto Onivia as well, who's it's very cool to stream over to that audience there. Yeah, I mean, it's very cool to be able to tell the stories of these teams and these players, which are very storied now, almost one and all. There are very few players on here which don't have a legacy to them. That is just the way of the LPL. So many players have found so many homes in the LPL over the years, and for moments like this where people are coming back from first stand and going like, well, okay, what the hell's going to happen regionally? Are we going to send top esports again? Moments like this can give us a lot to work on, because it seems like Anyone's Legend have learned the golden rule about how to beat top esports. You gank the crap out of their bot lane and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to be said. It's like, yes, partly it's disrespect from Jackie and Chris, but part of it as well is just like, you will never see on a defensive timer the likes of Kanavi and Cream going bot. It just doesn't happen.
Nope, not anymore. It doesn't. We'll get ourselves that post-game breakdown. I mean, great damage coming in from Shanks and Hope. It's not bad damage graph-wise, but it was never in the most important places. Tarzan is adding so much more, and the Skarner, at least damage in the game. I suppose it is tank jungler with damaging supports. Not the most surprising thing there ever, but Top Esports never had a good team fight. Not really. They had like some okay ones, but never really a good one. I'm trying to think who my player of the match is. Player of the game. I think it's Tarzan, but really good shout out to Shanks. Shanks was very, very good.
Yeah, I agree.
It probably has to be Tarzan for the way he interrupted bot lane as well. I think it has to be Tarzan. You know, he had the great moments on the Neferi. I think he showed the limits, dodging out of the Aurora combo there. Did get knocked out of a second ultimate, which is a bit sad, but whatever. Who cares, really? You've done the damage. Not a great showing from Jackie from Chris. You have to do better than that like, you have to at least call for someone to be around your lane if that's going to be the problem. Well, I don't know what the comms are like. I think after you've lost games like this so often, you need to be calling for someone to be around your lane when you need it to be. And if that's not possible, then that's a huge system issue for the team.
That it is. Jackie Love, then in danger.
Thank you, Zara, for the gift of sub towards Grape Name.
There we go. Thank you. And again, like, this almost works. Actually, the thing is, Crisp actually landed a few cool pop blossoms. The problem is it was so late in the day that Jackie Love was a non-factor. Kanavi wasn't a frontliner who was dying a lot. And then the other side of that is like 369 and Jackie Love just didn't hurt. Cream was the only threat.
So, over in the LEC, by the way, we currently have a top lane Yasuo who's gone 0-7.
Oh, baby.
4k behind a Jace who's 8-0-4. Adam is, Adam is doing dangerous things.
A Rogue got a 2-0 vitality.
I think Rogue might 2-0 vitality. Yeah.
Oh boy, somewhere out there Hillisag is laughing.
Yeah, God. Oh my God, Adam's just completely carrying this. What the hell? Oh wait, Mundo's doing stuff. Wait, is Mundo doing stuff? Maybe Mundo's doing stuff.
He's trying.
Huh, that's crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in the jungle. A rubber jungle with camps. That's wonderful. And the camps made me crazy. Crazy?
I mean, LEC just had a final. LEC just made a finals of international events. So they're not. If it's a joke, they're laughing at it too. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself another drink, and I'm gonna just take a quick break now. That's okay.
Go forth and do that. Yes. I wonder who the MVP is for this one. Tarzan I can see. Shanks I can see. Well, where Hope gets it as well. It is Tarzan in the end. There you go, what a surprise. It was a very good game from him. That early stuff towards bot lane really messed them up. Messed up bot lane and jungle both. Oh, man, he messed up Kanabi's ult so many times. Like, holy moly. Oh, baby. Well, top esports will choose blue. Are we getting 8 games today? I don't know. If anyone's letting play like that again, I think we might be looking a bit different. Might be looking at 2-0.
更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。奥方电竞椅，职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第一。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
Well, let's make fun of Vitality from our horrible, disgusting team lost to SK last week. There is some truth to that. I think SK deservedly won as well. Not gonna lie, Fnatic fumbled hard, didn't they there? Thank you all for the support in the background there. I'll turn my camera on so you can say hello to us. Or just me. Alex isn't here yet. He'll be back shortly. Anyone's legend. Hello, Sam and Poro. Yeah, the Poro's back there. Looking a bit squished. He's snoozed. Not his best. Alex, I've got something for you. Warhammer posted a chart for figuring out your snotling name.
Right.
So I'm Squeaky Hot Snack. What are you?
I'm Absolute Hot Snack, so we have the same last name. I mean, that's just existence.
That's just existence. Wow, yeah. Not even shit.
My coffee's on. You can go.
Beautiful. I need to leave.
Take your break.
Oh.
Yeah, that poro is actually very.
I was debating streaming after this, but there's the friend's flat party tonight. It's like flat warming
Oh
party.
yeah.
And that's at 8, so I won't have time, will I?
Yeah, I didn't RSVP. Oops. Don't really good. I'll have a think after the stream. I'll have a think. Yes, there's a thing I can go towards. But yeah, okay. Anyone's Legendary Jinx this map. Hope is good on it. Hope's great on it, but I just don't think Jinx is very draftable right now, is it? This is one of the problems with Hey Fro, how's it going? What the fuck, my streamer got friends and a life next to streaming? Debatable. Depends. Definitely most of my time is spent streaming, folks. Grand majority of the time is. Am I doing okay? In what sense? That's a very open question. Oh, God. I have a lot of stuff to do in the next next couple of months. Doing LPL and doing German lessons like every weekday is going to be a pain. I look super tired. I am tired. I mean, that's also just the lighting. Also, I haven't shaved in a while, which is not great. Makes people remember. Whatever. Rogue just 2-0'd Vitality. Yeah, I did just see that. I did manage to catch most of that. Are we going back on stage now? We ran ads? Haven't ran ads. I need to run some pre-roll ad now. So if you're on Twitch, you'll see them. If you're a subscriber, you won't, and that's fine. That's just the thing we have to do here. 2-0. I don't know if it's a 2-0. Toppies was on blue side. I mean, they lost with a better draft, arguably, but. I could have sworn I saw someone play Lethality Jinx somewhere. Yes, you did. It was Starry that played it twice. Starry played it, but I do think it's hard to draft. It's hard to draft. OMG have always been a bit of a maverick when it comes to actual crazy drafts within the LPL, so I'm not going to call them like a blueprint for other teams to work around. That's the secret. He's always tired. I am always tired. That is very true. Respect the arm watching Rogue. Well, I mean, I actually quite enjoy watching Rogue now. Rogue are actually a very entertaining team to watch. How old am I? I'm 28. Sam's 29, turning 30 in a couple of weeks. So we'll say happy birthday to him then. I'm from 96, Premi. Sam's from 95. My birthday's in June. End of June. Young? Yeah, I guess I'm quite young. In some cases. Okay. I'm from 96, becoming Unks. I think you've got to earn that title. Right, let's get ourselves into that good old draft. Let me take that off here, so we can look at these, but seeing what our bans are from game number 1. Last game, felt like a lot of our OPs made its way through. Neferi, Rise, Skarner, I guess Callista as well. All of them feel like they can be first picked. Gwen's still taken away. Flandre way too good at that pick to be given that. What's left up then, eh? Night Vide locks away some picks. Jace is up and available. Jace could be very powerful here. Jace, Ambessa, Sejuani. What else? Varus as well. Jace banned away. Varus first pick could be very powerful. Jackal very, very... Oh wait, no, Varus is gone. Oh, I don't like Varus already banned away. So, what else is on the table? First pick of the misfortune for Jackal was first banned away by anyone's legend in that last game. What else have you got to lane into this now? Ezreal? Ezreal, I guess? It's the big one I can think of. Maybe go for a Rel or something like that. Yone Sejuani pretty good for the combo here from anyone's legend.
Is it a wombo combo though, Alex? Wombo
Wait,
combo.
Mecha, it's your birthday? Why
Oh
did
my
you...
God!
What? What do you mean? Happy birthday, Mecha. What the hell?
Hang on. Happy birthday. Here we go.
Champs like
to
God,
you.
Sam, it's... Shut up.
Happy birthday.
Oh, God. I mean, taking away the Renekton does make a lot of sense. 369, very strong individual lane. Should do that in the break, Sam. God damn it. As, yeah, top esports. What's their plan now? I mean, if they have a mid lane Ezreal, it takes away from Hope as one of the few last remaining lane. I mean, they're hovering here for a long time. I don't know if that's meant to mean anything. If you do that, you're basically full AD and you have to go towards a Lilia, Zyra in the jungle. I am actually entertaining that pick, though, because if you take it away from Hope, I don't know what they have to lane into the misfortune lanes. They locked the Tristana instead. Cream, of course, had a legendary win streak last year on Tristana. It was something close towards 20 games or something like that at the top level of play. And most of that was internationally against some of the best teams in the world. It was insane, actually.
Very good on that one. That and the Yone felt like his two major picks last year. Tristana in general started to creep back up in priority again. Though definitely not the dominant force she was this time last year, should we say, alongside that Corki.
Yeah, of course not. Tristana still, you know, very good to play front to back with. If you're playing front to back and you're playing towards late game scaling into dragon fights, Tristana doesn't take you wrong often. Does quite well into the Kai'Sa too. Both of them can assassinate each other. I am very interested now to see what anyone's legend can do in bot lane. I think the top esports need to ban away Nautilus on this last ban. Otherwise, I think the laning phase is... I think the laning phase is very poor without that Nautilus against Misfortune. I think you really struggle there. You can maybe even support counter pick as well. You can ban the Nautilus, look for a Rel or something on 4-5.
Sounds about right. The Gragas ban here against Flandre alongside that cannon. Ilawi is a fun hover, but I don't know whether we'll see that for all that Flandre is known for having some unusual options in the back pocket. We'll wait and see exactly what happens. I wonder whether you found a clip or something. That's
no,
fine.
I was just seeing how LEC were doing because Rogue just won a series and Larsen's on desk. And it was interesting. It's very cool. They got 3 pro players. Most of them had played for Rogue. You had Odo Amne, Finn, and Larsen all on desk. So all of the Rogue classics there.
Absolutely. Okay, well, we're through into the second phase. It was just the Gnar blind pick. Well, not blind pick. The Gnar into the next in a match that we've seen a lot over the years. Debating an Alistair now.
The thing is, I feel like you lock in a Rel or a Alistair, I think you can mess up in that 2v2. I think it becomes risky. Whereas if you'd locked in the Alistair yourself, I wonder if his takeaway from the Kai'Sa can be quite powerful.
Maybe wants the Braum last pick now?
Could be. Sejuani Braum. You got decent engage from the Sejuani and from the Yone. Last pick of jungle for top esports. They need some magic damage from somewhere.
Leandri's building Maokai.
Leandri's Maokai is probably it. It's more easy engage as well. Top esports, good range, decent front line, not the best magic damage. And now, yeah, if you lock in lane, well, you got 2 options. Either another tank support for Kyle. You don't have, well, you do have Leona. Could go towards Leona, which is very, very powerful in situations like this. Anything that can stack armor, and you feel pretty good about life. Or you could go towards something very lane dominant and try to bully out the Alistair and buy your Kai'Sa a bit more time. They do go towards that Nautilus, which is very good with the Kai'Sa. Obviously, 2 plasma procs available right the way from level 1, from the hook and then the auto. And it's fairly tanky. You can stack yourself up some armor. It becomes quite hard to kill you.
Lock it, I suspect, will be quite valuable there. And again, TES, great front to back. The Maokai and the Alistair set yourself up for your double AD carries and Renekton. try and blow people up. On the other side, anyone's legend, a lot more dive. You get hit by that first bit of CC, everyone else going to come flying at your face. For better or worse.
Yeah. So, some really fun matchups here. Tristana, Yone. Tristana wins early. Yone can bring it back with his ultimates in the mid game, and late game it is an absolute toss-up. Top lane, Renekton, Gnar, very, very interactive 2v2. And in the bot lane, we've had a bit of a chat about that too. Mistwatching very lane dominant in support, but that Nautilus with the Kai'Sa has always unlocked that champion to do something a little bit more special. I think that the Maokai ult does a lot for top piece. What's an ease of engage. It doesn't give Kanavi the best carry potential, which I prefer to have him on. Whereas Tarzan, when he's on the Sejuani, that's often worked out so well for his team because he's so good at playing that initiated tank style.
Not that Tarzan can't play a carry. We just saw him 1 MVP on that Neferi, but again, just a slight difference there. You wonder whether Tarzan has that slight more flexibility in regards to how his team needs him to play. Who trumps here? We've often chatted about these two junglers and how important they are matching up, especially with their legendary coaches behind them, planning some of those early playbooks. Super valuable here. Last game was anyone's legends messing up the early game very heavily. Tarzan on that early invade, taking one quadrant and just ignoring his own jungle for the next 2 minutes. So Kanavi's pathing quite a lot, and all the while Love and Crisp put up in 2v3 scenarios that just not equipped to deal with this time around. Two pretty heavy team fighting comp, so 2 different versions of it. Where if we go, Jayo's next. I think it was a G2 Jayo in there.
Oh, that the LGD one.
Yeah. There's our statistical win percentage map as we go along. Slight edge to AL in the mid game. Later on we get, as the AD carries and Maokai's get later on, does become hyper late game, a little more TES favored, and I can see kind of why that is. It's a little less do or be damned in terms of the engage and damage.
This really feels like 2023 drafts actually, before the lane swaps came in, but while kind of Sejuani, Maokai kind of came to the fore in terms of the jungle champions. Again, Kai'Sa's still hanging around
before the lane swaps.
Cal and Hope looking to see if they can get hooked through the wave. They don't want it on Alistair if they can. Hope has showed himself.
You fought in the WTF Shen Wars?
The 2 Shen Wars? Yeah. Hopefully using an auto attack. That needs to be a little bit careful. Can Q his way through the melee minions. Needs to not waste his cooldowns though. The level 1 can be surprisingly volatile here. Because if you misuse a spell as Kai'Sa, you don't have the threat of the all-in. Your all-in is still very good though. Misfortune often gets that extra slight range. The ability to punish you.
And just that ability to Q a minion and hit you behind it can be really annoying as you're trying to trade for that lane priority.
Kyle uses that W level, and that's important. Sometimes you do that as Nautilus just to absorb some extra damage. Gets to level 2, that's so important here.
Chris gets level 2 of his own, he's ignited, flash for the hook, that puts Jackie in danger, now cleanses away, but it's a little late. Hope looking for some more damage, how long on the Acadian Rain? Passive not quite procced. And Jackie and Chris survive, but there are summoners blown everywhere you look.
Chris panics. He flashes even though Jackie Love is body blocking it, so that's another summoner down for free. And look what's happening. Tarzan immediately paths bot side. There is a ward onto Kanavi. He'll spot this now. And they'll be able to back off. But Tarzan, at least having eyes on Kanavi, buys his bot lane some safety. Knows the Maokai is not just hair-legging it down towards that bot side. Clear will continue.
Kanavi wants to invade on this. Cream's got shove. I think we might see a bit of a fight over this red buff / Raptors.
I don't know about that. Could end up being a smite onto this. Tarzan ends up taking that. Some small Raptors taken by Kanavi. I wonder whether...
red buff.
I don't think Tarzan starts at the red buff at all now, though, is the thing. I think he waits until it happens to the other side. And then we'll see whether Shanks or Cream can go over and help that buff take.
There we go. Ward's down, so that's going to be a known quantity around that red buff. Away, Kanavi goes back to his own jungle. Towards the bot lane we go. Chris, remember, no summoners in a really tricky spot. That's another dredge line landing as Kyle just plays so aggressively. Hope did get pinged, though, by a double up bounce.
Kyle is playing so well, though. Kyle is doing so much work to get that extra passive down. Walking up with the W, absorbing good damage, and stopping Chris from being able to go very fast forwards onto Hope. Just saying, all right, you have to stand and fight. You won't have the HP to make it back out, especially with that flash being down from earlier. However, while this is happening, bit of a worry for what's happening in the jungle matchup. I think that Kanavi has got some real angles to start pulling ahead. He could go for a double scuttle, sticking on his top side for now, though, so that won't be the case. Recall of Kyle going to be cancelled by those pesky minions coming in. Someone who's lost the towers. Jack11 and Crisp losing in the 2v2. We said, hey, there are some volatile ways this lane can pull out. And this is why I was a little bit worried about the Alistar. You lock this in, you do throw a bit of volatility into the mix. You're not hard-winning lane in the way that Misfortune typically does.
Yeah, and again, good use of things like the Titan's Wrath there on the Nautilus, getting a lot of value out of that at the level 1. Later on as well, with the double-ups being blocked a lot by the shields. Like, your trading power has been somewhat muted. It's an early cold start now for the Misfortune, saying, look, the lane's kind of been a bit screwed early. I think I just have to play to scale a bit more.
Like what 369's doing here as well, keeping some minions alive so he can slowly auto-attack them, make sure his rage doesn't start to decay, keep that up for an empowered ability. Renekton and Gnar, also another great matchup. One which is very studied. Now, this is one of the things we maybe will lose with Fearless drafts, which I know not everyone wants to hear, because I think everyone loves it. Most people love Fearless drafts. However, losing stuff like that consistent skill and practice in Renekton versus Gnar, stuff like the Kai'Sa versus MF, which you won't see as much, but being able to outplay these again, flash forwards.
Yes, there's the flash for that Ruthless Predator. Kolbamik available and used. Flandre is taken out. Nice play from 369.
Oh, they might get a return of this though into the bot side. Kyle goes forwards using the Demolish. Demolish the Shock.
Fading out, coming on along as Tarzan here to make this a 2v3. The absolute bane of top esports live. Dredgeline missing though, not hitting a wall. Means there will be no reset on that. Turnaround begins to come on through as there's a teleport fly, but it's a very low or long time for that TP to come on through to make it rain slow. Could put Hope in a position where he has to flash. 369 looking for an angle, 1-for-1 with bot side.
But now 369 comes through and he's used his teleport. He had the advantage, but now suddenly top lane might end up getting frozen against him. That could be a huge issue. Yes, the kills do come through 1-for-1 in bot side. Kill however goes over to the Alistar, and on the other side, it goes to the Kai'Sa. So I think Anyone's Legend even win out on that. Get some more gold picked up on bot side by Hope, and 369 is losing out on some farm on top side by going towards this bot side instead.
It does look like they're going to go for that full lane rotation. There was the grub spawn, so at the very least it is going to be a reset over to deal with that.
Worth noting, both Cream and Jackal have picked up culls. Flandre's picked up one for Anyone's Legend, that will help him, but Anyone's Legend will be a little bit of gold down in key carry roles. Top Easters have themselves early gold lead, and the culls will start accelerating on that too.
With the plan, 369 catches Flandre on the way to lane, gets Conqueror, stacks, slices and dices away, and denies some of these minions because all the while the wave was crashing and Flandre was busy tussling with the Renekton.
369, we'll see what he can do with a significant lead on the Renekton. Been a very good laning player of this champion in the past. It's been one of the champions which has kind of like consistently been banned against him and Bin. Breathe as well, I suppose. If you're a top tier LPL top laner, you do unspeakable things with that Renekton. Cream, good trade onto Shanks there to push him back.
Shanks went looking for an ult, couldn't find it.
Well, he was doing that to disengage. He wanted to get under his own tower, I think, there. Because it's like, look, Cream's jumped on you. He's got a buster shot.
Time to leave.
He will kill you. Leave now, please. And we go back to the solo kill and topsiders. Look, I mean, he misused his E. You can't do that. It's a 20-second cooldown. Tries to get, I mean, he's not even close to level 6. That is such a mistake by Flandre.
He's got a minion that just flashes and gets the W on and still has slice and dice to work with as a result.
It's not even close. Not even close. Maybe gonna flash down into river. I don't even think that saves him though, all things said and done. Just a misplay from Flandre, misusing that E cooldown and greets for him, mate. A bit of a wave.
Nowhere near Mega either, of course. That's his own cull in inventory now. It does feel like we're getting culls in general around the board right now. Where's your cull, Hopi Shanks? You're letting the team down.
Ironically, very good on Kai'Sa if you can get it, but wants to retain some 2v2 power, I suppose, going towards raw combat stats rather than cull, which gives you less of them. Shanks getting pushed in mid lane, as we said before. Not the best scenario. Although I will say Tarzan has kept up in terms of farm. Had that assist as well. Definitely helps.
There we go. Pull away. Dragon spawned. No one's taken that first dragon. We have got another couple minutes till grub spawn. Top Esports did get that first set this game. As Gnar begins to play his guitar. Much to the joy of his various little flaming minion-y things. Poros sound like, but they're kind of on fire, so ghost Poros?
I think it's the La Illusion thing. So it's the the Dia de los Muertos kind of festival skin for you know, Central American culture, which is very, very cool. Dragon started up, taken quite late. Typically we see this trade at a similar time to the Grubs. Not going to be happening here. Cream level advantage in mid lane, which is not what Shanks particularly wants. Dragon taken quickly by Annual's Legend. Of course, Kai'Sa, one of the better champions, are taking that because of her continual passive damage towards objectives. Annual's Legend playing with a little bit of vision to see some rotations. Got some around that bot side of the map. They spotted Kanavi. I'm not sure whether they spotted Crisp. Well, Tarzan might be making a play off that vision now.
Definitely behind enemy lines here. If you can find an angle onto Kanavi or Chris, might be something to do. Of course, Chris has got the level 6 to work with, so not the easiest target.
Also got a minute until Grubs, which they'd really like to hold their powder until. 369. Hard trade against him by the Nav. Doesn't mean that Flandre won't have that for the Grubs, though. Now, later into the game, your ult comes up all the time, and every time you go into Mega, you basically have your ult as well.
Nah.
There was actually a really funny period of time where it was such a short cooldown, and now would get so much random abilities, you could actually ult twice in a late game ult, which was
kind of wild.
Not okay, really?
No.
Cream jumps onto Flandre, really trying to dunk down on the Yordle versus Yordle violence.
Just get a fair amount. What happened to the Yordle kills another Yordle? Do they still respawn in Battle City?
Yes, they do. Yordles don't die. Which it kind of...
Again, but this is just bringing us back to the eventual Yordle overpopulation.
It does a bit. It raises questions about, you know... Okay, no, I'm going to stop.
Look, if Yordles, you know, can't die, new Yordles being created or born will surely lead to a critical mass of Yordles, Alex. Shanks in a 1v1 with Dracula, but not having the most fun with that. Does at least get a fair amount of damage back, courtesy some of that healing, and of course, the fact he's got Spirit Cleave to even out the trade somewhat.
Need to be careful.
He's supercharging, may need to look for an ult, does so, but a flash for the Pulverize is very well done. Now flash away from Hope, but there's nowhere really to go. The Death Judge comes on through the barrier, is there. Flash forward from Jet 369, gets one as Kyle goes over the wall, trying to keep people under turret, but ends up hooking the Alistair rather than that Renekton to keep them under the turret.
Crisp is body blocking, knows that he doesn't have aggro, and he's got his ultimate if it really goes awry. That on the top side of the map, Top East will get themselves 6 Grubs, and game 1 felt like Top East couldn't get a leg just couldn't get a foot in the door that game. They couldn't get really onto the board. This time, much better start from 2,000 gold in 11 minutes. That's fantastic for them. I think this is going to start snowballing now. Very far ahead is the Renekton. On the other side, it's a good comp for Renekton to play into, honestly. Quite worried now for anyone's Legend. You have to deal with how they play from behind.
Can Shanks find the kill here? He's going to try, but there's the stun still available. 369 can look to get some value there. Again, we're in this point of Yone's life cycle where the E is no longer quite as good at shrugging off CC as it once was. That nerf has finally come on through, I believe.
Yeah, so if you get CC'd now, you will fly back and take the rest of the CC. Like, you're not preventive pressing E back, but if you have leftover CC, you will go there. Teleport behind Flandre. He does have Mega coming up, like, now. It's not going to be the best trade ever.
It has been completed now. The Meganart does a fair amount of work to 369. He goes, actually, that was less fun than I was thinking it might be. Gets a big old heal off the wave, though, and so undoes a lot of the damage he just took.
Yeah. 369 just doing really well, just throwing his weight around. Is there anything else happening here? Of course, Kai'Sa doesn't have ult. There's a mark out through my ult for ult traded. He'll come back to clear the way.
So that buffers through a lot of that CC. Turret plate does get taken by Cream, though. He's having a pretty good old time on this Tristana, up 1.1k or so. A lot of that off plates, a lot of that off things like the Cull being cashed in.
Jaculov's about to cash in his Cull too, so that gold lead we highlighted just a bit before this will be increasing by another lump sum on investments. Hope able to kind of just run around a little bit now, but this Kai'Sa, who did so well in lane, not necessarily been able to pull ahead and kind of leverage that to the best way. Green jumping between, knowing he can win the trade here, taking a ballsy angle. Good health off Shanks though.
This would be first turret as well if they can secure that. That would be the feats of strength. Love to keep playing for it, but here comes Kyle
down. They can use the Kai'Sa ult.
Death charges in onto multiple people. Glacier Prison after awareness. The Kai'Sa coming on, looking to get an angle on here, but the massive 3-man Pulverize keeps Kanavi alive, who's now going to phase rush out to safety, but still burns out. They've gotten two. Cream had to flash away, and Top Esports get punished as a flash for that Mortal Steel Part 3 into the Permafrost. Secures another.
Hope will tank the last shot. The E from the Yone doing so much work. They had banked up the killing damage onto Kanavi. It was Omaiwa more Shindaru. You're already dead. Presses the E back. Those little sword cuts come through. Top esports caught out by the roaming Kaiser. 2-on-2 now is Hope. Good spot.
All the while, though, 369 and Jackie went topside and did claim that turret, so they do get the feat of strength regardless, and it still gets a decent-ish trade there in the grand scheme of things, but this was a great fight from anyone's legend, let's make no mistake.
I think Top Beast was just disrespect where Kaiser can fly into. Great CC. Chris doesn't tank up the Sejuani ultimate, and the Maokai's not that tanky, as we were saying, you know. The Yone E still taking on him. Presses the E back, gets the mirrored damage, and he's still got a bit more tank to go after this Cream. Cannot stand under turret like that. Flash Q confirms the kill. Cream goes down.
And Tarzan had already taken turret aggro, so there was that opportunity to flash on him for Shanks to not get punished for being that deep, burning that summoner spell. Good work from him to help even up what had been a really significant mid lane deficit.
Dragon coming up now. Top esports, what are their cooldowns looking like? So they don't have a lot of flashes now, importantly. But then again, neither do anyone's legend. Who does that favor more? No Maokai ult. Or rather, having the Maokai ult does make it a lot more consistent for you to find that engage. Anyone's legend. I wonder if they have to give this one up.
Ooh, hang on. Cross comes on down. There's the make it rain back. Is knocked away is Shanks. The Maokai ultimate.
Oh, wow.
Very little avail there.
That felt really weird from Kanavi. Not sure what that angle was. They wanted to throw it back at Shanks or stop Kaiser from flying in from the other direction. It's a big tool down now.
Worth noting as well, a lot of the gold that Top Esports picked up from plates. They had about 1,125 versus just 250 from Honest Legend, so in position to claim a lot of that. Dragon, now started by AL, be their second Dragon of the game. Will not be a particularly fast soul, will still set them up in good stead as they
might be able to walk from mid lane. This is actually quite problematic. I think Tarzan's too low HP to take this. This could be a bit of a problem. They're looking for the smite fight. Can they get it in time? Yes, they can. All right. No fight happening afterwards.
Tarzan should still have an Arctic Assault. He needs to leave. Does he want to try and play this? He's got a Glacial
No, they
Prison.
want to get the inroad onto mid lane, but Shanks teleports in to cancel that out.
Tarzan now zoned away from coming to help that. That will be mid-tier 1. Falling bot lane turret's already on a sliver of HP, so I think they're in a pretty precarious position in terms of these structures or anyone's legend.
Yeah, Top Esports play the gamut and say, look, we can't get towards that dragon, but we can punish you with the 6 grubs. We said that 6 grubs typically not winning out a lot of games now compared to dragon stacking in the top level of pro play. And Legend will be able to hold on to that bot side and I guess be able to save their own bot lane turret for a little longer, but I feel like the best thing ever for them.
Cross available, in comes Kaiser, they get a pulverize and a depth charge coming on through, and 369 survives. Dominance and Flash with Jackie, and that is Flandre coming along as well, but yes, you're right, Jackie Love is here, can look for the bullet time, lands it, Kyle will likely die, does so, but it's an interrupt onto Jackie, who cleanses now. 369 though still stands, and so they lose 1 and don't get anything back in return.
Tristana, 6 grubs pushing in topside, so anyone's legend. Yeah, I just called that out. The Tristana pushing in with the 6 grubs in that top side. I think anyone's legend, by missing that play, they lose out a lot more. If you fail the cross map, the team with the grubs comes out on top.
He's also trying to point out as well that obviously with Kanavi there, he gets the Herald as well. So you get a kill, you save the turret, you get the top, you get a big shove top side. That's just a great set from Top Esports. And AL try to punish the fact that Renekton hadn't reset and was caught at half HP. Can't quite do it.
Blunder returns to that mid lane now. Going to... What the heck happened here? It's not a clean kill. This is the problem with going on to Renekton. If you don't full burst him out, he gets to pop that off for second tier, of course, and he'll get himself the empowered heal as well. The S down to champions, there's a lot of value out of it. Yes, there's teleport coming through from Blandre, but it's not particularly powerful. You know, 2-person heal coming through from the Renekton, maxed out on that Q, of course, gets a lot of value.
Chris flashed for a headbutt into a wall, into a pulverize, denied so much there as well. A little bit lucky to survive, actually. I think if someone had been enraged for an auto or 2 there, that might have been another kill onto that Gnar. And looking for that Q3, couldn't quite mortal steal him there though. Does
that time he actually did hit it.
Yeah, which is just buffered through.
No, it actually was buffered through. Yeah, you can see a little bit of sliver on the HP bar go down there.
I was about to say, is there a name for Mortal Steel Part 3 in the way that like Steel Tempest gets the different name on the?
I can't remember, mate.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. They're basically just the same champion. Yeah. Wait, what does the Steel Tempest go?
I thought it had a name for when they had the Q3.
Tornado, I guess.
Yeah.
And the thing is that there are definitely, like when you do the EQ, there are like fan names for it. You have like the Keyblade and the Beyblade and stuff, which are 2 slightly different things. Where one is like you obviously just do the straight EQ, and then there's the one. So there's the one where you EQ and then you ult to someone to bring your Beyblade to them. And then there's the one where you EQ, but you flash for the instant melee range knockup, which is really hard to avoid.
So if you're doing the one where you EQ and then ult to someone to bring it to them, do you need someone else to have knocked them up for you? Is that the idea?
They need to have been knocked up. No, you can do it yourself if you have enough attack speed.
Okay, so you just get a knock, but then
you need Berserker Reaves and like 1 more item. Grub's gonna go down. Hang on. Kyle does have an angle here. Oh, Jackie flashes away.
Pulverize used by, headbutt used burned by Chris, but now Jackie Love's in danger. Flash on top of him, does not have the cleanse. If they can get the permafrost, they can bring him down. Hope Joe's just managed to auto him down. Kanavi tried to buy time with the ult, but they just lose the bottom lane. 369 at least will claim the tier 2 while all that was happening. So they do get a turret in trade.
They do. So the gold is not going to move that much. I will say that Hope is getting very, very fed. Anyone's Legend moving around the map well, at least choosing their area for fights pretty effectively, and they will take down this mid lane outer turret. That's a big thing for them. If they're looking for big diving plays, this is a huge tower to take. It's the biggest area of control any team has in League of Legends, that mid lane outer turret.
Finally get their first turret of the game, and Top Esports do have a gold lead. It's just not huge. It's significant. 2,500, nearly 3 is a big deal. But it is not game-breaking. If you do continue to give up gold to things like this Kai'Sa, who's still ahead of the curve, that can be a real problem, because there'll be no one who, for about an item or so, who can deal with the Kai'Sa full burst, I feel, if they do look to all in. 369 also in a spot of bother here. Dice on through, but there's still a Q3. The slow comes on through into the Fate Seal, dominant top, and they won't be able to quite kill off the Renekton, especially with Kanavi around.
Yeah, Shanks used that ultimate, but I think, well, taking the Dominus down means that next time that Hope goes a looking, maybe something can happen from that. Has that Rage Blade up now. Hope is in a pretty good spot. Not having the Dominus and the Fate Sealed for the Dragon fight coming up now, though, could be big kind of mover of that needle. Very important. Anyone's Legend, of course, have the 2 dragons. Would love to get themselves to a amount of soul points if they were to secure this.
Slight statistical edge over the Top Esports considering the game state. I think that's fair. Of course, if anyone's Legend can secure this soul point, things get dicier again.
Yeah, for sure, because then it means that anyone's Legend can look to fly in for a Dragon Steel later into the game, or they can choose to ignore dragons and look for a pick around the side too. They have the Kai'Sa, they have very good ability to just ping a Nautilus ult to someone, a Sejuani ult, and see what happens after that. Speaking of that, Sejuani ult coming up now. Maybe using that to make a big play.
Top Esports are the ones in the river. They've got lots of vision, lots of wards all over the place at this point. Tarzan trying to find an angle in, but it's just not looking that easy to do.
There's cleanse on Jacula, which makes this more difficult. Doesn't have flash. So if you land the CC and you cleanses, the plasma's still on him, Kai'Sa can still jump towards him. So there's still every chance that Hope can just say, alright, go for the play onto the Misfortune. Yes, they might not be CC'd, but I can fly into them. We can make it a 2v3 dive somewhere. Side lane tower taken by Flandre, opening up the map and reducing the gold lead a little bit.
And they decided, look, we don't want to play for this. We don't have control of the river. We can at least get a turret and try and even up the map state a little bit, which has been slightly problematic. Flandre can try and take a drop as well, because why don't we get extra advantages? Herald drop bot, though, reminder with enough grubs to their name to kill a small army. This could be a rough shove.
They have 4 people on bot side too. 369 has teleport. Tarzan's spot. I mean, they have so many control wards. Okay,
so a big square of them.
They've got everything. They set up for that dragon, of course, beforehand. It's going to go down. Flash straight onto Cream.
That's interrupted the rocket jump. So Cream has to flash. Buster shot away. TP in from Flandre is nearly at Mega. Jackie in a 1v2 immediately cleanses. TP now in from 369, looking for the angle. Kanavi slows down Flandre, who's not at the Mega now yet. That's Atakan, who could start getting in trouble here if they overplay this. Flash for the twisted advance. That's on to Chris. Throw to Tarzan, opposite jungler's dead. Kanavi, though, in danger himself. Surely burns out to Flandre, does so. Atakan has been aggroed. That means Flandre's in danger, will likely fall here as a result of it all. 2 for 1 in favor of Top Esports.
The dive combo doesn't work from anyone's Legend. This Yone ultimate, I don't know whether it wasn't spaced out appropriately. Maybe Shanks was surprised he hit the Q3, but it means that Cream can flash out of the combo and Hope can't get the kill. And suddenly Top Esports can rebuild their battle lines and take the fight. Anyone's Legend, I think they thought they'd get the quick pick onto the Tristana and out, but it doesn't work out like that at all.
As a result, they tried to jump onto Jackie Love, who's in a 1v2, but took long enough to fall. In fact, he just didn't fall. Top Esports can claim Tarzan, claim Flandre, and then the Atakan happens, and that swings the game much more heavily in Top Esports' favor.
Yeah, that really helps them. Anyone's Legend, that felt like that was a huge moment for them. They missed that shot. They were moving into an area of the map which Top Esports had full vision control over. This is a good play, but this he stops for an extra auto attack. Stops for an extra auto attack. If he doesn't do that and just goes straight into the ultimate, I don't think Cream can flash out. I think Hope gets an extra auto or 2. Jackalus has the cleanse. We talked about how he didn't have that flash, and you know how that might be helpful for the Kai'Sa. You only have 1 Kai'Sa ultimate, and the Kai'Sa dive combo just doesn't work out. Yes, you do have the trade of jungler for jungler, because Atakan helps finish off the kill here, but it's not enough to win themselves the fight. Anyone's Legend will have to go looking again. Top Esports get firmer hold in this game.
2 items done for Tristana, 2.5 done for Misfortune. You got a couple done for 369 as well, who's having a great game on this Renekton too. Flandre struggled a lot more on this now. The early solo kill was pretty ugly. He's at least got a Randuin now to try and manage the triple AD stack and of course double crit builders too.
Of course, I mean, it is a full AD composition from top esports besides Kanavi's Leandri's coming through from the Malco, just a little bit, but still, it means that Tarzan, Flandre, Kyle going towards enemy team are much more tanky than they should be, really. Anyone's Legend will use that to try and get onto these double AD carries at some point, but the AD carries are ahead. They are building towards Last Whispers now. And Anyone's Legend, hang on, that's a great ult to Cream. It's not enough buffered away from.
Cream on the whole, pretty good job with buffering a lot of the attempted picks onto him. I wonder whether with Jackalope having his cleanse down, he might have been a wiser target. A Buster Shot would have made things tricky. Kyle steps on forward, puts the Riptide down and tries to clear out the wave. Tarzan will ask for salt forward, but here comes Kanavi with a massive turnaround. Crisp with the Pulverize allows that bullet time to hit onto multiple people. The turnaround over the Fate Sealed. Buster Shot it away to prevent too much damage, but Cream still falls.
Anyone's Legend should absolutely be dead, but they are into a full physical damage team, and the armor just about saves their hides. Dragon's up in a minute. Anyone's Legend get to break a little bit of the presence top esports have on the map, but they are thanking their lucky stars that top esports don't have that much magic damage to force them into away from armor builds.
Massive moment there. Who picked up the kill? It was Shanks. Big moment for him. He's actually now got a Warden's Mail to his name.
Which will definitely help him too, because he can start getting onto the full AD, full physical damage resist as well here. Just look how much damage these tanks take. It's a lot, but imagine how much more it would be if there wasn't... Hang on a second, we're going straight towards the Baron. Let's go back into live. Anyone's Legend, they are really letting us flip it, aren't they?
This could be dangerous. No ult for Jackalope makes it tricky. Chris goes into the backside, double Pulverize again. Into the backside goes Shanks to try to find an angle, can't quite get it. Yes, Kanavi's in danger. Double Bramble Smash means he dies all the same. 369 in danger, it can't see it rain. Huge value. Jackie just about alive, but not before the Spirit Cleave comes on through. Anyone's Legend do it again.
Anyone's Legend clutch out around the Baron. Can they get themselves towards the Dragon in time? That might be their objective on the map rather than the Baron itself. Anyone's Legend somehow pull top esports out of their big combat 5v5 back to front, and they end up winning through. Need to see how that started off again. And what they're going to achieve afterwards, they reset, they go down towards that Dragon, 10 seconds on Kanavi respawn, and they should have the advantage on moving towards that and securing it before before top esports can return fire.
And some big buys just came on in now. Hope now at Nash.
What's also going to happen as well, so this is a big thing. While this is happening, Cream is going to take the Baron, and there's going to be a teleport in from the Renekton. They're going to two-man the Baron as the Baron Dragon goes over. While this happens, basically Jackalope just doesn't find himself at the front line in front of him eventually. That's the end of that team fight. We need to get back into life. Dragon is being traded for Baron probably right now.
You heard the call from Nymaera. Is it happening? There they are. They've not done it.
Okay,
not done that. Away. I could have seen that too. You're not wrong.
Dragon still... What that means is Dragon is still alive. Hook on to Chris. He has flash and all. Is that enough?
I get the permafrost on him. He still lose a third of his HP bar there just from basic cooldowns, and that's not great as your front line.
Okay, so onto the Dragon we go. Remember, W upgrade for Hope really makes them a poke monster. How much poke can they get? Kanavi has his ult. That's important too. Here comes the Nature's Grasp.
Nature's Grasp comes across. Shanks avoids it now, looking for an angle onto Jackie. Dodges both though, Jackie. So Shanks finds no value. They get the soul point regardless. 369 on the backside though. Surely falls. Does so. Shanks with the massive shield. Curtis Model Jimmers Hope into the backline. And Gavian Rain will finally bring the Siren of this Misfortune down, but Kanavi Wing onto the Kai'Sa brought them low. Cream is still free firing, doing so much damage. They've killed another. Shax needs to run. Kyle needs to run. Another rocket jump. Another dead member, surely. As they will W forwards again. The Twisted Advance secures Cream. Another kill.
Top esports have a second AD carry to cover the fight. Cream runs through the back end of it, and Anyone's Legend go a little too far. The Gale teleports coming into the mid lane. This isn't going to be game-ending stuff, but it might be Baron taking stuff, importantly. Anyone's Legend do get a Mountain Dragon. That is a big issue for top esports because they're already struggling into the armor stacking of Anyone's Legend. Having extra resist on top of that is a big, big issue. Baron will go over to top esports. That'll definitely help them, don't get me wrong. We'll go back to the replay and see how this happened.
Oh,
it's a mess. Shanks flashes, misses the Q, misses his ultimate, and that's pretty much the end of his fight. All that happens when Kanavi misses the smite fight, a bit unfortunate for him. Jackalope, very lucky to, I suppose, to get as much value as he did. I think Hope maybe makes a mistake here. He goes into the backline with his ultimate, knowing that he basically doesn't have the HP. I guess he thinks he can 1v1 with the AD carry and just think that'll work out, but I think he just forgets that if Tristana is full HP or Yone isn't, you will lose the DPS race if you both go down.
He gets Flandre onto the wall for Jackie, who cleanses and keeps walking away, and Misfortune with the strut running is so mobile. She's got Swifties too.
Yeah.
Jackie's got good hands on. He can just dance around a lot of those skill shots and does that fight critically so.
So, Anyone's Legend do pick up at that base dragon. I actually think Anyone's Legends are still a stronger team right now. That one Mountain Dragon giving the extra, what is it, 6% resist? 6% resist, I think it is? Maybe 4%. Still nasty all the same. Shanks has himself almost 100% crit, has a Randrin's Omen as well. Yes, there are armor penetration items coming up for top esports, but I really think the front line of Anyone's Legend can always get that plasma down onto one of the Tristana or the Misfortune and make a real mess of things. Tarzan doesn't really have to be afraid of that much in the world. Flandre maybe does a little bit more.
Well, hit by that stride breaker slow, and there comes Nature's Grasp, forces a flash away with the turnaround, now potentially on the back end as the Glitch lands well. No bullet's got Hope, could do so much damage, he's going to get through so many passes. Crisp has got the ult running, headbutts out, trying to get to safety, but Flandre's got Mega Knock coming into the three, Konami into the main shield from Shanks, who stabs him through the heart. Shanks by name, Eviscerate by nature. And top esports must run to the hills. Tarzan looking for the blast cone. Cream just spotted. Jacula just spotted. How much further can they chase?
There's a slow denied by Tarzan's passive. They still have the bot lane outer turret coming out.
Boy.
Cream, what has he got? He doesn't have Buster Shot. He has a lot of damage though.
Tarzan will have to back away. Can't quite get enough time on that, but that is the Baron jump entirely denied. Flandre TP top lane.
He teleports up there because he knows he can take a lot of gold from across the map. As you were saying beforehand, it's a full physical damage comp. Yes, the last whispers are there, but the tanks feel so strong from Anyone's Legend that they can always get themselves onto the backline. Of course, this fight is mainly determined by a bad bullet time from Jacula. He tries to get onto the Maokai ultimate CC. It's just not appropriate there. And Anyone's Legend, they were, what, 4,000 gold behind? Splash that to 2,000 now. This is the biggest moment. Flandre managed to flash out of this. The bullet time does nothing. And suddenly you have Hope, who is mixed damage. You have Flandre and Shanks who can start chasing down. All of them with so much extra resist that can just shake off a lot of the initial burst coming through from these AD carries. Yes, Cream and Jacula are untouched in this fight. Normally that in a late game would be a killer. Not in this game, not with these tanks.
The problem is, Shanks and Hope were also pretty much untouched and doing a lot more work to their opposing numbers. Got a Knight's Vow now on Kanavi to try and help keep some of those AD carries alive. And don't blame them for that one, but look at Hope. He's just picked up Bazonias for everything else.
Huge. That's huge, because now he can go for like some more of those health or other diets. But actually, and you're absolutely right, the armor on there too is very, very important. Buffed up another couple of % by the Mountain Dragon. Mountain Dragon coming up in a minute. The gold lead, I think, has been outweighed by the Dragon advantage from Anyone's Legend now. Now, I do seem to remember... Yeah, I mean, top esports have the extra roses and they got the Atakan themselves, so it's not like there's extra buffs on there too. But I really feel like Anyone's Legend have the extra combat stats. As long as they have a way to either separate out a frontline member and gun them down, or jump onto one of these AD carries and force them to drop damage, I think Anyone's Legend win the fight.
Full form mail for Tarzan alongside that Giant's Boat. You've got a Sterex now on Flandre as well as that Randuin's. Like, the front line is huge. Yeah. There's a Locket, there's a Warden's mail in for Kyle as well. Everyone's got armor, and yes, you've got a Lord Doms, but is that going to be enough? I just don't know.
It is if someone gets separated. And we saw how much damage Cream could do to Tarzan. Hang on a second, 369 quad out a little bit here. He'll try and buffer through with the E. Does take the CC at the end of it. It's a lot of HP down. He does have teleport. Might have to use it now early. Let's see how much work Hope can do with his W's. Very important to see how much poke this Kai'Sa can get.
Finding that one, and again, 369 is not the front line he was at 5 minutes into the game. Tarzan's been jumped on. Is that split off enough? He will have a flash, maybe to burn it. Needs to get out of there. Does so. The Nature's Grasp comes on down as Shanks flashed out as well. But he's on a bullet time. He's surely going to die. Does so. What about the other side of the fight? There's nothing there. They've lost a member. Kyle was looking for a flag, but now he's split. Oh, Anyone's Legend. Not like this. Over to the backside, tries to go to Cream Conquest, get the kill. Tarzan looking for something that's a closure prison, but will not find it. Flandre in a 1 versus 3, surely dies. They're trying to clear waves.
Shanks dies to the nerf to Yone. He can't buffer through the CC. He gets stunned even though he tanks at the Marco. Now Hope has nothing left. He can Zhonya's, but that'll be it. The flash leads to nothing, and Anyone's Legend, despite the armor stacking, despite what we thought was a winning team fight, cannot end this game, and top esports will run it back to them with their 6 scrubs and Ruinous Atakan.
It was an omen of destruction. He said, yes, the Lord Doms will be enough if they get separated. Tarzan starts separated. Shank starts separated. Kyle ends separated. The only member left surviving for a moment or two longer, but top esports claim game 2 to take us all the way to a 3rd game in this series.
Our finals matchup brings us to our final game. Again, Top Esports, anyone's legend. They have become well acquainted with each other recently. I have to say, Top Esports, they have to feel lucky that they got away with that one. I think anyone's legend had all the stuff ready to bring that to a 2-0, and they will be kicking themselves. Just not clutch enough in those last team fights as we see ourselves back to our lovely faces.
I'm going to open the door, mate, because it's getting slightly warm in here.
You can go do that. Yep, it is warm in here. It's starting to get towards that.
Because I'm sat here, baby.
Yeah. But yeah, no, anyone's legend. I think they were in a winning position that, and I think they mis-executed. Despite the fact that they were down in gold, it's a big loss for them. Big loss for them. Actually, bad showing for both teams, to an extent. I think that, of course, we haven't seen that many games from either of them yet. I think we expect more from them. Now we get ourselves a third game. So, game, the day does not end here, folks. We've got another game left. Oh, boy. Right, I'm just going to turn cameras off for a bit so we can just chill out off camera for a little bit. That was insane, actually. What the hell? Double AD carries just ended up getting too tanky. I mean, I knew that the tanks wouldn't be infinitely tanky, but you can't be split out like that. You still are a very tanky team. Okay. No LEC for me today? No, not today. Not today. And I will get hydrated, Zareth, I will do. No, next time on LEC is Saturday next week, I want to say. It's Saturday next week. I think I'm on Saturday for... I'm on the first day of the next 2 weeks. I'm only on 1 day a week for the next couple, but I'll be there. Holy moly. 8-hour streaming. God damn, we've been going along, haven't we? Well, it's been fun bringing these games to you, as always, folks. Oh, I'm so annoyed that Anyone's Legend couldn't close that. I wanted it to be a shorter day. Damn it. Whoever drafts better in Game 3 will be the winner. Well, I thought that Anyone's Legend had a worse draft in Game 1. I thought they had the better draft here, arguably, because the full AD into multiple tank frontline didn't end up working like that. It's 10:40 in China now? Yes. Going late, huh? Kind of annoying that it goes this long. I actually think that, yeah, worst draft wins, it seems like the story of this game. Okay. Well, what is it? 8 game day? 8 game day. Yeah. 3 for the first, 2 for the second, 3 for the third. 369? Yeah, he was really good. He was really good. Solo kill. Who do I pick? Yeah, no, I probably would have picked 369 as well, thinking about it. Is LPL better at predicting each other's traps? That banana brush trap was kind of predictable, plus the wraparound. Depends on the teams, really. Because it's really hard to tell in late game scenarios unless you have point of view, right? Because you don't get to see the fog of war. If you see fog of war, I think it becomes easier to tell. I think obviously Eneos Legend were not ready to... They needed to be closer to the Sejuani. The Sejuani needed backup. I think it was a big mistake by Eneos Legend to not have good enough follow-up for Sejuani kind of going in. Because if there's a couple of seconds when you're not firing back, the tank line just doesn't matter. The tank strength just doesn't matter in the same way. And surprise, surprise, Eneos Legend choose blue side. See you in a bit, Amber. Thanks for sticking around. Shanks 3 hard. I mean, Shanks definitely didn't catch Jackie Love at that one fight very well, which is a problem.
Do you want to go for a bit?
Sure.
Tell you what, Al, do you mind sticking the kettle on and putting the...
I'm going to run some ads now, by the way, chat, so if you're on Twitch, you know.
Thank you. There's some tea leaves in a strainer that can do. Go back in. We turn into tea. Oh.
Give me some of that, wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Give me some of that, give me some of that, wow. Give me some of that, wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Give me some of that, give me some of that, wow.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce. To be honest with you, plus I'm pale, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm looking fly like a 747 in the sky, 'cause it's prime time. Gonna sip wine with a fine dime. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Leave it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look, and boom, you hooked. That's right.
Oh, a minute to go before our last game of the day. It's been a long, long day, huh? Yeah, says Mecha, I agree. How are you all doing, guys? Still alive? Worst draft wins? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, both drafts were playable. I think anyone's legend will be very irritated about how they fumbled that last sequence. And they should be. I would be. But that's happened before, it'll happen again. Back we come. Apologise, I'm kind of flagging a little bit here, guys. It's been quite a lot of work today. Oh, insert more coffee. I'm already 2 coffees, 2 teas, and a Red Bull deep. There's only so much caffeine I should be drinking in a day. What's my prediction for the last game, considering the last 2? Oh, I don't even know. I mean, maybe an edge to anyone's legend, but I think it's going to be a very close affair. See what draft told? I don't think it's an easy one to call. At all. There's some players on stage. Exciting to see. If you're not shaking, I'm sure you can take more. Wow, Mecha. Out of context, what? I do not actually go get coffee based on that. That's very true. That would be probably a bad idea. Oh, thank you, Alex. Got brewed leaves. How are you doing?
Well, hey, alive. Enjoying League of Legends.
The BDS, KC.
Yeah, I saw that KC. It just looking very good, really.
Yeah, that.
Cool. Well, we're into our draft, folks. So, buckle up. Last game of the day. Aeon's Legend. Get their side choice. Ban away the Jace. What falls through the draft? You mean, presume Gwen banned away by Top Esports. Kalista has been played, of course. And Bess are gone. Top lane pool's starting to get really hit now. Flandre doesn't even have a Scion, which is one of the things you pick out later in a series. Say they picked it in game 1. This time around, Ezreal power pick. I reckon we might get ourselves some bot lane power picks with so many different champions falling out. Something like Ezreal, Leona,
Draven,
Rel, quite powerful here. I mean, Draven is playable.
Samira.
Hey, we'll see. It's only the game 3. It's only the game 3. Can't say everything. But yeah, I think Ezreal gains a lot of value, unless you want to go for a Lulu lane. Lulu lane could be quite good.
That's boring, Alex.
I'm sure it's very exciting for some people.
Where's my Samira v Neela matchup?
In the LDL sim,
Very
which has got streams again, by the way.
It does. Unfortunately, it overlaps with LPL. So
yeah.
I'm unable to cover that on a regular basis, which kind of sucks. We go into our 8th-hour broadcast, Alex.
We are, Sam.
9th, actually. We've done 8. We're now into 9.
Into 9 hours. Yeah. Galio banned away, actually. So I think Ezreal. I think Lulu. Anything powerful in jungle up right now? We haven't seen Shinzao was quite big here. Oh,
Gwen.
wait. How the hell did Gwen get through? Whoa, hang on. Yeah, that changes stuff. Gwen gets through. Easy pickup. Flandre 2-0 on this pick so far and has a KD of something like 42 on it. Something ridiculous.
Didn't we see the Gwen v Mordekaiser 1v1 go horribly for 369 as well?
Mordekaiser's actually already gone, so we can't even do that. So he played that in game 1. But yes, he did get solo killed twice by the Gwen. Flandre is a very good player of the champion.
Fancy a game with Gwen? Yes, says Flandre. He does.
Wind's howling. I have heard of some people playing Warwick into the Gwen. I've heard about that. I've heard the
Warwick
tales.
Top Lane Avenue.
I have no idea what that is, Sam.
It's Warwick Avenue.
I don't know what Warwick Avenue is,
It's a
Sam.
really famous song.
I've never heard of it, Sam.
Is it Duffy or
Sam? I've never heard of it.
Possibly, what's the Camden girl who did really cool things?
Never.
Amy Winehouse. There we go.
Okay. I do know Game of Thrones, but I don't
you
know
do
the
know
song.
Duffy. She was the.
I know Duffy as well, but I don't know the song, Sam. Look, Cannon, Vi, locked in for Top Esports. Really good ability to pin someone in place and use the Cannon to follow up. That's pretty powerful. Also, Cannon, very lane dominant. It's a range champion into the Gwen. Not unplayable for the Gwen by any means, but definitely something which 369 will want to bully out early before the Gwen starts pinching on some of those mistakes.
I seem to recall as well, I had this conversation when, I think it was me solo casting, that when Gwen first released, one of the lane counter picks into her was the Kennen, because it felt like you could actually force out her W, get inside her W, and kind of punish her in there relatively well. Way back on release, obviously things have changed a lot since then in terms of items and champion balances and stuff, but I do remember that being a matchup.
I can't remember the matchup from recent days, because both of them have had significant changes since that time, since 2022, and a lot of changes come through. Ari locked in for Shanks. Cream gets his Azir, one of the champions which he's built up a proficiency for on Top Esports. The Vi feeling less connected with her solo laners than potentially otherwise. You know, it's not the Vi Ambassador, it's the Vi Kennen, which is okay. It's not the Vi Ari or the Vi Talaria, it's the Vi Azir, which is a little antithetical at points. They can go a bit more bursty with the Azir when you go in for just, you know, pure shuffle damage. But the top side, I mean, I suppose on the other side, it's not like the Volibear is particularly well connected by the other two. Yes, you can flash Q for the Ari charm forwards, but the timing on following up with a charm after the Volibear stun is quite tight. You need to be quite on point there as Shanks to follow up on Tarzan.
You have got good turret dive for this, because the Volibear turning the turret off means Ari can go really aggressively on those turret dives. You have got that kind of combo, but I see what you mean. It's not the most it's not your S tier combos here. They're probably A to B tier. Like Kennen following on a Vi sounds fine to me, right?
Yeah, but it's not the S tier combo.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. It's not bad. It's just not the peak. I'm also a little bit afraid for Tarzan diving into Kennen and Azir roll. The Volibear's not really designed for that too easily and not that tanky.
No, I mean solo lane Volibear does get a little bit better. But this is a jungle Volibear likely as we come through to second phase of bans. The Jinx did get banned away as a potential option with the Lulu, and aside from that, Lulu is up right now.
Could go for the Zeri here for Jaculov. That's one thing which I'm wondering about. Because you have the Vi, other side doesn't have that good lockdown.
Ezreal with that in mind would work also quite well, because locking this Ezreal down to actually bring him into a grey screen would be easier said than done.
So what does Hope go for now? You can go for... I don't know.
Watching Draven now.
Sivir, Jhin is okay. I don't like Xayah into Ken that much. It's okay into Vi. Not the best laning phase into Ezreal, because the Ezreal Q outranges you obviously at all stages of the game, really.
Zeri Lulu.
Zeri would be more risky, because they do actually have the Vi ult to close you down, but you do scale very well. Go for the Jim, try and outrange the Kennen, try to stop those flanks getting onto you.
If you remember earlier in the day when Sheer had to full send at Gala's fed Jhin, and it just felt really, really challenging as the game went on, because you'd have heals from Mako coming in on the Rakan. Yeah, sure, the Rakan would die every now and then, but killing Gala became a Herculean task in and of itself. Braum's potential anti-dive into the Vi and Kennen, I can see it. Can also happily run an exhaust here if he wants to. In fact, honestly, the Gwen can into this matchup, so you might just see Gwen with the exhaust and Braum getting a heal or whatever here.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, against the Kennen, sometimes you need the flash. There'll be a conversation between these members about what they want to do from it. The Karma, this could be an issue. The Karma is very, very lane dominant, and the Braum has no real way to deal with this. So, anyone's legend, they need Tarzan and Shanks to do a lot of work early game to make sure that the rest of the team can make it through to that point of power. Typically, you'd think that Jhin can get there himself, but against the Ezreal Karma, it is no sure thing. Top esports, I think, walk away with the longer, well, obviously the longer range draft. I think it's easier for them to play as well. The Vi is so easy to just click and go. Everything else can follow up after that point. Ease of execution hasn't really determined how this series has been played out, though. Both these teams have been up and down in terms of their execution. Quite afraid for anyone's legend in their laning phase. None of these lanes are easy for their respective champions.
Reminding myself of the base abilities for Karma. I can never remember the W base, but it's Focused Resolve. I always second guess it, because obviously there's a Resolve tree.
Which is, yes, and then there's Renewal is the
Empowered W.
Yeah, Inspire is your...
Basey.
Basey, and then Defiance is your...
Empowered, yeah.
Empowered.
And your Q is Inner Flame and Soul Flare, which is your Mantic Q.
Alrighty, folks, last game of the day. Roll up, roll up. LPL's giving us a lot to show today. This one, I think there's a lot put on laning phase. Azir, pretty good into the Ahri. Kennen, pretty good into the Gwen. And Ezreal Karma, really good into Braum. So anyone's legend will need to outsee that. One of my issues of top esports, of anyone's legend versus top esports, it feels like the 2v12. The regular lanes of top esports are stronger than anyone's legend. I think on the whole today, that has been proven to be true. We have a third game to see if that's definitive and game deciding or not.
Skins today. Going to be a very interesting set of games, you have to imagine. Relatively back and forth. Game 2, I wondered whether anyone's actually clutched it by the time we got around to that soul fight. Didn't happen. Top esports managed to hold on long enough to bring us to a game 3, but Top esports on the other side, some of their team fights have been questionable, I think it's fair to say. Some scattered Lagundia Jaros. And Shanks on the not quite $500 Faker skin.
Yeah, you actually don't have the signature skin on the Pro. Because with that's like your $500 one. The other one is like $20 or however much it was.
Yeah, but this is the one with the brown hair. You see what I mean? Not
No, Sam. No, it evolves, Sam. That's the whole...
But the reason, because it had a different splash up, and I've seen 2 different splashes loading in. This is the brown head splash, not the blonde one with the Imperious you paid $300 for me. Splash up.
So the thing is, it starts with the same. I actually didn't see it. If it's the brown hair one, then it actually doesn't evolve. So that's that.
Yes.
Okay, right, fair point. I take that one. But however, that is also not that. So what you said is that it wasn't the 500 form. This is actually the base form. There are three forms. There's this one. There's the one which a lot of the others play, which is the blonde one. Then there's the one above that, which you don't see on Tournament Realm because it has the signature. But that's not really relevant to this. This level 1 in the bot lane is really important. Need to see how much value Jack 11 and Crisp get from their laning phase, because typically the Braum should not be able to side this duo.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes on that. Can Jackie and Crisp find some lane dominance without Volley Bear getting involved? Has pathed in a way and cleared in a way that will allow him to be level 3 in a position to lane gank and try and catch out Jackie and Crisp on the shove.
2 hit. Shield used to tank up Braum Q. However, the skill shots go wide on the other side. Tarzan janking bot early. This has always been the way to deal with top users. Can they get onto Crisp? Crisp is their option. Is the play here.
Looking for the passive route. There's an exhaust coming down. They don't quite get the passive. Gonna flash heal away, but does Crisp have any more mobility to get on out? As Tarzan has a flash into the Sky Splitter, and they break the level 2. It happens again.
Top Esports bot lane just don't pay attention to the minimap. They get the hard push. They're winning the 2v2. That's fine. But you can't play with your minimaps off. And Tarzan gets his 400th assist within the LPL. He's been playing it for a while. I thought he'd have way more than that. 400th game. That'll have to be it. The Shanks go over. Almost steals the blue buff away from Kanavi.
Good look in there, and Kanavi, of course, will punish Tarzan for that early gank. And in fairness, the observers did show that Tarzan did not show on the map until the exhaust flash heal had all been blown, basically.
On the other side, Tarzan hit 400 games. Jackie Love hits 700 here within the LPL. Again, I just feel like so many of these players have been around for so long. Every so often, you see one of these numbers show up, like Flandre, and you're just like, wow, how the heck have they played so many games over such a long time? It's very rare to see players with that kind of tenure. We have so many here in the LPL.
7th highest games played in the LPL, and it does feel like with how intense the season are, players sometimes just burn out or fall out of the league. You have a bit of a look at players like Ming, right, who had a bad season and they're not playing so much anymore.
That's contract stuff. Teleport, hang on a second, that's a problem, Flandre.
Alright, Flandre. He's down here. Crisp and Jackie level 2 and 3. That's a level 4 Gwen, who actually does a fair amount of snipping. Decent hallowed miss, puts Jackie in a dangerous spot. Still has the flash, still has the cleanse, maybe forced to pop it. Flash away. Flandre can't get the kills he's looking for and just dies.
I don't know what happened with that teleport. He must have just seen that Jack 11 and Crisp weren't on the wave and must have got jump scared by them, because it's a longer teleport, remember, before 10 minutes. It takes you, what, 12 seconds, or 8 seconds, 10 seconds to get there? Flandre dies for free, though. That's a big issue. Yeah, you're going to get a recall coming in from Jack 11 Crisp, but they take the extra kill, and that puts them back to even with their 2v2. Teleport down to the top side. This is from Ari. They'll be going back towards mid lane anyway. This one's not really looking for anything with that much intent. But a big mistake from Flandre. And that's really important, because we did talk about the lane dominance of the Ezreal and the Karma being so critical to top esports success.
It was. Over we go, towards that mid lane where the electrocute trade comes on in. Shanks has got himself an early Dark Seal, much I'm sure to your joy. Let's have a look at this again, because, yeah, I think the resets coming through, don't see anyone, and too late, the button's been pressed.
That is, it's a long, long teleport, and it is a long journey back home. There's so much extra time. Flandre just misreads what's happening on the map. I wonder whether that was set up in advance, actually, because Chris was hiding around the corner. Still with an XP range, but, I mean, very close to getting the kill onto Jackie up there. Wanted to... Oh! Gets Civ HD'd. Gets Civ HD'd. I don't know whether he would have got that anyway. I guess the level up on the kill, of course, which makes it look a lot less close than it was. But gets Civ HD'd. Checks one brush, he's in the other.
Nicely done. Jackie burns both summoners, but does get away with it. Honestly, impressive from Flandre to nearly win out in a 1v2 there. Exhaust is pretty busted at the right stages of the game.
Especially when you get to spend your time completely the melee range. Tarzan walks down, sees Kanavi going towards this. He's just looking for the smite fight here.
Stands around, only level 5. Will get a Sky Splitter shield. Can still look to play with this one. They're going down to a very much a smite fight. Right, the Gwen gets the dragon. Tries to play this one out. Shanks now in danger. Tries to look for the ult out of here. Sorry about that one, Alex. Managed to hit him with my knee as I got a bit excited in that play. As Flandre now in danger, gets to jump away, and ow, 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 ow.
Top esports. They lose the dragon, but what is Tarzan thinking he's going to achieve there? Cream gets down to the play first, and I suppose Flandre gets the steal, but anyone's actually giving up a lot of gold. And what did we say about this composition? Top Esports can really leverage their early advantage, their early matchups well against their opposing numbers. And I'm really quite afraid here for anyone's legend.
Well, maybe a bit of a bait for Tarzan. Still here against the charm, and now Kanavi's gone too deep. They have baited it in well. Kyle now throws up the door and prevents any easy follow-up. Tarzan potentially in danger as Cream keeps autoing, gets the soldier down, but they do pick off Kanavi, and Grubs have just spawned.
Shanks gets an empowered heal, survives through that. We'll call that masterfully baited, I suppose. There was a question early on, how is Shanks? Ari, I have to say, he's not necessarily left a huge impression on me before. This will be a time for him to make an impression on me here now. A bit of a weird one, obviously. As we get our first objectives, I suppose, traded. Because of the weird steal beforehand, maybe things get a little odd.
Kyle now in his one of himself as he gets hit with the W. And we'll get on out of there as the focused resolve does its work. Flandre will throw some needles at the minions and go, welcome to my acupuncture session. And the minions go, please no, I didn't pay for this.
Unsolicited acupuncture. That's
horrifying.
That sounds like
it's like my sleep paralysis.
It sounds like it sounds like a I don't know, some kind of
indie album.
Is it an indie album? It sounds like a track or an album. Unsolicited acupuncture.
I feel that's like that sounds like a Disco Elysium song.
Yes, it actually does. Oh, Disco Elysium on soundtrack. Go check out the soundtrack if you got time for that. It's a great game.
I found it. It's pretty C-powered at the soundtrack.
Use the needlework first. He forced the flash. That's why it might be a lot of flashes.
That
makes sense. Another Border. Of course, Flandre had a 40-odd KDA on Gwen before this game. Currently at 0-2, but such a powerful player of the champion. Didn't expect him to be this far down, but that's what happens when you teleport into a death alone 4.
Yeah, and then obviously steals the dragon for the second death, which, you know, in the end of the day, it's not that bad. They actually get both sets of objectives as a result of that. So, arguably worth that second death. Especially after a little later on when Tarzan manages to pick up Kanavi, thinking he's spotted Shanks out by himself, and had not.
Much better teleport this time, Flandre.
To the tower.
Wow, no enemy champions around. Luxury.
Incredible. Luxury back in my day.
Back in my... Well,
I had no plates.
I think it's kind of
teleport and get direst treatment.
It's kind of like the other way around with this. Back in my day, you could cancel teleport. It only took 2 seconds to channel. Oh, that was so broken actually. Getting a reduced cooldown when you used it to tower. Yeah, original teleport was so broken actually.
Just when you would sneeze, someone would sneeze in bot lane and 3 people would teleport there.
And also, back then you could also get home guard after your teleport as well. So, so Hecarim with home guard and teleport was so ridiculously powerful. You just come in like it was an ignite TP at that point. You go first item boost, and you come in for like a ridiculous one shot with Triforce home guards with about 700 move speed or something.
I remember Unicorns of Love playing the arcade Hecarim.
Yeah.
He was kind of their unofficial skin, the party ponies, exactly.
Yeah. Also featured in the Percy Jackson series.
Very true. I was thinking that as well.
Yeah. Well, I read them again recently for the nostalgia value.
I've still got one book I never quite finished.
I need to get onto the second and third series. Shanks gets Charm into a mini. Going for the Rod of Ages build. I mean, helpful against the upfront burst. The top esports needs to be careful that you don't have nearly as many ults. Seems to be the flowchart with Ari. I've not been that impressed by Ari so far. We'll see whether Shanks can turn that opinions.
Do what he can. So far, up about 5-10 CS, not that much. Just Flandre throws out the needlework. Of course, a lightning rush away from 369, but no ultimate as yet. Misses all 3, and will cede a lot of away for making that play.
Tier 2 boots hit. Skill shot's no longer allowed to be hit. That's just the way I think sometimes.
I hit click to the right, and then I click to the left.
Okay, dragon up in 40 seconds. Anyone's legend.
Navi could look for a bit of a lane gank here with Chris coming up as well. How aggressive do they want to play this?
369 just took a chunk out of Flandre too. Then you get another one. He's just used the W potential of an extra. I didn't get the E stack onto him.
Can look for... What was the W again? Thunder Force? No.
No, it's... Thundering Shuriken is the Q.
Yeah.
Lightning Surge? No.
No, that's the E. No. It's like...
Storm Surge?
No, that's
an item.
Yeah.
I'll go check it again.
Spark Crush is Zeri E.
Yeah, there's a lot of electric stuff. We can't believe we have 2 electric Pikachus in the game.
It's very true. You can potentially have more if Nico gets involved and starts stealing forms.
Yeah, very true.
Does that make Atakan?
Electrical Surge.
Electrical Surge, right. That basically means there's ever a Zeri and a Ken in the game. You got Spark Surge, Electrical Surge, and Lightning Rush.
Yeah. Yeah. And a Thundering Slam as well.
That's volley back here.
Yeah, that's in this game, so.
It is.
All of these lightning things. Dragons can be split. AL took the first dragon. I mean, objectively speaking, AL with objectives doing okay here. 3 grubs and the first dragon. Means that top is don't have a second dragon to play around. What Rift is it? Ocean? I mean, in this kind of game, yeah, pretty good. Very good for Gwen. Very, very good for Gwen.
Thinking for tight matchups as well. Not great for considering all this lightning flying.
True. Yeah, electrical matchups nasty.
And it's ocean as well, so saltiness. So it's not like it's pure water, so the lightning does in fact conduct through all the electrolytes.
Yeah. Well, then we'll going to see the grubs go down. Would be a perfect split of objectives that would happen. Tarzan will at least get 1 smite through here. Flandre, no mana, wants to clear this. And now the problem is he needs to recall and then teleport in. Top Easels have a time window where the Gwen's not doing anything. Yeah, the smite bad from Kanavi allows Tarzan to smite it back, so that's 4 taken.
50 HP, that was a bit shy on that one. I think he was trying to play for the smite contest. Gets it slightly wrong there. Tarzan now looking to Thundering Slam, and there's a TP. Flash away from 369, who will not stay safe even with that slicing Maelstrom. Surely dies here. No, he does not. Kyle flashing on out. Unsafe on the other side. Now they're going to go back on forwards. Curtains are called by Jin. Lands a decent chunk onto Crisp, who's down at half HP. Tarzan splits the skies and calls forth the Storm God. Reset now from 369, who's not going to go back quite yet. They'll lose another grub, 5 grubs and a kill over to anyone's legend. And I'm watching Nymaera have his face in his hands. What on earth was that?
I did just see that Shanks missed a charm on a rooted target to miss out on a kill, and also because he's gone for the Rod of Ages, doesn't have the early damage to necessarily get those early, get that one shot onto 369 as well. So not really playing towards the RE build that well. It's not capable of doing it. Watch this again, right? Because Shanks jumps forward. 369 goes out of the Sky Splitter. This is a decent charm. You can see the damage just isn't really there from the RE. If you have the Malignance, a bit more damage with this one-item spike. And then this is the play which got me face palming just a little bit. Because it looks all well and good, and then this happens, and a charm just goes completely wide. No. Luckily, there's a Jin to follow up instead, an AL.
Is he aiming for Ezreal or something?
That's a great question, Sam. Alas, there are some things I can't answer.
You just lied to me, Alex.
Yeah, he was aiming for the Ezreal. Rod of Ages completed. Has that tier 2 beats for the extra cooldown. 369 going inside that Hallowed Mist, getting something done there. Has the Karma behind him, so we'll be safe. Gold pretty much even, all things said and done.
Problem is, there's that time. I don't remember the full Braum here. I think it's the LT grade Braum, isn't it, as well? Or is it the beach one?
I actually didn't
see. No, wait, is this the rotisserie one? It's Kebab Braum! No?
No, this one's Beach Braum. No, we don't have Shawarma Braum yet.
Oh man.
Shawarma.
Boss.
Does he call you boss, man?
Yeah, I needed to call me boss, man. Tarzan is not enjoying that. He's supposed to be the king of the jungle. Does not get the Sky Spirit in time, but gets the root of the Kanavi. Not really going to be any follow-up quite yet. Kyle was around, but Chris coming on over with 369 means that the Braum is now in danger. We'll need to try and get across the wall, but does not get to do so, as 369 says, eat lightning, mother. Lover.
Top Esports will go in, take the jungler, take the jungle camps, and they'll get themselves a big lead on the bot side of the map. Tarzan, no flash, no ultimate, didn't really have anyone nearby either, so very greedy of him to walk up like that. And Top Esports pounce just as quickly because they know that he has no tools to get out. Top Esports won't just get those camps. They're going to go into Flandre now. They got themselves the bot turret potentially. Don't have grubs. So they'll go for the
session. Going to try and play this one out. There's the root coming on down. Decent snip. Go gets a lot of damage as Crisp will fall for that trade. TP now comes on in 369 in danger. Kanavi's going to have to run as well. Does Shanks have a flash or an ult to try and chase on to 369?
He's too far away. If he goes closer, no, he's too far away. Even with 3 flashes, 3 ults rather, you don't get away. Or you don't get onto him, sadly, there. Shanks will pick up the wave, though, and stop Top Esports from getting everything from that.
Teleports available to come and contest Shanks here. I don't think it might actually be the turret as well.
Shanks dismissed a cannon, that's why they're zooming away.
Oops.
Things we do. Shanks, 5 grubs, going to be able to take some damage off of this. Teleport coming down. Chris doing a good job of matching the map, actually, making sure that his laners are doing well. Oh, gets the quick out of there, and the ult doesn't save it.
What a combo. Nicely done, Top Esports mid-jungle.
Really well played from Cream. I don't think Shanks recognized nearly soon enough that that was a genuine kill combo. I didn't realize that until saw the Kanavi Q flying straight at him. The ult doesn't save him, and now suddenly with the longer ult cooldown, because you don't have the Malignance, Ahri dies, won't have ultimate for a long time, and Cream can return to that bot tower. That's a huge swing.
They don't teleport to be there as well, so that's a rough moment. Top Esports suddenly find themselves with a sizable gold lead here. Top side, they're going to go for the turret dive, call down the Thunder God as the Storm Split. I remember that name a little later on in 369. I think it's probably just dead while I am fumbling for ability name. No, he is not, because Kanavi is there with a cease and desist to turn it all around. Speaking of fumbles, a bad one there from Tarzan, who dies. They've got the route onto Flandre, who's in danger courtesy of that focused resolve. Kanavi with another set of relentless blows. A Vault Breaker doesn't quite get Flandre down, but they're going to have to reset nonetheless, and there'll be another turret to top esports.
The game's falling apart for anyone's Virgin very, very quickly. This all started from Tarzan and Kyle dying in their bot jungle, separated away from the rest of the team. It meant that they were late on resets. It meant that they couldn't protect the lanes afterwards, and everything has started to crumble as anyone's Legend framework jungle support gets bested by top esports.
What is Volibear's ult name again? I know Sky Split is the E, and it's something to do with Thunder or Storm.
Stormbringer, isn't it?
Stormbringer, that's the one.
Stormbringer.
Correct.
Pretty helpful. Basically an own wrecker for the turret players. You'll remember that one item at the center of it. All well and good, disabling turrets, but you are stunned for the duration of that. So if it comes back online, heats up, there's a lot of work. Kanavi comes in time. Really well played from Kanavi and Chris. Being on the right side of the map to protect a tower dive for the last, well, the entirety of the game actually. Been very well to protect out.
Kanavi now actually starting to get significantly ahead of this Volibear. Caught the Sundered Sky, and this happens to jungle Volibears sometimes. You get stuck at one item, you get stuck just before level 11, and you become increasingly squishy. Kanavi at 2 items, 1,500 gold ahead, 369, 1,800 gold ahead. This is not a pretty place to be in as anyone's Legend, all things said and done. Dragon going to be taken by top esports to be their second of the game, all the while at least Flandre and the rest of anyone's Legend can pick up the Herald.
So, 5k up. It's an awful lot, isn't it? And the extra drag going down. I don't think anyone's Legend are going to be able to use those 5 grubs of theirs very effectively now. You see top esports just constantly forcing plays around that. Chris continuing to playmake on the Karma now. That's a rare one. Going to get the root there. The Ezreal will come over. But the fact that Crisp can threaten so much on a Karma on the roam is pretty disastrous. If that's a Karma, if that's a Leona or Nautilus, you somewhat expect it. Because the Karma is so far ahead of the game, there's no fear of reprisal. They just keep going forward. So there's no turnaround that will kill them. So Chris is genuinely a roaming playmaking support whilst also being an enchanter. This is a big problem for anyone's Legend.
And if Tarzan or Flandre go forward, you don't break the tether with the W on Gwen. It's very difficult if you use your Thundering Slam to go forward, Thundering Smash, sorry, to go forwards on the volley ban. You use it on a target not named Karma to get away from the W. You will get rooted up, and then the follow-up with the likes of this is it, this Cannon, this Vi, you've all got a lot of damage to the name, will be pretty much lethal.
Oh, Kanavi's so far out of Tarzan, man. Does have that
Does
level
this
11.
occasionally.
Vi in this kind of game can get like double and triple kills in team fights. The Black Cleaver sets up so well for Ezreal to clean up some extra plays. Well, yes, you have the double AP solo laners, but between your W Shred and the Black Cleaver, you do a lot of damage. And sadly, the reason why Volibear fell out of pro play after being so dominant in 2018 to 2020, both in top lane and in jungle, is because you're not a hyper-scaling tank with damage falls off a cliff too, and you just end up becoming a liability. Much like Renekton, if you find yourself in a position where you're not constantly hitting people, regenning and dealing damage, you fall apart very, very quickly to bursty champions.
I know, obviously I hear Alex, what about those bounce builds? What about those solo lanes? They're solo lanes. They're way too expensive for jungle. You can't afford to go for that kind of Riftmaker, Cosmic Drive, Spirit Visage, hell, the Flickerblade build. Well, it takes too long, it takes too much gold, and you just don't get that in the jungle relative to what you're supposed to do as a champion.
Pandora in chat saying, why are we seeing the Mosquito build Jhin again?
Yeah.
Now the thing is, the problem is, you have 4 ranged champions on the other side. You have to push out lanes because no one else is... Well, I think that the Shiv is too much. I think the Fire Cannon you need versus this team, you cannot walk up close enough into regular auto-attack range. No one is going to sit and let you do that. The Shiv is meant to be there to allow you to push, roam, and get some value. The problem is now,
no damage.
You have no damage, and you're also not pushing and roaming or anything. So this just feels like you've doubled down on a build which does very little in this game, sadly.
But that's kind of the price that was paid. I understand what the thought process is. You say it's a little cheaper. It allows you to try and get some wave control. The problem, as noted, is that hasn't really happened, especially when the plays are happening outside of mid lane. A lot faster timer than you'd be happy with. Nearly at 10 stacks. Shanks goes looking for an ult play here, but Cream just goes, cool, I'm going to slide away, put up the Sun Disc. Flandre now here. Still an ult charge. Needlework is popped, and they just turn the play off. That's a Sundisk in trade for a couple ultimates, and now mid lane's in danger as top esports get the shove on forwards.
Well, they don't have the 5 grubs. This won't fall that quickly. That's a big flash forwards, trying to kill the squishy support.
They will do so. Crisp, too far forwards on the Karma, goes down. The flash from Tarzan is lethal.
Now, this is what should happen to a Karma when she plays aggressively, and luckily Anyone's Legend find an option to do that. It costs them a volley back flash. That's quite valuable at this point. 369. We're going to see if you can force Thunder to make a mistake. No, not at this point. Top esports lose themselves the mid lane push. For
what?
For what? I mean,
Flash burn. Remember, there's soul point in a minute. I'm sure you playing that without a flash on Tarzan could be tricky. And Chris goes, "Cool, you killed me." To what end? I suppose becomes more of a question. They don't even keep the shove in bot side because of how far up 369 was, and he had a Sundisk behind him.
So top esports full court press, some vision in topside jungle for Anyone's Legend. The enemy side of things. Not that helpful for Dragon setup. We do have one in Fly Brush. Push up into that mid lane again, just trying to get some extra value. Shanks trying to go for the flank, trying to punish the mid lane push again.
First time to Jackie Love, and Shanks and Tarzan on one side were a bit scary. So top esports had to back away to the other side of the map. True Shot Bros will not claim the Scuttle Crab, though I appreciate the attempt there, blind from Jackie Love.
Frame pushing up top side. No easy way to force onto the edge on the camera. It was a lucky Jin W. Well, Jin W is great follow-up. The flash Tarzan is basically the only thing you have, and you know that's now a problem. You don't have that to force again. Lose the mid lane turret, lose a huge chunk just before Dragon 2, so Hope can't really contest with this. And just Legend can't contest with this now. That will be a free soul point over to top esports.
At least it's only soul point. It was a relatively late start. Of course, that second Dragon was taken by Anyone's Legend. Sorry, the first Dragon was taken by Anyone's Legend when they got that double set of objectives early, stolen away by Flandre, if you remember.
Oh, now the overplay comes from Anyone's Legend instead. Knavi does want to pull the ultimate. No, he doesn't. Play fizzles.
To clear the wave though, as Tarzan drops the Herald in mid lane. They really want to play for this cream though, debating putting up a turret here and saying no, you just don't get to come on through here, and the Herald going to be tricky to escort into this tier 1, I think. TP in.
Into the top side. Did you know there's a wall there and we'll see this come through? Shanks is known. We don't know if Anyone's Legend know that. He's sticking in the brushes though, he hasn't been seen. Great chunk through from Jack 11. You can see Tarzan is not that tanky on the volley guy.
Gets jumped on by the Vault Breaker into the Relentless Blows. The Relentless Force is what it is. Denting Blows is the other part of Via. Conflated her two other abilities not named Vault Breaker. Which sometimes happens.
Jack 11's been playing really well here to use the Calm Shields to get the extra movement speed to shrug off a skill shot or two. Croakbear's caught up in mid lane. It's not going to last that long, is it? It's going to immediately fall down. Not the most valuable Sundisk. Dragon has been started and it's forced by Shanks onto Jackulov. I think the Dragon will go before this contest though.
Probably will. 369 looking at a potential flank angle. Has one last code and a flash. Dragon is taken. How aggressive does 369 want to play? He's got a slicey measure on a flash. Gets on in. Onto 2 members. The W is good from Flutter. The Hallowed Mist allows him to stay sanctified and safe. But only for a moment or two. But wait. Look at the curtain call. Anyone's Legend. Turn it all around. The Stormbringer comes on through. Jackie and Cream get that one. Ends up being a 2 for 3. As a little bit of an overdive at the end from Tarzan.
It's a bit of an overdrive in different points in the fight from both teams. 369 doesn't get a clean kill, and Shanks ends up living to do more damage. And you're absolutely right, pointing out the damage which Hope did midway through that fight too. Cream still has the wave clear available to make some play here. Cancel down on the dash though, and he has no mobility left.
God,
gets one kill under the turret, and Anyone's Legend will make it a 1-for-1, but they will take the turret.
Get that one. Big kills, but I think that might have been a shutdown looking at how many Cream had as well. So, nice moment for them. It's another kill onto this Jin. Hope is the hope right now for Anyone's Legend.
And now things get a bit interesting, don't they? The Jin is maybe strong enough to make it an open-ended question about who's winning this game. Cream doesn't really want to be flanking here. Does get some decent damage down, but no, Hope realizes there's actually no threat onto him, and the fact that there's no tanks in position means it's very easy for him to ping 3 shots with Knavi, 4th one to Crisp as well. The amount of damage that this Jin does with just the ultimate is kind of insane there. Tarzan does go too far forward though, didn't have the extra Jin ult. If you had a second Jin ult, sure, play that, but you know, it's a reason everyone's one of them.
Call out as well, the rower Ari, that extra HP definitely kept her alive there, big time.
Yeah, and no, what I think I've stayed pretty consistent with is saying, look, I'm not convinced with the build yet, show me why this build is good. You're currently 1,000 gold behind, I can see some of the value there, but a lot of the time when I'm seeing this, you're not getting this off the individual tower, you need to use that bulk to achieve something in these teamfights, which I haven't seen on Pro yet.
That's the first good moment. It feels like we've seen it in a little while from Ari, but it's possibly a little too late. It's a feel-good moment, but it doesn't earn you soul point. It doesn't really hold you a gold lead or any other structures. You get the tier 1 mid, that's kind of it.
And funnily enough, we actually saw a Blackfire Torch Ari earlier in the day. I think it was the first game of the day from Vitality versus Rogue. I think there was one there.
Saw that the other day as well from Peng over in Ruddy as well.
Right, yeah. That there was some analytical data saying that the Blackfire can get you some value. Of course, you do lose some ult cooldown reduction because you're not running the business, but there is some limited value for it. It reminds me more of the slower burn builds of 2022 or 23 rather.
Again, I think that was into Silas. Interestingly, ended up with like a 50 CS lead from lane. Again, that's ERL level. Particularly somewhere like NLC at the minute as well. There's a big discrepancy in terms of who's a good mid laner and who's not.
Thing, like,
those kind of conversations.
I know we've had this conversation before about, well, you know, it's in near masses and NLC. Sometimes the matchups are so tilted because one team's really good and the other one's a little bit struggling. It doesn't necessarily give you the best view of that. Teams like this have actually been very closely matched. Anyone's Legend in the top esports. The finals went towards top esports, but Anyone's Legend have got a good track record against this team. They're behind gold right now. Atacom started, killed off. Really is on this Jhin to do a lot of carrying though. This Jhin has done an awful lot on that last fight. See how much Hope can do.
If Hope dies though, things get interesting. Worth noting as well, we didn't call it out. Kyle also has exhaust. There's double exhaust here, which means this cannon will never truly get a big ult, it feels like, this game. Hurt a little bit in that last fight as well, as Kanavi very sneaky here. Andre has to be a bit wary of overplaying his hand stepping up to this wave.
Always cleared out. Heads back again, shadowing his team. Neon's Legend doing the same up in River, using those controllers to make sure that top esports don't see them when they're moving about the map. It's hard to really tell how these teams are viewing the situation unless we have their vision. You know, seeing Hope walking up towards here, controlling the lane, that's good information for them. Anyone's Legend got good ward control on the bot river to make sure that top esports can't jump them when they're moving about the place and trying to ping something off with a Jhin W. Of course, he has the Infinity Edge now, so his damage is starting to pick up again, despite his first two items not necessarily being the best raw DPS items. Dragon in a minute. We saw for top esports, Ocean Soul was very, very powerful. Kanavi hops out of that charm. No real follow-up, didn't want to use his ultimate there. Cream has himself Seekers, which could be so important in this next fight. However, on the other side, Ari also has a Seekers. Both those mid laners able to avoid a little bit of that burst. 2 items for almost everyone, 3 items for the Jhin.
Turret comes up. Buying space in the mid lane, and again, that is hurting a little bit for Anyone's Legend. The fact their wave control sucks at the minute.
Oh, Jackie!
Jackie went looking. That's a very Jackie love moment. He's not done so many of those in recent moments, but oh my days.
I think as soon as that charm misses, he's like, okay, I've got the Karma Shield. We can make something work for this. This is important. If you get poked down, it does actually make a big difference. So, does another one that, again, half HP on Shanks. Great skill shot accuracy. That is actually game-changing. Here comes Tarzan, but there's no follow-up. He's going very dangerously deep.
Shanks has at least got more HP to land as he does land that charm onto Cream, who gets the shuffle out. Dragon secured that soul. Cease and desist in the backline alongside the slicing Maelstrom that is only exhausted at the very damn end. Flash over the wall for Jackie Love, who cleanses away the charm, and Hope desperately trying to outplay as Jackie has shields, has Ocean Soul, has them all. It's Hope springs eternal, but unfortunately, he's not going to spring into anything resembling a one-team fight. That's Dragon, that's Soul. That will also likely be Baron by the looks of the ping.
Jackie Love goes man mode, has the shields, has the damage, and top esports will walk away with a soul and up towards the Baron as well. They screw the Atacon, they don't really care about going towards that. Get the big objective. The Azir will help with the DPS, and I think Anyone's Legend might have just lost this game off of that. Off of a game 2, which they really should have won walking into the late game. They get ran down there, and in game 3, top esports have really played around this mid-game spike so well. Tarzan not comboing up well with his team. Walks forward well too early. There's no combo through here. Shanks goes onto Cream, but there's no real follow-up damage. And the Jhin ult, it's okay, but remember, most of us execute damage. If everyone's full HP, not actually that good, and that's why he does very little compared to the previous fight.
That exhaust comes on through the last hit at the slicing Maelstrom. That's when it comes down. It's just not enough. Shanks goes golden, but to what end is Hope? Lucky to get out of here with the barrier and the flash.
Completely agree with Mecha and Mecha Fanboy in chat, saying, you know, the tanky Ari build means Jackie Love doesn't kill Shanks immediately, but it also means Shanks is useless. I did feel to be, just didn't have that ability to do that much to cream that. He didn't even need to blow his own Sonic, did he?
No.
Still keep that secret. Top Esports get themselves Baron, get themselves Atacon afterwards. They'll have GA and they'll have the ability to force with it. Split map comes through. 5 grubs for anyone's legend does mean that they kill towns very quickly. They will get an objective bounty from that top lane out of turret, but they will need to return to mid and bot lane in short order to make sure their base stays intact.
One turret, trade for the Atacon and trade for the Baron and trade for the Dragon feels pretty rough, all things said and done. Alan, don't get me wrong, I feel for the last Dragon fight. The rest of his team was delayed by Jack 11. The Dragon was going down then, so you have to go and try and play for the smite, but this can cost him. Flandre, 2 levels down on 369. He's got no mana. Takes a turret shot and will dance away at the very least. But it means there is no volley bear and no Gwen here defending this turret on the bottom. You land a charm, but there's a massive shield. It means the Ahri does negative damage right now.
No, doesn't really do much, and the Bloodthirst will mean that will be shrugged off next time he hits a minion. Navi goes in to help the mid lane break. They have 2 minutes left of the Atacon with the Baron buff. It means they get to be Baroned up with the GAs for the entirety of the duration of it. Top Esports, this is a very easy to combo to end with.
369 is still chasing Flandre. It's yakety sacks between the top lanes, but it means your Gwen's not here, who's finally going to get towards the base, but she's at 20% HP with no mana. This base is under siege. The Nexus turrets are about to fall. Flandre is all but dead, does actually burn out, and now you're playing a 5v4 for the next 50 seconds. Nexus turret number 1's going to fall, and Top Esports are looking to make sure they slit the throats of anyone's legends, who unfortunately have met the villains of the LPL. It looked like we might be having a contest. It looks like we might even be having an upset, but it's not. Top Esports proved too much for anyone's legend again.
Top Esports reminders why they are regionally dominant. We'll say anyone's legend felt like they were in positions to win that series, but could not clutch out. Top Esports will win the series 2-1 in their first series here in the Ascension group.
Well, that was a day of League of Legends, folks. 8 games deep, 9 hours into broadcast, and we're still just about alive. Hello, folks. I am Initialise. I am not, in fact, Nymaera. You can tell by this name here. In fact, if you just move, like, towards me a little bit. There you go. That's much more framed. Ta-da. You may know this man from the likes of LEC, or NLC in the past, or Mere Masters in the past, or LPL in the past. Quite aptly, that's the word we'll use, considering where we are right now. I am Initialise. I am his older brother. We cast League of Legends together. We've been doing this for 5 odd years, which is kind of cool. And we are live on Free Play Sports, here on the Twitch channel, Nymaera. We're also on the YouTube. We're also over on Anivia's YouTube as well, which is pretty damn cool. This is, however, a community broadcast. There is no official broadcast anymore, so it basically means that we are doing these insane broadcasts by ourselves with no production crew. That's quite a lot. And obviously the community is horribly fractured at the minute because there is no official broadcast, and so it is really up to you guys for turning up and supporting us any way you can. That means likes, follows, subscribes, doing what you can in terms of just getting the word out there and turning up and being in chat, which makes a huge, huge difference. If you can, though, got that £5 to donate in the form of a subscription on Twitch. If you've got something to add to the bits or the tip jars, all those things matter a huge deal. If you see a cool clip, maybe do clip us, link us in the Discord, join the Discord, get involved with the community. Those things really help build this into something hopefully sustainable.
Okay, folks, it's been a long day. Normally we'd stay around for the highlights and stuff. I think I'm just going to cut it here.
That's super fair. I'm right there with you.
I think we've done 9 hours of this, folks.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm more tired of is, in fact, Grumpy Zeref.
Hate that guy.
That person. They're sat here redeeming roasts for like the 3rd time today.
Stop eating roast dinners. Mix up your food intake.
Yeah. Okay, Sam, you're not going to stream?
God, no, I don't. Well, actually, well, I know I'd have to leave in like an hour anyway,
so folks, we will end the stream there, folks. Thank you so much for joining us and for all of our games today. And yeah, who are the favorites for LPL this split? IG, BLG, Top Esports. Those are the 3 which I think are really. I mean, anyone's legend. I think they might have gone. Well, I think they've gone down a rung or 2.
They're on 80 rather than the S tier now. I think it's BLG, Top Esports, IG. Personally,
those are the 3 for me.
Really. Maybe JDG, depending on how they shape up in the meta.
Okay, folks. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you.